An otaku's journey into another life began with his previous self gaming excessively until death. Whoa, where the heck am I now? Churen stared at the unfamiliar room's decor, utterly confused. He grabbed his hair in frustration, pacing around anxiously. What kind of punishment is this? I just woke up and got thrown into another world? Who's going to protect my Konoha village? What about the terabytes of study materials on my computer? And if the police check my phone, what happens to those files? I haven't even formatted it yet. He collapsed onto the bed, overwhelmed. 20 years of innocence, gone just like that. But since the crossing over was a done deal, he figured the innocence of his past world didn't matter anymore. Sitting up abruptly, he began sorting through the memories in his mind. Moments later, Churen was at a loss for words. Damn it, is this a death sentence, or what? This wasn't some parallel world where he could plagiarize literature or predict the future. It was a high-combat world overrun by monstrous beasts and demons. To make things worse, countless terrifying species were lying in wait. It was a catastrophic beginning. After delving deeper into the memories, Churen couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The reason for his crossing? His previous self had gamed so hard at night that he literally died from it. No wonder his body felt so frail. This new identity of his belonged to a high school senior at Rongqing No. 3 High School, an orphan who had survived on welfare and government aid. As for his predecessor, a classic loser, failing academically, bottom of the combat classes, and pinning all his hopes on the ability awakening ceremony happening in 7 days. Just then, a mechanical, electric voice echoed in his mind, and 2 options appeared before him. SS-level fire ability, Flame Rift Inferno, which would evolve into the S-level Skyfire Boiling Seas upon awakening. SS-level lightning ability, Thunder Prison Judgment, which would evolve into the S-level Shattering Thunder Oblivion upon awakening. Who even plays with fire anymore? I'm going with lightning. Big, badass lightning. Churen made his choice without hesitation. Instantly, his once weak body surged with power, as if he could take on dozens of battles right then and there. In this world, ability levels were everything. Even a B-level ability could make universities compete for you, while an A-level ability guaranteed admission to top schools. And S-level? That was the pinnacle of power. It had been 3 years since the 5 ancient nations had seen an S-level ability user. Awakening 1 would mean elite schools fighting to recruit you and a guaranteed future as a pillar of strength against the invading species. What thrilled Churen even more was that this was just the beginning. The system hinted that once he maxed out the template, he could awaken additional SS-level abilities. A burning desire to become an unmatched powerhouse ignited in his chest. Forget playing at Sophia was an S-level ability user. Why hide and cower? Beasts, demons, invaders, she would annihilate them all. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this time, Churen had fully adjusted to the rhythm of life in this new world. His daily routine was almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary high school student, attending classes on time, eating, sleeping, and studying. During cultural lessons, he focused intently, and during combat lessons, he endured rigorous training. It could be said that these past 7 days had presented Churen with the greatest challenge since his arrival in this world. Combat lessons. In his original world, Churen had never been in a real fight. His only experience with physical confrontation was a few playful punches exchanged with friends. However, the original owner of this body had an abysmal record in combat lessons. Every time training began, he almost always became the punching bag for his classmates. Churen could feel the pain of fists landing on his body, as if each blow carried a lingering memory. Fortunately, the template seemed to have enhanced his resilience, significantly improving his physical endurance. Though the pain was relentless, he found himself gradually able to withstand strikes that would have been unbearable before, and his combat skills were slowly improving. This progress caught the attention of the combat instructor, who grew increasingly intrigued. A student with consistently poor performance suddenly demonstrating such remarkable resilience before even awakening their ability was certainly unusual. Finally, the day of awakening arrived. Churen and his classmates followed their homeroom teacher to the school field. At the center of the field stood 5 towering awakening monoliths, each radiating a mysterious glow. These monoliths were the key to unlocking supernatural abilities. Students needed to interact with them to awaken their powers. Seeing the monoliths, a surge of excitement welled up in Churen's heart. At last, he would obtain the abilities he had dreamed of. Although he had gained the template 7 days ago, he had been unable to use any powers without interacting with the monoliths. The only changes he had noticed so far were his improved physical condition and enhanced resilience. As he stood on the field, students from other classes were also lining up in their designated spots, waiting for their turn to awaken. Churen stood among the crowd, filled with anticipation. On the elevated platform, the principal and several school leaders scanned the students with sharp eyes. To them, this was more than just a routine awakening. It represented the future of these young individuals. Turning to face the class, the homeroom teacher addressed the students. Everyone, the moment of awakening is upon us. I urge you to remain calm. No matter what ability you awaken, do not feel discouraged or disheartened. Remember, every ability has its own value. All you need to do is adjust your mindset and accept it with composure. Of course, if your awakened ability doesn't meet your expectations, don't lose hope. Our cultural lessons provide an alternate path. There are many roads to success in the future. Never give up lightly. This speech was not unique to Churen's class. Other homeroom teachers were giving similar words of encouragement to their students. Standing among the crowd, Churen was slightly moved by the scene. He realized that there must be untold stories behind these words. After all, for so many teachers to emphasize this point at such a moment, it was not hard to imagine that there had been students in the past who, disheartened by awakening lower-tier abilities, had made extreme decisions. Such situations weren't exclusive to his original world. Evidently, they existed here as well. As Churen reflected quietly, the homeroom teacher's guidance made him realize that every moment of awakening was laden with complex emotions and stories. He could only hope that today, his own awakening would go smoothly and grant him the ability he had longed for. The homeroom teacher stood in front of the awakening monument, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd of students below. In a deep voice, he said, "Next, everyone get ready. When I call your name, follow me onto the stage for the awakening." "Yes," came a unified response from the classroom, the eyes of every student sparkling with anticipation. "Do we?" At the sound of the teacher's call, a figure rose from the crowd and followed the homeroom teacher toward the awakening monument. Around the other monuments, homeroom teachers from other classes were also guiding their students through the awakening ceremony. Churen glanced around and noticed countless curious faces peeking out from the windows of the school building. It was the first and second-year students who had come to watch. Evidently, their homeroom teachers had tacitly allowed this. "Do Clevel elemental ability, fire type, spirit flame." The teacher's voice had barely fallen when Do leapt off the stage in excitement, hopping and skipping around the field. "I've awakened a Clevel ability. I can go to an ability university now." The homeroom teacher watched this scene with a gratified smile on his face. The awakening ceremony continued, with one student after another stepping onto the stage. Although the types of abilities awakened varied, they all had one thing in common: none of them reached level. The principal, standing on the high platform, observed the proceedings and was just about to speak when the awakening monument for Class 1 suddenly erupted in a dazzling light. "Kaikuin, level Beastmaster ability, Titanium Rooster." The excited voice of Class 1's homeroom teacher echoed across the field. Above the monument, three ancient-looking words appeared. "Beast, Blevel, Titanium Rooster. Whoa, Blevel Beastmaster ability. This is huge. A top-tier academy is definitely within reach. If only someone could awaken and level elemental fire ability." "Get real, you're dreaming." The field burst into a flurry of chatter. The principal's face finally showed a trace of a smile, but it quickly returned to a serious expression. "Only one Blevel so far," he murmured softly. Beside him, the dean quickly reassured. "Principal, this is just the beginning. Higher-level abilities are bound to show up later. Our graduation rate won't drop." "No, it's not the graduation rate I'm worried about," the principal said, shaking his head lightly. "What concerns me is the dwindling number of students awakening high-level abilities. If this trend continues..." He trailed off, letting out a sigh. The dean fell silent. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, a new name was called from below. Churen. The principal's expression softened slightly. "Let's keep watching. Finally, it's my turn." Churen muttered with a mix of emotion and excitement as he walked quickly toward the homeroom teacher. His eyes sparkled with an uncontrollable anticipation. The homeroom teacher studied the underperforming student carefully, easily seeing through the eager expression on his face. He had seen this type of student many times before: those whose academic performance was dismal but harbored dreams of defying fate during their ability awakening. While it was true that a rare few managed to change their lives through their awakened powers, the majority ended in disappointment and regret. Sigh. The teacher let out a small sigh, silently praying in his heart. "I hope you can truly defy the odds. The invaders are still far too many." As Churen approached the awakening monument, countless eyes on the school field focused on him. With 5 awakening monuments set up in plain view, it was impossible not to draw attention. "Just place your hand on it," the homeroom teacher instructed softly. Churen nodded, lifting his right hand to press against the warm surface of the monument. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted from beneath his feet, followed by an intense surge of energy radiating outward. Boom! The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, blotting out the sun. Thunder rumbled and rolled through the heavens, accompanied by the crackling sound of lightning. Every student on the field and outside the classrooms instinctively turned their gaze toward Churen. At that moment, he looked like a thunder god bathed in a storm of lightning. Blue, violent arcs of electricity coiled around him, illuminating his figure as the deafening sound of thunder filled the air. "No way. What kind of ability is this awakening? The commotion is insane. At least in a level, right?" "No. A levels don't cause this kind of scene. It might be in level. What? Level? That's insane. Why didn't I try to befriend him before? Haha. Looks like my luck is turning too. Why is that? Because I have him on my chat app. I even sent him some study materials recently. Nice. While the students chattered in shock and awe, the principal, seated in the stands, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "An anomaly. This is an anomaly. Could it be? Level?" The excited voice of the dean rang out. "Principal, it might be in level ability." "I know." The principal took a deep breath, trying to calm his surging emotions. But who could remain composed in such a moment? On the field, as the dark clouds churned and lightning surged, the awakening monument began to glow. Ancient, imposing characters appeared on its surface, exuding an aura of dominance and authority. Thunder. S level. Shattering thunder breaks illusions. The prominent S level etched on the monument left everyone present utterly speechless. Even Churen's homeroom teacher stood frozen in shock. S level? The teacher murmured, as though trapped in a dream. Suddenly, the principal shot to his feet and shouted, "Evacuate immediately." His voice snapped the homeroom teacher out of his daze, and he hurriedly moved away from Churen. Other teachers quickly led their students to safety as well. Confusion spread among the students as the dark clouds above began to swirl and roar violently, resembling a thunderous beast preparing to strike. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder erupted, and dazzling blue light flickered within the dark clouds. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, carrying an overwhelming force, struck straight down, hitting Churen with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A thunderous explosion followed as the ground beneath Churen's feet turned charred black, with cracks spreading out like a spiderweb. His black hair stood on end under the impact of the lightning, with electric sparks leaping between the strands, making him look like a legendary super scion. Strangely, the lightning that descended from the clouds didn't harm Churen. Instead, it began to merge with the arcs of electricity flickering around his body. As the electric currents intertwined, the lightning surrounding Churen grew even more intense. Blue and white arcs of electricity coiled around him like living entities, enveloping him entirely and transforming him into a figure resembling a thunder god, exuding an awe-inspiring, heart-pounding aura. As the final bolt of lightning struck, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have fulfilled their purpose and gradually dissipated into nothingness. On the field, Churen had successfully awakened his superpower, shattering thunder, breaking illusions. Churen slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of blue lightning flickered in his jet-black pupils. In the next moment, all the lightning surrounding him abruptly disappeared, retreating back into his body. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging power within him and thought he could probably take down an ox with ease at this very moment. So this is what strength power feels like. It's incredible. Churen murmured to himself, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. The homeroom teacher approached Churen step by step, his face still frozen in shock. He glanced at Churen, then at the charred ground left by the lightning strike, his eyes filled with disbelief. Following the teacher's gaze, Churen looked down and scratched his head awkwardly. So, about the field? Mr. Zhang, do I need to pay for the damages? Of course not. The principal suddenly appeared beside Churen, his face bursting with an uncontrollable grin. He patted Churen on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "But while you don't have to pay, I will issue a campus-wide notice criticizing you. Damaging school property is unacceptable." "Yes, sir." Churen immediately straightened up, his expression turning serious and respectful. "Please make sure to criticize me publicly." "Huh." The principal roared with laughter, giving Churen another hearty pat on the shoulder. "You're quite a character, kid." Then, turning to address the rest of the students on the field, the principal announced loudly, "Churen, rank elemental lightning ability. Shattering thunder, breaking illusions." As the students stared at Churen with awe and admiration, the principal leaned toward the homeroom teacher and said quietly, "Make a record of this and continue guiding the students through their awakening process." The teacher nodded, though the shock on his face had yet to fade. "Haha, Mr. Zhang. Lighten up." The principal gave the teacher a hearty slap on the shoulder and chuckled. "You're getting a promotion tomorrow." The teacher was momentarily stunned but quickly realized what the principal meant. "That's right. And rank ability user came from my class. Who else would get promoted if not me?" His spirits lifted instantly, and his gaze toward Churen became filled with admiration and high expectations. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the principal led Churen away from the field, heading toward the high platform. The classroom erupted in a chorus of exclamations. "That's amazing. And rank ability. Straight into admission. No need for college entrance exams. How awesome is that?" The students' chatter filled the room, their eyes brimming with admiration and envy as they looked at Churen. Every one of them was thinking how fortunate it would be if they were the ones being taken away by the principal. The principal gently descended onto the high platform with Churen. A group of teachers immediately surrounded them, applause and words of praise echoing nonstop. Congratulations. And strength talent, what a bright future ahead. Our school has gained another pillar of support. Just then, a teacher rubbed his hands together and approached with a grin. Young man, do you have a girlfriend yet? My daughter's just started her 3rd year of middle school. You know, I'm actually quite open-minded about early relationships. Mr. Liu, what kind of behavior is that? The dean shouted, his voice stern, before shifting his tone. Besides, why does it have to be a daughter? What about my son? Is he not good enough? Churen's face twitched uncontrollably. Wait, are you seriously, teachers? I'm still underage. Ahem. The principal coughed twice to put an end to the farce. Quiet down, everyone. I'm taking him to the meeting room. The teachers nodded in agreement. They all understood the standard procedure for ability awakening. By now, this news had likely reached the ears of top universities across the country. It didn't take much imagination to realize that representatives from Shanghai and Beijing were already rushing over. Within minutes, the principal's meeting room would undoubtedly be packed with university delegates. Every time strength talent appeared, it sparked a fierce, bloodless competition. The principal had just reached the meeting room door with Churen when they saw a burly man already waiting there. The man was all muscle, with a face full of harsh features that exuded an almost suffocating intensity just from his presence. The principal clearly recognized this man, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The speed at which he arrived right after the awakening was practically teleportation. The burly man strode forward, his expression breaking into an unexpectedly bright and cheerful grin that starkly contrasted with his intimidating appearance. This must be the student who awakened the strength ability, right? Truly a dragon among men. My name's Chen Mengchen, as in Chen Shimi, and Meng as in brave and fierce. Doesn't that sound both elegant and powerful? Churen stared at the bizarre sight of this rugged man, flashing such a sweet smile, momentarily stunned. He hesitated, extending his hand halfway, only for Chen Meng to grab it in a firm handshake. Don't be nervous. Chen Meng laughed heartily. I'm the dean of Sichuan Chongqing University of Supernatural Abilities, and I'm here to invite you to join our school. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery rang out. Well, Chen Meng, I didn't expect you to be this quick. The next moment, a slight commotion was heard outside the meeting room. A figure descended gracefully from the sky, landing right in front of Churen. The man moved with elegance and exuded a powerful aura. Without a word, he pried Chen Meng's hand away and gently took Churen's hand, a warm, spring-like smile gracing his face. Hello, student. My name is Tianlu, and I am the dean of Magic City University. I am here to sincerely invite you to join our university. The principal, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt in his chest, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Was this the allure of its class superpower? The representatives of the top 5 universities were no longer just admissions officers. They had sent their deans in person. The level of prestige had instantly been elevated several notches. At this moment, the principal had become a silent observer. He realized there was no room for him to interject. The rest of the matter was entirely up to Churen. His role was simply to stand by quietly. Well, you big men inviting a young student without offering any incentives? Suddenly, a slightly coquettish voice echoed in the room. The sound of crisp high heels tapping the floor accompanied the arrival of a striking woman with a curvaceous figure and stunning features. She swayed gracefully as she approached, each step seeming to strike a chord in everyone's hearts. Well, that was quick, Tianlu sneered, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Oh, only you're allowed to show up quickly, but I can't. The woman chuckled softly, her red lips parting slightly. She slowly approached Churen, her slender finger lifting his chin gently, her expression full of allure. I've been admiring this little brother for quite some time now. Facing the sultry and captivating woman before him, Churen felt a wave of discomfort. Internally, he cursed, damn it. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'd think I'm an easy target. Come on, time to fight back. From the side, Chen Meng mercilessly commented, your lies are like a sow wearing a bra one layer after another. The woman let out a charming laugh and leaned her face closer to Churen. Just as she was about to speak, blue electric currents suddenly sparked around Churen, snaking their way to the woman like serpentine lightning. Ah! The woman exclaimed and quickly stepped back, her seductive demeanor replaced with surprise. Ha! Chen Meng burst out laughing. Well done, kid. Shock this old witch. Let her know who's boss. The woman shook her numbed hand and shot Chen Meng a venomous glare, her eyes briefly flashing with murderous intent. But she quickly softened her expression, looking at Churen with feigned sweetness. Oh, little brother, you hurt me. Churen broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, if I could actually hurt you, all your years of cultivation would have been wasted. You're still the same as ever. A booming voice suddenly interrupted, pulling Churen out of his thoughts. The ground trembled slightly, and a large hole suddenly appeared beneath them. Rocks and stones rapidly converged, spinning upward as if alive, and eventually formed into a towering, burly man. And it wasn't over. Suddenly, a piercing cry of a bird beast echoed from above, a sound so resonant it felt like a heavenly hymn. Everyone looked up to see a massive, snow-white bird with wings like those of a roc descending from the sky. Its powerful wing beats stirred gusts of wind. On its back stood a handsome man clad in a white battle robe, a faint smile playing on his lips. Damn, Chunming couldn't help but curse. Why are they all showing up so fast? Looks like I'm not late after all, the handsome man said as he gracefully leaped off the bird's back, walking step by step toward Churen. Extending his hand with a refined smile, he introduced himself, Wang Jiao, from North City Military Academy. I cordially invite you to join us. Huh. You come here with invitations, but offer no bargaining chips. You all are getting more and more outrageous. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a burly man leaped out, his sharp gaze fixed on Churen. In a booming voice, he announced, I am Li Fei from Zhongzhou University of Supernatural Abilities. Our school sincerely invites you to join us. All tuition fees will be waived, and we will provide you with custom-made battle suits and weapons. Most importantly, you'll have access to all supernatural combat techniques in the academy. Before his words had even settled, the deans of the other four prestigious schools chimed in. Guo Tianlu from Modi University was the first to speak up. Whatever Zhongzhou University offers, we can match. Plus, we'll assign you a high-level lightning element mentor to guide you personally. Oh my, they're really pulling out all the stops, Jiao Xinyu said with a soft laugh, covering her mouth as her gentle gaze rested on Churen. Little brother, our Imperial Capital University will top their offer well, even gift you a supernatural energy crystal. The atmosphere instantly shifted. Guo Tianlu and Li Fei's faces darkened as they hurriedly reached for their phones to send messages. Even Churen's expression showed a subtle change. Over the past few days, Churen had come to understand the immense value of supernatural energy crystals. In this world, cultivation levels are ranked from lowest to highest as Lingjue Realm, Weiguang Realm, Yuaning Realm, Lingxi Realm, Yuhuan Realm, Tuibian Realm, Faxiang Realm, Tiandi Realm, and Jiawang Realm. Supernatural energy crystals are formed only after the death of a Tuibian Realm beast. They are not only incredibly rare, but also contain vast amounts of energy that can be absorbed by ability users at any stage. To think Imperial Capital University would go to such lengths, Wang Jiao from Beijing Military Academy said with a bitter smile. As the poorest of the 5 elite schools, they often fought against supernatural beasts, but rarely managed to acquire energy crystals. Chen Meng, who had been silently observing the group, suddenly raised his voice and shouted, 3. Sichuan Chongqing University is offering 3 supernatural energy crystals. Churen's eyes lit up at these words. Although he had awakened the template system, it seemed to have left only a progress bar before vanishing, with no instructions on how to use it. Initially, he had been leaning toward choosing Imperial Capital University not entirely because of the energy crystal, of course. Clearing his throat lightly, he thought to himself, honestly, if I'm being fair, I'd still prefer staying local. Definitely not because of the energy crystals though, simply because of his profound love for this land. Damn, are you crazy? Jiao Xinyu was stunned by Chunming's massive blood loss and blurted out a curse. She couldn't contain her shock at the moment. For Imperial University to produce even 1 beast crystal was already a significant achievement. But Sichuan Chongqing University had produced 3 at once, practically pouring all their resources into Churen. This left her both furious and anxious, as if she had been humiliated on the spot. While Imperial University excelled at nurturing outstanding students, their focus was never on a single combatant. After all, the power of one individual is always limited. If they wanted to truly resist foreign invasions, they needed to flourish on all fronts. Yet, the current situation left her feeling helpless. No matter how strong an individual may be, they could never alter the brutal reality of war. Suddenly, Guo Tianlu and Li Fei's phones rang. Both picked up their phones, and, upon seeing the message, any hesitation they had immediately vanished. Their expressions subtly shifted as they exchanged a knowing glance. In low voices, they said in unison, since Chunming and your academy have already played your hand, we won't interfere anymore. We'll withdraw from the competition. Before the words had fully settled, Guo Tianlu waved his hand. A powerful gust of wind surged beneath his feet, lifting him into the air as he swiftly disappeared into the distance. Not to be outdone, Li Fei clenched his fist, and his body transformed into a rock-hard form. The ground beneath him cracked open into a massive fissure. His stone-like figure plunged into the crevice, which promptly sealed itself, leaving no trace of what had just occurred. Wang Jiao observed the scene, his expression tightening as though he had pieced together something. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he stood silently in place, observing carefully. Churen watched the 2 teachers depart, a sense of realization dawning on him. Clearly, the emergence of another class ability user had prompted their decision. If he had been the only class ability user, perhaps the situation could have remained in deadlock for a while longer. But now that there was another viable candidate, there was no need for them to persist. At that moment, Jiao Xinyu also glanced down at her phone. The message she had just received caused her to pause for a moment, and her expression subtly shifted. The frustration and agitation born from her earlier anger dissipated instantly, replaced by a playful smirk. She looked up at Chunming with a provocative grin and asked, "Chunming, do you know what I just found out?" Chunming frowned slightly. Although his phone had also buzzed, he chose not to check it. He had a vague idea of what it might be, but he had no regrets about his decision. Since he had chosen Churen, he wasn't about to waver. "Our school administrators just informed me that in Chu territory, an S-class prodigy has emerged," Jiao Xinyu said with a hint of disdain in her tone, clearly trying to gauge Chunming's reaction. Unexpectedly, Chunming's expression remained unchanged. Keeping his face emotionless, he simply replied, "Oh." His calm tone made it impossible to read his thoughts. Jiao Xinyu was taken aback for a moment before chuckling softly. Unable to resist, she pressed further, "You don't regret it? Why should I regret it?" Chunming walked over to Churen, patted him on the shoulder, and offered a faint smile. "A man's word is his bond. Since I've chosen him, I won't regret it." Churen was deeply moved by this unwavering commitment. Warmth surged in his heart. It felt like he was experiencing a steadfast trust and belief that he had never known before. Churen felt a wave of emotion surge through his heart. He closed his eyes, deeply moved, and thought to himself, "Since you've chosen me with such resolve, I will make sure you never regret this decision." SS rank, huh? Interesting. Jiao Xinyu said with a blank expression. "Well, congratulations." As soon as the words left her mouth, she turned and walked away without any hesitation. The sharp clicks of her high heels echoed rhythmically against the ground. Churen wasn't surprised at all. He understood that with Sichuan Chongqing University's offer on the table, anyone could see it was the best choice. Moreover, the emergence of an S-ranked ability user was enough to shift the focus of other schools. Wang Ju watched the scene unfold, a faint, bitter smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He shook his head helplessly, knowing full well that when it came to competing for Churen, he was no match for Chunming. With a wave of his hand, a massive bird descended, circling in the air before landing beside him. Wang Jiu stepped lightly and leaped onto the bird's back with ease. Before leaving, Wang Jiu clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture and said earnestly, "Student, I wish you great success in the future." Churen returned the gesture with a smile, a hint of teasing in his tone. "Teacher, I wish you eternal life." Wang Jiu's mouth twitched twice, momentarily at a loss for words in response to such an odd blessing. In the end, he simply waved his hand and soared into the skies on the bird's back, disappearing into the horizon. Outside the meeting room, only Chunming, Churen, and the principal remained. Interestingly, none of them had actually stepped inside the meeting room throughout the entire process. Once the other 4 university representatives had completely left, Chunming let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He turned to Churen, extending his thick hand with a wide grin. "Kid, welcome to Sichuan Chongqing University of Supernatural Abilities." Churen smiled faintly, shook Chunming's hand, and nodded. "Thank you, Teacher Chen. I look forward to learning from you." "Ha ha ha. Good, good." Chunming laughed heartily, giving Churen a firm pat on the shoulder. Each thud was so forceful that Churen clenched his teeth to endure the shock. "Man, you really don't hold back, do you?" Churen thought to himself, wincing internally. On the road, a minivan with the license plate US 66666 was cruising along at a leisurely pace. "Yes, US 66666. Churen sat in the passenger seat, his expression odd, his brows furrowed. He found it hard to believe that Chunming would use such an impressive license plate on such an ordinary minivan. "Old Chun," Churen said, his expression one of exasperation. "Have you seriously never considered getting a better car to match this license plate?" "Not a chance," Chunming replied firmly, his chubby face jiggling with each bump in the road. "What? This minivan isn't badass enough for you. And call me Teacher Chun." "Got it, Old Chun," Churen said helplessly, then quickly changed the subject. "So, are we really heading straight to the university now?" "Of course. What else would I be driving for?" Chunming replied matter-of-factly. "Don't you have any kind of ability for faster travel?" Churen asked curiously. "Like tunneling through the ground, summoning a bird, or just flying on your own?" "I have none of that nonsense," Chunming said bluntly, his thick fingers tapping on the steering wheel. "I'm a strength-type ability user. I can fly, sure, but only by myself. If I brought you along, you probably wouldn't survive the pressure from my abilities output. For abilities like mine, flying only becomes possible after reaching the Lingxi realm, where the use of abilities is refined to perfection." As he spoke, Chunming glanced over at Churen. Though Churen was nearly 1.9 meters tall, his slender frame seemed almost frail next to Chunming's hulking build. "With that scrawny body of yours, just freshly awakened, you'd never handle the force from my ability," Chunming remarked while driving. his tone carrying a playful jab. Don't lose heart. Once you've mastered the basics of your abilities and stepped into the spirit sense realm, you'll be able to use lightning-based powers to travel quickly. Oh, is that so? Churen murmured softly, a flicker of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Hey, you kid. Chunming glanced at him with a teasing tone. How bad is your knowledge? Did you forget that lightning-based abilities are famous for their speed? Churen scratched his head awkwardly, a trace of embarrassment appearing on his face. He thought to himself that his knowledge wasn't just lacking, never even attended cultural classes. However, he had done some research on lightning-based abilities beforehand, knowing it would soon be the power he awakened. In this world, lightning-based abilities were renowned for their speed and single-target explosive damage. Almost all lightning users had an advantage in unknown combat, making it a quintessentially offensive power. However, they all shared a common drawback: mana depletion. Churen wondered silently how much mana he would have. Kid, we're here. The van slowed to a stop as Chunming, seated in the driver's seat, gave a casual reminder before opening the door and hopping out. Churen followed suit, stepping out from the passenger side. The moment he set foot on the ground, Churen's gaze was drawn to the awe-inspiring scene before him. Chuanyu Academy of Abilities, one of the top 5 prestigious schools, stood proudly before him. Its main entrance was a towering, cloud-piercing archway, jet black in color with an unknown material that exuded an unbreakable aura. The surface of the arch shimmered with flowing patterns of light, resembling ripples of time, mysterious and mesmerizing. At the top of the arch, 6 ancient characters spelling Chuanyu Academy of Abilities radiated a faint golden glow, each stroke seemingly imbued with unfathomable power. So, impressive, isn't it? Our school. Chunming, noticing Churen's stunned expression, grinned with satisfaction. Pointing to the glowing characters above, he added, "See those words? They were personally inscribed by the chief. Pretty awesome, huh?" His tone was brimming with pride for his alma mater. The chief inscribed them? Churen stared at the glowing characters, a trace of admiration in his eyes. The chief, the leader of Lonyuan Nation, one of humanity's 5 pillars, and a warrior of the Realm King level, was a cornerstone of the multiracial battlefield. Churen hadn't expected that the name of Chuanyu Academy of Abilities was personally inscribed by such a figure. So, not disappointed, right? Chunming chuckled, casually slinging an arm over Churen's shoulder. Come on, they'll show you around the campus. With that, he led Churen toward the school entrance. As they approached the archway, a security guard stepped forward with a serious demeanor. However, the moment the guard recognized Chunming, his stern expression melted into a warm smile. Hey, old Chun. Yo, Captain Jia. Chunming greeted casually with a wave. Captain Jia, still smiling, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Chunming. Then, turning his curious gaze to Churen, he asked, "Hey, old Chun, you didn't tell me you had such a handsome younger brother." "Hey, that's where you're wrong." Chunming took the cigarette with a fluid motion, the kind that looked effortless. With a flick of his wrist, the cigarette was already resting steadily between his lips. He took the lighter handed to him by Captain Jia, skillfully lit the cigarette, and in one smooth move, tucked the lighter into his pocket. He took a deep drag and exhaled a perfect smoke ring. "Captain Jia, he's not my younger brother. He's this year's specially recommended student." "Really?" Captain Jia's eyes lit up as he stared at Churen in astonishment. "Specially recommended? So, you're an S-class student?" Churen nodded in confirmation. Captain Jia's demeanor instantly shifted to one of enthusiasm. He pulled out another cigarette and offered it to Churen. My bad for being inattentive. Here, little brother, have a smoke." "Sorry, I don't smoke." Churen declined politely with a wave of his hand. "Hey, this is premium stuff, soft pakwazi. It's really good." Captain Jia flicked his wrist, signaling for him to accept it. "I appreciate the gesture, but I really don't smoke." Churen refused again, smiling. "All right then." Captain Jia retracted the cigarette and turned to Chunming, extending his hand. "Give it back." Chunming feigned ignorance. "What? The lighter? Hand it over." Captain Jia raised his voice. "You can pocket anything else of mine, but not my lighter." "Oh right, my bad." Chunming laughed, patting his head as if he'd just remembered. He cheerfully pulled the lighter out of his pocket and handed it back. Captain Jia snatched it back with a scowl. "Next time, I might have to attach a string to my lighter." "Haha, no need for that, Captain Jia," Chunming said with a wave of his hand, gesturing toward the school gate. "I'll take my classmate inside to get familiar with the campus." Captain Jia gave him an okay sign and turned back to the security booth. Chunming led Churen through the gates and into the school grounds. "Old Chun, does Captain Jia have some special background?" Churen couldn't help but ask as they walked. In such a prestigious school, it seemed unusual for the dean to be so familiar with a security guard. A nostalgic expression appeared on Chunming's face. "You're talking about Captain Jia?" "Nah, no special background. We just come from the same county." He paused for a moment. "Let me tell you, back in the day, he and I were as close as brothers, practically inseparable. In school, We were the twin tigers, unbeatable. Those were the glory days. As he spoke, a shadow passed over Chunming's face, and his tone grew somber. But because of something that happened, his abilities were frozen. Frozen? Churen was stunned. He hadn't expected that someone's abilities could be frozen. Yeah. Chunming nodded. Ever since that incident, he chose to become the school's security guard. As for why, even I don't know. I had tried persuading him before, but he always refused. Thankfully, even though his abilities were capped, he didn't fall into despair or give up on life. That gave me some peace of mind. Chunming turned to Churen, his tone serious. So, kid, from now on, you need to show proper respect to Captain Jia. Churen nodded earnestly. Even without Chunming's reminder, he would have treated Captain Jia with the respect he deserved. Unknowingly, the two had walked into the central plaza of the school. A grand and imposing statue stood talleth was the founder and current principal of Sichuan Chongqing University of Abilities. The statue exuded an air of authority and composure, as if silently safeguarding the entire campus. What drew even more attention were the glowing rings of energy surrounding the statue, formed from abilities. They rotated slowly, emanating an intimidating and awe-inspiring presence. I don't need to explain who this is, right? Chunming said, pointing at the statue. You can find all the information online, so we'll skip the introduction. What's important is that I'm going to tell you about our 6 major academies. You know there are 6 categories of abilities, right? I do. Churen responded immediately. They are nature, enhancement, support, beast mastery, mental, and special. Not bad. Looks like you've got some basic knowledge, Chunming said, nodding in approval. Our 6 academies are based on these 6 categories. When you enroll next semester, you'll be joining the Nature Academy. Understood, Churen replied. Chunming continued. Usually, about 2 weeks after enrollment, each academy holds an internal combat competition to determine the top student of their category. My expectations for you aren't too high, just make sure you secure the top spot in the Nature Academy. Got it. Churen made an okay gesture, his tone confident. Being the best in Nature Academy? If I can't even aim for that, how could I dream of defeating invaders? Good. That's the spirit. Chunming grinned. After the academy competitions, there's the school-wide tournament, where elite students from all 6 academies compete to determine the top 8. These 8 will represent the school in the national competition. My goal for you isn't too ambitious, just take first place in the school-wide tournament. Think you can handle that? No problem, Churen replied, brimming with confidence. Great. That confidence is all you need, Chunming said. The national competition is still a long way off, so don't overthink it and aim too high just yet. For now, let's get you familiar with the Nature Academy. During the subsequent tour, Churen raised a question. Why was Chunming, who belonged to the enhancement category, serving as the director of the Nature Academy? Chunming explained that he was actually the chief director overseeing all 6 academies. He was paying special attention to the Nature Academy because Churen was part of it. This revelation left Churen astonished at hadn't realized Chunming held such a high-ranking position. After Chunming finished showing Churen around the College of Natural Sciences, the two headed toward the school's food street. The street was bustling with activity, with long lines forming in front of every stall. Students waited patiently for their favorite dishes. Along the way, some greeted them, though most only recognized Chunming. Greetings for Churen were more of an afterthought. To others, Churen appeared to be just an ordinary person, possibly a relative of Chunming, tagging along for a meal. After wandering around the street, they finally decided on a barbecue restaurant and sat down. As soon as they took their seats, Chunming couldn't wait to ask again. Kid, are you really planning to take the college entrance exam? Indeed, during their tour of the College of Natural Sciences, Churen had revealed his intention to take the exam, leaving Chunming utterly baffled. Why on earth would you take the exam when you've already been guaranteed admission? Chunming's face was full of confusion. I'm sure, Churen replied firmly. After all, you only get one chance in life. I don't want to have any regrets. That's nonsense. Chunming grabbed a handful of peanuts from the table and stuffed them into his mouth, crunching loudly. Be honest with me. Are you aiming to be the top scorer? Wow. Old Chun, are you a mind reader? Churen responded playfully, popping a peanut into his mouth, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Damn, Chunming slapped the table. You really are ambitious. Fine, I'll give you some special training. I'll make sure you snag that top spot. Huh? Churen blinked in surprise. What do you mean? Chunming leaned forward with a sly grin and lowered his voice. You don't get it, do you? After awakening their abilities, high school seniors who choose to take the martial arts exam begin training in combat and techniques at school. You know that, right? Yeah, I know. Churen nodded. Exactly, Chunming said, raising an eyebrow. They're learning in high school, you'll be learning in college. They train with their teachers, you'll train with me. Same concept, right? No way. Churen's eyes widened in shock. Is that even allowed? Of course it is. Geniuses always get special treatment, Chunming said smugly. Barbecue's here. The restaurant owner approached with a steaming plate of grilled meat, carefully placing it on their table. The aroma instantly filled the air. Eat up. Once we're done, I'll take you to rest, Chun-Ming said, grabbing a skewer and taking a big bite. All right. Churen didn't hold back either, eagerly grabbing a skewer and digging in. The next morning, Chun-Ming showed up early, dragging a still drowsy Churen out of bed. Together, they headed straight for the College of Natural Sciences training grounds. With practiced ease, Chun-Ming arranged for a private training room, and the two prepared to begin testing. All right, kid, before your special training, I need to see where you're at. Chun-Ming pointed to a black mechanical dummy in front of them. Don't use your ability yet. Just punch the tester with all your strength. Got it. Churen nodded, stretching his limbs before stepping up to the mechanical dummy. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist, feeling the thunderous energy surging within him. With a single punch, he unleashed a tremendous force. A gust of wind erupted, rippling outward like invisible waves, even making Chun-Ming's battle robe flutter in the distance. Bang! With a deafening impact, a powerful force struck the mechanical dummy, causing its dark body to cave inward before gradually returning to its original shape. Once fully restored, the display screen on the dummy's head flickered, showing the power of Churen's punch. 469 units. Chun-Ming leaned in to check, sucking in a sharp breath. Whoa, wow kid, just awakened your ability, and your physical strength is already comparable to the lower Lingjue realm. No wonder it's in class lightning ability. Churen shook his hand and looked at the numbers flashing on the mechanical puppet, his eyes lighting up with excitement. To put it into perspective, 1 Ning is equivalent to the explosive power of a barrel of fireworks going off at once, and most lower Lingjue realm ability users can only unleash around 400 Nung at their peak. Yet here he was, having just awakened, with no battle skills, no weapons, and his ability not fully activated, relying solely on physical strength to hit with the power of the lower Lingjue realm. Even Churen himself was stunned by the result. Could this be the true power of its class ability? No wonder people say the stronger the ability, the greater the potential. Churen thought to himself, clenching his fists as a wave of excitement surged in his chest. If his class ability could already make him this strong, how powerful would he become if his ability advanced to SS class? Hey kid, go all out and try again, Chun-Ming exclaimed in astonishment, becoming increasingly impressed by Churen's talent. Churen nodded, and with a single thought, azure lightning began to crackle and coil around him, hissing like fearsome electric serpents slithering through the air. With a wave of his hand, thunder roared as if the very currents of the heavens obeyed his command. The lightning gathered around his fists, forming glowing gauntlets of pure energy, the sharp tang of electricity filling the air. Holy! Chun-Ming gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. What he was witnessing defied common sense. Lightning ability users were typically long-range combatants, masters of controlling thunder and lightning from afar. Yet Churen was using close combat techniques like an elbow strike. This was completely unheard of. In the next moment, a flash of blinding light erupted, followed by an earth-shaking boom of thunder. Churen lunged forward, his fist wreathed in violent lightning, smashing straight into the mechanical puppet. The thunder surged around his fist like tidal waves, crackling and exploding with relentless power. Sparks flew as the air itself seemed to warp under the sheer intensity of the lightning. The surface of the mechanical puppet flared with dazzling light and deafening noise, lightning coursing across its body with a fierce crackle. Churen held nothing back in this punch, channeling the full extent of his lightning ability. As he withdrew his fist, he swiftly reabsorbed the lightning into his body. But even as the attack subsided, residual currents continued to wreak havoc on the puppet, crackling wildly for several seconds before finally dissipating. As the thunderous energy faded, the mechanical puppet's display lit up, revealing the result of the attack. 1586 Nung. Chun-Ming's jaw dropped, his expression frozen in shock. 1586 Nung? That was unbelievable. Even the upper Lingjue realm's limit was around 2000 Nung, and Churen, having just awakened, had achieved this without any battle weapons or techniques. This kid was a prodigy. Chun-Ming was almost certain that if Churen were equipped with a suitable battle weapon, his attack power would easily surpass 2000 Ning, perhaps even more. This young man was nothing short of a superhuman. So how about it, old Chun? Churen's face lit up with a radiant smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Does my performance meet your standards? Damn, this isn't just meeting my standards, you've completely blown me away. Chun-Ming's eyes widened in shock, his voice filled with astonishment. He took a deep breath and said seriously, I'm not one to sugarcoat things. Talent is talent, and I have to admit, your abilities are downright monstrous. Chun-Ming's expression suddenly turned grave as he fixed his piercing gaze on Churen. But I need to ask you something. After using your powers, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Churen paused for a moment, then closed his eyes to assess himself. After a brief moment, he opened them and replied, No, not at all. Not even a hint of weakness. Ming pressed further, his brow furrowing deeply. Hearing this, Churen raised his arm again. In an instant, crackling lightning surrounded him, blue and white arcs dancing in the air. He punched toward the mechanical dummy with a sudden burst of force, unleashing a storm of furious lightning that struck the target with tremendous impact. As the lightning dissipated, the numbers on the dummy's display became visible 1597 energy units. There's almost no change. In fact, the damage output is even slightly higher than the last attack. Churen exclaimed in surprise. Damn, Ming couldn't hold it in any longer. He slapped his thigh and cursed. You're a total freak. You still haven't experienced any energy depletion? Nope. Churen shook his head. Not only did he feel no depletion, but his energy seemed even more active, surging like boiling water within him. Are you kidding me? Did you awaken some kind of special constitution or something? Ming smacked his forehead, his face filled with disbelief. Maybe. Churen replied with a sly smile, a mischievous glint in his eyes. But I need to run a few more tests. Under Ming's incredulous gaze, Churen unleashed his lightning powers once more. The electric arcs coiled around his arm as he charged up and delivered a devastating lightning elbow strike to the mechanical dummy. Once wasn't enough, followed up with a second strike, then a third. The private training room was filled with crackling energy, blue and white lightning dancing in the air. Waves of electricity erupted from Churen's body, illuminating the entire room. Ming stared at him with wide eyes, as if he were witnessing a monster. What the hell? This kid is totally hacking. Is his energy pool infinite or something? How is this even possible? Ming screamed internally. Churen continued to unleash his powers at full force, launching dozens of attacks in a row. Only when he finally felt physically exhausted did he stop. At that moment, he came to a stunning realization: had no energy bar. In other words, he couldn't run out of energy. The only limitation was his physical stamina, not his abilities. I'm basically a superhero, Churen thought to himself with glee. It was well known that the biggest weakness of lightning-powered individuals was their rapid energy consumption. Their high-damage attacks often drained their reserves quickly, forcing them to either finish the fight in one burst or retreat if the enemy survived. Alternatively, they could conserve energy and fight from a distance like a mage. But for Churen, none of those limitations applied. No conserving energy, no retreating, none of it mattered anymore. I'm going to shatter the darkness with thunder and lightning, Churen declared in his heart. With my current abilities, I could probably outlast a mid-glow rank opponent. No problem. A confident smirk spread across his face as his mood soared. Damn it, you little freak. Ming suddenly cursed in frustration. Hey, old Chun, that's not the right choice of words, Churen quipped with a teasing smile, his eyes sparkling with triumph. Churen retorted. It's fine if you call me little monster, but why little pervert? That word sounds awful. He frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. I'll call you whatever I want. Ming shot Churen a glare, refusing to back down. From now on, you're little pervert, no matter what you think. He raised an eyebrow with a sly grin. Old pervert, aren't you afraid that when I grow up, I'll deal with you? Over the past few days, Churen had grown closer to Ming and gotten to know his personality. So, he didn't hold back either and replied with a laugh. You'll deal with me when you grow up? Didn't I nearly deal with you just now? Ming's lips curled into a smirk, as if he saw through Churen's playful jab. He suddenly turned around, striking a mock fighting stance and raising his fist symbolically. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh, you dare say that? Looks like you want to feel the power of my fists. Churen quickly raised his hands in surrender, forcing an awkward smile. Brother, you're the boss, and I'm just your little follower. If you want to hit me, go ahead and hold back. Ming lowered his fist, a satisfied grin spreading across his face, clearly pleased with himself. Humph, good that you know your place. He patted Churen's shoulder firmly, his tone suddenly serious. Now that I know your potential, I can't keep holding back. I'm going to teach you a combat technique, one that's perfect for someone with your attack-focused abilities. An attack-focused combat technique? Churen's eyes lit up in surprise. What level is it? A level, Ming declared confidently. Since I'm an enhancer-type ability user, my abilities lean more toward defense, so I don't know too many attack techniques. But don't worry, I've already contacted old Joe. When he gets back, he'll teach you an S-level attack technique that perfectly complements your lightning-based abilities. Churen's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had just glimpsed hope. Really? Ming nodded slightly and added, of course. But don't rush. You need to master this A-level technique first. If you can fully grasp it, I guarantee you'll be a shoo-in for the top spot in the college entrance exams. Hearing this, Churen couldn't help but flash a playful smile. So confident, huh? Of course, Ming replied without hesitation. With how much effort I'm putting in, how could I not be confident? Then hurry up and teach me. Stop stalling. Ming chuckled, pulling out an ancient-looking combat technique manual. The cover emitted a faint glow as he handed it to Churen. Read through it first. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. I'll be sticking to you like glue these next few days, got it? Churen took the book and examined the title on the cover, Falling Star Storm. He felt a surge of excitement well up inside him. Even to the bathroom. Churen asked half-jokingly. Of course. Well, actually, never mind. I don't want to scare you. Ming rolled his eyes in mock exasperation. You brat, always looking for trouble. After some playful banter, Churen finally sat down and began carefully flipping through the combat manual. The text within was ancient and profound, exuding an air of mystery. Each stroke of the characters seemed to carry immense power. Churen's gaze grew focused, his heart filled with anticipation for the attack technique he was about to learn, and knew this was a step that could change his destiny. Kid, don't underestimate the meteor storm. Its power is no joke. Plus, it's an area-wide attack, practically a beast-counting weapon for your college entrance exams. Ming said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The muscles on his face twitched with his words. Once you master the basics of meteor storm, you'll be able to unleash a shockwave of energy from your center, spreading outward in all directions. This kind of large-scale attack is perfect for dealing with beasts. And with your unusual physique, your energy depletion rate should be slower than most people, so you can use it multiple times without a problem. You'll be able to take down more beasts in one go and easily claim the top spot in the exams. I can already picture you standing on the podium. Damn, being a guaranteed admission student and a top scorer, that alone would leave everyone green with envy. As Ming spoke, his grin grew wider. The movement of his thick facial muscles made his smile look almost menacing, like a grizzly bear flashing a bright grin, enough to make anyone instinctively back away. Churen couldn't help but chuckle softly as he listened. He found Ming increasingly interesting. Rarely did he encounter someone so unpretentious. Despite being a high-ranking figure, Ming came across more like a charismatic street boss, full of vigor and swagger. The only thing that made Churen slightly uneasy was the S-ranked student from Chu region. If that person participated in the exams, they might become a formidable rival. Just then, Ming's brows furrowed suddenly. Oh right, there's that S-ranked student from Chu region. Be careful about them. Before he could finish, Churen smirked confidently and replied, Old Chun, don't worry. That top spot is mine. Not even Jesus could stop me. Ming was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. He slapped his thigh and said boldly, Good, good. Kid, you've got spirit. I believe in you. All right, I won't bother you anymore. Focus on your training and come to me if you have any questions. With that, Ming sat down heavily, resembling a massive bear settling into place. Crossing his arms, he appeared to enter a state of deep meditation. Seeing this, Churen said no more and lowered his head to continue flipping through the combat technique manual in his hands. However, as he turned the pages, an unusual sensation suddenly surged within him. In his mind, a small figure appeared in his consciousness, catching Churen off guard. What was going on? Why was there suddenly a little figure in his mind? He was puzzled, but before he could process it, the figure began to move. The small figure bent slightly, and immediately, countless bolts of lightning flashed around it, as if something within it was about to erupt. In the next moment, the figure spread its arms wide, and a torrent of violent lightning surged outward, shooting in all directions like a raging flood. The electricity intertwined in the air, forming a chaotic storm of lightning that expanded outward in waves. Churen's heart skipped a beat. Was this meteor storm? Could it be that the little figure in his mind was learning the skill? Before he could react, the figure bent again and executed a second meteor storm. With the second lightning barrage, Churen felt a foreign, yet powerful energy quietly flowing within him. In that instant, he had an inexplicable sensation, as if he had already mastered meteor storm himself. This newfound power made him feel grounded and strong, his presence becoming more commanding. Without wasting any time, Churen focused his mind and attempted to unleash meteor storm. Sitting on the ground, he slightly bent his body. Crackling sounds filled the air as lightning danced around him. The surrounding air seemed to warp, torn apart by the electric currents. At that moment, Ming suddenly leapt to his feet, his eyes widening like saucers, utterly shocked. Damn, did you seriously just pull it off? He couldn't believe his eyes. Churen had only skimmed through the meteor storm technique once, yet he managed to release such a powerful energy? It was absolutely unbelievable. Damn, how did you pick this up so fast? Thunder crackled and swirled around Churen, the lightning flashes growing increasingly wild. He suddenly spread his arms wide, but the thunder around him only expanded a few centimeters before vanishing, like a battery drained of power. Churen stared at his hands in confusion. Does this mean I haven't mastered it yet? You think you can just master it right away? Ming dashed over to Churen, grabbing his hand. Bro, I'll call you big bro. Can you turn off your cheat mode? Or sell me one of your cheats? Do you have any idea how seeing you makes me feel like my entire life up to now has been a waste? Come on, it's not that bad, Churen said, his mouth twitching as he shook off Chen Ming's hand. Old Chun, you know how it is to let you know. Some people just have it. Damn it. Chen Ming stood up and began pacing in circles, punching the air in excitement like a madman. After a few laps, he rushed back to Churen, gripping his shoulders tightly. Kid, you're a genius. An absolute genius. Not calling me a little freak anymore? Churen teased. Not anymore. Chen Ming replied. I'm afraid you'll really come after me someday. The two locked eyes, then burst into hearty laughter. Time flew by, and the day of the college entrance exams finally arrived. The liberal arts exams in Rome City were held locally, but the martial arts exams took place in Beijing, meaning Churen had to travel to another province. Beijing was chosen as the martial arts exam site because it was surrounded by forests teeming with exotic beasts and had numerous abandoned towns perfect for training grounds. This year, the martial arts exams were set in several abandoned towns on the outskirts of Beijing. These towns had been tactically abandoned during the early days of the exotic beast invasions. Though they were later reclaimed, it was deemed unnecessary to rebuild them, so they were converted into training grounds. To ensure safety, all exotic beasts of the Lingxi realm had been cleared out, and weekly inspections were conducted. The day before the exam, Churen packed his gear and luggage early. Over the past few days, Chen Ming had custom-crafted a set of equipment for him, a Kraid battle robe, a Kraid weapon, and a great offensive martial skill called Falling Star Storm. This setup was practically an overwhelming advantage against other candidates. While everyone prepared some form of battle gear, those using Kraid equipment were exceedingly rare. But this wasn't unfair. Fairness is something earned through strength and talent. Churen's achievements today were the result of his own hard work and determination. Isn't that right, system? Not bad. Very impressive. Chen Ming chuckled as he adjusted Churen's black battle robe, smoothing out the creases on the shoulders with a look of admiration. The more I look at it, the more satisfied I feel. All right, old Chun, let's get going. Churen let out a soft laugh, his eyes sharp and resolute, exuding an invisible aura of determination. You're right. Let's move. Chen Ming grinned and gave Churen a pat on the shoulder. Time to show your peers what true excellence looks like. The two walked out of the room side by side, heading toward the examination venue. Due to the sheer number of students taking the National College entrance exams, various universities in North City had been repurposed to accommodate the candidates. The students were assigned to different exam locations based on the geographical distribution of schools in North City. North City Military University, one of the top 5 prestigious institutions in the country, was fully prepared for the occasion. On a sprawling campus field, a dense crowd of students gathered, appearing like a swarm of ants from above. These were the candidates preparing for the martial arts entrance examination, their chatter creating a constant buzz across the field. Ugh, the exam is about to start, and I'm so nervous, one student said, rubbing their hands together anxiously. You're not alone, a companion chimed in. I'm feeling the nerves too. I just hope I can get into a university for ability users this time. Fingers crossed for good results, another voice said with concern. Don't worry, you're a crank ability user. If you perform well, you'll definitely make it, a friend reassured. Unfortunately, my family doesn't have much money. I could only afford an F-class battle robe, and I don't even have a weapon. Yeah, same here. It's tough. Amid the crowd, a man in a white battle robe stood out prominently. His handsome face was set in a cold, indifferent expression, his arms crossed as he stood motionless on the field. Around him was a 3-meter radius of empty space, as no one dared to approach him. Many eyes were drawn to the man in white, curiosity about his identity evident in their gazes. Who is that guy? He looks so powerful, someone whispered. A nearby student, who recognized the man, quickly replied, That's Li Tianxing. He's famous in the Qilu province, consistently ranking first in combat scores. I heard he recently awakened a rank elemental fire ability. Fire ability? Wow, that's one of the most powerful abilities for dealing with beast hordes. Exactly. I can't believe we're in the same exam area as him. I can't tell if that's good or bad luck. Despite the murmurs around him, Li Tianxing's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor icy and composed. He was long accustomed to being the center of attention. Back in school, he was often the subject of discussions and was held up by parents as the model perfect child. Well, brotherly, what a coincidence. I didn't expect us to end up in the same exam venue. A man in a green battle robe said as he strolled leisurely toward Li Tianxing, a faint smile on his face. Li Tianxing glanced at the newcomer and was momentarily surprised, but his expression quickly returned to calm. It is quite the coincidence. Since we're here together, the man in the green robe chuckled. How about we team up for the early stages? The surrounding students perked up at the interaction, their whispers starting anew. Who's this guy now? Wait, are you serious? You don't know? That's Lin Yifeng. He's from Jinling province, right next to Qilu, and he's ranked first in combat scores there. No way. He's in our exam venue too? This is way too much pressure. No need. Li Tianxing replied coolly, his gaze steady and unwavering. I can handle this alone, Li Tianxing said coldly, his gaze resolute and unquestionable. Don't say that. Lin Yifeng replied with a faint smile, lightly shaking the folding fan in his hand. His tone was casual. After all, you're fire, and I'm wind. With me around, your fire will definitely burn brighter. Li Tianqing frowned slightly at these words, but he didn't respond immediately. A brief silence filled the air. Brotherly, Lin Yifeng suddenly changed the subject, tapping his fan lightly. Have you heard of Brother Chu? The mention of that name was like a thorn piercing Li Tianqing's heart, and his brows furrowed deeply. Brother Chu, the man who had outperformed him in battle scores for 3 consecutive years. Each year, high schools held competitions to compare combat achievements, and Brother Chu always ranked above him. To make matters worse, not long ago, Brother Chu had awakened a legendary S-level ability, instantly becoming the target of fierce recruitment by the 4 prestigious universities. The only exception was Sichuan Chongqing Ability University. For an obvious reason, they had already admitted an Shrank ability user from the local area. A single school simply couldn't afford the resources to nurture 2 extraordinary talents simultaneously. He's coming too? Li Tianqing's voice was cold and firm, with a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Snap! Lin Yifeng closed his fan, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. No, Brother Chu has already been granted a direct admission, so there's no need for him to take the college entrance exam. What a shame, Li Tianqing remarked, a trace of regret crossing his face, though his eyes revealed a more complex emotion. But that's not all I came to tell you. Lin Yifeng leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. Just yesterday, Brother Chu shared with me the school he's chosen, Imperial Ability University. Li Tianqing's expression remained impassive, as if the news had nothing to do with him. And what does that have to do with me? Of course, it's related to you, Lin Yifeng said with a sly smile. Brother Chu asked me to do something for him. What is it? To persuade you to join Imperial Ability University. Li Tianqing's brows knitted faintly, and a subtle hint of hesitation crept into his voice. An invitation? Lin Yifeng nodded gently. Exactly. After all, brotherly, you must want to compete against Brother Chu on the same stage, don't you? Li Tianqing fell silent for a moment before waving his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. Well, see. Lin Yifeng wasn't offended by this response. He simply maintained his knowing smile. By now, he was well accustomed to Li Tianqing's aloof demeanor. Here, a sharp eagle's cry suddenly pierced through the air, instantly capturing the attention of every student on the field. Heads turned skyward, and all eyes locked onto a massive bird of prey descending from the sky. Its brown-gray feathers shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, and its outstretched wings seemed to blot out the sun. The bird's piercing eyes scanned the ground below as if it could see through everything. A razor-wing eagle. A few academically inclined students immediately recognized the species of the beast and exclaimed in astonishment. Which young master is this? The field erupted in murmurs of awe, and everyone was stunned by the dramatic sight. Even the usually composed Li Tianqing and the well-traveled Lin Yifeng couldn't help but glance over. Razor-wing eagles were known for their pride, and ordinary people could never hope to form a contract with one. Anyone who arrived riding a razor-wing eagle was bound to have an extraordinary background. Tisk, brotherly. Lin Yifeng flicked his folding fan open again, his expression turning uncharacteristically serious. It seems a big shot has arrived at our exam venue. Li Tianqing did not respond, but instead fixed his stern gaze on the sharp-winged eagle circling in the sky. The massive predator carved graceful arcs through the air, its piercing eyes scanning the ground as if searching for something. Suddenly, its flight path shifted, and it dove sharply toward the front. Everyone followed the eagle's trajectory and saw a group of people standing ahead, with a spacious clearing left behind them clearly prepared as a landing zone for the eagle. As it turned out, Chen Ming had contacted Wang Jiu days earlier, informing him that Churen would be taking the college entrance exam and mentioning that he would borrow a sharp-winged eagle for the journey. Wang Jiu had arranged everything in advance. The sharp-winged eagle descended steadily, its enormous wings beating powerfully against the air, stirring up gusts of wind that howled and swept outward. The 3 teachers standing below had their robes whipped by the wind, yet they stood firmly in place, awaiting the arrival of this extraordinary visitor. With a heavy thud, the eagle landed and folded its intimidating wings. At this moment, everyone could finally make out the figure on the eagle's back. Ha ha, Wang Jiu, thanks a lot. Chen Ming laughed heartily as he leapt off the eagle's back, landing with unshakable stability. Churen followed closely, effortlessly dismounting from the eagle as well. Wang Jiu stepped forward, his face still adorned with a warm and welcoming smile. Welcome to Beijing Military Academy, both of you. His gaze lingered on Churen, carefully assessing the young man before him. Churen looked entirely different from his usual self. He was dressed in a black battle robe, with a pair of black fingerless combat gloves on his hands. Standing there, he exuded an aura of sharpness and intensity, like an unsheathed sword ready to strike at any moment. Quite the transformation, Wang Jiu commented with a smile. Mr. Wang, it's been a while. Churen extended his hand, a genuine smile on his face. Wang Jiu chuckled lightly and shook his hand. Indeed, long time no see. I never expected you to decide to take the college entrance exam. Once in a lifetime, I can't let it pass with regrets, Churen said candidly. The exam was a one-time opportunity, and he was determined not to miss it. True, avoiding regrets is the right approach. Wang Ju nodded in agreement, then added. However, I should let you know due to the disruption of the randomized exam seating, none of the students from your school will be in this exam venue. This means you'll be on your own this time. Of course, if you'd like to form a team and watch each other's backs, that's also an option. Hearing this, Churen waved it off nonchalantly. It's fine. I can't be bothered to look for a team after all. I can handle it all on my own. Wang Jiao was momentarily stunned, but then a look of admiration appeared on his face. Confidence is good. Just wait a bit longer. When it's time for the exam, I'll take you to the venue. Churen nodded in agreement and stood with Wang Jiao and the others. Ahead of them, the field was already packed with examinees. These students were whispering amongst themselves, clearly intrigued by this unusual candidate. Who do you think this guy is? Riding a sharp-winged eagle and being welcomed by a teacher from Beijing Military Academy, one student murmured. No idea. Could he be a teacher? Another speculated. No way. He's so young, and he's wearing a battle robe. It's obvious he's here for the exam, a third voice retorted. Unbelievable. How did I end up with such bad luck? Someone else sighed in frustration. Standing in the examination field alongside Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng, Churen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He hadn't yet fully recovered from his previous confrontations with these two exceptional figures, and now, a mysterious young master had entered the scene. It was enough to make anyone's head spin. Lin Yifeng glanced at Li Tianqing, a subtle, meaningful smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Brotherly, it seems this time our opponent is quite formidable. Li Tianqing nodded slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on Churen, as though he were intent on capturing every move the latter made. After a moment, Wang Jiao checked his watch and, realizing it was almost time, lightly tapped the shoulder of a man beside him. The man immediately understood, stepped forward, and swept his gaze across the crowd before shouting, "Silence." His voice was thunderous, as though it reverberated across the entire field. Instantly, all the examinees stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him. The man exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. A single glance or gesture from him was enough to command attention and instill pressure. Churen narrowed his eyes slightly, silently thinking to himself, it's starting. Seeing that the crowd had quieted down, the man cleared his throat and announced loudly, I am the invigilator for this year's Marshall City Martial Arts College entrance exam. Before we begin, I need to emphasize a few key points. This exam starts at 9 a.m. today and ends at 9 a.m. tomorrow, lasting a total of 24 hours. He paused, scanning the examinees before continuing. You should all be familiar with the examination area, as it's the same as in previous years. However, let me remind you again to not leave the designated examination zone, and do not attempt to attack or kill your fellow examinees. My colleagues and I will be monitoring your every move at all times. Any malicious attacks or lethal actions will result in immediate disqualification. Severe violations will be met with harsh penalties. Churen gave a slight nod. While these rules seemed strict, he understood their necessity. In recent years, there had indeed been tragic incidents during the exams where candidates turned on each other to compete for resources. In an era where external threats loomed large, internal strife only made humanity's position more precarious. The invigilator gritted his teeth and continued. Pay special attention, this is the beast ruins, not the beast forest. There are no so-called outer or inner zones here. The ruins are the ruins. Beasts can appear anywhere, and most of them are ferocious creatures beyond your capability to handle. If you encounter a beast you cannot deal with, activate your safety necklace immediately and wait for rescue on the spot. The crowd on the field responded in unison, understood. The invigilator's voice boomed like thunder, freezing the air on the field. A palpable sense of pressure swept over everyone present. All right, now proceed to collect your examination equipment. At his command, the lines began to move slowly. The examinees stepped forward one by one to receive their gear. Churen, however, had already been handed his equipment in advance. Wang Jiao had earlier retrieved a black tactical backpack and handed it to Churen, cautioning him. This might be redundant, but he'll say it anyway, extremely careful. Churen accepted the backpack with a firm nod, remaining silent. Seeing this, Wang Jiao chuckled lightly. Go ahead and check the equipment inside the bag. And remember, make sure you wear it properly. Churen smiled faintly and nodded. Got it. He opened the tactical backpack and began carefully inspecting the examination equipment inside. The tactical backpack was neatly organized with 3 key pieces of equipment. The first was a sleek, silver tactical visor, futuristic in design and highly functional. It could display the level and condition of alien beasts in real time, while also featuring a built-in map system capable of precisely locating all examinees. A camera inside the visor recorded and broadcasted footage in real time, ensuring that every thrilling battle or embarrassing moment would be fully captured. However, the system had a considerate privacy protection mechanism. If any inappropriate content appeared, the camera would automatically shut off to safeguard the examinee's privacy. Additionally, examinees could use the visor to check the real-time locations of others. The second piece of equipment was a jet black necklace, serving as a life-saving device. When activated by the examinee or triggered passively in the face of insurmountable danger, the necklace would shatter and deploy a black barrier strong enough to withstand attacks from yuan energy-level beings. This barrier not only shielded the examinee from fatal harm, but also automatically sent a distress signal to both proctors and nearby examinees. The breaking of the necklace marked the end of that examinee's participation in the exam. The third item was a black lunchbox containing compressed alien beast meat to replenish physical strength. However, considering the exam lasted 24 hours, this portion of food was clearly insufficient. Examinees would need to hunt alien beasts and cook their own meals to maintain their stamina as the exam progressed. Put it on first, and let me check everything, Wang Jiao instructed from the side. Churen nodded in agreement and began methodically equipping himself. First, he picked up the silver tactical visor and placed it on his face. Then, he hung the black necklace around his neck. Finally, he shouldered his backpack, ready for the challenge ahead. Wang Jiao and Chun Ming carefully inspected his gear, much like parents double-checking their child's belongings before a trip. Satisfied that everything was in order, they finally let Churen proceed. Meanwhile, the other examinees were also finishing up their preparations, with their respective homeroom teachers or representatives conducting final checks. Once everyone was fully equipped, the proctor raised his voice and announced, "Has everyone received their exam equipment? If you're missing anything or haven't collected your items, come forward immediately to retrieve them. Let me emphasize this: don't even think about taking extra equipment. If caught, you'll be disqualified from the exam on the spot." After confirming that no one was missing any gear, the proctor stepped aside and reported to Wang Jiao, "Senior Wang, everything is ready." Wang Jiao gave a slight nod, checked the time, and said, "In that case, let's get started." With that, he let out a sharp, clear whistle. As the sound of the whistle echoed, the distant sky suddenly darkened, as if the sun had been obscured by a massive object. The examinees on the field instinctively looked up, their eyes widening in shock at the unexpected change. "What is that?" someone exclaimed. "I can't tell, it's too hard to see," another voice responded. Standing behind Wang Jiao, Churen stared intently at the rapidly approaching unidentified creature in the sky. Whoosh! A loud, resonant bird cry pierced through the air, and at that moment, everyone finally saw the creature clearly. Lin Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he shouted, "A windrock!" The Fengpeng bird is a mythical flying beast renowned for its incredible speed. It possesses innate wind-based abilities, can alter its size at will, and boasts formidable combat strength. When that massive Fengpeng bird descended gracefully with a gentle breeze over the heads of the examinees, everyone couldn't help but gape in awe. It circled elegantly in the air before flying off into the distance. The examinees watched its departing figure with a tinge of disappointment. Was it not there to transport them? Just then, Wang Jiao's calm voice resonated in the ears of every examinee. "Students, please proceed to the Beast Taming Academy Square. You'll be boarding the Fengpeng bird to enter the examination site." This announcement instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the examinees. "Wow, is this the privilege of being assigned to the Northern City Military University exam site?" someone exclaimed excitedly. "Even if I can't form a contract with a Fengpeng bird, at least I get to experience it. From now on, I can proudly say I've ridden a Fengpeng bird." Despite their excitement, the examinees maintained order as they followed Wang Jiao to the Beast Taming Academy Square. Churen blended into the crowd, not drawing attention to himself. When they arrived at the square, the Fengpeng bird had already expanded its size to accommodate everyone. Wang Jiao and two other proctors were the first to board the Fengpeng bird, followed by the examinees one after another. Just before takeoff, Churen glanced back at Chun Ming. Chun Ming grinned, giving him a thumbs up. Churen returned the smile and mirrored the gesture with his left hand before turning back. Watching this, Chun Ming muttered softly, "That cheeky kid." The Fengpeng bird demonstrated its prowess as a wind-element flying beast, soaring swiftly into the skies and carrying everyone to the exam site in no time. It hovered briefly before descending onto an abandoned square, stirring up a gust of wind that lifted dust into the air, forming a gray veil. Once the Fengpeng bird landed steadily, Wang Jiao announced, "Students, you have now entered the examination grounds. From this point on, the exam begins. The rest is up to you." The examinees quickly dismounted, preparing for the challenges ahead. As Churen was about to jump down, Wang Jiao gave him a special reminder, "Stay safe." "I understand," Churen replied with a nod before leaping off. After ensuring all the examinees had landed safely, the Fengpeng bird took off again, carrying the three proctors away, leaving the students standing in the vast, desolate field. "Is it starting now?" someone asked uncertainly. Of course it is. Didn't the proctor just say the exam has already begun? Another voice replied firmly. As the voice faded, the examination hall immediately buzzed with excitement as candidates began searching for teammates. Anyone want to team up? I'm a clever fire ability user. One candidate called out loudly, looking for someone with combat skills to team up. I've awakened a support ability. Another candidate quickly joined the recruitment frenzy. It was a well-known rule that the martial arts college entrance exam allowed candidates to cooperate. However, cooperation also meant that the points earned from hunting beasts would be distributed based on contribution. After a beast was killed, the tactical glasses worn by the candidates would instantly calculate the score. If it was a joint effort, the glasses would precisely analyze each person's contribution and fairly allocate points. This system effectively prevented disputes over kills and ensured a fair examination process. Even support actions like healing or recovery provided by support ability users would earn corresponding points based on their actual contributions. Because of this, most candidates preferred to team up. It not only increased their chances of achieving higher scores, but also significantly improved their chances of survival. Amid the calls for teammates, Lin Yifeng quietly approached Li Tianqing and said in a low voice, "What do you think, brotherly? Want to team up?" This time, Li Tianqing didn't immediately refuse. Instead, he frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment. Noticing this, Lin Yifeng quickly seized the opportunity. "Brotherly, our abilities complement each other. Together, we're far stronger than relying on a single ability." Besides, he lowered his voice and cast a meaningful glance at Churen. This exam hall were in its no ordinary one. Churen's entrance had been far too striking so much, so that even the least perceptive individuals could sense the immense power radiating from him. Li Tianxing's gaze was naturally drawn to Churen. "Brotherly, if I'm not mistaken," Lin Yifeng continued, "the battle robe he's wearing is clever. Even if we pooled our scholarship funds for 3 years straight, we'd barely be able to afford a level robe. You see what I mean, right?" Li Tianxing's brow furrowed deeper as he fell into thought. This time, Lin Yifeng's words had indeed struck a chord. "All right," Li Tianxing finally agreed, his response brief and to the point. A smile immediately spread across Lin Yifeng's face. He extended his right hand and said, "Hey, race to a successful partnership." Li Tianxing remained expressionless as he lightly shook Lin Yifeng's hand, without saying much. While the candidates in the hall were still busy forming teams, the external live broadcast system had already gone live. Every year during the martial arts college entrance exam, officials would connect to the cameras on the candidates' tactical glasses, streaming the exam's progress in real time. This not only allowed the public to monitor the candidates' situations, but also served as an effective deterrent against infighting and cheating. As the official live stream began, countless live channels popped up simultaneously. Parents and school leaders quickly searched for the students they were following, while general viewers either clicked on random streams or looked up popular candidates from their province. In the Qilu province, the majority of viewers headed straight for the live stream of the province's well-known candidate, Li Tianqing. Within minutes, his stream was flooded with local viewers, and the chat was filled with excited messages. "Whoa! Come and witness the top fighter of our province." A wave of excited murmurs rippled through the crowd as all eyes turned to the entrance of the examination venue. "The top scorer of our province is undoubtedly going to be Li Tianqing. But I wonder who will take the national title," one spectator speculated in a hushed tone. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wait a second. Is that Lin Yifeng, the top combat scorer from the neighboring province, walking ahead of Li Tianqing? Are they teaming up? No way. This is insane. A powerhouse duo like that will dominate this exam." The audience, watching the live broadcast, clearly saw Lin Yifeng walking side by side with Li Tianqing. Their commanding presence left everyone in awe. Inside the examination grounds, the candidates had already begun forming teams and dispersing from the plaza toward their assigned testing areas. Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng were no exception. The two, in perfect sync, teamed up and left the plaza, ready to face the challenges ahead. The exam rules were straightforward. Scores were calculated based on the number and difficulty of the beasts defeated. The higher the score, the better the results. The maximum score was 5,000 points, but only a handful of candidates throughout history had ever achieved a perfect score. As the plaza gradually emptied, Churen decided it was time for him to move as well. With a thought, the display on his tactical glasses updated instantly. Candidate, Churen. School, Rongqing number 3 High School. Score 0. Rank, no score yet. Ranking unavailable. With another thought, the data on his glasses refreshed. Examination field 47 rankings. First place, Li Tianqing, score 11. Second place, Lin Yifeng, score 9. Third place. Churen paused for a moment, slightly surprised. They've already started scoring? Looks like they began battling as soon as they left. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. In that case, I can't fall behind. Before the exam began, several classmates had approached Churen, hoping to team up, but he had politely declined them all. After his jaw-dropping entrance earlier, others quickly got the message and refrained from asking again. After all, Everyone understood their own limits. Churen was clearly a formidable contender, and it was evident that he had no intention of relying on anyone else. It was precisely this attitude that put unprecedented pressure on both Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng, ultimately prompting the two geniuses to join forces rather than compete individually. As Churen strolled toward the outskirts of the examination grounds, he activated the map function on his tactical glasses. With a mental command, a detailed 3D virtual map unfolded before his eyes. He first pinpointed his own location, then scanned the distribution of other candidates nearby. On the map, each candidate's position was marked as a white dot, while red dots, representing beasts, flickered around them. The tactical glasses were undeniably advanced, providing invaluable support during combat. No wonder such high-tech equipment was exclusively permitted during the national examination and had to be returned immediately afterward. Churen zoomed in on the map, carefully searching for red dots that weren't surrounded by white ones indicating beasts yet to be discovered by other candidates. After identifying a target, he set his course. With a light jog, Churen suddenly paused as a faint crackling sound emanated from beneath his feet. Blue and white lightning energy gathered rapidly around him. In the next instant, he stomped his right foot on the ground, unleashing a burst of blinding lightning. Propelled like a cannonball, his figure streaked through the air in a flash of electric brilliance, heading straight for his target. With every step Churen took, a trail of lightning followed in his wake. His speed was astonishing. Each stride carried him instantly over 10 meters. Wherever he passed, sizzling streaks of lightning were left behind. Zwiz within just a few steps. Churen had already covered hundreds of meters, his speed so incredible it left onlookers speechless. Forget about comparing him to someone like Tyson Gay at the starting line. Churen's single step could leave Gay far behind. Ziz in the blink of an eye, Churen's figure flashed past numerous examinees traveling along the route. A crackling streak of lightning marked his passage beside each of them. One examinee, walking with his teammates, heard the electrifying sound behind him. When he turned to look, a sudden gust of wind whipped his battle robe into a frenzy. Before his eyes, a figure streaked by like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. His teammates were equally shocked. One of them stammered, "What just flew past us?" "I have no idea." Another teammate replied, his face full of disbelief. But this wasn't an isolated incident. Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng also witnessed the moment firsthand. The two had just defeated a strange beast and were heading toward a nearby red marker on their map when they noticed a white that moving rapidly toward them. Its speed was insane. Who could it be? Lin Yifeng exclaimed in surprise, and then the sound of rushing wind filled his ears. A lightning-fast figure flashed past him in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with the sound of crackling thunders. The sheer speed created a powerful gust that kicked up a cloud of dust, which surged toward the two of them. Their battle robes flapped wildly in the wind. Cough, cough. Lin Yifeng quickly activated his ability, summoning a transparent wind shield that dispersed the incoming dust. But by the time the air cleared, Churen's figure had already vanished without a trace. "Brotherly, that person just now." Lin Yifeng's voice trembled slightly, his expression growing serious. A lightning ability user, and a very powerful one," Li Tianqing replied with a frown. "But he's using his ability to travel. Isn't he worried about running out of energy?" Lin Yifeng asked, his tone filled with confusion. After all, lightning abilities were known for their high energy consumption. Especially for newly awakened ability users like themselves, every use of their powers was cautious, as they feared overexertion might leave them defenseless. Yet that man seemed completely unbothered by such concerns. Despite the high energy cost of lightning abilities, he was using them recklessly to travel, without any hesitation, completely unconcerned about the possibility of exhaustion or losing his combat capabilities. It wasn't just Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing who were puzzled. Even the audience in the livestream chat was buzzing with discussion. "Whoa, I thought Lu Bu was already unbeatable. Didn't expect someone else to be this strong. Holy crap, is this how you use lightning abilities? Running at full speed without worrying about running out of energy. Does anyone know that guy's livestream channel? I need to check this out. I know. My wife is watching his stream right now. It's absolutely insane. Don't believe this guy. He's just messing with you. Trust me, search for Sister Mimi," one man suggested, his tone unusually serious. "Hey, you too, be serious for a moment. My buddy is actually watching this guy's live stream. He's from Rongqing number 3 High School, and his name is Churen. Just search for him, and you'll see. Oh, by the way, a friendly tip. Close your eyes when you enter, switch to the third-person view, and then open them." Following this enthusiastic viewer's advice, a flood of curious spectators rushed to the official site and quickly found Churen's livestream. Without hesitation, they clicked into the stream, eager to see for themselves. But as soon as they entered, they were utterly stunned. The livestream footage alternated between clear and blurry, clearly showing someone running at an incredible speed. The screen shook violently, and the sound of fierce wind intertwined with static-like crackling filled their ears, as if they'd been transported into a world of thunder and lightning. Damn, I just joined, and the shaking almost made me dizzy. If I hadn't switched to the third-person view in time, I might have actually thrown up. Oh my god, is this what it looks like when a lightning element ability user moves? This is way too cool. Look at the map in the top left corner. Did you notice? This guy is covering over 10 meters with every step. Insane. As expected of a lightning ability user speed and power combined. This is incredible. But wait, why doesn't he show any signs of energy depletion? Mom, I've seen a genius today. He's practically a superhero. In an instant, Churen's livestream attracted tens of thousands of viewers, and the chat exploded with a frenzy of comments. Watching the flood of messages, Chen Ming, seated in Wang Jiu's office, couldn't help but curl his lips into a proud smile. That's my boy, you little monster. You've already blown their minds at the first go. Keep it up and leave them all speechless. Chen Ming's pride was impossible to hide. He couldn't suppress the satisfaction he felt for Churen's performance. After all, this was a student from his academy. Go ahead, let them be envious. Of course, Chen Ming also noticed some skeptical comments in the chat. Many viewers expressed concerns that Churen's intense use of his ability might soon lead to energy depletion, leaving him defenseless. But Chen Ming simply chuckled, his eyes brimming with confidence. He knew that if it were any other lightning ability user, such concerns would be valid. But Churen? What a joke. If it were anyone else, I might believe it. But Churen? Sorry, you guys are completely wrong. That kid could unleash dozens of meteor storms and still not run out of energy. And now you're worried he'll burn out just from running? Ridiculous. For him, physical exhaustion is a far bigger concern than energy depletion. Chen Ming was well aware that Churen's body and abilities had surpassed the limits of ordinary people. At this moment, his speed was like an average person sprinting a few dozen steps, barely a strain on him, let alone a threat of energy depletion. Just wait. Soon, you'll witness a world that only true geniuses can reach. Almost there. Churen fixed his gaze on the red, gradually closing in on his tactical glasses, his steps quickening unconsciously. Unlike most people's fear of mutant beasts, he was trembling with excitement, worried that the creature might flee before he could reach it. Moments later, a dilapidated basketball court came into view. Surrounding the court were a few crumbling, old buildings, teetering on the brink of collapse. But Churen's attention was entirely captured by the massive figure in the center of the court. It was a beast nearly 5 meters long, its body covered in dark purple fur. Its powerful frame rose and fell rhythmically with each breath. Viewers in the livestream, watching through Churen's perspective, erupted in excitement as the scene unfolded. A nocturnal tiger. That's a high-level spirit perception beast. Is he seriously planning to take it heeding? He's already used his powers to rush here. Does he even have the strength left to fight? Unaware of the audience's chatter, his tactical glasses were one way. Churen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he observed the slumbering nocturnal tiger. This nocturnal beast was naturally prone to drowsiness during the day, and now it lay completely off guard, practically serving itself up as prey. Although the tactical glasses indicated that the creature was a high-level spirit perception beast, Churen felt no fear. His Class C combat weapon wasn't an ordinary sword or gun, but a pair of black gold gauntlets. To him, close-quarters combat was the only way to truly feel alive. All right, Lord G, time to put on a show, he muttered to himself, clenching his fists tightly. In an instant, arcs of electricity began to flicker around Churen's body. The livestream switched to a third-person aerial view, capturing the entire battlefield from above. From this perspective, Churen, surrounded by crackling lightning, resembled an ultimate weapon about to be unleashed, exuding an aura of overwhelming power that made hearts race. Particles of dust floated gently in the air, as if the world had fallen into complete silence. In this brewing battle, the Nightwalker Tiger was still sound asleep, completely oblivious to the looming danger. The livestream audience held their breath in anticipation. Then Churen made his move. Brilliant blue lightning erupted around Churen, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a dazzling streak of electricity, charging straight toward the Nightwalker Tiger. The crackling thunderclap tore through the air, so fast that the viewers didn't even have time to blink before Churen appeared right in front of the beast. With his right fist raised high, countless bolts of lightning coiled and swirled around it. Then, with a thunderous blow, he smashed his fist down toward the tiger's head. Boom! Zzz. A ferocious surge of lightning exploded on impact, like fireworks bursting over the Nightwalker Tiger's head. The beast didn't even have time to let out a cry before it was sent flying, its massive body crashing through several dilapidated buildings. Rubble scattered, dust billowed, and the scene resembled a demolition site. As the dust settled, the tiger's tragic state was revealed. A fist-sized crater was indented in the center of its skull, faint sparks of residual electricity flickering around it. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. The livestream fell into an eerie silence. For 2.5 seconds, no one spoke. Then, like a floodgate bursting open, the chat exploded. OMG, that punch was insane. Who said Churen was out of energy? Apologize right now. Holy cow, this guy isn't just a high schooler. If you told me he could summon divine lightning, I'd believe it. He just punched it to death. Mom, I just saw a real-life superhero. The audience was in a frenzy. After all, never before in the history of the exams had there been such a shocking candidity, newly awakened ability user, taking down an upper-tier spirit sense beast in a single punch. While other examinees were still struggling to team up against lower-tier spirit sense beasts, Churen had already soloed a much stronger opponent. The clip spread like wildfire. Bro, check this out. There's a god-tier candidate in the martial exam. Sis, drop everything and watch the live stream. This guy's insane. Son, forget your homework. Come watch this with your dad. In no time, the viewership of Churen's live stream skyrocketed, and he dominated the trending charts. Shocking. Martial exam candidate uses lightning ability to blitz through the test. Top contender for national champion lands a thunderous punch on a tiger. Strongest candidate in martial exam history. One punch ends the tiger god's reign. In the examination field, Churen had no idea how much of a stir he had caused outside. Right now, he was troubled by a single question. How should I roast this Night Stalker tiger? Squatting down, Churen ran his rough fingers gently over the thick hind leg of the Night Stalker tiger, feeling the firm, sinewy meat beneath his touch. He couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes gleaming with the unmistakable light of a gourmet. Such a magnificent ingredient. It would be a crime against nature not to cook it properly, he muttered to himself, then frowned. But unfortunately, I'm a lightning-type ability user. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were bursting with excitement, discussing fervently. So what? Lightning can roast too. One good strike, and that tiger will still end up charred, one viewer confidently commented. Bro, it's obvious you've never tasted a beast charred by a lightning ability user. Another viewer immediately retorted. The flavor is, let's just say, a challenge for your taste buds. Seriously, never try eating a beast scorched by lightning powers, a third viewer added. It tastes worse than chewing on rusted metal. Back in the examination field, Churen scrutinized the massive creature in front of him. His gaze roamed over the entire body of the Night Stalker tiger before finally settling on its hind leg. He decided to take just one leg as a backup ingredient. It was more than enough. He already had a plan in mind. Find another examinee who could cook, even if they only had basic culinary skills, and ask them to prepare the tiger's hind leg. In return, he would help that examinee take down a beast, boosting their score. Although points were distributed among the team, the person who delivered the final blow always received a slightly higher share. Without hesitation, Churen raised his right hand, which instantly sparked with dazzling blue-white electricity. His palm became like a sharp blade of thunder, slicing through the air with a brilliant arc. Swish! A flash of lightning cut cleanly through the Night Stalker tiger's left hind leg, leaving a smooth, mirror-like surface at the cut. However, faint blue electric arcs still crackled at the wound, emitting soft, sizzling sounds. Damn it! I should have brought a weapon like a sword or blade. Churen grumbled, glaring at the hind leg in his hand, which was still sparking with electricity. Using lightning abilities to cut meat just burns it. Great, now this part's inedible. His face was filled with frustration and regret. Hoisting the massive hind leg, nearly as large as himself, Churen set off in search of a fellow examinee who could cook. With electricity sparking under his feet, each step produced a miniature thunderclap as he moved like a flash of lightning, leaving a trail of electric light across the wilderness. The livestream viewers switched to his first-person perspective, experiencing the breathtaking speed of his lightning-powered travel in real time. Discussions in the chat grew even more animated. Unbelievable. He's using his ability for travel to how massive must his energy reserves be. No doubt about it. He's the top contender for the national champion. By the way, what level is Churen's ability? He looks insanely powerful. I want to know too. 1. As Churen sped across the wilderness, he activated the map function on his tactical goggles. A neon green screen unfolded before his eyes, showing that the nearest examinee was nearly 6 kilometers away. He frowned slightly as tactical goggles had a detection range of only 10 kilometers, beyond which they couldn't pick up anything. After all, these were the most basic models issued for the exam, so their limited functionality was to be expected. 6 kilometers, huh? He'll need to pick up the pace, Churen murmured to himself, increasing his energy output. In that instant, a massive bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire wilderness. Meanwhile, in an abandoned amusement park, 3 examinees were locked in a standoff with a ferocious iron-hide bull. The bull lowered its head, its sharp horns glinting coldly, and pawed at the ground with its hooves, ready to charge at any moment. Are you kidding me? How did we get this unlucky? One of the examinees cursed, his face twisted in frustration as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. At this moment, the brown E-class battle robe of the examinee was already torn to shreds, revealing the inner clothing beneath. The E-class longsword in his hand was trembling uncontrollably, as if it had been used to hack at solid objects dozens of times. How should I know? I just saw a lone red dot and came over. Who knew the red that would turn out to be an ironclad bull? Shouted another man, his face equally twisted in frustration. He wore a black E-class battle robe, his trembling E-class longsword gripped tightly in his hand. His robe was riddled with cracks and stains, as if he had just endured a brutal battle. Stop arguing, you two. It's coming again, a woman in a pink E-class battle robe cried out urgently. Blue light flickered weakly at her fingertips, emanating from her trembling hands, but it seemed feeble and drained. The two young men instantly tensed up and fixed their eyes ahead. At the center of their focus stood a towering ironclad bull, slowly swaying its massive head. Its blood-red eyes glowed like lanterns, and its two sharp horns pointed skyward. Its entire body gleamed with a metallic silver sheen, reflecting the sunlight like a moving fortress of steel. Ironclad bull, mid-tier spiritual perception realm. Its exterior is as tough as iron, which is why it's called the ironclad bull, the black-robed man whispered to his companions, his voice laced with tension. The ironclad bull snorted heavily, its wide nostrils puffing out clouds of white vapor as it swayed its head. Its right hind leg scraped against the ground, sending dirt flying, as it assumed a stance ready to charge. In the next moment, moo! The ironclad bull let out a deafening roar, its front hooves stomping the ground as it launched into a thunderous charge. The ground quaked violently, and the beast's momentum stirred up a massive cloud of dust, forming a choking sandstorm that obscured the sky. Shit! It's coming! Yelled the brown-robed examinee, his body reacting instinctively as he dodged to the side, nearly losing his balance. The black-robed examinee didn't dare hesitate either. He sprinted toward a nearby carousel, seeking cover behind it. The woman in the pink robe, knowing she couldn't withstand the ironclad bull heathen, darted toward a large circular flower bed with agility. Her face was etched with fear. There was no other option, they couldn't afford to face it directly. The memories of their previous clashes were still fresh, where they had nearly sent themselves to the brink of death. With only class abilities, the three examinees already struggled against low-tier spiritual perception realm beasts, let alone this mid-tier ironclad bull. They had only intended to hunt weaker, isolated beasts, but fate had brought them face-to-face with this ferocious monster. Boom. Crack. Bang. The ironclad bull crashed headlong into the spot where the group had been standing moments ago. The ground shattered instantly, debris flying everywhere as dust filled the air, resembling the aftermath of a small explosion. Seeing this, the black-robed examinee's face turned pale as a sheet. Without a second thought, he shouted, "We can't outrun it. Send out a distress signal now." Damn it. Did I forget to check my horoscope before going out today? Cursed the brown-robed examinee as he dodged frantically. Without hesitation, he activated the distress signal. The black-robed man and the woman in the pink robe also wasted no time, simultaneously sending out their distress signals. The distress signal was a crucial feature of their tactical glasses. Once activated, it would appear on the interface of other examinees' glasses. It displayed the rescue location on the map and provided key details about the situation, such as the type of beast they were facing, the status of the individuals requesting help, and the condition of the beast. With this information, other examinees could assess their own capabilities and decide whether to assist. After the distress signal was sent, examinees within a 10-kilometer radius who were checking their maps immediately saw the alert. Most of the candidates, upon seeing the distress signal, instinctively thought to rush to the rescue. However, as they reviewed the scene's details, they were stunned. An enraged ironclad bull? Who would dare to step forward and confront that? After all, they were merely newly awakened candidates, barely capable of dealing with enemies at the lower Lingjue realm, let alone a mid-level Lingjue realm ironclad bull. They had no choice but to abandon any thoughts of rescue. Strength simply wasn't on their side. Yet, there were still those who chose to act like Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. The two exchanged a glance and made their decision without hesitation to rescue the trapped individuals. Not only that, but they also resolved to take down the ironclad bull. This determination stemmed from a sudden shift in the rankings. The leaderboard for exam site number 47 had undergone a dramatic change. First place, Churen, 200 points. Second place, Li Tianqing, 32 points. Third place, Lin Yifeng, 28 points. After slaying a high-level Lingjue realm night tiger, Churen's score skyrocketed to 200, instantly surpassing all other candidates. While most candidates dismissed the scoreboard, knowing full well they had no chance of claiming the top spot, it was a different story for Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. As provincial champions, they had long been conditioned to compete for first place. Seeing Churen suddenly leap ahead, an overwhelming sense of urgency gripped them. Meanwhile, Churen, while hurrying along his path, noticed the distress signal on the map. This signal was from the very group of candidates he had been searching for. He quickly examined the scene's details and picked up his pace. Ironclad bull. Let's see if it can withstand one of my strikes, Churen muttered under his breath. Though his voice was low, the livestream audience heard him clearly. The chat in the livestream room instantly became lively. Withstand one punch. Do you think the ironclad bull's organs are made of iron? Ironclad bull. Buddy, one punch from you might just kill it from pain. Night tiger. Ironclad bull. I can't believe I'm actually feeling bad for these beasts. I used to only worry about the candidates. Now, here I am, worrying for the ironclad bull. First you shatter the tiger god's dream. Now you're going for the bull god's dream too? Lightning abilities and gauntlet weapons? Churen, what kind of bizarre combat strategy is this? Churen's live stream was starkly different from those of other candidates. In other streams, viewers were anxiously concerned for the candidate's safety, dreading any potential mishaps. But here, the roles were reversed. People were now worried about the ironclad bull's fate. Some viewers even questioned Churen's strategy of combining lightning abilities with gauntlet weapons, finding it unconventional. Lightning ability users typically wield guns or blades, making gauntlets a rare choice. Damn it, is no one coming to help? The boy in the brown robe narrowly dodged another charge from the ironclad bull, blood spraying from the corner of his mouth as he shouted in frustration. No chance. The moment they saw the ironclad bull, they gave up, the boy in the black robe said, wiping blood from his own mouth, his face full of unwillingness. I lost my ability. The girl in the pink robe bent slightly, her face covered in dirt and dust, panting heavily. She could feel that her powers were completely drained, not a trace remaining. Damn it. Looks like our college entrance exam journey ends here. The boy in the brown robe clenched his fists, his tone filled with frustration. The boy in the black robe gritted his teeth and said remorsefully, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for misjudging the situation. Not far away, the iron-armored bull seemed to sense that the three examinees had reached their limit. It stood firmly in place, its hind legs lightly scraping the ground, ready to charge. All right, I'm not blaming you. The boy in the brown robe suddenly chuckled. Guess we just had bad luck. Anyway, it's not like we're gonna die. If I can't get into college, they'll just go back and take over my family's little restaurant. Life goes on. Really? In that case, do you need an extra hand? I can work for you. The boy in the black robe joked along. Sure thing, bro. For a moment, the two boys seemed to forget the life or death situation they were in, chatting casually, as if they were back in their dorm room. The girl in the pink robe glanced at them and sighed helplessly. Her journey to the college entrance exam truly seemed to have come to an end. Just as the three were about to accept their fate and reach for their necklaces, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly roared across the sky. A bolt of lightning split the heavens, and Churen descended like a god, appearing before the three of them. The livestream chat exploded in an instant, with comments pouring in like a tidal wave. A thunderous boom from the sky. And here comes the man himself. Go, go, go. This first-person perspective is insane. I'm already hyped. Unbelievable. And he's just a candidate. In the abandoned amusement park, Churen stood amidst crackling arcs of electricity, his entire body radiating energy like a charged battery. Slung over his back was a piece of charred tiger leg. The iron-armored bull fixed its wary gaze on Churen, ceasing its scraping motion. It let out a low, guttural moo, as if warning him to stay away. Churen completely ignored the bull's warning. He set down the burnt tiger leg with a hint of exasperation and said, Ugh, I give up. It got overcooked after all. You. The boy in the brown robe stared at Churen with wide eyes, utterly shocked. Are you that young master? What? Churen froze, puzzled by the sudden title. The boy in the black robe quickly elbowed his companion, signaling him to stop talking. The boy in the brown robe immediately corrected himself. Sorry, I misspoke. It's fine. Churen waved it off and turned to face the iron-armored bull. Let's deal with this thing first. Got it. Boss, we're with you. The boy in the black robe gripped his knife and assumed a fighting stance. What he thought was the end of the road had suddenly turned into a second chance. His heart reignited with determination, could still fight. No need. Churen gently raised his arm and pressed down the blade of the man in the black robe. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. This guy? Leave him to me. Huh. The man in the black robe froze for a moment, hesitating. Boss, can you really handle this alone? If I can't handle it alone, then why would I be called boss? Churen pointed to a charred piece of meat on the ground. That's the hind leg of a nightwalker tiger. Understand now. What? The three examinees exclaimed in unison. A nightwalker tiger was a high-level Lingjue realm creature, and not only had this man killed it, but he'd also carved up its meat? They stared at the charred piece of meat, lost in thought. Was it even edible in such a state? Ignoring their doubts, Churen turned to face the ironclad bull. The massive beast exhaled a thick fog, its crimson eyes fixed warily on Churen. Its body lowered slightly as it let out a long, warning bellow. The livestream audience burst into laughter at the scene. Huh. This ironclad bull is pretty cautious. It doesn't dare attack Churen right away. Are you kidding? Would you charge at a taser if you saw one? That analogy is spot on. Churen smirked at the ironclad bull's wary demeanor. This beast had some sense, but not enough. Tightening his right fist, countless bolts of lightning materialized out of thin air, converging wildly around his arm. Ever since awakening my ability, the little figure in my mind has been training nonstop. Now that I've reached the mid-tier Lingjue realm, even creatures in the Weiguang realm are no match for me. Churen thought to himself. Let's see if your steel body can withstand my punch. Before the thought had fully formed, Churen vanished in a flash of lightning. The ironclad bull panicked, glancing around frantically, fear flickering in its eyes. Looking for me? The voice suddenly came from behind the ironclad bull. Before it could react, a thunderous punch, crackling with countless bolts of lightning, slammed into its steel-like body. Boom! Lightning exploded in every direction. The ironclad bull let out a pitiful wail as its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the three examinees stood frozen in shock. The ironclad bull's body was deeply dented, lifeless. He killed the ironclad bull with one punch. The man in the black robe stammered. The man in the brown robe swallowed hard, his face stiff with disbelief. The creature they could only call for help against had been taken down with a single strike? Are you sure you're just an examinee? The woman in the pink robe asked, her small mouth slightly open, her eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Churen, stood frozen in place because his template system had just undergone a change. Template progress, 6.1. That's right, it had increased by 1. Churen's progress on the template had just jumped from 5.0 to 5.1 through his cultivation and the practice of the small figure in his mind. But what truly surprised him was that after killing just 2 beasts, the progress increased by another 1. This discovery thrilled him. It turned out that progress could be made not only through cultivation, but also by slaying beasts. This newfound realization filled Churen with excitement. However, the immediate priority was to address the food problem. After all, the food in his tactical backpack would only last for about 24 hours at most. He had no intention of going hungry while pursuing beasts. Preparing food in advance would allow him to better enjoy the upcoming battles. So, Churen decided to temporarily ignore the fallen iron-armored ox and instead walk toward the 3 remaining examinees nearby. As Churen approached, the 3 examinees became visibly excited, especially the boy in the black robe, who looked as if he had just encountered his idol. Sheathing the long blade in his hand, the boy exclaimed with enthusiasm, "You're amazing. You took down that iron-armored ox with a single punch." The boy in the brown robe blushed slightly, clearly a mix of excitement and shyness. He seemed outgoing, but when faced with strangers, he appeared somewhat reserved and said nothing. Compliments were always appreciated, and Churen was no exception. He smiled faintly and then asked, "Does anyone here know how to cook?" The 3 of them froze for a moment. Then, almost simultaneously, the boy in the black robe and the girl in the pink robe turned to look at the boy in the brown robe. Churen followed their gaze. The boy in the brown robe, his face reddening further, stammered, I do. My family has been running a restaurant for generations." Churen's eyes lit up with delight, his heart secretly rejoicing. It seemed his luck wasn't bad at all. Had actually come across an examinee who could cook. He immediately pointed to the haunch of the night tiger lying nearby and said, "Can you help me process that piece of meat?" The boy in the brown robe stepped over to examine the haunch of the night tiger closely. The surface of the meat was blackened and charred, almost to a frightening degree, as if it had been scorched by electricity. If that were the case, the inside might also be burned, rendering it inedible. However, he didn't give up immediately. Instead, he pulled a small knife from his bag and began carefully cutting away at the meat. "It doesn't look great," he said as he worked, "but I think it can still be salvaged." After further inspection, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The inside isn't burnt. It should still be edible. That's good to hear. Churen felt slightly reassured. "How long will it take you to process it?" The boy in the brown robe paused to think before replying. "It'll take about 3 hours. Since there's no fire, I'll have to slowly trim away the burnt parts bit by bit." 3 hours? Churen frowned slightly, muttering to himself. "If we had fire, would it take less time?" "Yes, it should only take about 20 minutes. The boy in the brown robe replied with a brief nod. Just as Churen was about to look for a fire-based ability user, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. "Is it resolved already?" Turning toward the sound, he saw 2 figures approaching quickly, one dressed in white, the other in green. It was Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. The moment they arrived, they were stunned by the sight before them. A massive iron-armored bull lay collapsed on the ground, its sturdy body marred by a deep fist-shaped dent, with scorched marks surrounding the area. Their gazes darted between the bull's lifeless form and Churen's group of 4 standing nearby. "It's him," Lin Yifeng said gravely to Li Tianqing. "We definitely underestimated him." Li Tianqing nodded silently, his sword trembling slightly in his hand as a glint of battle intent flickered in his eyes. The 3 other examinees, surprised by the unexpected visitors, wore expressions of astonishment. They clearly hadn't expected Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng to respond to the distress signal. Churen, unfamiliar with the two, naturally assumed they were just regular examinees. Hey, you two, he called out, waving. Does either of you know how to use fire? This unexpected question left Lin Yifeng momentarily stunned. In his experience, someone with Churen's apparent strength and status would typically act aloof and arrogant. Yet this young man seemed remarkably approachable, a stark contrast to the haughty elites they had encountered before. Fire. Lin Yifeng hesitated. You mean fire-based abilities? Churen's eyes lit up at the response, and in a flash, he appeared right in front of them like a streak of lightning. Startled, both Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng instinctively assumed defensive stances, with Li Tianqing drawing his sword. Clang! The blade left its sheath, its sharp, white energy slicing through the air as it aimed directly for Churen's face. Snap! A crisp sound shattered the tension as Churen effortlessly caught the blade between two fingers, halting its momentum entirely. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Churen said with an exasperated tone. What's with the hostility, guys? I'm not going to hurt you. Don't forget, attacking other examinees is against the rules. Li Tianqing quickly withdrew his sword. Sorry, that was just a reflex, he said, his gaze fixed on Churen, unable to hide his shock. That strike had been a pure instinctive attack, launched with full force, yet the man before him had neutralized it as if it were nothing. In this moment, only one thought consumed his mind. Strong. Incredibly strong. Lin Yifeng stood nearby, feeling the same shock. He was well aware of the power behind Li Tianqing's sword strike so much so that even he wouldn't dare to confront it head-on. Yet, Churen had effortlessly caught the blade between two fingers. The sight left Lin Yifeng utterly stunned, his heart overwhelmed with disbelief. At the same time, a question lingered in his mind. Such extraordinary combat ability and precise judgment couldn't have been developed overnight. It must have been honed through years of experience and training. But here was the puzzle. Why had he never heard of Churen before? Even among the notable figures in powerful families, he should have at least come across the name. Yet Churen was a complete mystery to him, and it baffled him to no end. It's fine. No need to apologize, Churen said casually, waving his hand nonchalantly. By the way, do any of you happen to have fire-based powers? As Churen's words broke the silence, both Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng snapped back to their senses. Li Tianqing took a moment to compose himself before asking, why are you looking for someone with fire-based abilities? Churen pointed to the charred hind leg of the night tiger not far away and said calmly, I need someone to process the hind leg of the night tiger. I've already found someone for the task, but I still need a fire-based ability user to help out. Night tiger? Lin Yifeng exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. That's a night tiger, a high-tier spiritual beast. Even with both Li Tianqing and me working together, we wouldn't dare face it lightly. Churen nodded without much emotion. The night tiger wasn't that strong. I killed it with a single punch. What? Lin Yifeng's jaw dropped again, his expression frozen in disbelief. He knew Churen was powerful, but this level of strength was beyond his imagination. Taking down a night tiger with one punch? That was practically superhuman. Li Tianxing's eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he quietly processed the revelation. Meanwhile, Churen didn't wait for their reactions and pressed on with his inquiry. So do either of you have fire-based powers? Li Tianqing finally spoke up. Yes, I do. I'm a fire ability user. Churen's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he grabbed Li Tianxing's hand and started walking. Perfect. Then I'll need your help. Li Tianqing didn't resist and allowed Churen to lead him away. Lin Yifeng snapped out of his daze and hurriedly called after them. Wait for me. He quickly followed along. When the three of them reached the night tiger's hind leg, the black-robed young man nearby was visibly excited, while the brown-robed one still looked tense and uneasy. Sensing his anxiety, Churen patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, don't worry, we're all on the same side. You take charge from here. Turning to Li Tianqing, Churen added, brother, you'll need your help. Once this is done, I can help you capture a spiritual beast for you to slay and earn points as compensation. How does that sound? To Churen's surprise, Li Tianqing declined the offer. No need. You don't have to catch a beast for me. Just share a portion of the night tiger's hind leg meat with me after we're done. Churen paused for a moment, then chuckled. Deal. As Li Tianqing's words fell, Churen hadn't reacted yet, but the live stream chat had already exploded. Wow. No wonder he's ranked first in Qilu's combat scores. His mind is so sharp. Why? Isn't directly killing the beast for points better? Clearly, you weren't paying attention in class. Didn't your teacher mention it? Nocturnal beasts are the best for replenishing abilities, making them the perfect food for recovering after big battles. Indeed, the meat of nocturnal beasts is rich in energy, making it an excellent choice for ability users to replenish their strength. Many ability users carry food made from nocturnal beast meat to recover after combat. Even the meals and tactical backpacks are specially made from this meat. Churen simply gave a calm smile after hearing this. To him, the hind leg meat of a nocturnal tiger was just food to fill his stomach. Whether it could restore his abilities was of little importance. All right, Churen nodded in agreement. Once it's done, you can have some nocturnal tiger meat. I'll only take the hind legs. As for the rest, I can tell you where the body is. Li Tianqing's eyes lit up. You really mean it? You'll tell me where the body is. Why not? The location is up 34, middle 88, down 599. Mark it down, and you can retrieve it later. Li Tianqing looked surprised, unable to fathom Churen's intentions. Wasn't he worried that they might recover their abilities quickly with the nocturnal tiger carcass and then compete for first place? However, since Churen was being so straightforward, Li Tianqing felt it would be inappropriate to refuse his help. What do you need me to do? Li Tianqing turned to the boy in the brown robe. The boy shuddered slightly and stammered while explaining his request. Seeing that they had come to an agreement, Churen paid no further attention and lightly leaped onto the armored bull's carcass, using it as a temporary seat. Lin Feng, seeing this, rode an invisible gust of wind and gracefully landed on the armored bull's back. He cupped his hands in greeting. I am Lin Feng. May I ask who you are? Churen, he replied succinctly. You can call me Jige. Chicken. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, finding this rich young man's personality quite peculiar. Where is Jige from? Lin Feng asked as he sat down beside him. Sichuan Chongqing. The Sichuan Chongqing of the difficult Shu Road's fame? Churen sighed helplessly. Is that the only thing worth remembering about Sichuan Chongqing? Lin Feng suddenly pulled out a folding fan and lightly spread it open. Of course not. It's also known for producing dinosaurs, right? I know that. Churen was momentarily speechless, breaking into a cold sweat. Lin Feng spoke while casually fanning himself with a folding fan. His demeanor appeared calm, yet his words were sharp and piercing. Churen raised an eyebrow upon hearing him and let out a somewhat helpless smile. The atmosphere grew tense, with Lin Feng's words cutting through the previously calm conversation like a blade. Meanwhile, Churen's livestream began to heat up, with fans flooding the screen with comments. Wow, wow, wow. His name is Lin Feng, right? How dare he insult us like that? We're the sweet girls of Sichuan and Chongqing. What does he mean by home of violent dragons? That guy really has some nerve. You better hope I don't catch him. Do you really think you can take on Lin Feng? He's the top combat scorer at Jinling High School. Wait a second. Look at who's commenting. They're from the Sichuan Chongqing Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Do you even know what that means? Ah, sorry, big sisters, I might have gone too far just now. It's not your fault, blame Lin Feng. At the same time, the four people riding on the armored ox kept conversing in hushed tones. Churen glanced at Lin Feng, who remained composed, and couldn't help but say, So you're the top combat scorer at Jinling? Looks like you're truly a formidable contender. He sounded a bit surprised, having previously assumed Lin Feng was just an ordinary candidate. He hadn't expected him to have such an impressive background. Haha, I wouldn't dare call myself a top contender. Jige, your abilities are far more impressive, Lin Feng replied with a modest smile, waving his fan lightly. However, his tone shifted as a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Jige, I do have a question for you. What is it? Churen asked, puzzled. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, What level is your lightning ability? As soon as Lin Feng posed the question, the atmosphere became even more tense. The boy in the black robe and the girl in the pink robe unconsciously straightened up, their gazes fixed on Churen. It was clear they were eager to know the level of his supernatural ability. After all, the overwhelming power of that earlier thunderbolt was far beyond what an ordinary level or even a level ability could produce. Churen paused briefly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He was about to answer confidently when Li Tianqing's voice interrupted his thoughts. It's ready, Li Tianqing's deep voice announced, drawing everyone's attention. Behind him, the boy in the brown robe held up a large, freshly prepared piece of night tiger hind leg meat. Steam and a tantalizing aroma wafted from the meat, instantly captivating the group. For the moment, Churen's lightning ability was no longer the topic of interest. It seems Jige is quite extraordinary to possess such strength, Lin Feng remarked, his smile deepening. There was a mix of admiration and an unreadable undertone in his expression. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was still buzzing. Churen's ability level must be off the charts. From that thunderbolt, he's got to be at least in the spiritual perception stage. Spiritual perception stage? You mean his awakened talent has already reached that level? That's incredible. If that's true, this competition is going to be even more exciting. The comments grew increasingly fervent as Lin Feng and Churen's conversation continued in a seemingly casual manner. Yet, in everyone's eyes, there was a glimmer of anticipation, a complex emotion that hinted at the excitement to come. Seeing that the meat he needed was already prepared, Churen leapt off the iron-armored ox and quickly walked over to the boy in the brown robe. Due to limited resources, I couldn't use any seasonings, so I just roasted it. It might taste a bit bland, the boy in the brown robe said, holding up a steaming piece of hind leg meat, his tone carrying a trace of apology. Churen waved it off casually. On the battlefield, as long as we fill our stomachs, who cares about the taste? He took the fragrant piece of hind leg meat from the boy. Since the meat is ready, let's divide it up. Divide it? Everyone exclaimed in unison. clearly surprised that Churen would willingly share the spoils. Lin Yifeng stepped forward quickly, his face full of embarrassment. Brother Ji, I didn't contribute at all, so I can't take any of the meat. Exactly, Brother Ji, none of us helped. We can't take the meat. The boy in the black robe and the girl in the pink robe nodded repeatedly in agreement. Churen held up the massive piece of hind leg meat, which was nearly the size of his own body, and laughed. Why are you all making such a fuss? This thing is huge, I couldn't carry it all even if I wanted to. The group fell silent. Although they all craved the meat of the nocturnal beast, a rare and valuable resource for energy recovery among ability users, they couldn't help but feel awkward about accepting it since they hadn't participated in the battle. You all are something else. Cultivators strive for the heavens, the earth, and even the air. How is it that you've become so modest? Churen handed the hind leg meat to the boy in the brown robe. Go ahead and divide it up. It's getting late, and we all still have exams to take. His words struck a chord with Li Tianxing, who began to reflect. Cultivators strive for the heavens, the earth, and the air? Does that mean everything must be fought for on your own? The boy in the brown robe accepted the meat and skillfully began to carve it. For Churen, he didn't need much food, just enough to fill his stomach. Rather than let it go to waste, he figured it was a good opportunity to build some goodwill. After all, the college entrance exams weren't just about strength. Understanding human relationships was just as important. As they waited for the meat to be divided, Churen's livestream chat suddenly exploded with comments. Strive for the heavens, the earth, and the air. What a profound statement. Cultivation truly requires fighting for your own resources. Otherwise, growth is nearly impossible. Exactly. Especially when competing with other races for resources. As long as the goal is achieved, I think the means don't matter, even if it's complete annihilation of another race. What? Complete annihilation of a race? Isn't that going too far? Too far? Now even beggars dare to comment online. Aren't you afraid the inspectors will come after you? Back in the exam hall, the boy in the brown robe demonstrated the true craftsmanship passed down in his family. Within minutes, he had expertly carved up the massive hind leg of the nocturnal tiger, his precise knife skills earning the admiration and praise of everyone around. After dividing the hind leg meat of the night-stalking tiger, Churen skillfully wrapped the chunks tightly with the outer hide of an iron-armored bull and casually secured them to his waist. He waved goodbye to the group, saying, "Good luck with your exams, everyone. I'm heading out now." Before his words had fully landed, his body began to flicker with dazzling electric light. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and his figure vanished. Wow, traveling with lightning abilities, what a legend. The boy in the black robe murmured, staring in awe at the direction Churen had disappeared. The girl in the pink robe beside him gazed after Churen with admiration, though she knew full well that the immense gap in power between them meant there was no chance for anything more. In this world, where invaders lurked at every corner, a prodigy like Churen, entrusted with so much hope, had no room for romance. His overwhelming strength and talent were so extraordinary that even his fellow examinees found them hard to comprehend. Now that everything's taken care of, Lin Yifeng said with a light flick of his folding fan and a smile. We'll be taking our leave as well. With that, he and Li Tianxing departed together. The remaining 3 examinees nodded silently, making no effort to stop them. After all, the chasm in strength between them made forming deeper connections impossible. In the hours that followed, the atmosphere within the examination grounds grew increasingly tense. Churen transformed into a ruthless force of destruction, leaving no beast standing in his path. Whether they were low-tier, mid-tier, or high-tier spiritual sense beasts, all met their end with a single punch. His astonishing achievements left the livestream audience in awe, with many hailing him as a superhuman and a rising star of the new generation. Amusingly, when one viewer typed, "Lao Da is awesome," in the chat, it triggered an immediate shift in the livestream's mood. The nickname, Lao Da, began flooding the screen, repeated over and over. Oblivious to this, Churen remained entirely focused on his battles. After taking down an iron-armored bull, Churen finally paused, sitting down on its massive corpse to rest. The livestream chat exploded in response. "Oh my gosh, he finally ran out of energy. Do you know what I've been through these past hours? Watching this guy fly around endlessly with his abilities like a perpetual motion machine. Whoever said lightning abilities weren't good? This lightning power is incredible. Sorry, Churen, I just can't hold it in anymore." Whoa, stop right there. Don't ruin this for me. I'm trying to behave, but now you've got me. Can someone kick those 2 out of the chat? The live stream chat was buzzing with comments, as everyone speculated that Churen's powers had finally run dry. It was well known that Churen's combat style was highly unconventional. As a lightning element ability user taking the college entrance exams, his performance was nearly incomprehensible. Typically, ability users like him would carefully conserve their powers, fearing that overuse might lead to exhaustion and affect their scores. But Churen was different. His abilities seemed endless, showing no signs of depletion. For hours, he tirelessly hunted and defeated mutant beasts without rest, not even taking a bite of the nocturnal tiger's hind leg meat hanging at his waist. He resembled a cold-blooded killing machine with astonishing combat prowess. At last, seeing him pause and begin to recover his powers, the livestream audience sighed in relief, thankful that he wasn't an unstoppable perpetual motion machine. Inside the examination field, Churen sat atop an armored ox, breathing lightly. His powers hadn't actually run out. He was simply fatigued from hours of relentless running and fighting. After all, chasing and slaying mutant beasts for such an extended period naturally took a toll on his stamina. However, the effort was not without rewards. He glanced at the scoreboard in his hand. At this moment, in exam field 47, his score was astonishingly high. Churen ranked first with 2,535 points. Li Tianqing was second with 987 points, and Lin Yifeng ranked third with 966 points. Compared to other exam fields, the scores in field 47 were more than double those of the others, yet Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng's scores still couldn't come close to Churen's. Clearly, Churen's presence had pushed the other candidates to work harder, driving their scores up in a fierce competitive atmosphere. However, even with their efforts, no one could surpass him. While Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng scrambled to replenish their abilities, Churen simply focused on killing more mutant beasts, effortlessly racking up points. In addition to his impressive score, Churen had another significant gain progress in his template system. He could clearly sense that its progress had jumped from 7.5 to 7.9. With every one increase, his lightning abilities grew stronger, as if unlocking some kind of seal. This filled him with anticipation, and he couldn't help but think to himself, if S-level abilities are already this powerful, how terrifying will my strength be when I unlock SS level? A hint of excitement appeared on Churen's face. Several hours had passed, and now, from 9 a.m. to the present, it was lunchtime. He scanned his surroundings and naturally began preparing to eat. Taking the nocturnal tiger's hind leg meat wrapped in armored ox hide from his waist, he started eating heartily. The chunks of meat were roughly cut and chewy. Though the flavor was somewhat unusual, with a mix of charred and cooked aromas, it didn't diminish Churen's appetite. As he swallowed piece after piece, his brows furrowed slightly, lost in thought. That faint burnt taste was starting to bother him. The livestream audience burst into laughter as they watched. Haha, the meat's been electrocuted and then roasted, it's hilarious. The livestream chat scrolled rapidly, with some viewers expressing sympathy for Churen's inner struggle, while others posted random, nonsensical comments. At that moment, Chen Meng, seated in Wang Jio's office, received a phone call. Hello. As soon as Chen Meng answered, a familiar and cheerful voice came through. Mengzi, I'm back. Where are you right now? The muscles on Chen Meng's face twitched slightly, forming a somewhat menacing grin. Lao Qiao, you're back. Of course, I just said so. Hurry up and tell me where you are. I went to your office, but you weren't there. Haha, sorry, I'm not at school right now, Chen Meng replied with a chuckle. Oh, I get it, you're at the usual spot, the foot massage place, right? Hold on, they'll have technician number 58 get ready for you. Hearing this, Chen Meng immediately tensed up, nervously scanning his surroundings to confirm there were no cameras, before lowering his voice. Don't talk nonsense. I'm at the Beijing Military Academy. Military Academy? Isn't today the college entrance exam? Chen Meng briefly explained Churen's participation in the exam. After a moment of silence, Lao Qiao's voice grew animated. Interesting. I like it. Wait for me, they'll be there soon. After hanging up, Chen Meng couldn't help but glance around the office again, worried that someone might overhear his supposed visits to the foot massage place. He reassured himself silently. Wang Jio wouldn't be crazy enough to install cameras in his office, right? Meanwhile, a massive wind rock, approximately 10 meters long, hovered above the exam site. Wang Jio sat on the bird's back, holding a device resembling a laptop. The screen displayed a map of the examination grounds, dotted with white and red markers. Surprisingly, the upper left corner of the screen also showed live footage and audio from the office. Hearing the conversation between Chen Meng and Lao Qiao, the corners of Wang Jio's mouth lifted slightly. A foot massage place? Technician number 58? Interesting. Suddenly, the device emitted a sharp alarm. Wang Jio's expression turned serious as his eyes locked onto the map. A particular area had become flooded with dense clusters of red dots, interspersed with a few flashing white ones indicating that some examinees had activated their necklaces. Staring at the alarming sight, Wang Jio stood up abruptly, grabbed a black, box-like device, and spoke into it with urgency. Everyone, stay alert. A beast tide has appeared. A beast tide. The beast tide strikes. The beast tide, as the name suggests, is a massive uprising of countless exotic beasts gathered together, forming a large-scale rampage. Such events typically occur only within the beast forest and are almost always initiated by high-level exotic beasts, with only a very small percentage forming spontaneously. No one expected that during this year's college entrance exams, such a rare beast tide would erupt. The live feed from the tactical glasses broadcasted the beast tide to the outside world, instantly sparking public uproar. Shocking. An unexpected beast tide at exam site number 47. Is it deliberate or pure coincidence? Beast tide strikes. Hundreds of candidates at exam site number 47 eliminated instantly. Once in a century. Exotic beast rampage during the college entrance exams. Inside the exam site, Wang Jiao was already overwhelmed with action. Riding a massive wind rock, he hovered over the chaos, diving repeatedly to rescue candidates protected by their magnetic field necklaces. Each time the wind rock landed, it stirred up a powerful gust of wind, scattering smaller exotic beasts in the vicinity. Meanwhile, two other examiners were tirelessly weaving through the beast swarm, rescuing trampled candidates. This beast tide had already caused the protective necklaces of over 100 students to shatter, disqualifying them from the exam. While commanding the wind rock to descend and save more students, Wang Jiao shouted into his communicator, "Beast tide at exam site number 47, requesting reinforcements." After putting down the communicator, he immediately threw himself back into the rescue efforts. In truth, Wang Jiao's wind rock could easily disperse the beast tide with a single release of its overwhelming aura. Yet, he refrained. This was the college entrance exam. Candidates were required to face and overcome all challenges on their own, even a beast tide. His call for reinforcements was primarily for post-disqualification rescue operations. As the beast tide persisted, the number of disqualified candidates would only increase. The necklace's protection lasted mere minutes, and rescuing hundreds of students with just 3 people was nearly impossible. As more students were rescued, the wind rock's back was temporarily transformed into a small refuge, crowded with terrified candidates still recovering from the ordeal. Meanwhile, other candidates still in the exam noticed something unusual through the tactical glasses map. Function, a dense cluster of red dots was moving rapidly across the map. A beast tide. Churen stared at the red dots charging north on the map, muttering in disbelief. How did I end up encountering this? Without hesitation, Churen donned his thunder armor, his body glowing with flickering blue electric light, and flew in the direction away from the beast swarm. At the same time, he sent out a rescue signal with a single thought. As the signal was transmitted, his location and personal information began flashing on other candidates' maps. Elsewhere, Lin Yifeng and Li Tianxing, also fleeing the danger, noticed the anomaly on their maps. No rescue signals in the surrounding area? Could it be? Lin Yifeng frowned, quickly checking the details of the rescue signal. As expected, the signal was from Churen. Lin Yifeng instantly grasped Churen's intention, turning to Li Tianxing and saying, "Brother Li, Brother Ji has sent a rally signal. Let's head to him." Li Tianxing simply nodded without a word and immediately adjusted his direction. It wasn't just the two of them. Other candidates quickly understood Churen's intent and began converging on his location. This coordinated move was immediately noticed by the audience outside, and the live stream's comment section erupted into chaos. Wow, turning a rescue signal into a rally signal? That's genius. The other candidates caught on fast. They're all heading towards him now, but can they really handle the beast tide when they gather together? Even though those beasts are only at the Lingjue realm, it's still a beast tide after all. In an instant, viewers flooded into Churen's and the other candidate number 47's live streams like a tidal wave. The viewer numbers for other test venues plummeted, while the numbers on their screens climbed visibly by the second. A beast tide at the college entrance exam site. This was a once-in-a-century spectacle. Since they had the chance to witness it this year, no one wanted to miss this life-and-death showdown. Would it end in total annihilation or a miraculous survival? At this moment, in Wang Jiao's office, Chen Meng was leisurely sitting in Wang Jiao's chair. He pulled out Wang Jiao's prized tea from the drawer and grabbed the elegant tea set from the cabinet, happily pouring himself a full cup. The rich aroma of the tea filled the room as wisps of steam gently rose into the air. A beast tide? Chen Meng didn't even bat an eye. A Lingjue realm beast tide might be a disaster for ordinary candidates, but this was Churen they were talking about. Besides, Churen still had a trump card he hadn't played yet. A beast tide, huh? Perfect for Churen to show off. Chen Meng's lips curled into a satisfied smirk as he lightly blew on the steaming tea. The thought of sitting here openly in Wang Jiao's office, enjoying his precious tea and tea set, while Wang Jiao was still outside busy with rescue operations, completely unaware of his treasured tea being consumed, made Chen Meng chuckle. Life is just too good, he murmured. Just as he was about to take his first sip, a crisp voice rang out from the doorway. Mengzi, clang. Chen Meng's entire body jolted, and he scrambled to steady the teacup in his hands. The tea sloshed violently inside, nearly spilling over just barely. A few black lines seemed to appear above Chen Meng's head as he turned toward the doorway with an annoyed expression. The door had been kicked wide open, and a man in a blue combat uniform stood there with a bright grin on his face. The man stepped into the room, looking around in amazement. Whoa, old Wang's office is pretty swanky. As he spoke, he strode over to Chen Meng's side. His eyes immediately landed on the freshly opened tea leaves and the pristine tea set on the desk. Hey, red robe, tea old Wong's got good taste. The man grinned, casually picking up an empty teacup and holding it out to Chen Ming. Mengzi, pour me a cup. Chen Ming's expression darkened, but he begrudgingly poured him a cup of tea. Haha. The man chuckled as he accepted the cup and took a small sip. Ah, refreshing. A look of satisfaction spread across his face as he grabbed a stool and plopped down next to Chen Ming without a care. Mengzi, what's the situation now? How's the score looking? The man asked with a cheeky grin, setting his cup down. Chen Ming closed his eyes, holding his cup in his right hand and pointing at the computer screen with his left index finger in a sage-like manner. See for yourself. The man's mouth twitched slightly before he turned his gaze to the screen. On the map in the upper right corner of the computer, countless red dots swarmed across the display like ants. Huh? A beast tide? The man exclaimed, his eyes widening. Are you sure this is the martial arts entrance exam? Yep, Chen Ming replied with a slight nod. Aeon seen a century event, and it's happening during our watch. So what now? Can they make it out alive? The man asked nervously. Are you kidding me, old Xiao? Chen Ming couldn't hold back anymore. He shot to his feet, yelling, What do you mean, can they make it out alive? Watch your words. Let me tell you, that little freak isn't just going to survive, it's going to obliterate this beast tide. You hear me? I believe it. Humph, you don't bellow. Wait, what? You believe it? Chen Ming stopped mid-rant, realizing what had just been said. You believe that? Chen Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, his face clearly showing his astonishment. Of course. The man shot Chen Ming a disdainful glance, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. We're talking about class here. Nothing they do should surprise you. Besides, if it's something even you would bet on, it must be a sure thing. Damn it. Lao Xiao, you're really something. Chen Ming's expression darkened as he sarcastically gave a thumbs up, his tone dripping with mockery. I know, no need for you to say it. Lao Xiao replied calmly, his composure only making Chen Ming feel even more frustrated. Meanwhile, inside the testing grounds, Churen stood atop a skyscraper in a deserted city. Though the city had long been abandoned, several towering buildings still stood firm, providing him with an excellent vantage point. He carefully studied the map in his hands, analyzing the trajectory of the approaching beast horde and selecting this strategic location. Distress signals continued to flash, repeatedly alerting all the candidates of the looming threat on their maps. Churen knew well that the so-called beast horde was actually a chaotic uprising of mutated beasts, whose movements were unpredictable. Though the horde was currently heading north, it could scatter or change direction at any moment. To ensure survival with absolute certainty, there was only one solution: completely annihilate the beasts. As time passed, the white dots on the map gradually disappeared, signifying that more and more candidates were being eliminated. At the same time, a large number of survivors began converging toward Churen's location, as though drawn by some invisible force. Adjusting his gloves, Churen gazed intently into the distance, his entire being exuding a sharp and unyielding battle readiness. In this moment, he no longer held back, allowing his full strength and determination to shine through. Judge! Lin Yifeng's voice rang out as he flew in from the horizon, carrying Li Tianqing. They landed steadily beside Churen, though Lin Yifeng immediately collapsed onto the ground, his legs giving out beneath him. He panted heavily, his face pale. We finally made it. I'm exhausted. Li Tianqing swiftly removed his tactical backpack and handed a black food container to Lin Yifeng. Without hesitation, Lin Yifeng accepted it and began devouring the food ravenously. The supplies, distributed before the test, contained high-grade meat from nocturnal mutated beasts and optimal energy source in their current circumstances. You should replenish your strength too, Churen said, turning to Li Tianqing. I'm fine, Li Tianqing replied calmly, shaking his head. I've barely used my abilities. It's been him using his wind powers to carry me the whole way. At that moment, the comment section of Li Tianqing's live stream exploded with activity. Young Master Lin is so dependable. I'm so touched. Risking energy depletion to save others, amazing. This duo is just too perfect. I can't handle it. The live stream audience was overwhelmingly female, and their intentions, well, those who understood, understood. The next moment, 4 figures leaped up from below the rooftop. Churen and Li Tianqing glanced through the window, a flicker of surprise flashing in their eyes. The group they had encountered earlier, including the boy in the black robe, had now appeared before them. The black-robed boy's face was dusted with dirt, but his smile remained as bright and radiant as ever. With swift movements, he climbed to the rooftop in a matter of seconds, standing shoulder to shoulder with Churen's group. Close behind him, the boy in the brown robe, the girl in the pink robe, and the girl clad in a blue battle robe also vaulted onto the rooftop. Each of them used the walls for leverage, effortlessly landing as though there were no barriers between them and the rooftop. Their agility was not particularly surprising after all. Climbing buildings and scaling mountains were essential skills taught in combat training classes. A small building like this posed no challenge for any student preparing for the college entrance exams. As soon as the black-robed boy reached the rooftop, he grinned and said, "Boss, I saw your signal to regroup." Churen, seeing the familiar face, allowed a faint smile to tug at the corner of his lips. "Not bad. You got here pretty quickly. But how is your battle robe already repaired?" At that moment, he noticed that the black-robed boy's gear looked as good as new, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Hearing this, the black-robed boy stepped aside to reveal the girl in the blue robe standing behind him. He smiled as he explained, "Boss, it's thanks to her. Meet Xiaoling. We ran into her on the way here. She's a special type ability user, a repair specialist. She can fix all kinds of equipment, including weapons and battle armor." Churen paused, surprised to encounter such a unique ability within the examination grounds. It was completely unexpected. The girl in the blue robe smiled sweetly at Churen, her expression warm and inviting. She extended her hand and said in a gentle voice, "Hello, Boss. My name is Ling Lin, but you can just call me Xiaoling." Churen shook her hand lightly. "Nice to meet you. I'm Churen." The black-robed boy quickly chimed in from the side. "Boss, by the way, my name is Zimo. I awakened a class nature type with ability entanglement." Churen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Control type ability?" "Exactly," Zimo nodded. For a moment, Churen's mind drifted to another man he knew who also had a control type ability. A wave of complicated emotions surged within him, but he quickly cleared his throat and pushed those thoughts aside, refocusing his attention on the map. At this point, the red dots on the map had begun to split into smaller clusters. Some of the red dots were breaking away from the main group and heading in various directions. Although these scattered dots were not moving toward Churen's location, he remained vigilant. A few more minutes passed, and examinees started arriving one after another. Most of them looked pale, with sweat dripping down their foreheads, clearly having exhausted their abilities in their rush to get here. Churen scanned the area, noticing that many of the examinees were sitting on the ground, eating food to recover their strength and abilities. He frowned slightly and turned his gaze back to the map. By now, the white dots in all other areas had disappeared, leaving only those in their immediate vicinity. This meant that within a 10-kilometer radius around Churen, all examinees had already gathered at this spot. "I didn't expect that we're the only ones left within 10 kilometers, Zimo remarked, glancing around in awe. No wonder Zimo sighed. It was hard not to, seeing only a mere dozen people gathered here. Aside from the four of them and Churen's group of 3, there were only a few others who had made it. Where are your companions?" Lin Yifeng scanned the sparse crowd, his voice tinged with unease. The examinees, still recovering their abilities, visibly flinched at his question. Fear instantly flickered in their eyes. One boy, his right hand caked with blood and dust, trembled as he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. They all failed. They died in the beast tide." Churen's brows furrowed even deeper at the boy's words. He gazed into the dust-filled distance, his expression unreadable. This was the power of the beast tide. Even those with abilities couldn't guarantee survival in such chaos. The first wave alone had wiped out nearly all the candidates within a 10-kilometer radius, leaving only a handful alive. A suffocating sense of despair hung in the air, spreading like an invisible poison. "Enough. Pull yourselves together." Churen suddenly spoke, his voice cutting through the silence with unwavering resolve. "I know the beast tide is dangerous, but what I'm about to say might make things even more dangerous for you." His eyes fixed ahead, his tone firm and resolute. "I intend to crush this beast tide." The crowd was stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief as if they'd just heard something utterly impossible. Do you realize what you're saying?" One boy stammered, his voice filled with shock, his eyes wide with incredulity. "I know exactly what I'm saying," Churen replied calmly, his tone steady and unshaken. "And let me make this clear, I didn't gather you all here to passively defend against the beast tide. We're going to take the offensive." His words were like a bombshell, leaving everyone speechless. The late-arriving candidates started whispering among themselves, wondering if Churen had lost his mind. Sure, his presence hinted at an extraordinary background, but a prestigious identity couldn't change the harsh reality. They were all newly awakened ability users. How could they possibly take on such a massive and chaotic beast tide? Was he treating them all like fools? "I'll leave the choice to you," Churen declared, his gaze sweeping over the group, his voice calm, yet powerful. "If you're willing to follow me, we'll set off. If not, you can stay here and wait." "I'll follow you, boss." To everyone's surprise, Zimo didn't hesitate for a second and immediately stepped forward. As all eyes, including Churen's, turned to him, Zimo flashed a bright smile, his gaze firm and unwavering. "If it weren't for you, boss, I would have been eliminated from this exam long ago. My mom always told me to repay kindness 100-fold, so I'm with you, no matter what." Churen's eyes softened briefly at his words, a faint trace of emotion flickering across his face. "This kid. Interesting," he murmured under his breath. "Count me in." A boy in a brown robe took a deep breath and shouted. Wiping the blood and dust from his face with the back of his hand, he declared with determination, I'm going too. The girl in the pink robe stepped forward without hesitation. I'm in as well. Seeing even a girl join, the rest of the candidates clenched their teeth, their eyes igniting with newfound determination. How many chances do we get in life? I'll take this one. I'm in. If even the girls are stepping up, how can I hide in the back? Screw it. I'm all in today. One by one, the candidates' faces lit up with resolve as they decided to follow, inspired by Churen's unwavering determination. Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing exchanged a glance, silently communicating before nodding in agreement and stepping forward to join. This scene didn't go unnoticed by the live audience watching from the broadcast. Wow, they're incredible. Yeah, sometimes in life, you just have to go for it. Man, if I'd had someone like Churen during my college entrance exams, I'd have faced a beast tide too. In the exam field, the atmosphere had shifted. Despair melted away, replaced by a steadfast resolve. Everyone was ready to face the challenge heat-in. Seeing everyone express their willingness to follow, Churen's lips curved into a faint smile. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yifeng suddenly interrupted him. Brother Ji, 2 small waves of beasts are heading our way. Hearing this, Churen's eyes narrowed as he quickly opened the map to check. The other members also opened their maps without delay. Soon, 2 clusters of red dots appeared on the map, rapidly closing in on their position. The 2 groups of beasts were approaching from the left and right, forming a pincer attack. After a moment of contemplation, Churen calmly said, no need to panic. Let's take care of these smaller groups of beasts first. He scanned the group and continued. Now, I need to know your abilities. Li Tianqing was the first to speak. Grade A fire ability, blazing flames. Lin Yifeng followed immediately. Grade A wind ability, whirling storm. Ling Lin responded without hesitation. Special ability, restoration. Zhou Zimo spoke nervously. Grade C wood ability. Entangle, Grade C fire ability. Wildfire, Grade C water ability. Gentle stream, Grade B special ability. Assembly, Grade B enhancement ability. Amplify strength, Grade B special ability. Sonic wave. As everyone introduced their abilities, Churen quickly devised a strategy in his mind. Then, he asked, Assembly, can you create a transport vehicle? The candidate with the assembly ability quickly scanned the surroundings and noticed a pile of abandoned cars in a nearby parking lot. A glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. Yes, but it'll need some time. Good. Churen nodded. Go assemble the transport vehicle. Amplify strength and restoration, stay with them. Wildfire you too. Churen then turned to Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng, asking, can your abilities work together? The 2 nodded in agreement. All right, Churen instructed. Take gentle stream with you to the left. You don't need to eliminate them. Just attract their attention and lead the beasts to me. Lin Yifeng hesitated for a moment. Are you sure this will work? Trust me, Churen said firmly. And remember, questioning the commander during battle isn't exactly appropriate. Lin Yifeng gave an awkward smile and immediately accepted the order. Next, Churen turned his attention to Sonic Wave. You're coming with me to the right. I need you to use your sonic ability to draw the beast's attention and lead them to me. I know it'll be a heavy burden, but you're the best choice for this task. I'm counting on you. Sonic Wave nodded, their expression serious. Finally, Churen looked at Zhou Zimo and said in a low voice, your job is to use Entangle to protect me. This is your most important task. Can you handle it? Zhou Zimo froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded without saying much. He had no choice but to trust Churen. After assigning all the tasks, Churen reminded everyone, once you've lured the beasts to me, retreat immediately, get as far away as possible. Stay alert, and let's make this mission a success. In unison, the group responded, victory to the mission. After Churen finished giving instructions, everyone began carrying out their assigned tasks. Churen, accompanied by Zhou Zimo and Xiao Li, headed to the right side. They selected a location surrounded by dilapidated ruins and a few completely abandoned small buildings as their final battleground. Boss, should I start now? Zhou Zimo asked, his eyes seeking confirmation. Yes, Churen nodded, his voice steady. Wrap me up now and make it tight. After that, assist Xiao Li in drawing the beast's attention. Xiao Li, of course, was the candidate with the soundwave ability. Got it, Zhou Zimo responded decisively. He extended his hands, and a vivid green light shimmered in his palms. In the next moment, strong, flexible green vines sprouted from the ground, winding around Churen's body as if they were alive. Though the vines wrapped him tightly, they were carefully positioned to allow him full mobility. Good work, Churen said with a faint smile, a glint of approval in his eyes. Zhou Zimo scratched his head sheepishly. All right, boss, we'll head out now. Be careful, Churen reminded them. Zhou Zimo and Xiao Li nodded in agreement. With a thought, they summoned the map and set off. They needed to determine the best spot to lure the beasts based on the movement of the beast tide. After all, Trying to attract the beast directly in front of them was no different from courting death. No one wanted to end up riddled with wounds. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Tianqing, Lin Yifeng, and the water ability girl Xiaoyu had found a suitable position. If my calculations are correct, this small beast tide should pass through here, Lin Yifeng stated, standing atop a small artificial hill and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. All right, Li Tianqing adjusted his long sword, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Xiaoyu, the water ability girl, was visibly tense, her body stiff and her expression nervous. Her ability was only at a C level, barely capable of causing any harm to the beasts. She couldn't understand why Churen had assigned her to this spot. The other two were both a level ability users, one with fire abilities and the other with wind. Their abilities complemented each other perfectly, while she, a mere level water user, was completely out of place and unable to contribute effectively. Noticing her unease, Lin Yifeng reassured her gently, "Don't overthink it. If Jigu arranged for you to be here, he must have his reasons. Just try to stay calm." Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured in a voice barely audible, "Thank you." "They're here," Li Tianqing suddenly said in a low voice, cutting off their conversation. "So soon?" Lin Yifeng muttered in surprise, quickly turning his head to look. Thud, 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 thud. The deafening sound of heavy footsteps echoed like thunder, causing the ground to quake and filling the air with dust. Massive figures, moving in a disciplined formation, emerged before the trio. Lin Yifeng's pupils contracted sharply, his heart nearly stopping. Armored bulls, barebacked wolves, clawed lions, silver-horned rhinos. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Lin Yifeng exclaimed, utterly shocked. He had never expected that even a small segment split off from the main beast tide would consist of such terrifying creatures, each one of them a mid-level spirit awareness beast or higher. "Li bro, we're really going to have to risk everything this time." As the beast tide approached, the thunderous footsteps grew louder and more overwhelming. Lin Yifeng had to shout at the top of his lungs. "I know," Li Tianqing shouted back, a rare display of urgency in his voice. His longsword was already poised, ready to strike. He drew his battle sword, his gaze intensely serious, his eyes flickering with resolute determination. "I've been ready for this." "Burn," Li Tianqing shouted, and scorching flames instantly spread from his palm to the battle sword. The fiery tongues greedily licked the sharp blade, and in the blink of an eye, the entire sword was engulfed in roaring flames, emitting a faint sizzling sound, as if it were a fire sword forged in the depths of hell. "Good. Brotherly, today we'll fight side by side." Lin Yifeng's lips curled into a confident smile. With a flick of his wrist, his folding fan snapped open with a crisp sound, revealing intricate patterns on its surface. Lin Yifeng turned and spoke softly to the girl behind him. "Stay back a little." Xiaoyu nodded silently, fully aware that her current strength was no help here. She retreated to a safer spot. Thump, thump, thump. Waves of small beasts charged forward like an uncontrollable bulldozer, kicking up dust as they surged ahead. The ground trembled violently under the pounding of countless hoofs. Standing to the side of the beast tide, Li Tianxing's eyes burned with fighting spirit like a torch. As the beast thundered past him, he suddenly swung his sword and shouted sharply, "Umph! Burn!" A powerful surge of flame shot out from the fire sword, forming a slash in the air as sharp as a blade. The orangered glow cut through the sky. "Rise, wind!" Lin Yifeng immediately activated his elemental power. With a graceful arc of his folding fan, he aimed at the waning flame slash and gave it a fierce wave. An invisible gust of air instantly merged with the flames. The previously weakening slash seemed to be infused with new life, not only reviving but becoming even fiercer than before. The flames surged wildly, spanning 100 meters and landing precisely in the center of the beast tide. In an instant, anguished howls erupted from the beast horde. Several mutated beasts were immediately engulfed in raging flames, forming bright points of fire in the darkness. Upon seeing this, Li Tianqing retracted his sword and raised his right hand, aiming at the beast horde, his voice firm. "Flames, continue." In that moment, flames burst forth from both of Li Tianxing's hands, radiating intense heat. His elemental energy was consumed at a visibly rapid pace, and beads of cold sweat slid down his tense face, evaporating as they hit the trembling ground. This was a special combat technique Li Tianqing had earned through his exceptional battle performance. The Academy had provided him with several fire-based techniques, and flame continuation was one he had carefully selected. It allowed flames to cling to attacked enemies, burning them continuously. Even more terrifying, the fire was contagious. Any creature that came into contact with a burning target would also be set ablaze. This was an extremely devastating area effect ability, perfectly complementing Li Tianxing's fire elemental powers. Meanwhile, within the beast tide, the raging fire spread like a plague, resembling a burning forest. Once a single beast was ignited, the surrounding beasts were quickly engulfed in flames as well. Of course, just a metaphor. Protecting nature is everyone's responsibility. Huh. Let me add to the fire. Lin Yifeng's confident smile widened. With wind beneath his feet, his figure darted like a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, he was 50 meters away from the beast's tide. He took a deep breath, gripped his folding fan tightly with both hands, and shouted, "Hurricane technique." As Lin Yifeng's shout echoed, his elemental energy surged like a dam breaking. In just a moment, nearly 2/3 of his energy was drained, and his complexion visibly paled. Yet, despite this, Lin Yifeng's eyes still glimmered with unwavering resolve. This sacrifice was worth it. A towering 6-meter-high tornado was suddenly summoned by Lin Yifeng. The powerful gusts of wind whipped his clothes into a frenzy, and the chaotic air currents drew in dust from both the ground and the sky, spiraling it toward the center of the tornado. Within seconds, the force transformed into a massive sandstorm, engulfing everything in its path. Clenching his teeth, Lin Yifeng, his face already covered in dust, pushed his abilities to the limit and roared, "Go!" At his command, the sandstorm surged toward the swarm of beasts. Lin Yifeng, despite his exhaustion, quickly retreated to where Li Tianqing and the others were. However, Li Tianqing was already on the verge of collapse. Prolonged use of flame continuation had drained a significant amount of his energy, leaving him unable to sustain it any longer. The moment he stopped, darkness clouded his vision, and he fell uncontrollably to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Yifeng rushed forward just in time, catching him and preventing him from completely collapsing. Roar! Moo! Howl! The cries of the mutated beasts echoed from the herd, and the situation worsened. Thanks to Li Tianqing's flames, almost all the creatures in this wave of beasts had been set ablaze. The flames raged on, and with the sandstorm's assault, the fires on the beasts only grew fiercer, spreading at an alarming rate. "Can we burn them to death?" Lin Yifeng asked weakly. "No." Li Tianqing shook his head, utterly drained. "My flames aren't strong enough to completely consume them. And it seems we've made things worse. These beasts are going berserk." Lin Yifeng's gaze shifted quickly to the front. The burning beasts were frantically running amok, no longer paying attention to any external attacks. As long as the flames weren't extinguished, they couldn't be controlled and only became more frenzied. Extinguish the flames? At that moment, Xiaoyu froze as if struck by a sudden realization. She murmured softly, "Could it be?" Her expression became conflicted, her clenched fists turning white. After a brief moment, she made up her mind. She stepped forward resolutely, standing in front of Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing, and declared firmly, "I think I understand why Brother Churen sent me here. It's because I'm the one meant to attract the beasts." "What?" Lin Yifeng was stunned, an unthinkable notion flashing through his mind. He muttered under his breath, "Is this really true?" Xiaoyu. Concern filled his eyes. "How can you? Whether it's true or not, I have to try." Xiaoyu's gaze was unwavering. "I'll leave it to you, Brother Lin and Brother Li, to find a safe place to hide." Before her words even finished, she turned and sprinted into the distance. Lin Yifeng's emotions were a tangled mess, his eyes brimming with worry. In the end, he gritted his teeth, lifted Li Tianqing onto his back, and ran toward a safer location. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu ran across the trembling ground, her face devoid of fear. Instead, it was filled with an unshakable determination. Her eyes sparkled with resolve as she raised her right hand. With a single thought, clear streams of water began to gather in her palm, forming fluid, dynamic orbs. The water orbs grew rapidly in size until they were as large as her head. She gently tossed them into the air, letting them hover around her. One after another, she created 4 or 5 of these orbs, arranging them in a protective circle. As the water orbs floated around her, Xiaoyu finally caught the attention of the beast horde. One by one, their focus shifted entirely to her. The flames on the herd of beasts continued to burn fiercely, and they desperately needed water to extinguish the fire. At that moment, in the ruins, the water sphere summoned by Xiaoyu became their only hope. The massive herd of beasts let out deafening roars, charging madly in Xiaoyu's direction. Each of their steps caused the ground to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The sandstorm Lin Yifeng had created earlier dissipated as his ability's energy wore off. His ability level was still too low to confront these colossal creatures. Watching the beasts move away, he quickly helped the weakened Li Tianqing into an abandoned open-air restaurant. After gently setting Li Tianqing down, Lin Yifeng stood up and gazed toward the direction where the beasts had disappeared, worry flashing in his eyes. "Trust her," Li Tianqing said weakly. Lin Yifeng froze, opened his mouth to speak, but after a long pause, all his thoughts condensed into one sentence. "Let's hope Brother Jess' plan works." Meanwhile, on a desolate wasteland, Zhou Zimo and Xiao Li climbed to the top of a small hill. This area, once slated for development, was dotted with a few collapsed, half-finished structures, but the small hills provided an excellent vantage point. "What's your plan? What are we going to do?" Zhou Zimo asked, staring at the red dots on the map. "They'll be here in about 3 minutes." "I don't have a plan," Xiao Li said, licking his cracked lips. "What?" Zhou Zimo's eyes widened. "Then how are we supposed to attract the beasts?" By sheer force. Xiaoli said resolutely. He'll use my ability to draw them in, and then lead them toward Brother J's location. Sheer running. Zhou Zimo was completely dumbfounded. Even the world-renowned Tabor couldn't outrun a herd of beasts when he first awakened his ability. That's why I have you. Xiaoli said with a faint smile. Don't you have the entangle ability? When the beasts get close to me, just help hold them off for a bit. Me? Zhou Zimo pointed at himself in disbelief. You're treating my clever ability like it's Slevel. Ugh, Xiaoli sighed helplessly. There's no better option right now. If you can't do it, stay back. I'll attract them myself. Damn it. Zhou Zimo cursed through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with a defiant light. Who says I can't do it? I can't. Hearing this, Xiaoli immediately flashed a sly grin, stepped forward, and patted Zhou Zimo on the shoulder. His tone carried a sense of relief. Then I'll leave it to you, Zhou Go. Zhou Zimo's expression froze instantly, and he stood rooted to the spot, alarm bells ringing in his mind. What was this feeling of being set up? Before he could think it through, a distant boom, 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 echoed through the air. The ground began to tremble violently, as if a magnitude 6 earthquake had struck. The earth beneath their feet quaked incessantly. They're here. Xiao Li's expression turned grave in an instant. He licked his dry lips again, his body trembling slightly. Adrenaline surged through Hema in natural response to danger. Zhou Ge, good luck. Xiao Li tossed out these words before his figure blurred, and he bolted down the mountain. Zhou Zimo reached out, trying to stop him, his lips moving as if to speak. But the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. Damn it. I've been tricked. He lowered his hand in resignation, silently cursing in his heart. Yet, he gritted his teeth and muttered, Fine. I'll deal with it. I'll settle the score with you later. With that, Zhou Zimo sprang into action, heading down the mountain along a different route. He positioned himself to the side of Xiao Li, planning to use his entangle ability to intercept any beasts that might catch up to him. Boom, 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 boom. The herd of beasts thundered closer with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, they were nearly upon them. However, their target didn't seem to be Churen's position. Xiao Li ran with all his might, suddenly turning his head and channeling his entire energy into his vocal cords. He bellowed at the top of his lungs toward the herd of beasts. You bunch of idiots. Your grandpa's right here. His voice resonated like a physical shockwave, blasting toward the beasts. The herd froze momentarily, their eyes gleaming with rage, before abruptly halting and redirecting their charge toward Xiao Li. Seeing this, Xiao Li's face turned ashen. Adrenaline coursed through him, and his body surged with an unprecedented burst of speed as he sprinted away. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the overwhelming pressure of being chased by a mob of ferocious beasts still left him terrified. On the other side, Zhou Zimo witnessed the scene and felt his composure crumble. What the hell? That many? How am I supposed to entangle all of them? Despite his cursing, he didn't slow down. If anything, he moved faster, constantly extending his hands to unleash his ability in an attempt to hinder the leading beasts. Though the effect was minimal, even a 1-second delay could make a difference. After all, they weren't far from Churen's position. Damn it, I must really owe you one. Zhou Zimo shouted, his face growing pale as his energy drained rapidly. Xiao Li and Zhou Zimo ran toward Churen from opposite sides, separated by about 100 meters. Fortunately, this was only a small group of beasts that had broken off from the main herd. If it were the full beast tide, this distance would have been far from enough to guarantee their safety. They're here, Churen murmured, standing firmly in the clearing. His gaze was sharp, and a fierce glint sparkled in his eyes. His battle suit fluttered lightly in the breeze, making him appear like an unsheathed sword, ready to strike. Boom, 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 thud, thud. In an instant, deafening stomps erupted from both sides of Churen, as though countless armies were charging toward him. Roar! Moo! The cacophony of beastly roars merged into a chaotic, grating noise that frayed the nerves. Churen turned his head and saw Xiaoyu, her jaw clenched tightly, her hands waving frantically to either side with movements that betrayed both tension and focus. With every swing of her arms, the surrounding water spheres obeyed her command, dispersing precisely in all directions. The beasts chasing her were still engulfed in the flames unleashed by Li Tianxing, the orange-eared tongues of fire flickering across their fur, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning. The searing pain drove the beasts into a frenzy, desperately seeking water to extinguish the flames, and Xiaoyu's water spheres became their coveted targets. Xiaoyu had skillfully exploited this, maintaining a calculated distance from the horde. Each time the beasts drew closer, she would release more water spheres, scattering them to divert the creature's attention. The beasts would lunge at the water only to find it vanish upon contact, failing to douse the flames. In the brief chaos that ensued, Xiaoyu would conjure new water spheres, continuing the cycle. Using this simple yet effective tactic, Xiaoyu finally staggered to where Churen stood, gasping for breath. She bit her lower lip, her eyes reflecting a flicker of hesitation, as though weighing a critical decision. In that moment, Churen gave her a slight note, a small but deeply trusting gesture. Reassured, Xiaoyu hesitated no longer. She hurled her last water sphere in Churen's direction and swiftly darted aside, following his earlier instructions to the letter. The sphere traced a graceful arc through the air, and the fire-engulfed beasts let out deafening roars, their blood-red eyes locking onto Churen as they charged toward him in unison. The beasts, blazing like demons risen from the depths of hell, scorched the ground with every step, leaving charred marks in their wake. The air reeked of burning flesh and ash. Churen watched calmly, turning slightly to see Xiao Li stumbling toward him, equally out of breath. Jige, it's all on you now, Xiao Li yelled hoarsely before spinning around and sprinting toward Zhou Zimo's direction. At that moment, two waves of beasts converged, creating a perfect pincer attack as they charged at Churen from both sides. The ground trembled under their onslaught, dust clouds rising to obscure the sky. Heh! Churen smirked, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He bent slightly at the knees, summoning the energy within him. A faint zing sound broke the tension as streaks of blue lightning began to flicker around him, crackling like a long-restrained force finally unleashed. Electric arcs danced across his body, illuminating his determined face. As the beasts drew closer, their deafening roars and the stench of their scorched flesh filled the air. Churen murmured softly, "Starfall, storm." In an instant, he thrust his arms outward, and an eruption of violent lightning surged from his body. The blue-white electrical currents burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam, coalescing into a massive sphere of pure energy, with Churen at its core. Crackleboom! The lightning sphere expanded rapidly, and the leading beasts were struck by its ferocious power. Their bodies convulsed violently as the electric current paralyzed them, the fiery glow in their eyes fading into darkness. ZZT. The terrifying sphere of lightning continued to grow, radiating a destructive force that spread across dozens of meters. The battlefield was bathed in the brilliant blue light of the electric storm, turning the night into day. From a distance, a massive sphere of lightning, formed by countless azure bolts, suddenly shot into the sky. It shimmered with dazzling brilliance, radiating a devastating force as it rapidly expanded in all directions. Lin Yifeng, supporting Li Tianqing, hurriedly made his way toward Churen's location, using the map for guidance. Suddenly, he felt a faint tremor beneath his feet. Looking up, he saw an enormous sphere of lightning appear out of thin air, crackling with interwoven electricity, carrying a momentum as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Lin Yifeng's eyes widened, his mind blank, unable to utter a single word. Li Tianqing, too, witnessed the scene. His pupils shrank sharply, and his heart skipped a beat. Was that 10-meter-wide sphere of lightning truly an attack unleashed by a high school student who had just awakened their powers? What kind of joke was this? Zhou Zimo and Xiao Li, being the closest to Churen, felt the full brunt of the sphere's oppressive presence. The overwhelming force struck their nerves directly, and they realized in horror that if they had been even a little slower, they might not have had the chance to dodge. They could have died on the spot. Zhou Zimo gritted his teeth and shouted, "I get it now. I finally understand why the boss told us to stay far away." His voice was filled with shock as he continued. With just one attack like this, everyone here could be wiped out. Xiao Li remained silent, frozen in place as if under a binding spell, unable to move. The lightning sphere seemed to grow larger in his vision, its reflected light making him mutter under his breath, "So terrifying." On the other side, Xiaoyu was equally stunned. Even after running nearly 100 meters away, she could still feel an unprecedented sense of pressure from the sphere. She could hardly believe that this power came from someone her own age, someone also taking the college entrance exams. This was beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, the outside world erupted in heated discussion. "No way. Is this really an attack from a newly awakened lightning ability user?" Someone exclaimed. "Dude, why is your lightning ability so different from mine? This is on a monster level." At the Imperial Abilities University, Jiao Xinyu stared intently at the live broadcast, her mouth slightly agape in shock. She murmured under her breath, "How is this possible? Is the gap between its level lightning ability and in a level 1 truly this vast?" Beside her, a man seemed to recognize Churen and whispered, "Is that Churen?" At Zhongzhou University, Li Fei sat in an empty office, his gaze deep and fixed on the screen. No one could tell what he was thinking at that moment. At Moda University, Guo Tianlu was utterly stunned. Watching the live broadcast, he could hardly believe his eyes. Is this really an attack from a newly awakened ability user? This is already close to Yuan energy realm level. If I'd known this earlier, I wouldn't have fought so hard for that S-level student. Now look, I didn't get the S-level student, nor did I get this level 1. In the end, I got nothing. He clenched his fists in frustration, his brows furrowed deeply. But soon, thoughts of Zhongzhou University's situation brought him a slight sense of solace. A few seconds later, the massive lightning sphere began to dissipate, its brilliance gradually fading into the sky. Could it be over? Xiaoyu muttered blankly. Is it over? But just as her words left her lips, the ground began trembling violently once more. A deafening rumble echoed, as though struck by an immense force. Moments later, a series of thunderous crashes followed, as if several colossal objects had slammed into the earth. The tremors of the ground jolted Xiaoyu back to her senses. She quickly checked the map, and when she saw that only white dots remained in the vicinity, her entire body began to tremble. Eliminated, all of them. Xiaoyu clasped her hands tightly over her mouth as tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. I did it. I really did it. She laughed through her tears, wiping them away as they fell. This battle had truly pushed her beyond her limits. Faced with the ferocious horde of beasts, she chose not to retreat. When Lin Yifeng and Li Tianxing were utterly exhausted, she resolutely shouldered the burden. Using her wits, she successfully lured the beast horde to Churen's position, flawlessly completing the mission. The rest of the team in other directions also received the news of the beast horde's annihilation. Lin Yifeng, Li Tianxing, Zhou Zimo, and Xiao Li all broke into joyous smiles. While this wasn't a complete eradication of the beast tide, their coordinated efforts had successfully wiped out over 100 beasts. This sense of accomplishment filled everyone with renewed energy and excitement. The group quickly began to converge towards Churen's location. Lin Yifeng supported Li Tianxing as they hurried forward. Meanwhile, Churen stood frozen in place, seemingly lost and thought his template system had advanced, and its progress had reached 13.47. Churen attempted to channel the power within him. With a single thought, an even more ferocious lightning began to crackle around him, emitting an ear-piercing zzz sound. So this is evolution? Churen pondered silently as he raised his hand and waved. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a thumb, instantly shot from his hand, striking the carcass of a beast in front of him. With a resounding bang, the lightning not only hit the beast's body and several charred vines, but also triggered a violent explosion. The residual lightning from the blast was even more powerful than before, crackling and spreading outward in all directions. Churen understood now each new stage of the template brought a corresponding enhancement of his abilities. So far, he had identified two methods to increase the template's progress: training and defeating beasts. Whether there were additional ways to advance remained a mystery that required further exploration. Boss! Zhou Zimo's shout interrupted Churen's thoughts. He turned to see Zhou Zimo running towards him, his face full of admiration and excitement. Boss, you're incredible. Happy winter solstice, everyone. Zhou Zimo, covered in dirt and looking disheveled, ran up to Churen, his eyes sparkling with unmistakable admiration. That was incredible, boss. Was that move just now a combat skill? He asked excitedly. Churen smiled and nodded in confirmation. Yes, it was. Wow, you've already mastered a combat skill? Boss, you're amazing. Zhou Zimo's praise made Churen feel a little embarrassed. Ahem. Churen cleared his throat and said modestly. Let's keep it low-key, all right? Just then, Xiao Li hesitated before speaking up. Brother Ji, do you have any food? I mean, the one the examiner gave us at the start. I lost mine while running earlier. His face was pale, and his hands fidgeted nervously. I've got you covered, brother, Churen replied, taking off his backpack. But when he saw the state of it, he froze. The tactical backpack was completely scorched, with faint wisps of smoke still rising from it. Frowning, he unzipped the bag and pulled out a similarly charred lunchbox. The air was thick with a burnt smell, indistinguishable between the remains of a beast and whatever was left of the food inside. He opened the lid to reveal food that had been reduced to a blackened, carbonized state. The food's a bit overdone, but it's not a big deal, Churen said, looking at Xiao Li. What do you think? Still want it? Xiao Li's face was conflicted. Although he wasn't picky, the completely charred food gave him serious pause. Just then, he spotted Xiaoyu running toward them with her own tactical backpack in tow. His eyes lit up like he'd seen a savior, and he quickly waved at her. Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu jogged over, panting slightly, and began eating from her lunchbox to restore her energy. Blushing, Xiaoli stammered, Sister you, What's up? Xiaoyu asked curiously. Could you spare me some food? I lost mine while running earlier. Sure, Xiaoyu said generously, handing over her lunchbox. I've already eaten some, but there are 3 pieces left. Xiaoli eagerly took the lunchbox, but then glanced at Zhou Zimo nearby. He broke off half of one piece and offered it to him. Here, take it. I know your backpack got lost too. No need. I'm fine, Zhou Zimo said politely, waving his hand. All right then, I won't insist, Xiaoli replied instantly, retracting his hand without hesitation. Zhou Zimo was stunned. He had expected Xiaoli to insist a bit more, but instead, the straightforward response left him at a loss. Having already exhausted a significant amount of his energy, Zhou Zimo could only swallow his frustration in silence. Ahem. Zhou Zimo cleared his throat, his gaze shifting slightly, and said, Actually, I am a bit drained. Eating something to replenish my energy sounds like a good idea. So, do you want it or not? Xiaoli asked, somewhat exasperated. I do, Zhou Zimo blurted out, snatching the food from Xiao Li's hand almost immediately. Churen, standing nearby, watched this scene and shook his head silently. The antics of these two were truly amusing. Suddenly, Churen seemed to recall something important. He turned and asked, Xiaoyu, where did Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng go? Xiaoyu quickly recounted her earlier experiences in detail to Churen. I see. Churen murmured thoughtfully. Before his voice had faded, a sudden and intense gust of wind disrupted the air around them. They looked up to see Wang Jiu riding a massive wind rock, which was diving rapidly from the sky. The powerful wings of the wind rock stirred up fierce winds, instantly clearing the surrounding dust. As the wind rock landed steadily, Wang Jiu's figure became clearly visible. He had already escorted the injured examinees with broken necklaces to the supporting teachers for safe return. Now, his priority was to evacuate Churen and the others immediately. At that moment, the group noticed that several people were already seated on the wind rock's back. Li Tianqing, Lin Yifeng, and the companions Churen had sent earlier to prepare transportation. Churen, get on now, Wang Jiu shouted with a grave expression. The situation has changed and must leave immediately. Churen instantly realized the severity of the situation. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the wind rock's back, landing firmly. Zhou Zimo and the others followed quickly, boarding the wind rock in haste. Once everyone was in place, Wang Jiu patted the wind rock's neck gently. The giant bird spread its wings and soared into the sky. As they flew, Churen finally broke the silence. Mr. Wang, did something happen inside the exam grounds? Yes. Wang Jiu's expression grew even more serious, and his eyes burned with anger. It's the Qi people. They infiltrated the exam grounds and triggered a beast tide. What? The group was stunned, their minds going blank as they cried out in shock. The Qi people, this name referred to those who had betrayed humanity, siding with demons and other races. These traitors would stop at nothing to gain power, even at the cost of harming their own kind. Typically, they skulked in the shadows like rats, living in constant hiding. Yet now, they had chosen to reveal themselves during the national exam. The audacity of this act was baffling. Churen furrowed his brows, lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Wang Jiu asked, noticing Churen's expression. Churen looked up and voiced his concern. I'm wondering what kind of thing could drive these rats to risk everything and crawl out of the shadows. Your confusion is actually mine as well. Wang Jiu let out a faint sigh, his brows furrowed tightly, and a trace of worry flickered in his eyes. At first, when the beast tide appeared, I thought it was just a coincidence. After all, the probability of such an event is hard to predict. His voice was low and heavy. But then, while rescuing examinees, I saw something with my own eyes, something that should not have been there. The moment his words fell, everyone held their breath, leaning forward instinctively, fearing they might miss a single word. Even Churen immediately dropped his usual nonchalance, his gaze sharpening. Wang Jiu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his voice deepened. It was a Horde rabbit. Those 5 words hit like a hammer, striking everyone's hearts. A wave of dizziness swept through the crowd, and even the experienced Churen widened his eyes in disbelief, his face etched with shock. Although it's called a beast, the Horde rabbit isn't an ordinary creature. It belongs to the category of demons. Wang Jiu explained further, his fingers trembling slightly. They have a particular appetite for internal organs, devouring the insides of both beasts and humans completely, leaving behind nothing but an intact outer skin. What's even more terrifying is that demons can wear these skins as disguises. He paused, his voice sinking further. The appearance of a Horde rabbit means a demon has infiltrated. These creatures lack intelligence and only act under orders. So, not only are there beggars involved this time, but demons as well. Lin Yifeng asked in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly from tension. Yes. Wang Jiu nodded briefly in confirmation, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if piercing through the darkness. We don't yet know their objective. It might be, as Ji suggested, that they are after something specific. Or, Churen interjected, his eyes razor sharp, they might be trying to blend in with the examinees. Indeed. Wang Jiu slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they were filled with determination. The unique nature of demons makes me have to consider this possibility. So are we heading for a collective inspection now? Churen asked directly. Wang Jiu nodded lightly, his gaze locking onto Churen's tactical glasses, clearly aware that someone was watching through them. But rest assured, we will conduct thorough inspections, ensuring no demon infiltrates our home. At the same time, we've also discussed that if any examinee from exam site 47 is dissatisfied with their current scores, they can apply for a second retake. Those students will have the opportunity to take the test again. Churen knew that Wang Jiu's words were directed at the external audience. However, he was puzzled as to why Wang Jiu chose to make this announcement through his live stream. Could it be that his live stream had a large audience? Outside, Chun Ming and Old Xiao could no longer sit still. They both rose simultaneously, flying toward the designated inspection site like 2 streaks of light cutting through the sky. Damn it. How could demons show up at the exam site? Chun Meng's face was livid with rage, his voice burning with anger. What were the people in charge of exam site 47 doing? How could they miss something like this? Chun Meng wasn't the only one furious. Old Xiao's expression was equally grim, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. His silent fury burned within as his voice came out low and menacing. Thank goodness the demon didn't make a move on Churen. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It seems some people have grown too complacent, forgetting even the most basic rules. The two of them, now streaks of light, sped toward the inspection site. They weren't alone. Other teachers and team leaders, all with students at exam site 47, were also rushing to the location. Everyone was desperate to uncover the truth of what had transpired. That's a demon, a creature that could cost you dearly if you're not careful. In the exam hall, Zhou Zimo felt his tense nerves ease slightly after hearing about the chance for a retake. He exhaled deeply. Phew, thank goodness there's a retake option. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do, he thought to himself, relieved that his path to the college entrance exams wasn't entirely over. Just then, Wang Jiu let out a soft chuckle, his gaze sweeping over Ji Churen and the others as his lips curled into a slight smile. Why don't you all take a look at your current scores, he suggested. Everyone froze for a moment before their thoughts shifted. Without hesitation, they quickly checked the score rankings. Exam Hall 47. First place, Ji Churen, score, 5,000. Second place, Li Tianxing, score, 4465. Third place, Lin Yifeng, score, 4320. Fourth place, Li Zi, score, 2245. Fifth place, Zhou Zimo, score, 1880. Sixth place. The numbers on the rankings left everyone momentarily stunned, especially Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng, who exchanged bewildered looks filled with disbelief. Over 4,000 points already. What is going on here? 5,000 points. A perfect score. Is this for real? Zhou Zimo and Xiao Li were equally dumbfounded, unable to believe how high their scores were. After all, scoring over 1,000 points on the college entrance exam was typically enough to get into a university, and scoring 2,000 points could lead to admission into a top-tier institution. Historically, the national top scorers averaged around 3,800 points, with last year's champion securing the top spot with 3,980 points. And now, not only had their exam hall produced a rare perfect score of 5,000 points, but there were also two other candidates with scores above 4,000. How could they not be shocked? Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, viewers erupted with comments as they saw the scores. Wait. This can't be right. 5,000 points. A perfect score? How is that even possible? What's so impossible about it? Didn't you see how many beasts Ji Churen took down with that one strike? Honestly, if the perfect score wasn't capped at 5,000, his score would be even higher. Exactly. He obliterated nearly 100 beasts with that single attack, including several at the advanced Lingjue realm. Most people score 5,000 because that's their limit, but Ji Churen scored 5,000 because that's the system's limit. My God, are we witnessing the rise of another pillar of humanity? I can't believe I'm seeing the birth of such a monumental figure. Back in the exam hall, Wang Jiu explained the reasons behind the unexpectedly high scores. The primary factor was Ji Churen's astonishing strike, which decimated hundreds of beasts in one swoop. Other contributing factors were closely tied to the exceptional performance of the other candidates. The scoring rules for the tactical glasses were straightforward. Only the damage inflicted on the beasts after their death would count toward the candidate's scores. This rule led to a dramatic turn of events for Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng when Ji Churen annihilated the entire beast horde. Their seemingly ineffective scratching attacks suddenly transformed into substantial damage points. Although the points per beast were low, the sheer number of beasts caused their scores to skyrocket to 4,000 points each. The others performed impressively as well. Xiao Li's soundwave ability, though not particularly powerful, played a crucial role in the overall plan. It not only earned him some direct damage points, but also additional traction points for successfully luring the beasts toward Ji Churen. Zhou Zimo, through his relentless efforts to entangle the beasts, racked up significant control points and rescue points. As for Xiao Yu, her prolonged strategy of diverting the beasts earned her over 1,400 points. Everyone who participated in the plan reaped considerable rewards, but they all understood that it was Ji Churen's final destruction of the beast horde that made all their efforts worthwhile. Without his decisive action, their contributions would have amounted to nothing. This gratitude was immediately reflected in their actions. Zhou Zimo and Xiao Li quickly gathered around Ji Churen, massaging his shoulders and showering him with exaggerated praise. Wow, you're incredible, a living legend. Xiao Li exclaimed. Jige, my admiration for you is as boundless as the ocean. Watching their over-the-top flattery, Ji Churen couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, had tears of gratitude in her eyes as she bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Churen, she said sincerely. Ji Churen waved it off with a smile. No need to thank me. Thank yourself. Without you luring them in, none of these points would have been possible. Xiao Yu nodded repeatedly. Tears streaming down her face, she could finally see a glimmer of hope for going to college. Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng also expressed their heartfelt gratitude, vowing to assist him in the future. Amid the cheerful atmosphere, however, there was a tinge of regret. Those who had been sent off to repair vehicles now deeply regretted their assignment. Their exchanged glances were full of unspoken frustration, as if saying, "We missed out on billions." At that moment, the outline of distant buildings began to emerge. Wang Jiao pulled out a black walkie-talkie and said briefly, "You can cut the livestream now." Instantly, Churen and the others' livestream feed went dark. Yet, the viewers in the livestream chat did not disperse. Instead, they continued to passionately discuss the astonishing results of the exam. Unbelievable. 2 people scored 4,000, and 1 scored 5,000. The highest score in any other livestream is only 1,600. The title of top scorer in the entire nation was practically a foregone conclusion. The exam had only been underway for a little over 6 hours, and such astounding results had already left everyone in utter shock. Discussions erupted one after another. Is this person really a candidate? More like a superhero. What level is his ability exactly? On the field of a dark purple building, the wind rock carrying Wang Jiao descended slowly. Churen and his companions nimbly leapt off its back, scanning their surroundings. The field was already crowded with examinees who had been eliminated during the beast tide. They looked exhausted, their expressions still tinged with fear, clearly not yet recovered from the harrowing ordeal they had just faced. From here on, follow the teacher's instructions for testing. I need to return to the exam site to handle the beast tide situation, Wang Jiao instructed briefly. He had to head back to exam site 47 to quell the beast tide and investigate the whereabouts of the beggars and demons. Churen and the others nodded in acknowledgement, watching as the wind rock carried Wang Jiao away into the sky. Once Wang Jiao was gone, Churen took a closer look around and noticed that no new candidates were arriving. Looks like we're the last ones out of the exam site. Seems so, Lin Yifeng confirmed after surveying the area. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of the other candidates. The combination of 2 provincial top scorers and a mysterious young master being the last to leave the exam site was undeniably intriguing. Finally, one student mustered the courage to ask, "Hey, could you share your scores with us?" This question instantly piqued everyone's interest, and all eyes turned to Churen and his group. "You can't check them yourselves?" Churen asked, surprised. "No, we can't," the student replied with a wry smile. "Most of our tactical glasses were damaged during the beast tide, and even the intact ones stop functioning once we leave the exam site." Churen nodded thoughtfully and tried to connect with his own tactical glasses, but they, too, were unresponsive. It seemed to be a mechanism designed to prevent candidates from taking the tactical glasses with them. While it might sound a bit bizarre, every seemingly strange rule likely had its purpose. Just as Churen was about to reveal their scores, a familiar voice rang out from the sky. "You little freak." It was Chun Meng's voice. Not only was Churen's attention drawn to the scene, but all the other students on the field also looked up at the sky in unison. 2 figures were plummeting from the sky at an alarming speed, their bodies emanating waves of terrifyingly intense energy. One was a burly man with a face full of rugged features and muscles bulging all over, exuding a beast-like aura. The other had striking short blue hair, with thunderbolt-like blue markings around his eyes that resembled natural tattoos, radiating an air of mystery and authority. Boom, boom. 2 heavy thuds exploded beside Churen, causing the ground to tremble. As the dust began to settle, Chun Meng's anxious voice rang out urgently. "Hey, little freak, are you okay?" Chun Meng's strong hands gripped Churen's shoulders tightly, spinning him around as his eyes scanned him up and down like a medical scanner, desperately checking for any signs of injury. "I'm fine, old Chun," Churen replied helplessly, feeling like a puppet being manhandled. But Chun Meng ignored him, continuing his inspection with unrelenting focus. Finally, the blue-haired man, known as Old Xiao, couldn't stand it anymore. He placed a hand on Chun Meng's shoulder and said with exasperation, "Mengzi, you're overreacting." "What do you know, Old Xiao?" Chun Meng retorted without even turning his head. "This is called concern." Old Xiao's forehead twitched with frustration, his left hand instinctively clenching into a fist, clearly tempted to knock some sense into Chun Meng. However, remembering Chun Meng's absurdly tough defensive abilities, he reluctantly dropped his hand. Punching him would only hurt himself. The other students on the field, seeing this scene, wisely stepped back. Even the student who had been asking about scores earlier awkwardly turned and walked away. Lin Yifeng, Li Tianxing, and the others also tactfully found a spot to sit down, quietly waiting for the assessment to resume. After confirming that Churen was indeed unharmed, Chun Meng finally let out a sigh of relief. Releasing his grip, he lightly punched Churen's chest with his right fist and grinned. "You little freak, your luck is insane. Good thing those monsters and beggars had no interest in you, or things could have gone south real quick. But man, you really pulled through. You wiped out 2 entire beast squads with that move I taught you. Not bad. Just like me back in the day. Ha ha. Chen Ming laughed heartily, his face beaming with pride. Like you? Like when you got smashed into the ground by an iron-armored bull for half an hour during your exams. Old Xiao mercilessly exposed him. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have even passed the entrance exam. Chen Ming remained unfazed, countering with righteous confidence. So what? The fact that I could hold my ground against an iron-armored bull for half an hour during the exams tell me that's not impressive. I'm a reinforcement type ability user. What more could you ask for? Old Xiao's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he silently cursed. Damn it. How did this guy's mental resistance level up so much in just a few months? He wasn't like this before. Old Chun, about your exams, Churen began to ask, but Chen Ming quickly cut him off. Ahem. That's not important. Chen Ming waved his hand dismissively, swiftly changing the subject. What's more important is you, little freak. What score did you get? Let me tell you, back in the day, I scored 3,000 inch. 5,000. Churen interrupted calmly. 3,000 and what? 5,000. Chen Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just heard something out of a fairy tale. While he had expected Churen to score high, his highest prediction was in the 4,000s. 5,000. Are you even human? Old Xiao's face revealed an expression of just as expected, his eyes gleaming with a knowing look. That's right, 5,000 points, Churen said with a confident smile, showing his perfectly white teeth. There was a hint of pride in his eyes. Didn't you see me annihilate all those beasts? Chen Ming stood frozen in place, his mind seemingly short-circuited. Of course, he had witnessed Churen's spectacular feat of wiping out the beasts. But at the time, he had been so overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the scene that he completely forgot about the scoring. Thinking back now, it made perfect sense that Churen would get a perfect score after all. It was hundreds of beasts. And the reason Churen scored 5,000 points was simply that the maximum score was 5,000. Damn it. Freak. Chen Ming finally managed to blurt out after a long pause. Churen gave Chen Ming an odd look, thinking to himself, well, great. He skipped little freak and gone straight to freak now. As the group continued their conversation, a man wearing the distinctive combat uniform of a teacher from Beijing Military Academy strode out of a nearby building. He stopped in his tracks and called out loudly to the crowd on the field. Everyone, please quiet down. Next, I'll call out names one by one. If your name is called, follow me into the building for testing. Those whose names are not called, please stay on the field for now. Food and water will be brought out shortly, and you can help yourselves if needed. After speaking, the man glanced down at the white roster in his hands and then called out loudly, Churen. Churen froze for a moment, surprised that he was the first to be called for testing. Looks like they've got their calculations figured out. Chen Ming snorted, his face full of displeasure. He gave Churen a light shove on the shoulder and said, go on, little freak. Finish the test quickly, and I'll take you to demand some justice. Although Churen felt a mix of curiosity and confusion, he promptly headed toward the teacher who had called his name. As Churen approached, the teacher's face lit up with a smile. Student Ji, please follow me, he said, gesturing politely before leading the way. Churen followed closely behind. Once inside the building, Churen found himself in a completely different world. The interior was filled with numerous rooms, each door emitting a faint glow, as if imbued with some kind of special power. Noticing Churen's curious gaze, the teacher smiled and asked, are you intrigued, student Ji? Churen nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, the teacher explained, this place is a special facility at Beijing Military Academy, used to detect demons and detain outlaws. Put simply, it's a prison. Each door here is imbued with a unique ability called Seal to prevent any breaches. Churen nodded thoughtfully. So, the faint glow from the doors was due to this special ability. To use such a large-scale application of abilities for containment, the caster must have extraordinary skills. Following the teacher up to the third floor, Churen noticed a stark difference from the first floor. The floors and walls here emitted a uniform white glow, giving the space a bright and solemn atmosphere. Churen continued walking behind the teacher until they finally stopped in front of a door on the third floor. Looking up, Churen saw the sign next to the door, meeting room. The meeting room? Churen felt a wave of confusion. Wasn't he supposed to undergo an examination? How did he suddenly end up being brought here? Yes, the meeting room. The teacher pushed open the door and gestured for Churen to enter. Standing to the side, the teacher said, I'm not entirely clear on the details, but someone wants to see you. Someone wants to see me? Churen's heart tightened, and he frowned. Why would they want to see me? Various thoughts began to flood his mind, even the possibility that someone might be plotting against him. Noticing Churen's unease, the teacher reassured him. Don't worry, there's no ill intent. If anything, they might even want to offer you some compensation. Compensation? Churen grew even more puzzled. You'll understand once you're inside. The teacher shook his head, a trace of helplessness in his tone. After a brief internal struggle, Churen finally decided to step inside. As he entered the meeting room, the teacher gently closed the door behind him and left. The layout of the meeting room was nothing like Churen had imagined. He had expected rows of seats filled with people in discussion, but there were only 2 chairs in the entire room. One of them was already occupied. The person sitting there had their back to Churen, their figure obscured by the large chair, adding an air of mystery. "You're here." A raspy male voice spoke, calm yet deep. Without hesitation, Churen walked over to the empty seat and sat down, his tone steady. "I'm here. What do you need?" The man paused briefly, seemingly surprised by Churen's straightforwardness. However, he quickly recovered, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Interesting. Very interesting. You truly live up to the title of an awakened class talent." As he spoke, the man slowly turned his chair to face Churen, revealing his appearance. Though his features were plain, his sharp eyes were strikingly intense. A prominent scar at the corner of his eye added a fierce edge to his demeanor. His short black hair, streaked with silver, exuded a cold, unyielding aura. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Yi, head of the Special Division at Beijing Military Academy," the man said casually. Churen raised an eyebrow, his confusion deepening. "Wasn't I supposed to be here for an examination?" Li Yi seemed to have anticipated his reaction and smiled faintly. "I know you have a lot of questions. That's fine. Ask away, I'll answer what I can." "Then, why are you looking for me?" Churen asked, still unable to make sense of the situation. "The examination is indeed part of your task," Li Yi said, his gaze becoming more profound. "But the moment you stepped through that door, I had already conducted the examination." As if to prove his point, Li Yi raised his hand. A dark energy swirled around it, thick and fluid, like an ominous shadow coiling around his palm. "This is my class special ability Shadow Dominion. No demon or entity can escape my scrutiny." After a moment, Li Yi withdrew his hand, his expression softening as he let out a faint, self-deprecating smile. "As for why I wanted to meet you, well, it's actually to offer you some compensation." Compensation? Churen was even more bewildered. What could have happened that someone would feel the need to compensate him? Seeing Churen's confusion, Li Yi appeared to understand that he hadn't been given the full story. "It seems Chen Meng didn't tell you the truth." Li Yi fished out a cigarette from his pocket, tapped it lightly against his lips, and with a crisp click, lit it. Tilting his chin slightly upward, he glanced at Churen across from him. With a flick of his wrist, he shook the cigarette pack in Ji's direction. "Want one?" Churen waved his hand, his tone calm. "No thanks, I don't smoke." "Is that so?" Li Yi murmured softly, sliding the pack back into his pocket. His lips curved faintly as he muttered under his breath. "What a pity." He then retrieved a lighter from another pocket. With a sharp click, the flame flared up, and he lit his cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he let the smoke sear through his lungs before exhaling a thick cloud to the side. The air grew still for a moment before Li Yi finally broke the silence. "The inspection for this exam room and the management of relevant personnel were all handled by my team." His voice was even, devoid of any emotional inflection. "I don't know the individuals who carried out the tasks directly, but the result speaks for itself. There was a mistake." He paused briefly, his gaze steady. "Since there's been a problem, they'll take responsibility for fixing it. But before the rectification, I need to provide compensation to you examinees." Turning to Churen, his tone took on a weightier seriousness. "A mistake is a mistake. I want shirk responsibility. As for calling you here alone, it's because you're not on the same level as those outside." Li Yi took another drag of his cigarette, exhaling a stream of grayish-blue smoke before rising to his feet. His steps were steady as he walked to the window. Outside, sunlight bathed the schoolyard where the examinees from exam room 47 were lining up in an orderly fashion, receiving water and food from other teachers. Fatigue and confusion were etched across their faces. Standing at the window, Li Yi's gaze passed through the glass, settling on the young faces below. His expression was calm, almost indifferent. As harsh as it sounds, that's the reality. Their ability levels determine their ceilings. No matter how much we pour into them, they may never reach the heights we require. His tone remained level, as if he were stating an irrefutable law of nature. "But you're different." Li Yi turned back, his sharp gaze locking onto Churen like a blade. "You're an S-level ability user, and you possess something no other lightning-type ability user has: on exceptionally high capacity for energy storage." His voice didn't rise, yet it carried an undeniable weight. "These 2 factors alone are enough to ensure your future will be extraordinary. Because of that, we'll make an exception for you." He paused briefly, his words becoming slow and deliberate. "The compensation you'll receive will be different from what the others get. In fact, I can promise that the ultimate decision regarding the personnel responsible for supervising exam room 47, that power will be handed over to you." Li Yi's tone was like both a command and the solemn entrusting of a responsibility. Churen fell silent for a moment. He had considered this possibility, but hearing it directly from Li Yi still stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Lowering his gaze, he sank into brief contemplation. Ultimately, this method of allocation, while brutal, was grounded in reality. Resources were finite and had to be directed toward those with the greatest potential. Pouring resources meant for S-level ability users into someone at A, B, or C level would be a waste. Even years of investment wouldn't yield someone capable of holding the line on the battlefield against the myriad races. But S-levels were different. The same resources could produce someone who could face the invaders head-on versus someone who could only survive through stealth and evasion. That was the gap. A faint sense of resigned acceptance rose within him. Reality was harsh, but it was also fair, excluding the element of power dynamics. Churen looked up, his gaze clear and resolute. So, what compensation are you planning to offer me? At the end of the day, cultivation was a fight for resources. He wasn't about to foolishly say something like, give the resources to someone else. That wouldn't be noble, would just be plain idiotic. The only thing I can offer you is a combat technique, Li Yi said, his voice calm, yet resolute. The resources at North City Military Academy are limited, and the compensation we can provide them is negligible to you. Therefore, I am willing to compensate you with a rank combat technique. As for the type, you can choose yourself. Churen raised an eyebrow at his words, then nodded and fell into deep thought. His gaze briefly wandered as he calculated his needs. Indeed, resources were not an immediate priority for him, could apply for ability crystals from the academy at any time. However, he planned to wait until his cultivation advanced further to absorb them, as the current absorption effect would be limited. He began to sort through his current combat technique needs in his mind. An offensive technique? The power of Starfall Storm was already substantial, and Old Chun had just mentioned that someone would later teach him a Thunder Element offensive technique. Presumably, it was the person who had been standing beside Old Chun moments ago. A defensive technique? Old Chun himself specialized in defensive abilities, so there was no shortage of defensive techniques. No need to consider that. A control-type technique? As a Thunder Element ability user, he didn't seem to need one at the moment. I want a mental-type combat technique, Churen finally said, lifting his head with a determined tone. Li Yi frowned slightly, clearly not expecting this choice. That's quite unexpected. I thought you'd pick an offensive or speed-type technique. My thoughts tend to be a bit unconventional, Churen said with a shrug, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. So, do you have a mental-type combat technique? Yes, Li Yi nodded, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray on the table. The faint sizzle of the cigarette, but meeting porcelain, sounded softly. He looked Churen straight in the eye. I do have a rank mental-type combat technique, but it might not be very suitable for you. As long as it's not something that requires me to self-castrate or lose all my hair after learning it, I'm fine. Churen joked, instinctively touching his hair and glancing down at himself. You're quite the character, Li Yi said with a rare chuckle. Then, extending his arm, he drew an arc in the air. Churen immediately perked up, assuming Li Yi was about to demonstrate the technique. He stared intently at Li Yi's movements. However, after 2.5 seconds, the room remained unchanged, the air unusually still. Was there a mosquito just now? Churen asked, puzzled. Li Yi, still holding his spellcasting pose, stumbled slightly at the question, the corners of his mouth twitching. A mosquito? Seriously? He shook his head in exasperation and abandoned his intention to continue the demonstration. Look behind you. Churen turned around, and as he did, he immediately noticed a humanoid shadow, half a meter away, formed from a dense black liquid. Its silhouette was almost identical to Li Yi's, but it lacked facial details, resembling a three-dimensional shadow. This is the combat technique I'm offering you, in a rank mental-type combat technique called energy reshaping, Li Yi explained as he walked over to the shadow. He reached out and gently passed his hand through it, causing the shadow to ripple slightly. Its effect is the ability to create one or more clones formed from your own energy. As his fingers brushed the surface of the shadow, they left a fleeting trail. The strength of these clones depends on the caster's mental power, personal strength, and the intensity of their ability. The stronger the mental power, personal strength, and ability, the stronger and more numerous the clones. Conversely, weaker attributes might result in weaker or even malformed clones. This combat technique not only enhances spiritual power, but also boosts personal strength, making it an exceptional skill for cultivation. As Li Yi explained, he pulled out an ancient-looking combat manual emitting a faint red glow from the dense shadowy mass. He handed the manual to Churen, his expression serious as he said, spiritual power may be invisible and intangible, but it is the foundation that every ability user must master. If you want to become strong, it's impossible without powerful spiritual strength. All top-tier ability users possess spiritual power far beyond that of ordinary people. Watching Churen take the manual and begin studying it intently, Li Yi clasped his hands behind his back and, adopting the demeanor of an experienced mentor, continued, but there's no need to rush. This is the most challenging type of combat skill among the 5 major category spiritual techniques. It's normal if you can't even grasp the basics within a month. As he spoke, Li Yi tilted his head back, lost in reminiscing. Back in my Yuan energy phase, when I obtained this technique, It took me a full 3 months just to ZZZT. The sudden sound of crackling electricity interrupted Li Yi mid-sentence. He turned to look at Ji Churen, and his eyes widened in shock. Beside Ji Churen stood a figure composed entirely of flickering arcs of lightning. Apart from lacking arms, this lightning avatar was as tall and imposing as Ji Churen himself. This was unbelievable. He had only just finished reading the manual and already managed to summon such a complete lightning avatar? Li Yi couldn't fathom it. Back in the day, after a month of grueling practice, he was only able to summon a tiny, incomplete version of the avatar. It wasn't until 3 months later that he could barely summon a full-sized version that still had imperfections. He had once taken pride in his talent, but Ji Churen's display utterly shattered his confidence. Ji Churen, however, seemed entirely unaware of Li Yi's astonishment. He was fully immersed in constructing the lightning avatar in his mind. Simultaneously, the small figure in his consciousness was alternating between practicing Starfall Storm and this new combat technique. Just moments earlier, as he finished flipping through the manual, the little figure that had been tirelessly training in Starfall Storm suddenly switched to executing energy reshaping. After completing a full release, Ji Churen felt as though he had grasped the essence of the technique and immediately attempted to construct the lightning avatar. But as he looked at the armless avatar before him, Ji Churen appeared somewhat dissatisfied. As someone who has transmigrated, my spiritual power should far surpass that of ordinary people. How is it that the avatar I summoned is still incomplete? This is so disappointing. Li Yi looked at Ji Churen's slightly dissatisfied expression and suddenly felt a heavy weight in his chest, as if the entire world had collapsed before his eyes. You've managed to summon it and entered the basics, yet you're still not satisfied? What on earth is going on in your head? Isn't this just a case of the haves drowning in excess while the have-nots die of thirst? His face turned bright red in an instant, anger bubbling up like boiling water in a cauldron. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to stay calm. Forget it, just forget it. What's the big deal about mastering the basics anyway? He muttered inwardly, unable to suppress his emotions entirely. This is just too much, he blurted out. Finally, Li Yi let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair, feeling utterly drained, as if all the strength had been sucked out of him. He fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, slowly pulled one out, and lit it. Click, click. The sound of the lighter echoed in the silence, and the faint glow of the cigarette flickered in the darkness. He took a deep drag, the acrid taste slightly easing his frazzled nerves. Holding the cigarette between his index and middle fingers, he exhaled a thin plume of smoke and lowered his head, lost in thought. He was feeling utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Ji Churen retracted his thunder clone. With two faint, sizzling sounds, the clone gradually dispersed, as if it had never existed. At this moment, Ji Churen had a clearer understanding of the little figure's true purpose. It was nothing less than an endless training machine. No matter how many techniques there were, the figure would tirelessly practice and continuously improve. It was like a diligent little worker, always online. This meant that his cultivation speed would far surpass others. After all, while others were sleeping, his little figure was training. While others were out on dates, his figure was still training. What was this? This was hard work. He had put in hundreds, even thousands of times more effort than anyone else. Success was inevitable. He couldn't help but feel smug. Looks like I'm really a hard-working guy, he thought to himself. After all, even the little figure was a part of him. As he comforted himself, Ji Churen finally emerged from his thoughts. Looking up, he saw Li Yi still sitting there, head bowed, smoking in solitude, as if he'd lost his soul. Ji Churen scratched his head in confusion and walked over. Mr. Li, are you okay? He asked. The sudden question startled Li Yi, causing his body to jolt slightly. He nearly dropped the cigarette from his mouth. Li Yi froze for a moment, then slowly raised his head, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. You've mastered it? Ji Churen nodded, though his tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Not really. The thunder clone is still incomplete. How can that count as mastering it? Crack. It was as if the sound of a breaking heart echoed through the quiet room. Li Yi clutched his chest tightly, feeling as though he was barely holding on. This is just too much to bear. Li Yi cleared his throat, trying to stabilize his emotions, and attempted to clarify Ji Churen's misunderstanding. Churen, being able to summon a thunder clone roughly the same size as yourself already counts as mastering the basics. As for creating a complete thunder clone, that requires more practice and proficiency. Huh? Ji Churen asked in confusion. You mean? I've already mastered it. Li Yi nodded reluctantly. Before Ji Churen could say anything further, he waved his hand dismissively and cut him off. All right, enough talking. Go now. Go back to your teacher. As for the inspector from exam site 47, whether they stay or leave after you've investigated, that's up to you. Ji Churen paused to consider this for a moment, then asked in a low voice, decide now? Could there be some underlying reasons? Li Yi flicked the ash off his cigarette and said calmly, a mistake is a mistake, especially one like this. No matter the reasons behind it, they can't be used as an excuse. Churen spoke with firm resolve. This is a matter of principle. Even if you have your reasons, you can't justify negligence or deliberately letting demons in. Hearing this, Li Yi showed a satisfied expression. He nodded, lit his cigarette again, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Pointing at Churen, he said indifferently, "Not bad. That's enough. You can go now. Once you're out, don't cover up what happened here." Churen nodded, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "Farewell." He turned and left, leaving Li Yi alone in the room once more. Li Yi sat back in his chair, turning slightly to gaze out the window into the distance. Taking another deep drag of his cigarette, his eyes reflected a deep sense of anticipation as he murmured to himself, "The new generation." At that moment, Chunming and Old Xiao walked into the room. Old Xiao asked curiously, "Mengzi, what do you think the Northern City Military Academy will offer Churen as compensation?" Chunming snorted coldly, crossing his arms with a look of displeasure on his rugged face. "Humph. Whatever it is, if I'm not satisfied, I'll definitely go demand justice. If they try to brush off that little freak with some offensive or defensive combat skill, you can bet I'll go have a word with them." Old Xiao gave Chunming a heavy pat on the shoulder and laughed. "Good for you. I'll go with you when the time comes." Chunming snorted again, saying nothing more, but the aura he emitted was like turbulent waves, causing the nearby candidates to instinctively back away under the pressure. Noticing this, Old Xiao patted Chunming's shoulder again and reminded him, "Mengzi, tone it down a bit." Chunming glanced around, realizing that his presence was a bit overwhelming. He forcibly restrained his aura, and the atmosphere around them seemed to lighten significantly. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a figure emerged from the building. It was Churen. Seeing him, a sly glint flashed in Chunming's eyes. He immediately put on a mischievous grin, transforming his stern demeanor in an instant. Striding quickly over to Churen, he teased, "Hey, little freak, you all right?" Old Xiao followed closely behind, frowning at Chunming with a puzzled look in his eyes. "What could possibly happen when you're just going in to claim compensation? What's the deal?" Churen smiled faintly and shook his head. "Nothing, it's just a bit confusing." "Confusing?" Old Xiao blinked in surprise. "You went in there and walked away with an agreed mental combat skill for free. What's there to be confused about?" Churen spread his hands helplessly. "As for the compensation, I have no idea. They didn't ask me anything when I went in." Chunming's expression suddenly changed, his smile vanishing into thin air. He said sternly, "You little weirdo, recount everything you experienced in there. Word for word." "Word for word? I can't remember everything. That's just a figure of speech, damn it." Chunming interrupted impatiently, then fixed Churen with a strange look. "So, all you got was an rank combat technique?" Churen nodded. "Just an rank combat technique. That's it." Chunming exploded with anger. "What I mean is," Churen said slowly, "it's a mental type technique. Anyway, I'm heading home." Chunming's expression shifted again, showcasing his signature Sichuan Chongqing flair. But soon after, he glared at Churen with dissatisfaction. "Could you finish your sentences next time, kid? You were the one who interrupted me." Churen replied, spreading his hands helplessly. Chunming's face turned red as he struggled for words. Finally, he sighed. "You brat. Ugh, forget it. Still, mental type techniques are pretty rare. Kid, who gave you this compensation?" Old Xiao, standing nearby, also looked puzzled. As someone who had yet to master a mental type technique himself, he understood all too well how difficult they were. The entry level alone was as hard as climbing a mountain, let alone achieving proficiency. He said his name is Li Yi, Churen answered honestly. After all, Li Yi had mentioned there was no need to keep it a secret, so there was no harm in saying it. "What did you say his name was?" Chunming suddenly grabbed Churen's shoulder, his eyes wide with shock. "Wow, your ears really are clogged," Churen said with a straight face. "I said his name is Li Yi. Damn it. How is he back?" Chunming released his grip, pacing nervously on the spot, his expression uneasy. Old Xiao couldn't help but laugh at the sight. He patted Chunming on the back and teased, "Mengzi, weren't you going to demand justice? Go on then. Are you really satisfied with just a measly rank mental technique? Is that all your ambition amounts to? If I were you, I'd march right up to Li Yi now and call him out. Your grandma's. If you've got the guts, why don't you go?" Chunming snapped back, turning to glare at him. "I don't have the guts, but you, Mengzi, you're the bold one," Old Xiao said with a smirk, holding out his hands in mock surrender. "Damn it," Chunming cursed, tilting his head back as if to whistle. But in his flustered and unpracticed state, all that came out was a strange thud sound. Embarrassed, he quickly covered his mouth. "Ha ha, who on earth whistles like that?" Old Xiao burst into laughter, pointing at Chunming and laughing uncontrollably. "Shut up, you idiot." Chunming roared, his face bright red. Then, slapping his cheeks to compose himself, he took a deep breath and pursed his lips again. This time, he managed to produce a proper whistle. Accompanied by a sharp whistle piercing through the sky, A familiar figure quickly appeared and everyone sight it was the same sharp-winged eagle that had earlier carried Churen and Churen. Thanks to the overwhelming aura Churen exuded, which had caused the nearby examinees to retreat, the sharp-winged eagle was able to land effortlessly in front of Churen and his group. Its wings traced an elegant arc through the air before it landed steadily on the ground. Without a word, Churen swiftly leaped onto the back of the sharp-winged eagle. With an anxious expression, he turned and shouted at Churen. "You little freak! Hurry up and get on." Though Churen was surprised by Churen's unusually frantic reaction upon hearing the name Li Yi, he didn't ask any questions. He quickly jumped onto the eagle as well. Old Xiao, wearing a knowing smile, casually hopped onto the bird's back. "Go! Hurry up! Move it, you stupid bird!" Churen urged, slapping the back of the sharp-winged eagle. Sensing its master's urgency, the eagle spread its wings wide and soared into the sky, flying swiftly into the distance. The examinees on the field watched in envy as the group disappeared into the horizon. Lin Yifeng and Li Tianxing also looked up, their gazes fixed on the receding figure. "Brotherly, do you think we'll meet him again in the future?" Lin Yifeng asked, a hopeful smile on his face. "We will, definitely," Li Tianxing replied, his eyes glinting with determination as he stared into the sky. On the sharp-winged eagle, seeing Churen still in a state of panic, Churen finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Old Chun, what's gotten into you?" Churen didn't respond, instead constantly glancing back as if wary of someone chasing after them. Old Xiao burst out laughing. "Ha ha, little Renzi, you don't know this, but back in the day, Mengzi got chased and beaten by Li Yi for 3 whole days and nights. Even now, he's traumatized just hearing Li Yi's name." "Shut up," Churen barked, his face flushing with embarrassment. "That was just me practicing my abilities." "Ha ha, practicing abilities by getting chased and beaten for 3 days straight." Old Xiao teased mercilessly. Churen's face turned beet red as he roared. "Old Xiao, I'm going to kill you." "Hey, Li Yi is here," Old Xiao suddenly exclaimed. "What? Where? Old Xiao, help me." Churen frantically looked around, only to realize moments later. "Wait a second. Damn it. Old Xiao, you tricked me. Ha 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 ha." After a bout of playful scuffle, Churen finally uncovered Li Yi's true identity. Li Yi isn't just the head of the Special Division of North City Military Academy, Churen explained animatedly, gesturing as he spoke. He's also a key member of the Nether Shadow Squad on the battlefield of myriads. His terrifying abilities strike fear into countless foreign races. Old Xiao chimed in from the side. "When I saw him a year ago, he had already reached the mid-level Dharma phase realm. That kind of power is exceedingly rare among humans. No wonder he could chase you around for 3 days and 3 nights, Churen said with a dawning realization, casting a teasing glance at Churen. "With that kind of power gap, you really didn't stand a chance." During the conversation, Churen also learned more about Old Xiao. His full name was Xiao Ting, a Thunder Element ability user who had reached the high-level metamorphic realm. He had been in the same cohort as Churen. "You little monster," Churen said, patting Churen's shoulder with deliberate emphasis. "I specifically invited Old Xiao here to teach you Thunder Element combat techniques. You'd better learn well, very well." Xiao Ting nodded seriously. "That's right. This technique isn't simple, it's comparable to mental-type techniques of the same level. Back in the day, it took me over a month just to grasp the basics. Little Churen, don't put too much pressure on yourself." However, just as Xiao Ting turned around after finishing his explanation, the sound of crackling thunder filled the training room. He spun back in disbelief, only to see Churen already wielding the technique with full mastery. "What the hell? Is this kid a freaking superhuman?" Xiao Ting stared at the scene before him, utterly dumbfounded. Churen couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, old man. Now do you see why I call him a little monster? Damn it, Mengzi. That's just plain unethical. I've never claimed to have ethics. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, Churen stood there, looking satisfied as lightning flickered in his hands. This was none other than the Slash offensive combat technique Thunder Slash. It condensed the power of thunder into a sharp electric blade, capable of swift slicing and leaving residual lightning effects. Even without a weapon, the technique could be performed, with its power entirely dependent on the user's ability strength. For Churen, who fought with specialized gloves, this was undoubtedly a highly practical trump card. However, this battle technique came with a huge energy cost. Each use drained a significant amount of power from the ability user. Yet, this iron rule seemed completely ineffective when it came to Churen. He unleashed 6 or 7 consecutive Raikiri attacks, seemingly without any depletion of energy. His powers remained as abundant as ever. In fact, he felt that even if he cast it hundreds more times, the worst head experience would be a slight soreness in his arm. "Stacking boxes. You're seriously insane," Xiao Ting exclaimed as he approached, his face full of shock. Churen casually spread his hands, his expression nonchalant. "Have you ever met a fake lunatic?" This unexpected response left Xiao Ting momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to reply. Ha! Old boy, got shut down, didn't you? Chun Ming's booming laughter echoed through the training room. Looks like it's finally your turn. Xiao Ting clenched his fists, his patience wearing thin. You've got to be kidding me. I can't touch the newbies, but don't think I can't deal with you, old man. Raikiri. He pulled back his right arm, and in an instant, lightning surged, crackling violently. With a swift motion, he unleashed a raging electric blade straight at Chun Ming. Chun Ming reacted swiftly, crossing his arms in front of him and letting out a thunderous roar. Iron body. Before his words had finished, his body began to transform, hardening into solid steel until he resembled a humanoid iron statue. The lightning struck him heated, sparking a dazzling display of electricity. With a metallic clang, Chun Ming easily shook off the residual currents from his arms. He then raised his now steel-coated finger, pointing at Xiao Ting. Old Xiao, have you lost your mind? Xiao Ting's forehead twitched with irritation, his arms still glowing with electric energy. Lost your mind, my foot, he retorted, launching another fierce attack. The battle between the two raged on for about 2.5 minutes. With both holding back, Xiao Ting refrained from going all out, and Chun Ming chose not to counterattack. Eventually, they stopped simultaneously, as if by mutual agreement. Xiao Ting retracted the lightning from his arm, still fuming. Stacking boxes. You're just like a damn turtle. Chun Ming deactivated his iron body, unfazed. So what? My enhancement type ability is meant for defense. Your lightning ability can't avoid being lightning, can it? This comeback left Xiao Ting at a loss for words. He could only fall silent. Seeing this, Chun Ming grew even more smug, breaking into a loud, off-key song. Today is a good day. Grinding his teeth, Xiao Ting suddenly smirked mischievously, lowering his voice. Mengzi, don't forget about your freshman year in the dorm. Chun Ming's grin froze instantly, and he raised his hand in a panic. Don't you dare. Brothers, please don't stockpile chapters. I swear I'll keep updating like crazy. In order to silence Xiao Ting, Chun Ming had no choice but to treat them to a meal. At a stylishly decorated restaurant on the gourmet street of Sichuan Chongqing University of Supernatural Abilities, the table was already laden with a feast of aromatic exotic beast dishes. Churen gazed at the dazzling array of delicacies before him, swallowing hard. Beside him, Xiao Ting couldn't hold back any longer. He laughed heartily, grabbed a golden, crispy exotic beast leg, and began devouring it ravenously. Ha ha, Mengzi, you've gone all out this time, he said through a mouthful of food. Seeing this, Churen dropped his reservations, grabbed another enticingly fragrant beast leg, and began to dig in as well. Watching them, Chun Ming felt his heart ache. This is all money. No way. I can't lose out on this. I need to eat my money's worth. He resolved silently and joined in the feast. In just 25 minutes, the massive table of food was completely cleared by the three of them. Xiao Ting leaned back contentedly, picking his teeth with a toothpick while rubbing his full stomach. A look of satisfaction plastered across his face. Churen, equally pleased, marveled at the perfect combination of exquisite culinary techniques and the superior quality of the exotic beast meat. Chun Ming, however, was fuming at the sight of their satisfied faces. You two got your fill, but I'm the one paying for all this, he raged inwardly. At that moment, a server in a pristine uniform entered the private room and respectfully asked, Excuse me, teachers, who will be paying the bill? Xiao Ting lazily pointed at Chun Ming with his toothpick. Over there, Teacher Chen will handle it. The server nodded slightly and handed the bill to Chun Ming. Taking one look at it, Chun Ming nearly fainted. Damn it, my savings, he thought miserably as he paid the bill. Only then did the three of them head home to rest. Meanwhile, the outside world was in complete uproar. There were two main reasons. First, there were rumors of a suspected demon appearing in exam room 47. Second, another perfect score had emerged. Unlike previous cases, this time, the perfect scorer had completed the exam in just a few short hours, a terrifying speed that left everyone in awe. Major platforms' trending lists were completely dominated by this year's college entrance exam. Top 1, shocking. Another perfect scorer in the college entrance exam. The reason will blow your mind. Top 2, major incident in exam room 47, suspected demon appearance. Top 3, Gu is incredible. This was destined to be a sleepless night. The buzz surrounding the perfect score in the martial arts college entrance exam swept across the nation. Not only were ordinary spectators stunned, but universities everywhere were also shaken. Beyond the 5 top-tier schools, other institutions began investigating Churen's background, preparing to recruit him. Although they knew the 5 elite schools would likely act first, they held on to a sliver of hope. What if, like a plot from a novel, this genius chose a smaller school and soared to greatness? However, before their plans could even materialize, a sudden piece of news shattered all their expectations. Shocking. The perfect scorer is actually an S-level supernatural ability user. This piece of information, from an unknown source, sparked yet another wave of frenzy as soon as it was released. A sensational piece of news spread like wildfire across the internet. Churen, not only a student at a prestigious high school, had awakened a rare S-level ability and had already been specially admitted to Sichuan Ability University. This revelation was like a bombshell, leaving recruitment officers at various universities utterly heartbroken. Comments flooded the internet like a tidal wave. Oh my god. Even though I had a feeling, the truth is still shocking. Haha. Does this mean we've all witnessed the glory of an S-level ability user firsthand? This is basically a real-life superhero. While everyone was still reeling from this shocking news, an even more astonishing revelation surfaced. An S-level ability user had emerged during this year's ability awakening. This immediately sparked a new wave of heated discussion. Goodness, S-level was already mind-blowing. But what does S-level even mean? How many years has it been since an S-level appeared? What kind of talent is this? Looks like our G-bro isn't the strongest after all. S-level? Uffed, it's still a notch below S-level. If that S-level user had taken the college entrance exam, there's no way Churen would have scored full marks. The internet quickly split into two camps. One insisted that Churen remained the strongest of the new generation, while the other argued that the S-level user was undoubtedly superior. The debate grew increasingly intense. Meanwhile, in the office of Sichuan Ability University, Chen Ming was livid, slamming his desk in frustration. Damn those people from the imperial capital, they're disgusting. It turned out that he was the one who had leaked the news about Churen's S-level ability, aiming to crush other schools' hopes and build momentum for Churen. He hadn't expected the imperial capital to respond within just 10 minutes. Do they not sleep at night? What a bunch of night owls, he fumed, pounding the desk again in anger. At the same time, in the office of Imperial Capital Ability University, Jiao Xinyu lounged leisurely in her chair, cradling a sleek black cat in her arms. Her silver bell laughter carried a hint of smugness. Oh, Ming, you folks at Sichuan University really can't keep your cool, can you? She stroked the cat gently while watching a playback of Churen's college entrance exam video on her computer. When the domineering display of his lightning ability appeared on screen, her expression subtly shifted. In a soft voice, she murmured, "Still, you've managed to surprise me, little brother." A week later, in a private dorm room at Sichuan University of Special Abilities, Churen slowly opened his eyes. Thanks to his outstanding performance, he had been granted direct admission to the university, and Chen Ming had specially arranged this dorm for him as a temporary residence. Churen's identity and his admission had long been made public, so it wasn't unusual to find many senior students gathering outside his dorm, hoping to catch a glimpse of the prodigy who had scored a perfect mark in the martial arts college entrance exam. In response, Churen could only sigh and think to himself helplessly. Being exceptional really does attract attention that's hard to avoid. Churen got up and walked to the window. Looking down, he indeed saw a group of about 10 students in battle uniforms standing below, clearly there out of curiosity. Seeing the crowd, he couldn't help but sigh. Being watched like this every day is really getting annoying. But then, he mocked himself, thinking, and this is just a handful of people am I already this bothered? As he was silently complaining to himself, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Churen turned around to see Xiao Ting standing at the door. With a resigned expression, he said, "Xiaoga, you never give me a heads up before showing up. What if I was in the shower?" Xiao Ting casually picked up a grape from the table and popped it into his mouth. Chewing, he nonchalantly replied, "I'm not gay, what's there to worry about?" Churen pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation and muttered, "I'm worried you'd be scared if I pulled out something unexpected." Xiao Ting froze for a moment. His chewing paused as he gave Churen a strange look. "Wait a second, kid. Do you talk like this with Mingzi too?" Churen nodded with a grin. "Damn," Xiao Ting cursed under his breath. Suddenly, it all made sense. Chen Ming's sharp-tongued style had clearly been influenced by this little guy. Waving his hand dismissively, Xiao Ting said, "All right, I won't waste time. I'm here today for two reasons. To say goodbye, and to share some news with you." "News?" Churen asked, puzzled. "Yeah." Xiao Ting nodded, his expression growing serious. "It's about the elite training camp." Elite training camp. Churen was momentarily stunned, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Xiao Ting explained further, "The elite training camp is a specialized program personally established by the chief. All major academies select outstanding students to participate in a preliminary selection. Those who pass will then be admitted to the training. However, this process only applies to other academies. For the 5 top schools like ours, the rules are different. We're allowed to directly nominate 3 students to skip the preliminaries and join the training." Churen raised an eyebrow. "So, you're saying we can go straight in?" Xiao Ting smiled faintly. "That's right. The spots have already been decided, and you're one of them." Churen froze for a moment, a wave of excitement surging in his heart. "You are the first person we've decided to exempt from the preliminary selection," Xiao Ting's voice echoed in the room. "As for the remaining 2 spots, they will be determined after the freshman competition 2 months into the semester." Churen frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. "When does the elite training camp start exactly?" It begins at the end of each year and lasts until February of the following year, covering the entire spring festival period, Xiao Ting explained. Before he could finish, Churen stepped forward quickly, his eyes sharp and focused. I heard the rewards at the training camp are incredible, even including ability crystals. Please, you've got to let me in, Brother Xiao. Churen's voice was filled with sincerity and determination. Xiao Ting's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he finally saw through this kid's true nature, completely unconventional. Helplessly, he rubbed his face and waved his hand. All right, I've said everything I needed to. I'm leaving now. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure turned into a streak of lightning and vanished from Churen's home before the latter could even react. In the days that followed, Churen familiarized himself with the environment of Sichuan Chongqing Ability University while continuing his relentless training. Time flew by, and the start of the semester arrived in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the first day, Churen woke up early. Standing in the dormitory bathroom, he stared at his angular face in the mirror and couldn't help but strike a few poses he thought were dashing. Man, getting more handsome every day, he muttered narcissistically. After stepping out of the bathroom, he raised his hand, and with a thought, a wisp of blue lightning flickered at his fingertips. So this is what the Glimmer Realm feels like, he murmured to himself. While other freshmen were still struggling to reach the mid-level perception realm, Churen had already stepped into the threshold of the Glimmer Realm. First day, and I'm already in the Glimmer Realm. A confident smile curled on his lips as he dispelled the lightning at his fingertips. After tidying up his outfit, he left for the admissions office. Since freshmen were required to check in early, most of the people Churen encountered on campus were peers dragging their luggage and looking around curiously. The sophomores and juniors had yet to return. Following the route he remembered, Churen soon arrived at his destination. By then, a sizable group of freshmen had already gathered outside the admissions office, lining up to register. Outside the admissions office was the school gate. Churen walked forward slowly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping toward the outside. What met his eyes was a dense crowd of parents, their faces reflecting a complex mix of emotions: anticipation, worry, and pride, all intertwined. The scene caused Churen to pause for a moment. Just as he was about to continue walking, a loud shout broke the silence. Churen, good luck. That call seemed to ignite a spark. More and more parents began to recognize him, and cheers erupted in waves, filling the air outside the gate. Since he had been accepted into the Sichuan Chongqing University of Supernatural Abilities with a perfect score on the martial arts entrance exam and in level ability, his name had spread across every corner of the Sichuan Chongqing network. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people were shouting his name, mingled with phrases like the future pillar of humanity. The overwhelming scene stirred something deep within Churen. Being a hero doesn't seem so bad, he thought. Smiling, he waved to the crowd before making his way through the gazes of countless new students to the admissions office of the Natural Abilities Department. The senior in charge of admissions greeted him with a warm smile. Junior G, we've been expecting you. He handed over a form, which Churen took and began to fill out carefully. Around him, the new students were quietly observing. A young man dressed in a golden robe whispered, "So that's Churen?" The silver-cloaked swordsman behind him nodded. "Yes, he's incredibly strong." "I know," the man in the golden robe replied. "A perfect score on the martial arts exam, how could he not be?" Not far away, a red-haired man with piercing eyes fixed a sharp gaze on Churen. After completing the form, Churen returned to his dormitory, waiting for classes to begin the next day. Early the next morning, the shrill sound of an alarm clock jolted Churen out of his dreams. He rubbed his aching temples and couldn't help but curse. Damn it. What kind of trash school makes you get up at 6 a.m.? The freshman orientation ceremony was scheduled for 6:20 a.m., a timing he found utterly baffling. After a quick wash, Churen groggily pushed open his door, only to find Chun Meng leaning against a tree outside, fast asleep. "What's old Chun doing here?" he muttered. Walking closer, he gently nudged him. "Old Chun, hey, wake up. You can't sleep here." Seeing that Chun Meng still showed no reaction, Churen sighed helplessly and muttered under his breath, "Getting old sure has its perks. You can sleep just leaning against a tree." He rubbed his chin, gave Chun Meng another once-over, and suddenly a mischievous yet effective idea popped into his head. Churen glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to him, then leaned in close to Chun Meng and whispered softly in his ear, "Li Yi is here." "What the?" Chun Meng's eyes shot open as his entire body tensed, a flicker of panic flashing through his gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked off the ground, his powers surging as his body launched into the air in one fluid motion. The sequence of movements was so seamless that Churen was left frozen in place, stunned. He had never seen Chun Meng react with such speed and agility. A question began to nag at him: just how much of a threat did the name Li Yi pose to Chun Meng? If merely hearing the name triggered such a response, what would happen if they actually came face to face? Meanwhile, as Chun Meng soared through the air, he scanned his surroundings. The familiar sights below threw his mind into disarray. No way. Has Li Yi seriously gone insane enough to chase me all the way to Chuan University? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he froze midair, as though struck by lightning. For a brief moment, it was as if his brain had completely shut down. The scenery around him gradually came back into focus, but he was left feeling an unsettling emptiness, as though his mind was rebooting. Looking down at the familiar campus, his expression shifted from panic to confusion, then to deep contemplation, and finally to fury. His anger boiled over as he roared. Damn it! Churen, Wang Chao password. With a furious shout, Chunming swiftly turned around and shot back toward Churen's dormitory like a missile. At that moment, Churen was gazing up at the sky when he caught sight of Chunming's figure, which had already disappeared into the distance, suddenly streaking back like a bolt of lightning. Chunming's face was twisted with rage, and his eyes burned with fury so intense it seemed to spill out. Oh crap! Churen exclaimed, panicking as he turned and bolted, transforming into a streak of lightning to escape as fast as he could. Churen, stop right there! Chunming's voice thundered as he chased after him, his finger pointing accusingly, his teeth gritted in fury. No way, old Chun. Only an idiot would stop right now. Churen shouted back without looking. He knew full well that Chunming's anger had reached its peak. Anyone who stopped would be asking for trouble. Stop! I swear I won't hit you. Chunming shouted, getting closer and closer, his intimidating presence making it clear he meant business. If Churen hadn't mastered lightning-based powers, he would have been caught long ago. Yeah right. I don't trust you one bit. Don't try your word games on me. Churen yelled over his shoulder. I swear I won't hit you. Hearing this, Chunming seemed to calm down slightly. He cracked a grin, but the smile carried an unsettling undertone. It sent a chill down Churen's spine, causing goosebumps to rise all over. That smile, why does it feel so creepy? Churen thought, a growing sense of unease gnawing at him. Chunming clasped his hands together, his knuckles cracking loudly, each sound like a hammer pounding against Churen's heart. Churen instinctively took a few steps back and shouted anxiously, Old Chun, you said you wouldn't hit me. If you hit me, you're my son. I said I wouldn't hit you. Chunming replied with a sinister grin. But I never said I wouldn't pummel you. Churen was completely dumbfounded, his mouth opening to protest, but before he could get a word out, Chunming roared again. Wang Chao password. Churen, what the hell are you playing at? After the brief commotion settled, Chunming led Churen toward the sports field. Upon arriving at their destination, Churen was left utterly stunned by the scene. Before him was the representative of the new students and was expected to deliver a speech in front of all the freshmen. It all happened so suddenly, and he hadn't been informed beforehand. Bewildered, Churen turned to look at Chunming, only to see him slightly turning away, avoiding his gaze. In that instant, Churen finally realized Chunming, you set me up? He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, veins bulging as his knuckles cracked audibly. Hearing the sound, Chunming froze in place, then quickly shifted into defense mode. His body instantly became unnaturally rigid, like an impenetrable wall of steel. Once his transformation was complete, Chunming turned back, his face plastered with a stiff, mechanical smile that looked both awkward and resigned. Churen was speechless, his anger simmering but ultimately powerless. Even Xiao Ting, a master capable of breaking through most defenses, had been defeated by Chunming's turtle shell technique. As a mere newcomer in the beginner stage of cultivation, how could he possibly overcome it? Besides, how could he seriously attack an old classmate? Left with no other choice, Churen silently noted this grudge, vowing to find a way to return the favor to Chunming in the future. Before long, after speeches from the heads of the various departments and the academy leaders, it was finally Chunming's turn to take the stage as the director of education for the 6 major departments. Chunming spoke briefly and firmly. Everyone, I won't say much. He'll leave you with one final message: may you thrive. The students below responded in unison, may you thrive. Satisfied, Chunming nodded and stepped down from the podium. Finally, it was Churen's turn to deliver his speech. The host approached the microphone and, with great excitement, announced, now, let's welcome our freshman representative, the first perfect scorer in a century of martial arts entrance exams, and its class thunder ability, user Churen. The audience erupted into applause, their eyes fixed on the stage. After all, achieving a perfect score in the martial arts entrance exam was a once-in-a-century phenomenon, leaving everyone astonished and full of anticipation. Churen took a deep breath, straightened his collar slightly, and stepped onto the stage. Adjusting the microphone gently, he glanced across the audience, took another deep breath, and cleared his throat. Ahem. The crowd instantly fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation. The deans of the various departments smiled as they watched Churen on stage, whispering among themselves. The dean of the strengthening department looked enviously at the nature department's dean and remarked, you've got some great luck, landing in class ability user. His potential is limitless. Indeed, am truly envious, chimed in the special department's dean. The other deans couldn't help but show traces of jealousy, while the nature department's dean allowed a faintly smug smile to appear on his face. Just a stroke of luck, that's all. Churen is about to start his speech, so let's all listen closely. I'm sure it'll be remarkable. Hearing the nature department dean's recommendation, the other deans quickly stopped their murmuring and focused their attention on the stage. On the stage, Churen exhaled softly, lifted his head to face the audience, and began to speak slowly. Hello everyone, I am Churen, the representative of the new students this year. I only have 2 points to make. First, let's all work hard. Second, I wish everyone great success in their journey. That's all for my speech. Thank you. As soon as Churen finished speaking, he gave a slight bow and turned to walk off the stage. The audience fell into an awkward silence. Everyone stared blankly at Churen, the air thick with an indescribable tension. The new students exchanged glances, unsure how to react. They had expected the representative's speech to be structured and formal, but this was entirely unexpected. Just then, someone finally broke the silence. A round of applause began, quickly spreading until the room was filled with enthusiastic clapping and cheers of great success. The deans of the various departments turned their attention to Churen, their expressions momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, the dean of the support department chuckled and said, "It seems Churen has quite the personality." The dean of the enhancement department joined in with a laugh. Haha, indeed. He reminds me a bit of that rascal Chun-Ming. I heard Churen was brought in by Chun-Ming, right? Asked the dean of the psychic department, a hint of curiosity in their tone. Yes, the dean of the special abilities department nodded calmly. It cost 3 ability crystals, along with some other perks. 3 ability crystals for a future core member? That's a worthwhile investment, the support department dean agreed. True, but the main reason was the emergence of that S-strength ability user from Chu territory. Without that, 3 crystals might not have been enough, the dean of the nature department added in a composed manner. Exactly. Even though that S-strength powerhouse is remarkable, we had already decided on Churen. There was no way we could change our choice, the support department dean continued. Right? We just need to focus on nurturing Churen. The rest will be up to the younger generation to handle. After all, having both an strength and an S-strength individual in the same year is unprecedented, the enhancement department dean said with a smile. The younger generation will find their own paths. In the end, they're all fighting for humanity, and that's what truly matters, the beast taming department dean said, gazing into the distance with a touch of sentiment. As the deans discussed, Churen had just stepped off the stage when Chun-Ming approached him, unable to hold back a teasing smile. You little rascal. Are you trying to copy my speech style? Chun-Ming's lips curled into a smug grin. But I have to admit, you did a decent job. Almost half as charismatic as me. Copy you? More like learning to be a turtle, Churen retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Thud. A crisp sound echoed as Churen suddenly felt a sharp pain on his head. He clutched his head, wincing in pain. Ow, Churen muttered under his breath. Chun-Ming casually withdrew his fist, his expression calm as he closed his eyes, and said with mock seriousness, that was a tactical steel-hardening move. You wouldn't understand. After a pause, he added, also, I'm your teacher. Show some respect. Rubbing his head, Churen felt slightly dizzy. Damn it. You didn't hold back at all, he muttered internally, wondering if Chun-Ming had secretly enhanced his arm strength. How else could it hurt this much? Old trickster. The next day, today marked the beginning of the pre-semester special training for all freshmen. Since most of the students had only recently awakened their abilities, the majority were still at the lower or mid-level Lingjue realm, with only a rare few reaching the higher-level Lingjue realm. To help them improve, every university arranged a 2-week training program for their freshmen. 2 weeks later, the academy tournament competition within each department to determine the top student would take place. The day before, Chun-Ming had informed Churen about this. When Churen heard the news, his face was filled with surprise. But I'm currently at the lowest tier of the micro-light realm, Churen frowned. Does that mean I can skip the training? The micro-light realm was divided into 5 sublevels: lowest, lower, mid, higher, and peak. Churen was at the lowest tier. Chun-Ming froze for a moment, opening his mouth, but unsure how to respond. Churen had a point. Wait, let me think about it. Chun-Ming raised his hand, signaling Churen to give him a moment to process. Churen's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself, this guy really is a bit of a dimwit. You kind of have a point, Chun-Ming rubbed his chin. So, are you planning to join the training? Of course, Churen replied nonchalantly. There's always more to learn. Who knows, maybe the freshman training will be useful for me. Then why did you even ask if you could skip it? Chun-Ming was on the verge of losing it, blurting out in frustration. I was just asking. What's the big deal? Churen shrugged indifferently. Chun-Ming was momentarily speechless, completely at a loss for words. He thought to himself, this guy is just impossible to figure out. Back to the present. As usual, Churen got up early and headed to the designated training location. On the way, he encountered many other freshmen heading in the same direction. Most of them were students from the Natural Elements Academy because the training was organized by department, with each department having its own training site. The 6 major academies conducted their training separately, which meant that Churen's future opponents would mostly be students who had awakened natural element abilities. Churen walked through the campus, past the principal's statue, and finally arrived at the Natural Elements Academy, located within Churen University. After confirming his direction, he headed toward the central plaza of the academy. The plaza of the Natural Elements Academy was spacious and open, with a sculpture made of various elemental designs standing at its center. Surrounding the sculpture was a pool of clear water, where a few goldfish occasionally swam. At this moment, the plaza was already bustling with freshmen. They gathered in small groups of 3 or 4, chatting among themselves, clearly preparing for the upcoming training. Most of the freshmen were in groups of 4 because their dormitories were designed for 4 people per room. Churen, however, was the only one in a single-person dormitory. As soon as Churen stepped into the plaza, he felt several gazes directed toward him. It was faint but unmistakable someone was watching him. Many of the new students turned their attention to Churen, the prodigy hailed as an ancient-century genius. Whispers filled the air as small groups of students gathered, occasionally stealing curious glances at him. Churen, however, remained calm. After days of being the center of attention and whispered discussions, he had grown accustomed to it. He casually found a spot to stand, quietly waiting. Suddenly, the sky took on an eerie crimson hue, and a wave of intense heat surged forward. Instinctively, everyone looked up. A massive fireball was hurtling toward the square, surrounded by blazing flames and radiating an overwhelming heat. A fireball? An attack? One student exclaimed in shock. An attack? Nonsense. This is Churen University. Who would dare to be so brazen? It's got to be the instructor, his roommate immediately retorted. Despite the speculation, everyone remained on high alert, including Churen. His gaze was fixed on the descending fireball, his muscles tensed, ready to react to any sudden developments. As the fireball neared the ground, it began to shrink rapidly, and the intense heat started to subside. Finally, the fiery mass condensed into a humanoid form and landed heavily in the center of the Elemental Academy square. Boom! With a deafening impact, the surrounding temperature instantly spiked from 26 degrees to over 40 degrees. The fiery figure slowly rose from a crouched position, and as the flames around it dissipated, a tall man clad in a red battle robe was revealed. Standing at the center of the square, the man's piercing gaze swept across the gathered new students. When his eyes landed on Churen, he paused briefly before continuing his inspection. Churen remained vigilant, unwilling to let his guard down, even though the likelihood of an attack seemed slim. Meanwhile, the other students had already begun to relax, chatting and laughing amongst themselves. Silence! The man's voice boomed with authority. The crowd immediately quieted down. The man continued, "Let me introduce myself. I am your instructor for the next 2 weeks of training. My surname is Su, and you can call me Instructor Su. I've observed that some of you are already quite well known. Among you are top scorers from this year's martial arts entrance exam, and even candidates from prominent families." At these words, a young man in a golden robe visibly reacted, looking at Instructor Su in surprise. But Instructor Su's voice rose sharply. "I don't care who you are, what achievements you've earned, or what background you come from. Here, everyone will be treated equally. Over the next 2 weeks, each of you will complete the tasks I assign. Of course, geniuses will have their own special challenges and responsibilities. So are you ready?" The crowd in the square nodded in unison, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Sensing this, Instructor Su immediately roared, "Did you all leave your voices at home?" His booming voice echoed through the square like a thunderclap, startling the new recruits into a brief daze. Moments later, a unified shout erupted from the crowd. "We're ready." Churen didn't join the shouting. Instead, he quietly observed Instructor Su, pondering to himself. Judging by his temper, this instructor seems to have quite the fiery personality. Fits his fire-based abilities, I suppose. But I wonder, could he be one of those types who are meek at home and afraid of their wives? The thought amused Churen. "Good. Keep your energy and spirits up," Instructor Su bellowed. "You are the ones who will one day set foot on the battlefield against countless enemies. Don't you dare say, 'I can't.' Only cowards say that. A real man charges forward, fearless and determined." As his voice rang out, the crowd collectively held their breath, the tension rising once more. "Next, we begin the first task of your freshman training, combat practice." The words "combat practice" left the recruits wide-eyed and bewildered. They exchanged glances, confused and uneasy. Whispers broke out among them. Combat practice? Against whom? No way. Could it be Churen? A male student exclaimed, turning nervously to look at Instructor Su. It seemed as though Instructor Su had anticipated their thoughts. He quickly announced, "Your opponent is me." The square fell silent, the air almost frozen for a couple of seconds. Then, murmurs erupted among the recruits. "What the?" He's serious? The instructor himself. Someone find that enhanced werewolf guy to help us out. This is insane. Fighting the instructor? That's impossible. Not necessarily. We have Churen. He could just zap him with a thunder sphere and fry the instructor. Are you stupid? Churen's thunder sphere doesn't discriminate, it'll fry us too. Amid the chaotic discussions, Instructor Su raised his voice again. You'll have 2.5 hours of combat training. The task is simple. Either defeat me or withstand my attacks. If you fail, well, you'll face the consequences. The battlefield has no limits, but don't even think about running away. The cost of escape? I won't bother explaining. Now training begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Instructor Su raised his hand, releasing a surge of scorching heat. The air distorted visibly as if burned by the intense temperature. With a deafening boom, a fireball ignited on his arm, transforming into a blazing red meteor that streaked toward the recruits. Whoa, one of the students shouted, diving out of the way as the fireball hurtled toward him. The others scrambled to dodge as well, adrenaline kicking in. Some recruits quickly employed wind-based abilities to lift themselves into the air, while others used water-based powers to envelop themselves in protective barriers. A few even utilized earth-based abilities to burrow into the ground, disappearing from sight. Everyone was doing their best to avoid the fiery onslaught. Churen didn't hesitate either. In an instant, he activated his power, transforming into a streak of lightning and flashing to an empty spot far from the fireball's trajectory. The fireball struck the ground with explosive force, scattering fiery embers like a volcanic eruption. Yet, Instructor Su appeared unfazed by the chaos. His gaze locked onto Churen, sharp and unyielding. His eyes carried a cold intensity, and as he watched Churen evade the attack, a subtle, enigmatic smile played on his lips. Churen stared intently at Instructor Su, and the moment their eyes met, his heart sank. Damn it, this instructor is really targeting me. He cursed inwardly and glanced sideways toward the spot where the fireball had fallen. Over there, a dozen or so freshmen had yet to retreat. Some fire element users wrapped themselves in flames, attempting to fight fire with fire. Others, who wielded water abilities, surrounded themselves with a curtain of water in an effort to extinguish the flames. Apart from the fire and water element users, the rest of the ability users had already fled. Wind users soared into the sky. Earth users vanished underground. Hardly anyone dared to stay. Lightning abilities? Churen scanned the area, but still hadn't spotted any other lightning ability users. It seemed he was the only one with this power. Clang. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clash echoed through the surroundings, instantly capturing Churen's attention. He turned his head alertly and was startled to find that Instructor Su had vanished. Quickly, he looked in the direction of the sound and saw Instructor Su engaged in a fierce battle with a male student dressed in a golden robe. The student wielded a long sword, clashing repeatedly with Instructor Su's short blade. The sharp metallic sounds reverberated, sparks flew, and the air was thick with the searing intensity of their weapons' collisions. Clang, clang, clang. The pace of the fight quickened. Instructor Su's attacks were as swift and deadly as lightning, his short blade moving like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Each strike aimed directly at the golden-robed student's vital points. Yet, the student's swordsmanship was equally remarkable. Each strike seemed to flow seamlessly, as if an extension of his body, countering the short blade with fluid precision. But as the battle continued, a growing unease crept over Churen. This doesn't look like training. Every move Instructor Su made targeted the golden-robed student's critical areas. One misstep, and the student could lose his life. At this moment, the golden-robed student's face was pale, his eyes filled with fear and pain. Despite his desperate attempts to fend off the attacks, it was clear he was reaching his limit. Damn it, is this really just a training exercise? Panic surged through the student's mind, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to keep fighting against Instructor Su. No. If this continues, he'll die? The golden-robed student steeled himself, clenching his jaw as he mustered all his strength to swing his long sword. With a sharp metallic clash, he managed to force Instructor Su back by 2 steps. However, Instructor Su quickly regained his footing, his stance as steady as if nailed to the ground. Then, flames began to blaze along the edge of his short blade, glowing a fierce crimson. Burn! Instructor Su growled, stepping forward sharply with his right foot as he swung his flaming short blade toward the golden-robed student. The student gritted his teeth, his expression hardening. Raising his longsword, something unexpected began to happen. It started to transform in his hands. The golden-robed young man's sword suddenly emitted a dazzling silver light, as if the blade had been coated with a layer of metallic armor. This was his unique ability, metallic sharpness, which allowed him to manipulate metal and infuse it into his weapon. As the sword gleamed, the golden-robed young man mustered all his strength to raise his weapon and block Instructor Su's assault. With a resonant clang, the two weapons collided, but something unexpected happened in that instant. The flames on Instructor Su's short blade surged violently, spreading uncontrollably along the golden-robed young man's sword. His face turned pale as his arm trembled uncontrollably, barely holding on. At this critical moment, Churen made his move. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a fist and crackling with immense power, shot straight toward Instructor Su's back. Sensing the danger approaching from behind, Instructor Su quickly swung his blade to deflect the golden-robed young man's sword before leaping sideways to evade the attack. The golden-robed young man stared in horror at the approaching lightning. However, with a wave of Churen's right hand, the lightning abruptly veered off course just half a meter from him, redirecting itself toward Instructor Su. The shocking scene left the golden-robed young man drenched in cold sweat, as he had already felt the sting of static electricity. Thankfully, it was a false alarm. Instructor Su looked slightly surprised, but remained composed. With a lift of his left hand, a flaming shield materialized instantly, effortlessly incinerating Churen's lightning into nothingness. Damn it, just how strong is he? Churen gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, two massive hands of earth burst through the tiled ground, gripping Instructor Su's legs tightly. At the same time, a red-haired man wielding a flaming longsword launched a surprise attack from behind. Yet, as if anticipating this move, Instructor Su raised his dagger backward in an uncanny motion, perfectly blocking the red-haired man's strike. Impossible, the red-haired man exclaimed, retreating swiftly. He shouted toward the distance. Fatty, move. With that, he began withdrawing toward Churen's position. The portly man, who had been holding his hands up in concentration, was already drenched in sweat. Seeing the red-haired man retreat, he cursed under his breath. Show off. I should never have listened to you, the chubby boy shouted angrily, flinging his hands aside as he clumsily ran toward Churen. While running, he yelled, Brother G, take me in. The boy in the golden robe, seeing this, dared not hesitate, and quickly followed. The situation was clear: only by working together could they stand a chance against Instructor Su. As the chubby boy dropped his hands, the earthen restraints binding Instructor Su instantly lost their vitality and were easily shattered under his kicks. Instructor Su elegantly brushed the dirt off his shoes, his cold gaze sweeping across Churen and the others. It seems you're the only ones worthy of my attention. In that case, let's eliminate the weak. Before his words fully landed, Instructor Su's skin began to glow an ominous fiery red, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Churen immediately heightened his vigilance, and the other students gathered around him tensed up. In the next instant, Instructor Su was engulfed in roaring flames, transforming into a blazing figure of fire. The fiery figure slowly raised his right hand and spoke softly but clearly. Sea of flames, ignite. With the word ignite, a ferocious blaze erupted from his body, instantly spreading across the plaza, creating an indiscriminate sea of fire. Boom! The flames surged toward the new students like an unstoppable wave. Defend with all your strength. Churen's pupils shrank as he shouted. There was no time to think about saving others. Surviving this massive sea of flames was already a miracle. With a sudden burst of power in his legs, he leapt like a streak of lightning into the sky. Yet even those with wind-based abilities couldn't completely evade the fire's reach in time. The other students had no choice but to resist. Hedon, the boy in the golden robe, shouted, Sharp metal, gather, and was instantly covered in metal, resembling a suit of armor. The boy in the red robe yelled, Ignite, and transformed into a fiery figure himself. The chubby boy cursed, This is insane, while encasing himself in layers of earth. The wind element users, unable to fly quickly enough, had to use their powers to shield themselves, while some clever earth element users chose to burrow underground. What stood out the most was the teamwork of two girls. One with dark green hair and a green robe shouted, Wind wall, build, summoning a swirling green cyclone. The girl beside her, with blue hair and a blue robe, immediately followed with stubborn water, pour, as blue liquid cascaded onto the wind wall, forming a sturdy turquoise barrier. Although the water wall managed to block most of the flames, some of the fire broke through the defense and surged toward them. Seeing the situation, the two girls immediately activated their powers to resist the all-consuming sea of flames. The scorching fire raged on for a full 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. As the last trace of firelight disappeared, Churen plummeted from the sky like a bolt of lightning. When he steadied himself, the sight before him left him utterly speechless. The square of the nature department was unrecognizable, reduced to a chaotic wasteland of rubble. The surrounding buildings appeared to have been bombarded, with debris scattered everywhere. Smoldering embers still flickered on the remnants of shattered walls. Even the iconic statue in the center of the square had been severed at the waist, its lower half still engulfed in flames. The ground of the square was charred black, gleaming as if it had been scorched by the fires of hell. Damn, is this really just a training exercise? Churen muttered in disbelief as he surveyed the devastation around him. If this is training, the cost is insane. He turned to look in the direction of Instructor Su, murmuring to himself, Who is he really? Suddenly, a violent coughing sound came from nearby. Churen turned his head, and saw what appeared to be a charred statue standing next to him. Its surface looked like scorched earth, emitting an unpleasant burnt smell. With a few cracking sounds, the statue crumbled to the ground, revealing a chubby man beneath, his entire body smoking and his face pitch black. He knelt on the ground, coughing violently while using his left hand to support himself. Cough, cough, cough. This is killing me. Churen's lips twitched as he watched the scene unfold. Wait, did you cover yourself in dirt to resist the fire? Isn't that just turning yourself into a roasted pig? Cough, cough. Damn it. If I'd known, I would have used earth tunneling instead. I nearly got cooked alive. The chubby man wobbled to his feet, trying to wipe his face with his charred battle robe, only to make his face even dirtier. Suddenly, he noticed the state of his tattered, burnt battle robe, the one he had purchased on credit. He threw his head back and wailed, "No, my robe. If I'd just used earth tunneling. Ugh, my poor robe." Churen frowned in thought, his gaze sweeping over the scorched and desolate ground. If earth tunneling could really save lives, then the students who chose to tunnel should have surfaced by now. Yet, not a single one had appeared. Earth element ability users at the spirit perception level couldn't breathe underground. Staying there too long would mean certain death. If no one had emerged, it could only mean they were all dead. This realization sent a chill down Churen's spine. If that were true, then who was Instructor Su really? And where had Chun Meng and the others gone? Such large-scale destruction couldn't have gone unnoticed. Why hadn't Chun Meng or anyone else reacted? Everything that had happened today felt like a dream. Wait, a dream? In that instant, Churen had a sudden epiphany. A psychic ability. This is indeed a training session, but it's just an illusion created by the mental ability users. When did I enter the illusion? Damn it, could it be because my mental power isn't strong enough? I didn't even realize I was in an illusion. What should I do now? Churen felt a surge of anxiety in his heart, utterly at a loss with everything in front of him. Hey, Jige! A sudden shout from the chubby guy interrupted his thoughts. Churen turned his head, only to see the chubby guy taking a quick stride forward and dramatically sliding to his knees before him, hugging his leg and rubbing against it furiously. In just a few seconds, all the soot and grime on the chubby guy's face transferred onto Churen's battle robe, revealing his true face. Churen couldn't help but feel a vein pop in his head. He kicked the chubby guy away with a loud thud, sending him flying. Even though the battle robe was black, it had patterns on it. Churen's face turned livid with anger, and the more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning at the chubby guy. Zzz, the electricity crackled like a serpent, making the chubby guy's whole body twitch instantly. Churen didn't intend to harm him for real, just to teach him a lesson. After 2 seconds of the electric attack, he withdrew his power. Even so, the chubby guy's body involuntarily twitched twice more before collapsing to the ground with a puff of black smoke escaping from his mouth. His hair stood on end from the shock. Churen glanced at him, feeling a trace of schadenfreude, and said coldly, "Serves you right." A burst of laughter full of amusement suddenly came from the side. Churen turned to see a red-haired boy walking toward him with a smug smile on his face. Not far away, a boy in a golden robe also approached. Compared to the others, he seemed to be the cleanest one in the group aside from Churen. His face was free of dust, and his clothes bore only a few metallic fragments. However, his flushed cheeks and red arms betrayed an unusual discomfort. "You look like you've been steamed?" Churen asked with some confusion. The golden-robed boy's mouth twitched as if unsure how to respond. He certainly wasn't about to admit to Churen that during his training in the Sea of Fire, his armor had overheated and ended up burning him. Cough, cough. At that moment, the chubby guy staggered to his feet, shaking the dust off his body and patting his electrified, spiky hair. He wobbled over to Churen and pleaded sincerely, "Jige, I swear I didn't mean to. I was just too excited and couldn't hold back." Churen's mouth twitched, but he ignored him, shifting his gaze instead to the red-haired boy nearby. The red-haired boy continued watching with an unchanging grin, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Meanwhile, Churen noticed a subtle change in the golden-robed boy's expression. Lowering his voice, Churen suddenly asked, "Where are the others?" The golden-robed boy glanced around, realizing that all the other newcomers were nowhere to be seen. The surroundings were utterly empty. His eyes flickered slightly. "Is this really a training session? I feel like that instructor is out to kill us." "I feel the same way," the boy in the red robe said with a serious expression, his brows tightly furrowed, and his voice filled with unwavering conviction. The way they attacked, aiming every strike at your vital points, was clearly intended to kill. The chubby boy nearby scratched his head in confusion and asked, "But if this isn't part of the training, why hasn't our teacher shown up yet?" Everyone fell silent, exchanging uncertain glances, as no one could answer that question. Churen, however, didn't join their discussion. His gaze was fixed ahead, staring intently at the faint silhouettes in the distance. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Thud, thud, thud accompanied by the dragging sound of something being pulled and the clatter of objects colliding. The strange noises immediately caught everyone's attention, and they all turned to look in the direction of the sound. When the figure came into view, everyone tensed up, instinctively assuming defensive stances. Approaching them was none other than Instructor Sue. Instructor Sue was dragging something in each hand, struggling step by step as he moved closer. As their eyes shifted past him to the objects being dragged behind, everyone froze in shock. Those were two human corpses. Without a word, Instructor Sue stopped in front of the group. With a sudden, forceful motion, he flung the two bodies toward them. The corpses rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop at their feet. As they looked down to examine the bodies, every single person felt their muscles tighten involuntarily. The two corpses belonged to girls, one dressed in a green robe, the other in blue. Their faces were etched with expressions of terror and defiance, and their bodies were covered in gruesome burn marks. It was clear that these two girls had been killed by Instructor Sue himself. Noticing their reactions, Instructor Sue smirked with satisfaction. His voice carried a mocking tone as he said, "Well, looks like it's just you all left. So, tell me, how would you prefer to die?" "Who the hell are you?" the boy in the red robe demanded, his trembling finger pointing at Instructor Sue, his voice shaking with rage. "Who am I?" Instructor Sue tilted his head as if in thought, then looked directly at the red-robed boy. "I'm your training instructor, of course." "That's bullshit." The boy in the golden robe couldn't contain his fury. He took a step forward and pointed at Instructor Sue, shouting, "If you're really our instructor, then why did they have to die?" He gestured toward the two girls' lifeless bodies on the ground. "Die." Instructor Sue tilted his head again, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he replied coldly, "You're using the word sacrifice way too lightly. This wasn't a sacrifice, this was just losing their lives. Life, after all, is just life. Once it's gone, it's gone. Nothing more than a scar the size of a bowl." The red-haired boy looked like he wanted to argue further, but Churen raised a hand to stop him. Churen stepped forward slightly, positioning himself in front of his companions. Instructor Sue noticed the subtle shift and immediately adjusted his stance, one foot sliding forward, his muscles tensing as he prepared for an attack. Churen caught the slight movement and allowed a barely perceptible smile to tug at the corner of his lips. Just as he had expected. Despite his body being on high alert, Instructor Sue's expression remained relaxed, even taunting. "Oh, are you going to give me some righteous lecture too?" Churen slowly shook his head, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "I don't waste words on someone like you. You're not worth it." Instructor Sue was visibly taken aback. His surprise was mirrored by the red-haired boy and the others, who were equally stunned by Churen's abrupt response. In that split second of distraction, Churen made his move. His entire body became a blur of lightning, flashing toward Instructor Sue in an instant. His right fist, crackling with thunderous energy, shot straight for Instructor Sue's face. Instructor Sue's heart sank as he witnessed the scene. With a swift motion of his right hand, a blazing fireball erupted and surged toward Churen with searing heat. Simultaneously, using the explosive force of the flames as propulsion, his figure shot backward like an arrow. Sizzle boom. The fireball collided midair with Churen's sudden right-handed punch, resulting in a deafening explosion that echoed across the field. The scorching waves of fire billowed toward Churen, but as soon as the flames touched his body, they were instantly devoured and neutralized by the flickering lightning coiled around him. Churen patted the smoldering embers on his battle robe, a crazed smile spreading across his face. His lips curled upward as he slowly raised his gaze to the fiery figure in the distance. With a cold sneer, he spoke. "It seems my suspicion was correct." As the flames gradually dissipated, Instructor Sue's figure reemerged, his expression filled with shock and confusion. "You truly wield extraordinary powers," Instructor Sue said in a deep voice. "But your physical body cannot withstand the strain of such power," Churen stated firmly, fixing his gaze on him. Instructor Sue's pupils contracted, a flash of fear flickering in his eyes as his heart churned with turmoil. What does that mean?" the chubby boy asked, scratching his head in bewilderment, unable to grasp the situation. Churen swept his gaze over the group, his voice commanding and resolute. "Attention, everyone. Focus your attacks on his physical body. Engage him in close combat." This declaration caused the group's expressions to shift dramatically. They exchanged glances filled with hesitation and surprise. Upon hearing this, Instructor Sue let out a cold laugh. "Kid, do you really think you few can force me into close quarters? Aren't you afraid I'll unleash a sea of fire and reduce you all to ashes?" Churen's lips curled into a menacing grin. "With your fragile body, I'm confident I can take you down before you even get the chance." Instructor Sue paused briefly, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha. As expected of the top martial arts student, your observation skills are truly remarkable, even spotting my weakness so clearly." He looked at Churen with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Tell me, have you figured it all out?" Churen's expression remained calm as he replied softly. In an illusion, how can there be truth? As his words fell, the group of freshmen behind him froze in place. Illusion? The chubby boy muttered in confusion, asking quietly. Jige, are we in an illusion? The boy in the golden robe murmured in a low voice. That explains it. That explains why no teachers have shown up until now. So all along, we've been trapped inside an illusion. The boy in the red robe parted his lips slightly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then all the battles we just fought, none of it was real? Instructor Su let out a sigh, shaking his head slowly. You really saw through it. Just from noticing that my body and abilities don't match, you deduced this was an illusion. Not just that, Churen shook his head. I realized it fully when, from the start of the fight until now, not a single teacher appeared. And I don't believe there's anyone in this world who could infiltrate Sichuan University alone and manipulate everything unnoticed. Instructor Su was momentarily stunned, then erupted in laughter again. Ha ha. So it was this school security issue that gave it away? Alright, it seems for the next illusion test, I'll have to simulate a few teachers to trick you all. He sobered up, his tone serious as he declared. You've passed this round of the test. Crack. With a crisp shattering sound, Churen's world suddenly began to fracture, splintering like broken glass. The surroundings were covered in web-like cracks, and the persistent sound of cracking filled his ears. Then, with a sharp crack, an even clearer sound of breaking echoed, and the ruined world around them vanished in an instant. What reappeared before their eyes was the original plaza of the Natural Sciences Department. The plaza was untouched, no fire, no ruins, not even a scratch on the ground. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The only difference was that the crowd of people who had been standing earlier were now all lying on the ground with their eyes closed. Only Churen and his companions remained standing. The chubby boy looked around curiously, a look of astonishment on his face. He quickly walked over to one of the fallen students, squatted down, and pried open their eyelid to examine them closely. You know medicine? The boy in the golden robe asked in surprise. Nope, the chubby boy replied honestly. I just saw people do this in TV shows. The boy in the golden robe wiped the sweat from his forehead and said helplessly. Then how do you know if they're alive or not? Guessing, the chubby boy answered earnestly, letting go of the student's eyelid and standing up straight. 6. The boy in the golden robe muttered, his mouth twitching. Countless words of exasperation condensed into this single number. Since it was just an illusion, all the dust and injuries on the group vanished as the illusion shattered, leaving them completely restored. Don't worry, said Instructor Su, noticing their concern. They're just asleep and will wake up soon. The illusion created by your teacher, Chun, won't harm you. I just didn't expect a freshman to figure it out. Top marks in martial arts indeed. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Looks like we'll need to make it more convincing next time. Maybe we'll summon Chun Meng's illusions too, and then. Instructor Su launched into an enthusiastic explanation of his improvement plans, his eyes sparkling with inspiration. Please, spare me, Instructor Su, a voice suddenly interrupted. A sharp-featured, confident-looking woman with short hair stepped out from the weapons store behind him, rubbing her temple with a resigned expression. It's easy for you to say, but I'm the one who has to create the illusion. Instructor Su scratched his head awkwardly when he saw her. The woman gave him a look of helplessness before walking directly up to Churen. Extending her hand, she said, Hello, I'm Chun-1. Churen politely shook her hand. Hello, Instructor Chun. Their hands lightly clasped for a moment before parting. Noticing the thoughtful look on Churen's face, Chun-1 smiled and asked, do you have a question? Churen nodded and asked, Instructor Chun, I was wondering when exactly did you pull us into the illusion? The lack of control over the situation made him uneasy. When you ask? Chun-1 said with a smile. Probably when Instructor Su descended from the sky and captured all your attention. You weren't on guard against me. And with your focus elsewhere, someone like me, who has a stronger spiritual realm, could easily pull you into the illusion without you noticing. I see, Churen murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Chun-1 sighed softly, a hint of helplessness flashing across her face. But my level and spiritual strength are still a bit lacking. I can't fully unleash Mr. Su's physical capabilities. Teacher, what do you mean? The chubby boy asked, looking puzzled. Chun-1's gaze swept over the crowd. Haven't you noticed that when Instructor Su was competing with you, his physical strength seemed quite weak? The chubby boy instinctively glanced at Churen and the others, his tone hesitant. Oh, really? Of course. Instructor Su strode forward, pointing directly at the boy in the golden robe, his voice firm and powerful. If my physical strength in the illusion matched my real-life strength, this kid here would have been taken down with a single strike. There'd be no need for any swordplay. The boy in the golden robe froze slightly, his expression faltering. Instructor Su then turned to the chubby boy, his tone laced with teasing. With those flimsy, muddy hands of yours, the real me could crush you with just 2 kicks. How could you possibly hold me down? The chubby boy scratched his head awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Next, Instructor Su pointed at the boy in the red robe. The real me could send you flying with just one punch. But when his gaze landed on Churen, Instructor Su suddenly fell silent. He opened his mouth, hesitated for a long moment, and realized that Churen's strategy had been flawless. The only issue was the heavy casualties among his classmates, but given the strength of his opponent, that seemed unavoidable. Finally, Instructor Su could only stammer out, You know exactly what your problem is. His awkward response made Churen chuckle, and the chubby boy and others couldn't help but laugh along. Instructor Su cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. Ahem, that's enough talking. Take a break for now. We'll continue with the next round of training once everyone else wakes up. With that, he waved his arm, summoning a fiery chair and sitting down. Chunwen turned to Instructor Su. Since the first round is over, I'll take my leave now, Mr. Su. All right. Thank you for your hard work. It wasn't hard, Chunwen replied with a smile. As long as you don't make me create illusions of Chun Ming and the others. Instructor Su gave her an awkward smile as he watched her leave. Afterwards, having gone through this brief but perilous battle, Churen and the others began chatting with each other, deepening their understanding and camaraderie. After a while, the group began to understand each other more deeply. On Churen's right was Li Yunxian, a young man in a golden robe who had displayed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship since childhood. He possessed an grade metal-based elemental ability called Sharp as Gold, allowing him to freely manipulate metal and imbue it onto weapons, making him a formidable opponent. Shi Honghu, dressed in a red robe, was a fire elemental user. His great ability, Explosive Inferno, paired with his battle blade, made him even more intimidating. As for Jiang Fengmao, who was slightly overweight, he wielded the grade earth elemental ability, Crustal Tremor, which enabled him to control the ground's movements and earth elements at will. A warhammer. Churen noticed that Jiang Fengmao seemed to be without a weapon and couldn't help but ask in curiosity. Jiang Fengmao scratched his head awkwardly, but before he could respond, the familiar Shi Honghu bluntly interjected. This lazy guy thinks the hammer is too heavy, so he never brings it to training. What? Churen was momentarily stunned, finding the reasoning hard to believe. Li Yunxian frowned and looked at Jiang Fengmao. You're not planning to leave it behind on the battlefield too, are you? If that's the case, why did you even choose a warhammer in the first place? Well, mainly because I couldn't afford anything else, Jiang Fengmao muttered in a low voice. What does your family do? Li Yunxian asked further. My family's from a rural village. My parents are farmers, Jiang Fengmao replied, his tone carrying a hint of insecurity. Shi Honghu punched Jiang Fengmao lightly and said, Damn it, why are you still so insecure? What's wrong with being a farmer? Farmers are the most respectable people. Li Yunxian silently patted Jiang Fengmao on the shoulder to show his support. Churen, however, was more direct. He gently ruffled Jiang Fengmiao's hair and said, Don't overthink it, buddy. At least you have parents. I don't even have that. What? Jige, you're an orphan? Jiang Fengmao blurted out, then immediately realized his mistake and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Jige, I didn't mean it like that. Churen waved it off with a carefree smile. It's fine. I've long since gotten used to it. Seeing Jiang Fengmiao's guilty expression, he thought to himself, as someone who's traveled from another world, I don't truly belong here. Being alone is only natural. Since I've come to this world, I've resolved to drive out all invaders for the sake of its people. As time passed, the other freshmen, who had been asleep, began to wake up one after another. Their initial reactions were silence, followed by a sense of helpless resignation. Under Chun Wen's control, the new recruits experienced the shock of learning a harsh truth in the illusionary realm. They had all been wiped out during the first round of training. Even when faced with the vast expanse of water created by Instructor Su, they failed to survive the fiery attacks for more than a few seconds. Over the next 2 weeks, Instructor Su demonstrated the true meaning of hellish training through his actions. The very first day left a lasting impression. During the physical training, recruits collapsed one after another. Even Churen, known for his excellent physical endurance, felt like his lungs were about to explode. As he joked to himself, no mana bar, but damn, there's definitely a stamina bar. On the second day, the recruits were introduced to the energy reserve training, which opened everyone's eyes. Under Instructor Su's orders, they took turns pushing their abilities to the limit. Most showed average performance, with only Li Yunxuan's energy reserves slightly above the norm, drawing some attention. However, the true shock came later. Churen continuously unleashed his abilities for 2.5 hours without showing any signs of exhaustion. If not for Instructor Su stopping him in time, this ability monster might have been able to keep going for several more hours. This discovery caused a sensation among the recruits. A lightning ability user with such massive energy reserves was akin to a superweapon with infinite ammunition. As a result, Instructor Su immediately adjusted Churen's training plan, focusing on endurance training, a challenge that left Churen thoroughly exhausted. In the days that followed, Instructor Su's training program covered all aspects: strength, speed, ability cultivation, martial arts, weapon handling, and even close combat without relying on abilities. He also used high-pressure drills and strict criticism to build the recruits' mental resilience, supplementing these with essential theoretical lessons. Through these grueling yet rewarding 2 weeks of training, the recruits underwent a remarkable transformation. 2 weeks later, the intensive training for the freshmen officially came to an end. On this day, Instructor Su led the group back to the plaza of the Nature Department. By now, the area around the plaza was packed with people. Students stood outside shops or perched on rooftops, forming a dense, dark crowd. These were the sophomores and juniors of Sichuan Chongqing University of Supernatural Abilities, who had gathered specifically to catch a glimpse of the new batch of freshmen. Usually, there weren't this many upperclassmen watching at this time of year, but this year was different. Among the newcomers was a Ancina Century prodigy, the top scorer in the martial arts entrance exam with a perfect score. Instructor Su stood tall in the center of the plaza, with the freshmen neatly lined up behind him. The surrounding upperclassmen stared intently, their murmurs filling the air. "Have you seen Churen? I've been looking everywhere," one senior asked. "Where are you looking?" "At the back." "Are you serious? With Churen's level of skill, do you think he'd be standing at the back?" "He's definitely up front, in the center spot." Oh, I see him now." The upperclassmen's gazes collectively shifted to the front of the crowd, quickly spotting the figure that stood out from the rest. Churen was clad in a long black robe adorned with intricate patterns, his hands covered by a pair of jet black gloves. His entire presence radiated sharpness and power. To the upperclassmen, there was only one impression: he was brimming with an unstoppable edge. Standing there, he resembled an unsheathed spear, exuding an aura that was impossible to ignore. Instructor Su looked on with satisfaction at the freshmen, who now appeared entirely transformed. They no longer seemed as naive and inexperienced as when they first arrived. Though traces of youthful innocence and foolishness lingered in their eyes, their demeanor now carried the aura befitting supernatural ability users. The change was significant. Instructor Su's gaze swept across the group before he spoke. "Everyone, the 2 weeks of training have come to an end. From here on, the path of supernatural martial arts is yours to walk alone. Tomorrow marks the start of the intra-department freshman competition. I hope you'll give it your all and shine brightly in the competition." He paused, his expression turning teasing. "That said, you're probably all just competing for second place, but still, give it your best effort." His deliberately provocative words were meant to stir up the freshmen, subtly suggesting that none of them could measure up to Churen and would inevitably be overshadowed by him. He wanted to see if he could ignite their fighting spirit and, perhaps, create some trouble for Churen. As expected, the freshmen were a proud bunch. After all, anyone who could gain admission to Sichuan Chongqing University of Supernatural Abilities was a local genius, brimming with ambition and self-confidence. So what if you're the top scorer in the martial arts exam? Big deal, you have strength ability. Fine, you're amazing. Their blood boiled momentarily, but they quickly deflated. The gap between them and Churen was undeniable. If Churen hadn't demonstrated his overwhelming strength during the entrance exams by single-handedly obliterating 2 waves of minor beast tides, they might have felt they had a fighting chance. But his performance had been so dazzling, so far beyond their reach, that they didn't even know where to begin to challenge him. What were they supposed to do-take on one of Churen's thunderbolts Hedon? That would be no different from trying to stop a cannonball with their bare bodies. Moreover, the strength this guy displayed during the training camp was downright monstrous. An extraordinary reserve of supernatural power, an unbelievably fierce thunder ability, coupled with impeccable fundamentals together, these traits created a powerhouse that completely overshadowed all his peers. How could anyone possibly hope to compete against an opponent like that? The freshmen exchanged uneasy glances, collectively dispirited. Well, might as well aim for second place. Instructor Su looked at the group of freshmen who had already surrendered their fighting spirit just after starting school and found himself at a loss for words. He could only manage to deliver a couple of perfunctory sentences before announcing the dismissal. Afterward, the freshmen dispersed in small groups, heading back to their respective dormitories. Churen was no exception. He headed straight to his private dorm, ready to get some rest and prepare himself to face tomorrow's freshman competition in peak condition. However, as Churen was leaving, several upperclassmen and women approached him, eager to exchange contact information. Some even extended direct invitations, hoping he would join their clubs and collaborate on future missions. Churen, however, politely declined. All of them currently had no intention of joining any club. Back in his dorm, Churen leapt onto his soft bed, sprawling out in a starfish position. Before going to sleep, he opened his system interface. Template progress, 19.07. Still a bit more to go before hitting 20. Churen muttered to himself. His template progress was now close to 19, and his realm was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-glimmer stage. His supernatural ability was significantly stronger than it had been during the college entrance exams. What changes awaited him when his template progress reached 20? Clenching his fists, Ji Churen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. The next day, the much-anticipated freshman competition began as scheduled. The first-year students woke up early and made their way to their respective departments' battle arenas. Ji Churen, too, freshened up and headed alone to the Natural Elements Department's battle arena. The Natural Elements battle arena was located on the northern side of the campus, in an open field. At the center of the field stood a sturdy stone platform, its surface rough and charred black, as if it had endured countless fierce battles. The freshmen of the Natural Elements Department gathered around the edge of the field, their gazes fixed on the central platform. Meanwhile, the surrounding bleachers were packed with upperclassmen from the second and third years, who had come specifically to watch their juniors' exciting duels. As Ji Churen arrived, he noticed that many of the freshmen had already gathered there. "Jige," a familiar voice called out. Ji Churen turned to see Jiang Fengmao, the chubby classmate, standing beside Shi Honghu, waving enthusiastically. Ji Churen walked over to join them. Shi Honghu glanced at Ji Churen briefly before looking away indifferently. Ji Churen wasn't surprised had already gotten to know Shi Honghu's personality during the training camp. Arrogant, showy, and always putting on airs. "Everyone's here?" A familiar voice suddenly sounded from Ji Churen's side. Ji Churen and Jiang Fengmao turned around to see a golden figure approaching gracefully. It was Li Yunxian, holding a long sword. Today he seemed particularly striking, exuding complete confidence for the upcoming interdepartment freshman competition. "Well, you look different today," Jiang Fengmao squinted, carefully sizing up Li Yunxian. "What's different?" Li Yunxian smirked, spreading his arms and doing a slow spin as if to showcase himself. "More showy," Jiang Fengmao said bluntly. At those words, Li Yunxian's smile froze on his face. It was as if an invisible baton had been passed, and the frozen smile instantly transferred to Shi Honghu's face. Noticing Shi Honghu's expression shift, Jiang Fengmao immediately asked, "What are you laughing at, you poser?" Before the words fully left his mouth, Shi Honghu's smile also froze, while Ji Churen couldn't help but burst out laughing, clearly amused by Jiang Fengmao's sharp remarks. When Jiang Fengmao turned his gaze to Ji Churen, both Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu looked expectantly at him, as though waiting to see how this unfiltered guy would roast Ji Churen. But to their surprise, the stout man with thick eyebrows and big eyes suddenly broke into a grin. "Ah, Jige, your smile is really something else, handsome as ever. No wonder you're the top talent in our department. Damn it, you fat idiot. What's that supposed to mean?" Shi Honghu snapped, pointing at Jiang Fengmao. "Why do you only compliment Ji Churen but always pick on us?" Although Li Yunxian didn't say anything, his glare at Jiang Fengmao was sharp enough to cut him into pieces. Jiang Fengmao shot Shi Honghu a look as if he were a fool. "Why? Don't you know the answer yourself? Jig's abilities are on a whole other level compared to yours. Have you been reflecting on yourself? Trained harder? Improved your energy reserves?" At that moment, a familiar voice called out from the distance. "Hey, little troublemaker." Ji Churen turned to see Chun Ming, standing not far away with a kind-looking elderly man. He waved goodbye to Li Yunxian and the others before quickly walking over to Chun Ming. "Morning, old Chun." Chun Ming's expression stiffened as he pretended to cough twice. "Ahem, I told you Toa, forget it. I'm too tired to argue with you." Turning slightly, he introduced the elderly man. "This is your department head, Dean Wei." Ji Churen respectfully clasped his hands in a formal salute. "Greetings, Dean Wei." "Greetings to you as well," Dean Wei replied with a warm and gentle smile. Chun Ming, putting on a serious face, said, "You little rascal, you're not even the slightest bit nervous, are you? Just wait until you don't get first place for the department, then we'll see how smug you are." Ji Churen rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Old Chun, take a look at my current level." Chun Ming raised an eyebrow and immediately checked Ji Churen's current status. His eyes widened as the information appeared, and his expression shifted from confusion to shock. "What the heck?" Chun Ming exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. "How did you drop to the lower glimmer stage? Weren't you just at the bottom stage 2 weeks ago?" The corners of Ji Churen's mouth lifted into a smug smile, pride gleaming in his eyes. "Surprised? Caught off guard? You?" Chun Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze complicated. He knew full well that even without reaching the glimmer stage, Ji Churen's abilities were extraordinary. He could easily crush the current freshmen of the natural department, most of whom were only at the lower perception stage. Reaching the middle perception stage was rare among them. And Ji Churen, with his freakish ability to leap across stages, could defeat opponents a level higher with ease, as if it were child's play. His immense reservoir of abilities had already marked him as exceptional. Chun Ming could only wave his hand in resignation. Fine, I'll stop worrying about you. You're a freak anyway." Nearby, Director Wei maintained a warm smile, quietly observing the interaction between the two without interrupting. He seemed to enjoy the relaxed atmosphere. "Student Ji," Director Wei suddenly spoke, his voice gentle yet authoritative. Ji Churen immediately turned around and responded respectfully, "Director Wei." Taking a step forward, Director Wei looked at him with admiration. Your talent is remarkably so remarkable that even I find it astonishing. Thank you for your recognition, Director Wei. Ji Churen replied with a modest yet confident smile. Haha, Director Wei chuckled, patting Ji Churen on the shoulder as his smile grew even brighter. With such talent, you must make the most of it. My expectations aren't too high. How about taking first place in the entire school? Remember, I mean the whole school, across all 6 departments. Ji Churen paused for a moment, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Not confident. Director Wei keenly noticed his hesitation and asked. No. Ji Churen shook his head firmly, a confident smile tugging at his lips. I just feel like you're underestimating me, Director Wei. Oh. Director Wei raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. What do you mean? Straightening his back, Ji Churen's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence and pride. What's first place in the school? I'm aiming to become first in the Nayano, the world. In his heart, he thought. With the system, how could I not have this confidence? An SS-class lightning ability, a perpetual cultivation avatar, multiple ability templates. If even these aren't enough, then who else dares to claim the title of the strongest in the world? Director Wei was momentarily stunned by Ji Churen's ambitious declaration, unable to find the right words. He studied the resolute and charismatic young man before him, his gaze filled with curiosity. After a while, he could only sense one thing from Ji Churen: a boundless and vibrant spirit. For a brief moment, Director Wei was reminded of his own youthful days. Wasn't he just as ambitious and full of vigor back then? Lost in thought, he eventually snapped out of it. Ha! Director Wei burst into hearty laughter, his eyes brimming with appreciation as he looked at Ji Churen. That's the spirit. Young people should be full of energy and ambition. Since you have such grand aspirations, I will patiently await the day you achieve them, the day you become the strongest in the world. When that day comes, I might have to respectfully call you Senior Ji, ha! Ji Churen quickly waved his hands, his expression a mix of embarrassment and humility. No, Director Wei, you're putting me on a pedestal. You're the elder, and I'm the junior. It wouldn't be proper to reverse the roles. Come on, then why don't you call me Teacher Chun? Chen Meng couldn't resist chiming in, his tone full of mock indignation. Turning to Chen Meng, Ji Churen replied matter-of-factly. That's a separate matter. Separate matter, my foot. Ji Churen said seriously. Old Chun, you're different. Different? My ass. How am I different? Chen Meng retorted, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Your strength is different, Ji Churen suddenly replied. You son of a. Chen Meng froze mid-sentence, his words abruptly cut off. His expression stiffened instantly, clearly caught off guard by Ji Churen's response. For a moment, he didn't know how to reply. Ha! Dean Wei suddenly burst into laughter. He couldn't help but find Chen Meng's flustered reaction amusing, and Ji Churen increasingly intriguing. Smiling with interest, he glanced at Chen Meng before turning to Ji Churen. His tone was calm, yet meaningful as he said, Ji, if you ever need anything in the future, feel free to come to my office. Chen Meng's eyes widened at those words. He was well aware of the significance behind the dean's statement. It meant that Ji Churen had earned the dean's full approval, and that Dean Wei was willing to invest his time and resources to support him. This also signaled that Ji Churen now had the backing of a heavyweight figure like Dean Wei. Any powerful families outside the academy would need to think twice before challenging him. Chen Meng grew wary but quickly gave Ji Churen a knowing look. Ji Churen immediately understood and clasped his hands respectfully toward Dean Wei. Thank you, Dean Wei. Dean Wei smiled, patted Ji Churen on the shoulder, and then turned to leave. Ji Churen and Chen Meng watched as his figure gradually disappeared from view. Chen Meng turned around, raised his fist, and lightly patted Ji Churen on the back, grinning with excitement. Kid, you're really on a roll now. Ji Churen shrugged indifferently, wearing a smug expression that practically begged for a punch. What can I say? Geniuses are just like that. You little punk. Chen Meng growled through gritted teeth, throwing a light punch at Ji Churen's head. Though the blow wasn't hard, it carried a teasing undertone. Ow! Ji Churen clutched his head, wincing in pain. He was certain Chen Meng had activated his steel hardening ability again. There was no way he could fight back now. I'm writing this down. Watching Ji Churen's pained reaction, Chen Meng burst into hearty laughter. Ji Churen rolled his eyes but decided not to argue further, letting Chen Meng laugh to his heart's content. After a moment, Chen Meng's laughter gradually subsided. His gaze shifted to the distant stands, where a group of volunteers was busy preparing equipment for the upcoming competition. He glanced at the time, did some quick calculations in his head, and decided it was time to bring up an important matter. Clearing his throat, he suddenly asked, Hey, you remember the beast tide you encountered during your college entrance exams, right? Ji Churen paused for a moment, then nodded. Of course I remember. Teacher Wang said it was caused by the Churen and some demons. Yeah, it was indeed the Churen and demons, Chen Meng said, his expression darkening slightly as his tone turned serious. But things have gotten a bit more complicated now. Ji Churen raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. What do you mean? The Churen has been found, Chen Ming said in a low voice. After a brief silence, he continued slowly. But he committed suicide. What? Ji Churen was stunned, clearly struggling to process the sudden and shocking news. After the college entrance exams, the instructors at Beijing Military Academy began searching for the Churen. Chen Ming, with a grave expression, continued, the Churen's ability to hide is downright terrifying. Those three individuals who caused the beast tide managed to stay hidden in Beijing for over a month before Wang Jiao finally found them. But before Wang Jiao could even interrogate them, they committed suicide on the spot. 3 people. Ji Churen frowned slightly. Are you certain they were responsible for the beast tide? Absolutely. Chen Ming nodded firmly. Not only were they caught in Beijing, but more importantly, they had bottles of beast fury powder on them, as well as empty ones that had already been used. These lunatics. Pure madness. At this, Chen Ming clenched his fists, unable to suppress his anger. He then explained, beast fury powder was originally developed by an alchemist to test the attack power of beasts in a berserk state. Who would have thought it would later be used to trigger beast tides, tearing countless families apart? The alchemist was unjustly blamed and eventually disappeared from public view. Ironically, the data in our textbooks on berserk beasts all come from those original tests using beast fury powder. Ji Churen furrowed his brows deeper and asked urgently, what about the demons? Still no sign of them. Chen Ming replied, his face darkening. There's no trace of demons among the 47 candidates. It seems their goal isn't to infiltrate human society. Then what about the Horde rabbits? Ji Churen pressed further. Could the demons be searching for beast disguises? Chen Ming shook his head with a sigh. There are just too many unanswered questions. Why do the Churen have beast fury powder? Why are they carrying Horde rabbits? What's the purpose of triggering the beast tide? If their goal was to harm the younger generation, the college entrance exams would be the worst time to act since security is at its peak. Besides, the Churen are notoriously profit-driven. They wouldn't do something without a clear benefit. Who's in charge of this case now? Ji Churen asked. Chen Ming's expression grew complicated, and he fell silent for a long moment. Ji Churen immediately understood. It's your nemesis, Teacher Li Yi, isn't it? Watch your mouth, kid. Chen Ming shot him a glare. But yes, Li Yi is handling it. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously. After all, the appearance of demons is no small matter. Beasts, demons, and the myriad race, they are all swords hanging over humanity's head. We can't have peace until they're eliminated. Chen Ming exhaled heavily and turned to Ji Churen, his gaze filled with expectation. The future will depend on young people like you. The freshman natural division competition is about to begin. Please return to your assigned seats. A crisp voice suddenly echoed across the entire field, cutting through the noisy chatter. Hundreds of students instinctively looked up, their gazes all turning toward the stands. Ji Churen was no exception. He squinted slightly and saw a bespectacled teacher holding a microphone, their tone carrying an undeniable authority. Please proceed to the stands. Your assigned seats are marked with your names. Sit according to your ability type. Ji Churen quickly scanned the stands and noticed several students in brightly colored volunteer uniforms stationed in different areas, each holding a sign indicating a specific ability type. His eyes soon locked onto a deep blue sign, its intricate patterns flickering with streaks of lightning. This was the Thunder Ability Zone. What stood out even more was that this zone had only one solitary chair. You've got to be kidding me, Ji Churen muttered, his lips twitching slightly. Other zones get dozens of seats, but for the Thunder Zone, there's just one. Despite his internal complaints, he began making his way toward the Thunder Ability Zone. As he moved, he noticed that Chen Ming wasn't heading to the audience seats, but instead walked straight to the judges' table. This was unusual. Chen Ming typically sat in the Strength Ability Zone to watch the matches, given that he was part of that group himself. But this year was different. Because of Ji Churen's presence, Chen Ming's focus had clearly shifted to the natural division, and he had even taken on the unprecedented role of a judge. When Ji Churen reached the volunteer holding the sign, the young man, who was smiling warmly, immediately lowered the sign upon seeing him. Ji, please take your seat, the volunteer said politely, guiding him toward the lone chair. After all, with only one person to accommodate, there was no need to keep holding the sign. Thank you. Ji Churen responded with a polite smile as he sat down. The volunteer nodded and quickly walked to a corner of the stands, retrieving a black box. He then jogged back to Ji Churen and presented it to him with both hands. Ji, please draw your number, the volunteer said, holding the box out to him. Ji Churen nodded slightly and reached into the box. He understood that the number he drew would determine his match order in the competition. The natural division competition followed an unknown duel format, with participants taking turns on stage based on their drawn numbers. The ultimate goal was to determine the overall champion. While the large number of entrants made this format time-consuming, it also provided plenty of opportunities for students to observe and learn. Some of the most exciting moments came during battles where abilities were exhausted, forcing participants to rely solely on their martial skills and weapon mastery. The depletion of abilities was a challenge every ability user faced, which was why martial arts training was equally critical. Even Ji Churen had been diligently practicing his combat techniques though. In his case, the primary purpose was to enhance his punches with enchantments. Thunder-infused fists, crackling with lightning, would surely be enough to overwhelm any opponent, wouldn't they? With that thought, Ji Churen extended his hand and reached into the pitch-black box. As Ji Churen reached inside, he felt numerous spherical objects in his hand. They were quite large, roughly the size of ping-pong balls, with a smooth texture. Ji Churen frowned slightly, puzzled. Is there space inside? Could it be spatial abilities? He casually pulled out one of the spheres. The sphere was entirely white, and when Ji Churen rotated it halfway, a black number was revealed 11. 11, Ji Churen murmured softly. A nearby volunteer glanced over and nodded in confirmation. That's correct, Ji. You're number 11, and you'll be going in the 11th round. Ji Churen nodded thoughtfully. Got it. But senior, I have a question. Does this box involve spatial abilities? The volunteer was visibly taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question. After a brief hesitation, he decided to answer. Yes, these boxes were created by the professors from the Special Abilities Department. Each box is connected to 2 dimensions of space, ensuring that every number drawn is unique. I see. Thank you for explaining. Ji Churen nodded politely in gratitude. All right, please take a moment to rest, Ji. The competition is about to start, the volunteer said before heading toward the stands. Ji Churen sat quietly in his seat, his thoughts spinning. Who else drew the same number as me? Meanwhile, in the Earth Element section, Jiang Fengmao was boasting to the people around him, his face full of pride. You guys wouldn't believe Iton that day. Instructor Su's flames were insane. But, by working together with Ji, we managed to extinguish his sea of fire. A boy with pockmarks on his face looked at Jiang Fengmao with admiration. Jiang, you're incredible. Even Instructor Su couldn't take you down. Jiang Fengmao smugly wiped his nose. Of course, I'm not exaggerating, but JIS strength is only slightly better than mine. If it came down to a fight, would be evenly matched. Really? The pockmarked boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. His gaze toward Jiang Fengmao, filled with idolization. Some of the boys nearby, however, were clearly skeptical and made sarcastic remarks. What a load of nonsense. Hearing this, Jiang Fengmao immediately bristled and retorted. Hey, you don't believe me? He held up his number 11 token and declared confidently. Just watch. They'll take down whoever has the number 11 without breaking a sweat. It doesn't matter who they are, I'll beat them effortlessly. The pockmarked boy looked even more in awe of Jiang Fengmao, while the previously mocking boys started to feel uneasy. After all, Jiang Fengmao had indeed survived Instructor Su's fierce attacks before. Plus, he spoke with such confidence that it was hard to tell if he was genuinely that strong or just bluffing. There are usually 2 reasons for someone to be so self-assured. Either they truly possess remarkable strength, or they're all talk nothing but a bag of hot air, with no substance behind their words. The boy who had mocked Jiang Fengmao couldn't quite figure out which category he fell into. He could only think to himself, guess we'll see when the time comes. As he pondered, the mocking boy glanced down at his own number. 10. Let us extend our gratitude to Dean Wei for his speech. Now, let the competition officially begin. Contestants who drew number 1, please step onto the stage. As soon as Dean Wei finished speaking, Ji Churen snapped back to full awareness. The long speech had left him feeling a bit drowsy, but he quickly adjusted his state of mind and shifted his focus to the stage. Dean Wei truly lived up to his reputation as a respected elder. Though his words had a somewhat lulling effect, they also carried a sense of reassurance. Ji Churen couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking, if only the content were a bit more exciting. At that moment, a figure quietly stepped onto the stage, immediately catching his attention. Ji Churen shook off his distractions and concentrated on the scene before him. On the stage, a young man clad in battle armor and wielding a long sword strode forward, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Each step he took exuded an undeniable presence, as if his very arrival had heightened the tension in the arena. Every student at Sichuan Chongqing University of Special Abilities was extraordinary. After all, this year's admission score threshold for the university was a staggering 2,800 points, far exceeding that of other elite institutions. Prestigious schools like the top 5 academies typically required at least 2,500 points, but this year, they had also raised their bar to 2,800. Anyone who made it into this university undoubtedly possessed formidable abilities. Ji Churen scanned the area, trying to identify the other contestant. As his gaze roamed, he spotted Li Yunxian. To his surprise, Li Yunxian was the contestant who had drawn number 1. Ji Churen's interest was immediately piqued. During the previous training sessions, Li Yunxian had left a strong impression with his outstanding skills, particularly in swordsmanship, which was nothing short of extraordinary. His remarkable talent with the sword had already become a popular topic of admiration among his peers. Dressed in a golden robe, Li Yunxian walked toward the stage with a calm and composed demeanor, his sword glinting faintly in his hand. With a light leap, he landed gracefully on the platform. Once on stage, he clasped his hands in a polite gesture and offered a faint smile. Please, enlighten me. His opponent, equally serious, returned the gesture with a solemn expression. Clearly, he understood the exceptional nature of Li Yunxian. The two locked eyes, and in those brief seconds, it seemed as though an unspoken understanding had been reached between them. Please, enlighten me, the other contestant replied, mirroring the gesture. As the words fell, the opponent swiftly drew his sword with a sharp motion. In an instant, the blade gleamed with a cold light. His movements were lightning fast, and almost immediately, a powerful surge of energy gathered around him. Following this, water rippled from his right arm and quickly enveloped the sword, forming delicate patterns along the blade. With a sudden step forward, he launched himself like an arrow, charging at Li Yunxian with his sword slicing through the air. Li Yunxian, however, remained unfazed. Standing his ground, he maintained his faint smile. As his opponent closed in with alarming speed, Li Yunxian simply shifted his body slightly, elegantly dodging the incoming strike. His movements were smooth and effortless, as though he were gliding through water, entirely unperturbed. The opponent's eyes flashed as he swiftly adjusted his stance, raising his sword horizontally. The blade shot forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming directly for Li Yunxian's chest. Yet, Li Yunxian did not panic. With a graceful step backward, he avoided the attack with ease. Once he steadied himself, his expression remained calm, his smile unchanged, as if the entire exchange had been a mere warm-up. In the stands, Dean Wei shook his head slightly, a faint trace of disapproval crossing his lips. Still a bit immature, he remarked softly. While he has a solid foundation in swordsmanship, his training time has been too short. There's still a long way to go before he can achieve true mastery. A teacher nearby couldn't help but ask, Dean Wei, what do you think of Li Yunxian's swordsmanship? Dean Wei chuckled lightly. Yunxian is a modest individual, so no one has seen the full extent of his abilities. But make no mistake, he is far from ordinary. He paused for a moment before continuing. He comes from the Li family. The Li family from the imperial capital? The teacher exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening as tension filled his body. Dean Wei nodded. Indeed, the Li family from the imperial capital. And not just that he is their eldest son. The words hung in the air, and the entire audience fell silent. Li Yunxian, the eldest son of the Li family from the imperial capital. Everyone understood the weight of such an identity. This. The teacher froze for a moment, his voice hesitant and broken. But Li Yunxian awakened a natural ability. The Li family has always inherited enhancement-type abilities for generations. How could Thissa, as expected? Things have changed. Dean Wei sighed helplessly and said slowly. Still, the younger generation has its own blessings. Just keep watching. Yunxian is about to win. The teacher's gaze shifted to the stands. There, Li Yunxian was skillfully dodging his opponent's attacks. Each time his figure moved nimbly, his sword seemed to meld seamlessly with the air. Whether it was a thrust, a lunge, or a slash, he executed every move effortlessly, showing no sign of strain. In contrast, his opponent was drenched in sweat, and the sword in his hand grew less steady, with the water ripples on it becoming increasingly unstable. Meanwhile, Li Yunxian remained composed, as if the attacks couldn't even graze him. He let out a light chuckle, the corners of his mouth curling up. Do you realize the gap between you and me? The opponent didn't respond, only letting out a furious roar. Wave rise. With that command, his energy surged, and the water ripples on his sword instantly expanded, surging like a raging tide. Li Yunxian observed him calmly, murmuring under his breath, Is this your final strike? If so, then I will honor it. As the words left his mouth, Li Yunxian stepped back 2 paces. With a gentle push of his left thumb, the blade's sharp edge was revealed. Gripping the hilt with his right hand, he softly commanded, Condense. In an instant, the previously composed Li Yunxian seemed to ignite, his gaze sharp and piercing, his presence overwhelming like a blade about to be unsheathed. His opponent, sensing the shift in aura, instinctively stepped back 2 steps, gripping his sword tightly, and watching Li Yunxian's every move with heightened vigilance. Defend, the opponent shouted, and the water ripples gathered in front of him, forming a shield-like barrier of waves. Li Yunxian advanced steadily, lowering his stance slightly, his body coiled like a leopard ready to pounce. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them. The next moment, a sharp metallic clash echoed across the platform. Clang! The water barrier, as fragile as paper, was sliced apart by the sword's edge, shattering instantly with sparks flying. Li Yunxian was already standing behind his opponent, twirling his sword gracefully before sheathing it. The moment the blade returned to its scabbard, the sharp aura that surrounded him dissipated, returning to its previous calm and steady state. You've lost, Li Yunxian said, turning around with a faint smile, his tone tranquil. His opponent's eyes widened as his trembling hand reached for his neck. The spot he touched had completely transformed into hardened steel, as though covered by an impenetrable armor. At that moment, he finally understood had lost. You're really strong. His voice was filled with shock. In such a short time, Your swordsmanship has already reached entry-level mastery. Li Yunxian shook his head slightly. I'm stronger. My swordsmanship isn't entry-level. It's proficient. The look in his opponent's eyes turned into one of disbelief. His lips moved as though he wanted to say something, but instead, he took a few steps back, overcome with awe. Li Yunxian gazed at him intently and spoke slowly. Swordsmanship isn't achieved in a day, and the same goes for cultivation. It took me 14 years to reach proficient. He turned away, a gentle smile playing on his lips. My friend, the new year has arrived. May you find peace and joy, and may your wishes come true. I wish you, I wish myself, I wish us all a happy new year. Swordsmanship, boxing, spear techniques. Each weapon comes with its own level of mastery. These levels, much like the realms of combat techniques, are divided into 5 stages: beginner, proficient, expert, sublime, and unified. Generally speaking, for most people, reaching the peak of the beginner level in their lifetime is already a rare achievement. Reaching proficient is even more uncommon, with only a handful of individuals managing to achieve it. However, after awakening special abilities, one's aptitude for weapon training improves significantly. These abilities can be thought of as genetic locks, with the strength of the ability directly correlating to the extent of the lock's awakening. Many who originally showed no particular talent find themselves embarking on a new path in life after their abilities awaken. Weapon training is grueling, and for ordinary people, even reaching beginner level can take a lifetime. As a result, many choose to wait until their abilities awaken before selecting a suitable weapon, making their training far more efficient. However, Li Yunxian was different. As a descendant of the Li family from the Imperial Capitala family renowned for its swordsmanship and generations of sword-related enhancement abilities, Li Yunxian had chosen the sword as his weapon from a young age. He began learning swordsmanship at the age of 4, broke through the beginner level by 6, and reached proficient by 16. By the time his ability awakened, his swordsmanship had already reached the expert level. Such progress was practically unattainable for most, as many people at his age had yet to even surpass the beginner stage. While Li Yunxian's talent for swordsmanship was undeniable, his awakened ability deviated from expectation. She did not awaken an enhancement-type sword ability, but instead awakened a nature-type ability. Though it was still an rank ability, the difference was significant. Li Yunxian smiled faintly and offered words of encouragement to the classmate beside him. Keep it up. Your talent for swordsmanship is exceptional too. With that, he stepped down from the stage. The classmate's eyes flickered with emotion. After a moment, he sighed, picked up his longsword, and walked off the platform. Meanwhile, Chunming casually flexed his hand and muttered under his breath. As expected, even turning someone else into steel feels so natural for me. With Li Yunxian securing victory in the first round, the subsequent matches began in quick succession. Contestants 2, 3, 4 pairs of students took the stage one after another, engaging in fierce battles. Given that most participants were close in strength and progress, and all hailed from various regions as top-tier talents, many of the matches turned into endurance tests. As the battles dragged on and their abilities were depleted, competitors had to rely solely on physical techniques and weapons to determine the winner. Fists collided, blades clashed, and the atmosphere was tense and electrifying. With Chunming present, no one worried about sustaining fatal injuries. Additionally, several healing-type instructors stood by outside the platform to ensure any injuries were promptly treated. This allowed the students to fight with everything they had, holding nothing back. The competition continued until it was time for the 10th contestant. The teacher's voice rang out. Next, will the 2 contestants who drew number 10 please step onto the stage? Following the announcement, a male student from the Earth Element section stood. Yupit was the same individual who had mocked Jiang Fengmao earlier. He reached for the weapon standing beside him, revealing a rather peculiar choice: a long black staff with an iron tip shaped like a hoe. It looked more suited for farm work than combat. What kind of thing is that? Jiang Fengmao frowned, thinking to himself, but his attention soon shifted to the Fire Element section. There, he spotted a familiar classmate. A smile spread across his face as he waved and called out, "Good luck, buddy. Show them what you've got." The other student snorted coldly without responding. As he stepped onto the platform, he abruptly turned his head to look at the figure approaching him. The red battle robe swayed slightly with each step, fiery red hair flowing in the wind, exuding an extraordinary presence. Honghu leaped onto the stage with agility, landing gracefully in the center. His gaze swept over his opponent with disdain. "You think someone like you is qualified to be my opponent?" he sneered, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. The taunting man frowned deeply. As one of the survivors of Instructor Su's attack, he was no stranger to Honghu, though he had no idea how the latter had managed to survive. Yet, his inherent pride refused to let him back down. With a cold snort, he retorted, "We'll see about that once we fight. I just hope you can handle even one of my strikes. Then let me see if you've got any real skills, or if you're all talk." Honghu shot back. With a flip of his palm, a blazing fireball materialized and hurtled toward his opponent with a fierce roar. The taunting man's eyes narrowed as he swiftly raised his weapon, a hoe-like battle tool. Seal, he commanded in a low voice. Instantly, the dirt and rocks around him seemed to come alive, surging forth to encase the tip of the weapon in a solid layer of rocky armor. Swinging the earth-clad weapon, he struck the incoming fireball with precision. Boom. Sparks flew, and dust scattered. Interesting, Honghu remarked, drawing his long blade with his right hand. Ignite, he called, and flames erupted along the blade, the intense heat distorting the air around it. Gripping the sword with both hands, he slashed through the air, sending a searing arc of fire hurtling toward his opponent. The taunting man stood his ground, stomping heavily with his right foot. Rock, he commanded, and the ground responded, rising to form a thick suit of rocky armor around him. Boom. The fiery slash collided with the stone armor, exploding into countless smaller flames that clung to its surface. Yet, the attack failed to inflict any significant damage. Is that all you've got? The taunting man sneered. Honghu slowly lowered his blade, raising his left hand as an enigmatic smile crept onto his face. Kid, do you know what my power is called? Seeing his opponent momentarily stunned, he continued. Explosive Inferno. The taunting man's pupils constricted as he realized the impending danger. He quickly tried to shed the stone armor encasing him, but it was already too late. Detonate. Honghu roared. In an instant, all the flames clinging to the rocky armor flared up with blinding intensity, their temperature skyrocketing. And then, boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted around the taunting man, sending shards of rock flying and filling the stage with thick smoke and debris. The arena was completely engulfed in the dense haze, obscuring the scene from the outside world. Wow, that explosion was intense. No wonder he survived under Instructor Su. He's definitely not one to be underestimated. The crowd erupted in chaos as nearly every student fixed their gaze on the direction of the arena, eager to see if the cocky, trash-talking guy could really withstand that blow. Even Churen, who was usually composed, raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. He stared at the arena, now engulfed in thick smoke, clicked his tongue, and muttered under his breath. Could it really be that no harm from smoke law? Some of these so-called laws are as absurd as mythical concepts like no harm from smoke, or the left side always loses in energy clashes. Each one is crazier than the last. The dense smoke completely obscured the view. On the stands, a teacher furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly annoyed by the obstructing haze. With a single step, he moved as if teleporting and was soon hovering directly above the arena. With a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept down from above, rapidly dispersing the smoke. As the smoke cleared, the scene on the arena floor finally came into view. Honghu was still waving his left hand slightly, coughing from the dust. But as soon as he noticed his vision clearing up, he immediately stopped coughing, raised his head, and adopted a smug, triumphant expression. Most people might not have noticed, but Churen saw it clearly. Honghu was barely affected. The same couldn't be said for the cocky guy. He lay sprawled on the arena floor, his entire body charred black. The rocky armor that had previously covered him was shattered into fragments, scattered around him like burnt debris. It was evident that the explosion had knocked him out cold. Noticing this, an auxiliary teacher quickly rushed onto the arena, pressing his hand against the unconscious student's chest. A healing spell was cast, soft light glowing faintly in his palm. Meanwhile, Chen Ming wasted no time in announcing the result. Honghu wins. Honghu let out a cold snort, as if this outcome was only natural, and confidently stepped down from the arena with his head held high. Over in the Earth Element group, Jiang Fengmao shrugged with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Well, looks like he still couldn't beat my buddy. But you can't really blame him, buddy's just that strong. The freckled boy sitting next to him immediately leaned in and asked, Jianga, you know him? Of course. Jiang Fengmao straightened his back, looking proud. We're tight. He even calls me bro in private. Really? The freckled boy's face lit up with admiration. Jianga, you're amazing. Flattered by the praise, Jiang Fengmao puffed up even more. He stood up and smacked his chest with confidence. Of course it's true. Just wait and see how I crush my opponents without taking a scratch. Doesn't matter who number 11 Iseven, if Churen himself steps up, he'll still win without a scratch. As he spoke, Jiang Fengmiao's confidence was practically soaring, to the point where even the freckled boy was looking at him with awe. Wow, Jianga, you're incredible. Not even Churen can beat you. Jiang Fengmao smirked, his pride evident, though his mind was racing. Li Yongshuan's already gone up, and now Honghu has too. They're both ahead of me. There's no way number 11 is really Churen, right? As long as it wasn't him, Jiang Fengmao felt confident about his chances. After all, he had recently reached the mid-stage of the spirit perception realm, and his self-assurance had grown accordingly. With that thought, Jiang Fengmao could no longer sit still. He stood up abruptly, striding toward the arena with firm steps, his posture bold and his presence imposing. As one of the four who had managed to endure Instructor Su's training, He certainly wasn't about to lose face in front of everyone. Moreover, with Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu already defeated, who else could possibly stop me? Surely, my luck isn't so terrible that I drew Churen as my opponent, right? If that's the case, I might as well find a block of tofu and knock myself out. Standing in the ring, Jiang Fengmao pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, "Who's number 11? Come up here and accept your fate." The moment his voice rang out, the audience froze. Whoa, this guy really dares to be so arrogant. Who's number 11? Someone go take him down. Hold on, what if this guy actually has some skills? He did survive under Instructor Su, after all. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. Jiang Fengmao ignored the murmurs around him, his gaze sweeping across the fire, water, wood, and metal elemental zones. He had already checked the earth elemental area. Earlier no one had drawn number 11. Number 11, get up here and meet your doom, he shouted again, his tone brimming with undeniable menace. As his words echoed, Jiang Fengmao began glancing around nervously, his expression growing increasingly uneasy. Move, damn it. Someone move, he roared in frustration, a sinking feeling growing in his chest. But the fire, water, wood, and metal elemental students all remained motionless, as if frozen in place. The silence was so profound that even the drop of a pin would have been audible. Why isn't anyone moving? Jiang Fengmao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? No, it can't be true. He didn't dare think further. That would be a road to certain doom, not just losing his life, but also his dignity. Shrinking his neck, Jiang Fengmao cautiously turned his gaze toward the lightning elemental zone, as if trying to confirm something. Churen noticed his movements, the corners of his mouth curling up into a sly grin, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. This guy probably never expected his opponent to be me, he thought. Churen decided not to give Jiang Fengmao any more time to dwell on it. Slowly, he rose to his feet and began walking toward the ring. In that instant, all eyes in the audience turned to Churen, and the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Jiang Fengmao's face turned ashen, despair and fear filling his heart. His eyes even glistened with faint tears. Heavens, why are you doing this to me? Of all odds, I had to draw Churen, the guy who can obliterate a beast tide with a single thunderball. The audience erupted into laughter, their schadenfreude evident. Ha ha, wasn't this guy acting all cocky? Look at him now. See? What goes around comes around. That's what you get for running your mouth. Justice never fails to show up. Churen is definitely the one to root for this time. In the earth elemental zone, the students began whispering among themselves, though one freckled-faced student remained silent. How can you all mock Brother Jiang? He said he and Churen are evenly matched, the freckled-faced student retorted. Before he finished, a nearby student who had been mocking Jiang Fengmao returned, looking disheveled. He couldn't hold back a sneer and said, "Are you kidding me? Full marks in combat skills, though you even understand what that means? Honestly, I'm starting to wonder how someone with your level of intelligence got into Sichuan Chongqing University of supernatural abilities." Despite the ridicule, the freckled-faced student remained defiant. You all look down on Brother Jiang and think he'll lose? Just watch Brother Jiang will defeat Churen unscathed. You don't believe in him, but he'll surprise you all. For a moment, the surrounding students were at a loss for words, and the atmosphere grew awkward and tense. Meanwhile, Churen had already stepped into the ring. His black battle robe fluttered lightly in the wind, lightning crackling around him as if to tear apart every particle of dust in the air. As he landed steadily, the lightning gradually faded, leaving only his composed smile in the midst of the silence. He cast a casual glance at Jiang Fengmao, the curve of his lips lifting higher as he slowly spoke. "Fatty, I'm here to meet my death." Jiang Fengmao awkwardly scratched his head, a trace of embarrassment flashing across his face as he muttered quietly, "Brother Ji, you're joking too much. If I had known it was you, how would I dare to tell you to go court death?" Churen's lips curled into a faint smile, but he said nothing. His gaze carried a hint of teasing amusement. Seeing this, Jiang Fengmao could only brace himself and say, "Brother Ji, please go easy on me." With that, he spread his feet slightly, gripped his warhammer tightly, and assumed a combat stance, his muscles tensed. Churen gently shook his head, his face adorned with a confident smile. He asked, "Are you ready?" Jiang Fengmao gulped nervously, his Adam's apple bobbing as sweat began to bead in his palms. He tightened his grip on the warhammer and nodded. "I'm ready, Brother Jiu." Before he could finish speaking, Churen's figure vanished from where he stood, leaving behind only a streak of crackling lightning. The flash of thunderbolts slashed across the arena like a sharp blade, appearing in front of Jiang Fengmao in an instant. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed across the arena, accompanied by the sizzling sound of electricity. The lightning burst open on the stage, and in the next moment, Jiang Fengmao was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, hurtling toward the edge of the platform. Chen Ming, quick on his feet, caught the airborne Jiang Fengmao just in time, preventing him from falling off the stage. Looking down at the person he was holding, Chen Ming let out a helpless chuckle. At this point, Jiang Fengmao was completely paralyzed by the electric shock. His hair stood on end, his face was charred black, and wisps of smoke escaped from his mouth. His body trembled slightly, with streaks of blue lightning flickering and dancing across his form. Seeing this, Chen Ming immediately carried Jiang Fengmao over to the teacher with healing abilities for treatment. He then turned back to the crowd and loudly declared Ji Churen the winner. One-hit knockout. The entire crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Incredible. As expected of the top scorer in the martial arts exam. Truly impressive. He's the only one qualified to mock me. Even the senior students were stunned by Ji Churen's performance. He's so strong, a senior girl exclaimed in astonishment. Beside her, a senior with long green hair and casual attire nodded in agreement. He really is. He's already mastered control over his abilities to such a high degree. No wonder he's the top scorer in the martial arts exam. Over in the earth element section, a student with a pockmarked face stood frozen in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how the Jiang Fengmao he admired so much could be defeated in a single move. The mocking student beside him immediately burst into laughter, clearly reveling in his reaction. Haha, did you see that? That's the strength of your so-called brother Jiang. But that's impossible. Didn't brother Jiang say he defeated his opponents without taking any damage? The pockmarked student stammered in panic. The mocking student raised an eyebrow and retorted, yeah, no damage. Ji Churen didn't take any damage, did he? The pockmarked student was left speechless because the mocking student was absolutely right. Ji Churen was completely unscathed. The other students from various sections also erupted into laughter, and even Shi Honghu couldn't help but chuckle. Over in the metal element section, Li Yunxian sighed and rubbed his forehead. That idiot just had to show off. Now look what happened at Horde did it. Inwardly, Li Yunxian thought that even he wouldn't stand a chance against Ji Churen. Unless he could land a decisive, fatal strike in one blow, there was no way to win. But the odds of that were slim, given Ji Churen's lightning abilities, which made him incredibly fast. Coupled with the fact that Ji Churen had reached a proficient level in his martial arts techniques in just 2 weeks, his threat level was undeniable. Yes, Ji Churen's martial arts had already reached a proficient level. Why, you ask? Well, through sheer hard work and dedication, of course. Isn't that right, little voice in my head? As Ji Churen's match concluded, the subsequent matches no longer piqued his interest. They were just too weak. The students behind him displayed a variety of abilities, flying around in different ways, but to Ji Churen, they were still far too weak. It couldn't be helped. Most of them could only sustain their powers for 2 or 3 minutes before running out of energy. The truth was, the reserves of abilities at the Lingjue realm were simply too limited to support prolonged combat. Ji Churen stood on the sidelines, his gaze cold as he observed the battles unfolding in the arena. The students unleashed flames and sent rocks flying with grand gestures, creating an impressive spectacle. However, the weaknesses in their techniques were glaringly obvious. Those with nature-based or enhancement abilities consumed energy at a much faster rate than others, often running out of power just as they began warming up in battle. Even among the special ability users, there were some whose powers were particularly draining, such as the rare and highly coveted spatial abilities. This was a fundamental law of the ability world. The stronger the power, the greater the energy consumption. As night fell, the final match concluded. With the referee's whistle, the preliminary round of the Nature Division tournament officially came to an end, and the list of participants advancing to the next stage was finalized. Out of the 4 students who had endured the rigorous training of Instructor Su, 3 made it through. The only one eliminated was the unfortunate soul who had crossed paths with Ji Churen. At that moment, Jiang Fengmao sat in the section designated for earth-based abilities, his expression filled with despair. Everyone around him viewed him with suspicion, and to make matters worse, had the worst luck of all, becoming the sole casualty in this round of the tournament. Thus, the world where only Jiang Fengmao suffers was realized. After dinner, Ji Churen returned to his private dormitory. Opening the door, he took a deep breath, was about to embark on an important task. Training, Ji Churen muttered to himself, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Geniuses are like this, they work hard while others rest, while others eat, and while others sleep. He slapped his cheeks lightly, his tone turning serious. You lazy fool, get to work. But just as he finished his pep talk, he flopped onto the bed face first. He'll sleep for a bit first. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. It was the second day of the Nature Division tournament, the day of the advancement matches. The rules for today's battles had changed. Due to the uneven number of participants, the top 8 would be determined today, and tomorrow, the strongest of the division would be crowned. This meant that over the next 2 days, every contestant would face the challenge of consecutive battles, requiring them to carefully manage their energy reserves. Otherwise, they risked exhausting their abilities in the first match and being forced to rely solely on physical combat in the second. To avoid this, contestants had to strategize meticulously, ensuring they didn't deplete their energy too quickly in any single match. The school had taken this into account and provided the students with meals made from the meat of nocturnal beasts, designed to help them recover their energy quickly. The contestants gathered in the cafeteria, devouring their meals to replenish their strength. After the drawing of lots, the matches resumed. Churen drew the number 6 for today's round, while, in an amusing twist, Li Yunxian once again drew number 1. The result was predictable. The unlucky student matched against Li Yunxian was swiftly defeated by his swordsmanship, which was subtly infused with a touch of metal-based ability. The subsequent matches unfolded without much excitement. Perhaps because everyone knew they might have to fight multiple rounds, the contestants were noticeably more conservative in using their abilities, wary of running out of energy too soon. However, their cautious approach didn't always pay off. Once someone realized they were at a disadvantage, they often resorted to an all-out burst of power, gambling everything on one final effort. One match followed another, and as the earlier rounds concluded, it was finally time for Churen, number 6, to step into the arena. Student number 6, please come on stage. As the teacher's voice fell, Churen stood up without hesitation. As the sole student of the Thunder element, and with his immense popularity, every move he made captured the attention of everyone in the room. No way. Number 6 is Churen. Whoever got number 6 and doesn't surrender is a true thumbs up. Well, I'm giving an upside-down thumbs up. The audience broke into chatter, but Churen remained calm and composed. His eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, crackling lightning danced around him. A split second later, his entire body transformed into a dazzling bolt of electricity, flashing directly onto the stage. His speed left everyone below dumbfounded. Whoa, that was so fast. Damn, faster than anything I've ever seen. On the stage, Churen ignored the gasps of amazement from the crowd. He casually adjusted the gloves on his hands, his movements unhurried. Watching from the sidelines, Ming couldn't help but grin. This guy really knew how to put on a show. When Churen's gaze began scanning the audience, everyone followed his line of sight, eagerly anticipating who his opponent would be. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Honghu slowly stood up. At that moment, Honghu's expression was grim, and his steps were heavy. He hadn't expected to face Churen so early in the second round. Sure, they were bound to clash eventually, but this was way too soon. Anyone would feel apprehensive when facing a powerhouse like Churen. Even if it were Li Yunxian, he might still put up a decent fight. That said, Jiang Fengmao probably had similar thoughts yesterday. Taking a deep breath, Honghu stepped forward and leaped onto the stage. Didn't think we'd meet this soon, Churen remarked with a faint smile. Neither did I, Honghu replied, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, his tone heavy. But since we have, I won't back down. With that, he drew his long blade, pointing its tip directly at Churen. No matter how strong the opponent, I will always choose to unsheath my blade. Churen brought his fists together, lightning sparking between them with a crisp crack. He rolled his neck and hopped lightly on his feet. Good, I like the spirit. In that case, he assumed a kickboxing stance, surrounded by roaring thunder, his figure flickering unpredictably. I won't hold back either. Before his words even finished, Churen had already turned into a streak of lightning, closing in on Honghu in an instant. A deafening thunderclap exploded in Honghu's ears, startling him into raising his blade to block the incoming strike. A resounding thud echoed as the collision of a gauntlet and a long blade reverberated through the air, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. Churen's lightning-infused right fist clashed violently with Honghu's blade, causing sparks to erupt in all directions. The electric currents surged along the blade, striking Honghu's entire body. His form convulsed violently, as though bound by an invisible force, his movements stiffening instantly, as if his very being were under someone else's control. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, Honghu struggled desperately before unleashing a furious roar. Explode. In that instant, an intense heat surged from within him, as though he had transformed into a ticking bomb on the verge of detonation. Witnessing this, Churen kicked off the ground, his body transforming into a streak of lightning as he swiftly retreated, instantly putting over 10 meters between himself and Honghu. The moment Churen evaded, a searing burst of flames erupted from within Honghu's body. With a deafening boom, an explosion tore through the space where he stood, shaking the arena to its core. The scorching shockwave swept across the platform, causing Churen's battle robe to billow wildly. Thick smoke spread rapidly, engulfing Honghu's figure entirely, rendering him invisible to the crowd. Churen gazed intently at the smoke-filled void ahead, his eyes deep and contemplative. He did not act rashly but instead reflected inwardly. Using his own body as a fuse to self-detonate, an undeniably ruthless move, but the cost was exorbitant. If Honghu possessed greater strength, perhaps the damage to himself would have been less severe. However, with his current cultivation level barely at the Lingjue stage, he could hardly withstand the toll of such an explosion. It was clear Honghu had hoped to catch him off guard and deliver a fatal blow in the moment of paralysis. Yet, the tactic had ultimately failed. As the smoke began to dissipate, Shihonghu's figure gradually emerged. His body was drenched in blood, his face smeared with a mixture of blood and dirt, presenting a harrowing sight. He knelt on one knee, hands braced against the ground, gasping for air as he struggled to keep himself upright. His face was pale, and it seemed as if he could collapse at any moment. Suddenly, a metallic taste surged in his throat, and before he could react, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. With great effort, he raised his head to look at Churen, who stood unharmed in the distance. His eyes were filled with a mix of helplessness and bitterness. "You dodged it after all," he muttered weakly, almost inaudibly, with a faint, bitter smile. "If I hadn't been paralyzed, I would have held on to you no matter what." Before he could finish, another violent cough racked his body, blood spilling from his lips. Finally, he collapsed heavily onto the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. The teachers in the arena immediately rushed to his side, administering emergency aid and treatment. Watching the scene unfold, Churen shook his head slightly. Shihonghu's move, while undeniably threatening, came at a self-destructive cost. If his strength had been greater, he might have been able to withstand the force of the explosion. However, with his current cultivation level at the Lingjue stage, he was incapable of enduring such a powerful impact. Perhaps that was precisely why Shihonghu resorted to such a desperate measure, hoping that his final attack would turn the tide in his favor. After all, if Churen hadn't been prepared, Shihonghu might have succeeded in closing the distance and landing a decisive blow. Churen wins. Chunming quickly corrected himself. Swallowing the two words, he almost blurted out. As his announcement rang out, the surrounding classmates erupted into a flurry of heated discussion. "Wow, I didn't expect this. Shihonghu actually lost just like that," one student remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. "He had no choice," another analyzed. "If Shihonghu hadn't done that, he might have been electrocuted by Churen." Lightning abilities are seriously tricky, but don't lightning ability users run out of energy quickly? Someone asked, puzzled. "Not in this case," a nearby student immediately rebutted. "Have you seen Churen? Does he look like someone who'd run out of energy? He didn't even exhaust his powers after using them non-stop for hours during the college entrance exams." The freshmen exchanged uneasy glances, all sharing a single thought. Just don't let us face Churen or Li Yunxian. Anyone else, maybe we'd stand a chance. To them, these two had already become insurmountable obstacles. Meanwhile, in the stands, a man dressed in a blue and black battle robe was leisurely munching on snacks, watching the match with great interest. He murmured to himself, "This year's freshmen seem a little extraordinary. Senior Ma, what are you doing here?" A sudden voice broke his train of thought. Startled, the man quickly pulled a mask from his pocket and put it on. With a casual gesture, he conjured a pair of sunglasses and slid them over his eyes. "Shoo, shhh." He whistled sharply, trying to play it cool and conceal his identity. "Senior Ma, there's no hiding it, it's way too obvious," said a young man in casual clothes with a refined appearance as he approached. "And besides, that battle robe of yours, which you never change, is more recognizable than your face." Senior Ma's whistling came to an abrupt halt. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. "Well, I didn't expect you'd come to watch the match." The refined young man smiled. "Senior Ma, I'm from the nature department, after all. Of course, I'd come to check out the new students. But Senior Ma, you're from the special department. Why are you here with us in the nature department?" Scratching his head, Senior Ma shifted his gaze back to Chen Meng on the field. "Well, not exactly. I mainly came to see what kind of person could catch Teacher Chen's attention. Besides, who wouldn't want to see the top scorer in the martial arts exam? Look around." He gestured with his chin, signaling the young man to scan the surroundings. "Notice anything familiar? These faces aren't all from the nature department. Your buddy Gusong is here, the stunning Su Yinshi is here, even the human weapon Han Shun and that sneaky Zhugeshu are here. If all these people showed up, is it really that surprising I came too?" The refined young man glanced around and indeed spotted many familiar faces. Clicking his tongue in amazement, he said, "I never thought our nature department would ever be this lively." "Yeah, right," Senior Ma rolled his eyes. "You should be worrying about how you're going to beat Han Chen during finals. His gun doesn't have a conscience, you know." Hearing this, the refined young man could only smile wryly. Not far away, a young man with squinting eyes, dressed in pale blue and holding a feather fan, turned to the person beside him. "Han Chen, what do you think of that top scorer?" Standing next to him was a student in a black battle robe, his posture as upright as a spear. This was Han Shun, who carried on his back a rod-like object wrapped tightly in black bandages. His gaze remained fixed on the match, his expression focused. He calmly glanced at Churen, who had already sat back down, and said, "Impressive. And to think he's just enrolled and has already reached the lower glimmer realm. Definitely not to be underestimated." The fan-wielding young man lightly waved his feather fan, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Then, "Do you know what level his martial arts have reached?" "I can't tell." Han Chen shook his head, his brows slightly furrowed. but it's at least at the beginner level. Tisk, TSK, TSK. The fan-wielding young man squinted, skillfully twirling the fan between his fingers. What a terrifying junior. I wonder what kind of formidable figure he'll grow into in the future. Zhuge Shu. Han Shun turned to look directly at the fan-wielding youth, his voice calm, yet probing. Can't you calculate it? Zhuge Shu sighed, his feather fan swaying gently in his hand. You overestimate me. I'm not capable of that level of insight. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. But I can deduce that in a few months, during the national competition, he'll be part of our Republic team. Han Shun was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. With his strength, the freshman team won't be able to contain him, Zhuge Shu said, lightly waving his fan, a confident expression settling on his face. Hearing this, Han Shun couldn't help but turn to look at Churen on the stands, a trace of unconcealed curiosity in his gaze. The matches continued one after another. Interestingly, Churen didn't end up facing Li Yunxian in any of these rounds, but instead went up against other classmates. Most of these opponents were relatively weak and failed to ignite Churen's desire to fight. The only one who piqued Churen's interest, even slightly, was a girl named OU. It wasn't because of her appearance, but rather the strength she displayed as a wind element ability user. At first, Churen thought she looked familiar, but didn't pay her much attention. However, after crossing blows, Churen realized that this girl was far from ordinary. Compared to the other freshmen, her abilities were indeed exceptional. The wind wall she created managed to dissipate a third of the force from Churen's full-power flash punch. Churen was never the type to underestimate an opponent, no matter how weak they might appear. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. How much more so when facing a student from the Sichuan Chongqing Ability University? He never judged anyone by their appearance. To him, anyone who stepped onto the battlefield had to be ready to sacrifice everything. In Churen's view, the highest form of respect for an opponent was to defeat them with everything he had. That's why his flash punch was delivered with full force. Although OU collapsed from exhaustion after creating the wind wall, she undeniably reduced the impact of his punch, and that alone caught his attention. As night fell, the final match concluded, and the top 8 were officially determined. Both Churen and Li Yunxian were among them, along with 6 others, 5 males and 1 female. With the top 8 decided, everyone returned to their dorms to rest and recover. Only by being in peak condition could they face tomorrow's final matches at their best. The next day, the competition methods varied across the departments at Chuanyu Academy of Supernatural Abilities. The Strength Enhancement Department focused on chaotic free-for-alls, with over 100 freshmen engaging in intense battles to quickly determine the champion. In contrast, the Nature Department's competition was the slowest, and today marked the decisive moment to crown the top freshman. The spectator stands were packed with students from various departments who had come to witness the event. Among them were not only freshmen, but also well-known sophomores and juniors like Zhuge Shu and Han Shun. These two, former champions of their respective departments, had claimed the best seats in the stands, leaving those who had camped out overnight for a spot in awe. Zhuge Shu lightly waved his feather fan and surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. Shun, how do you like this spot I picked? Han Shun didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the section of the field allocated to the Thunder Department. At the center of the field, the top 8 contestants had moved from the stands to the arena, each seated in a uniquely designed chair. The most eye-catching of them all was Churen's seat, a towering black and purple chair adorned with thunderbolt patterns. This chair, personally selected by Dean Wei, was said to have been custom-made by a master craftsman at the request of Qiao Ting upon his graduation. Though it failed to fulfill its original purpose of storing and releasing thunder energy, its imposing design left Churen thoroughly impressed. Li Yunxian glanced at his own gleaming metallic chair, and then at Churen's thunder throne, unable to hold back his curiosity. Hey, why does your chair look cooler than mine? The other contestants cast envious glances, some even itching to try it out themselves. Amid the chatter, Chen Meng stepped onto the stage. He looked out at the densely packed crowd in the stands, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn, there are so many people here. Chen Meng cleared his throat, then straightened his back and shouted in a thunderous voice, quiet. In an instant, the noisy playground fell silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Churen stood among the crowd, watching the scene unfold, secretly astonished at hadn't realized old Chen's authority was this formidable. Chen Meng scanned the surroundings and, seeing that everyone had quieted down, began to announce the rules. Next, we will proceed with the quarterfinals of the Natural Sciences Division. The competition will still follow the unknown duel format. However, this time, there will be no drawing of lots. Instead, participants will choose their own opponents. The moment he said this, a wave of murmurs rippled through the audience. Churen raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Choose their own opponents? Did this mean the quarterfinalists could handpick who they wanted to face? If that were the case, who would dare to challenge him? This wasn't arrogance on Churen's part, but a matter of fact. As the first ever top scorer in the martial disciplines in a century, and class lightning ability user with energy reserves far exceeding the norm, and someone who had already reached the microglow realm, his combination of skills and power was enough to intimidate anyone his age. Churen's thoughts were soon confirmed. As soon as the rules were announced, the other 7 quarterfinalists quickly averted their gazes from him. None dared to choose him as their opponent, nor did they want to risk being chosen by him. However, there was one exception. One person's gaze never wavered. Li Yunxian not only refused to look away but stared directly at Churen with unwavering eyes, brimming with undisguised fighting spirit. Sensing this intense energy, Churen turned slightly, meeting Li Yunxian's gaze midair. "Please give me your guidance," Li Yunxian said directly, his voice firm and full of challenge. "Please give me your guidance," Churen replied calmly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. In that moment, it was as if the two had silently reached an unspoken agreement. Their locked gazes created an almost tangible aura of battle intent in the air. Ming noticed this exchange and nodded in satisfaction. "Looks like this Li Yunxian isn't so bad after all," he thought to himself. "Since that's the case, I'll give you a little push. At least this way, none of you can complain about the little prodigy later." With that in mind, Ming suddenly raised his voice to add, "Oh, and one more thing, I'm adding a new rule." A teacher in the stands was startled upon hearing this and quickly turned to Dean Wei, asking nervously, "Dean Wei, aren't you going to stop Teacher Chen?" Dean Wei maintained his kind, serene smile and gently waved his hand. "No need. That Chen Ming knows his limits." On the field, Chen Ming dropped a bombshell. "The new rule is, participants can engage in a gauntlet-style battle." The crowd erupted in an uproar. "What?" A delicate-looking young man in the audience shot to his feet, his face full of disbelief. "Why would Teacher Chen add such a rule? This isn't how it's usually done." "Relax, relax." Senior Ma, sitting beside him, gently tugged at the young man's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Xiaozhan, losing your composure already?" Xiaozhan turned to him, puzzled. "I just feel like this rule is unfair to Churen." Senior Ma interjected. Xiaozhan nodded. Senior Ma let out a soft sigh, his tone tinged with weariness. "Fair? When has this world ever been fair? If fairness truly existed, there wouldn't be so many broken families, so many people torn apart from their loved ones." He paused, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Especially in times like these." "You think Mr. Chen's rule is unfair to Churen?" Xiaozhan said with a frown. "That's because you're only seeing the surface," Senior Ma replied calmly, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. "You're only noticing how Churen is targeted by the rules during the match. But have you considered the deeper implications? Do you have any idea how many resources Churen has access to that ordinary people could never dream of?" Xiaozhan froze for a moment, as if realizing something, a trace of confusion appearing on his face. Senior Ma gazed at him deeply, his tone steady and deliberate. "Take what we already know, for example. The process of Churen joining our academy was anything but ordinary. Mr. Chen specifically recruited him using a rare ability crystal. That's no secret, is it?" Xiaozhan's expression stiffened, and he hesitantly nodded. The public knowledge of the ability crystal was already enough to turn heads, but what about the things behind the scenes? Senior Ma gave a faint smile and continued. "Just considering what's visible to outsiders, do you think Mr. Chen would hold back in supporting Churen privately? If I'm not mistaken, Churen currently has at least 2 combat techniques under his belt. One of them, though, you know what it is? It's the very move he used during his college entrance exam. Stellar Storm." Hearing this, Xiaozhan's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to speak, but found himself unable to form any words. Senior Ma didn't seem in any hurry to let him digest the information. "Oh, and just so you know, Stellar Storm isn't a class combat technique. And Mr. Chen gave it to Churen even before his college entrance exam." Xiaozhan nodded numbly, suddenly feeling as though all the strength had been drained from his body. He sank into the nearby bench, utterly deflated. Senior Ma extended a hand, gently patting his shoulder as he spoke in a measured tone. "So, do you understand now? To bear the name of a prodigy, you must shoulder the responsibilities and pressures that come with it. The more resources you take, the more you are expected to accomplish. Your actions must align with the title you carry. You're too naive." With that, he shook his head lightly and turned his gaze back to the scene on the field. At that moment, on the field, the girl sitting on the water element seat, who had just finished listening to Chen Ming's speech, suddenly stood up. Her voice rang out clearly across the entire venue, drawing everyone's attention. Even Li Yunxian and Churen couldn't help but turn their heads to look at her. The girl remained composed, her demeanor calm as she surveyed the crowd. Finally, her gaze landed firmly on Churen. "Everyone, hello? I'm Jing Qinshin, a water element ability user. The reason I'm standing here is to establish a common goal with all of you." She paused, extending a finger to point directly at Churen, her tone resolute. "The goal is clear, to defeat him." Churen's lips curved into a slight smirk. There was no hint of anger in his eyes. Instead, he seemed almost amused. He crossed one leg over the other, watching her with a thoughtful expression. I do love it when people conspire loudly, especially when I can hear every word. Jing Kingston's gaze was sharp as she continued. You all know how strong Churen is. I don't believe there's anyone here, besides him, who can guarantee an absolute victory over him. She scanned the crowd, and one by one, the others lowered their heads, none daring to claim they could defeat Churen. Churen chuckled softly, as if mocking himself, or perhaps relishing the attention. Jing Qianxin pressed on. Since Mr. Chun has permitted a battle of attrition, we can take turns challenging him, one after the other. I refuse to believe Churen's abilities are inexhaustible. With that, her cold gaze locked onto Churen, her tone growing even firmer. Churen, don't think that hearing all this will make you any less afraid. My plan is simple, to wear you down through attrition. With the 7 of us, it shouldn't be too hard to exhaust you. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Churen's eyes. He nodded slightly, appearing completely unbothered by the challenge. Stretching lazily, he smiled faintly, as though already contemplating how he would respond to the looming battle. With a sudden puff, Churen burst into laughter. His unexpected chuckle immediately caught Jing Qianxin's attention. She frowned deeply and turned to ask, "What's so funny?" "Nothing." Churen waved his hand dismissively, though a barely restrained grin lingered on his face. "I just thought of something amusing." "Humph." Jing Qianxin crossed her arms over her chest, her expression dark. "You won't be laughing for long." Churen merely shrugged, his smile unyielding, clearly unfazed by Jing Qianxin's threat. He knew full well that he didn't need to intervene. Doubtful voices were already beginning to emerge. "Hey," a fire element student suddenly spoke up. "You've been talking so much, but who's going to fight first?" "Yeah," another fire element student chimed in. "The most important thing now is figuring out who goes first and who finishes up. You're not planning to let us drain Churen's energy and then swoop in to claim the win, are you? That would make us nothing but free labor." "Exactly," a student with Earth-based powers added indignantly. "If you want us to take the lead, at least offer something in return." The surrounding students nodded in agreement. Jing Qianxin's frown deepened as she snapped. "What kind of attitude is that? Do you think taking down Churen is just my responsibility? Isn't eliminating him just as important for all of you? We're just discussing strategy now, and you're already bickering over benefits. What will you do when we face a real enemy in the future?" She tried to sound righteous, but a fire element student immediately called her out. "Huh, you're really good at moral high ground speeches. Everything in this world revolves around self-interest. You became an ability user and are standing here preaching. But isn't it all for the rewards and fame of being number one? Don't pretend you're above it all. You." Jing Qianxin's face flushed red in anger, but she was so furious she couldn't find the words to respond. "Anyway, we're not going first," the fire element student said with a shrug. "If someone has to go, it won't be us." "Fine." Jing Qianxin gritted her teeth. "If that's how it is, then ill." "Wait." Li Yunxian suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. "I can't let a girl take the lead. Let me do it. After all, I said I'd challenge Churen before Mr. Chen even announced the rules." "No way." Jing Qianxin immediately objected. "You can't go first. You're supposed to be the one to finish the fight. Because only you can face Churen when his abilities are depleted." Jing Qianxin pointed at the others, her tone resolute. "They can't." Her words immediately sparked anger among the other 5, who, as if reaching a mutual understanding, shouted in unison. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying we can't beat Churen when he's out of power?" "Exactly. Who do you think you're looking down on? Our combat skills aren't weak, you know." "Oomph. You're just being arrogant." "Oh, I'm being arrogant." Jing Qianxin crossed her arms, her expression icy as she retorted coldly. "If that's the case, how about you, the so-called expert? Take the first fight?" The person she addressed opened his mouth, but, after glancing at Churen, who looked intrigued, ultimately chose to remain silent. "Humph." Jing Qianxin sneered. "If you don't have the guts, then shut your mouth." She then turned to Li Yunxian and said, "I'll go first, and you handle the final round." Li Yunxian frowned, studying Jing Qianxin carefully. He couldn't help but think to himself that this woman was truly shrewd and calculating. However, he had his own plans in mind. Shaking his head, he replied calmly, "No, I'll go first." He glanced at the 5 others, a peculiar thought crossing his mind. His eyes flashed as he spoke earnestly. "I don't want you all to change. I just hope that when the time comes, you stick to the plan and continue challenging Churen. I'll take the first fight and do my best to drain his abilities. The rest will be up to you. As for the rewards you're worried about, the solution is simple: 2 words. Equal split." Seeing that the others seemed ready to argue, Li Yunxian bluntly continued, "Don't waste time thinking about why the rewards should be shared. What you should be focusing on is how to win them in the first place. If you can't even prioritize that, then you're truly hopeless." His sharp words cut like a blade, leaving the others speechless. Even the fire ability student, who had initially been the most vocal in opposition, chose to remain silent. The group exchanged glances, saying nothing but seemingly communicating through their expressions. Their actions spoke louder than words. Once Li Yunxian saw that everyone had come to an understanding, he wasted no more time. He looked up at Chun Ming, his eyes filled with determination, and declared, "I challenge Ji Churen." Chun Ming nodded slightly with his eyes closed before turning to Ji Churen and saying, "Your turn." Ji Churen gave a faint nod, stood up from the thunder battle chair, and vanished in an instant, leaving only a trail of lightning behind. Following the streak of lightning, everyone turned their eyes to the arena, where Ji Churen now stood, hands clasped behind his back. The freshmen in the audience stared in awe. Wow, lightning abilities are so cool. Yeah, and did you see how fast he was? Even faster than wind abilities. Damn, he really knows how to show off. Though Ji Churen maintained a neutral expression, his heart was brimming with delight. He thought to himself, nothing beats showing off. Chen Ming glanced at the confident Ji Churen on the stage, feeling a pang of anxiety. This brat, is he really getting into it now? Li Yunxian, on the other hand, locked his gaze onto Ji Churen, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Gripping the sword at his side, he leapt onto the stage, stepping into the arena. Ji Churen and Li Yunxian stood facing each other, their gazes locked, the atmosphere so tense it was almost suffocating. Li Yunxian stood with his hands behind his back, sharp determination gleaming in his eyes. Ji Churen, on the other hand, appeared completely at ease, his back turned to Li Yunxian, as if he couldn't care less. On the stage, the pressure in the air gradually thickened, an indescribable aura spreading quietly, like the calm before a storm. Wow, the tension is palpable, someone whispered from the crowd below, their expression grave. It feels like a storm is brewing, another voice chimed in, filled with foreboding. Li Yunxian took a deep breath and cupped his fists in salute. "Please enlighten me," he said firmly, his tone carrying a faint edge of challenge. Ji Churen didn't respond immediately. Instead, he calmly extended his right hand, gesturing politely but resolutely. "Please, enlighten me." As soon as the words left his lips, Li Yunxian sprang forward like a beast unleashed. His movements were so swift that most people could barely react. Gripping his long sword tightly, its blade gleaming sharply, he charged with an overwhelming ferocity, like a blade unsheathed. Each step he took carried a powerful momentum, as if he were a hawk diving through a storm, hurtling straight toward Ji Churen. Yet, Ji Churen stood as steady as a mountain, his gaze calm and unshaken, as if Li Yunxian's speed was nothing more than a slow-motion display. As Li Yunxian closed in, Ji Churen's eyes glimmered faintly, tracking the arc of the sword as it sliced through the air with precision. "Draw slash!" Li Yunxian roared, his voice low and fierce. Before the echo faded, his sword flashed out like lightning. The blade carved a golden arc through the air, and for a split second, it seemed as though even the atmosphere trembled. A sharp whoosh echoed, resonating with the hearts of everyone watching. This was Li Yunxian's ultimate move, draw slash. A single strike combining speed, power, and precision, capable of tearing through any defense and overwhelming his opponent in an instant. For a moment, time seemed to freeze on the stage. Li Yunxian's sword was unsheathed, its tip aimed directly at Ji Churen. Confidence surged in his chest, his eyes alight with excitement, as if he could already see Ji Churen's defeat. However, Ji Churen remained motionless, still standing with his back to Li Yunxian, hands behind him, his expression indifferent. It was as though Li Yunxian's attack wasn't even worth his attention. The sword's energy surged forward, its brilliance dazzling, yet it failed to so much as graze Ji Churen. Everything unfolded like a surreal dream. Li Yunxian felt certain his strike had landed, but as he withdrew his sword, Ji Churen was still unscathed. In that instant, a chill ran through Li Yunxian's heart as he realized something was amiss. Chun Ming intervened. The thought flashed through his mind, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. It seemed like his draw slash had succeeded, yet Ji Churen remained unharmed. This could only mean one thing. "Well played," Li Yunxian said softly, turning around with a composed smile and cupping his fists once more. In the crowd, Jing Qinxin couldn't help but whisper, "That's it? He won." Next to her, a fire element student looked equally bewildered and muttered under his breath, "That's it? Then why did we put on such a big show?" Jing Qinxin frowned slightly, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. If Ji Churen had truly lost, how could he have scored a perfect mark on the entrance exam? And with his lightning speed abilities, he should have easily dodged Li Yunxian's strike. But wait. Her eyes widened as she suddenly looked up, scanning the audience. The other students were also gazing skyward, something above catching their attention. A silent premonition began to take hold of her, and the scene before her filled her with an inexplicable sense of dread. "This can't be, could it?" Jing Qinxin's voice trembled slightly, laced with disbelief. Jing Qinxin stiffly moved her neck and looked up at the sky. What she saw made her feel as if she were gazing at a deity. Bathed in the blazing sunlight, a figure shimmering faintly with lightning floated in midair, resembling a thunderous king basking in the golden rays. On the arena, Li Yunxian frowned slightly, sensing something unusual. The figure of Churen before him was exceedingly strange, still standing with his hands behind his back, facing away from him, but showing no signs of breathing. As a swordsman trained since childhood, Li Yunxian was highly attuned to the rhythm of breathing, able to detect even the faintest breath. Yet, Churen's breathing had completely vanished. There were only two possibilities in such a situation. Either Churen was dead, or Li Yunxian dared not finish the thought. An invisible pressure swept over him, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Zzz. Suddenly, Churen underwent a startling transformation before Li Yunxian's eyes. The dark robe that had cloaked Churen began to shift, turning a vivid azure blue. In just moments, Churen on the arena had fully transformed into a humanoid figure woven entirely of countless strands of lightning. A clone. Li Yunxian was utterly dumbfounded. He instinctively stepped back, his right hand reaching for his sword, his face filled with shock. How is this possible? When did he? At this point, Li Yunxian couldn't afford to think about anything else. His eyes anxiously scanned the surroundings, desperately trying to locate Churen's true body. Beads of cold sweat continued to slide down his face as he realized the figure on the arena was merely a clone, but he had no idea when Churen had executed this technique. No. Li Yunxian's gaze swept across the crowd. Where is he? The invisible pressure grew heavier, and Li Yunxian's entire body was drenched in sweat. The suffocating sensation, like being constricted by a massive serpent, made it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Churen was still nowhere to be found. Swallowing hard, Li Yunxian gripped his sword tighter, as though the act of holding it firmly might grant him a fleeting sense of security. Slowly, he raised his head toward the sky and finally spotted that imposing figure. Churen stood tall, bathed in sunlight, his entire form crackling with the sound of electricity. Seeing that Li Yunxian had finally noticed him, Churen's face broke into a faint smile. You let your guard down. Indeed, I lost. Li Yunxian let out a bitter laugh, closing his eyes in resignation. His hand, which had been tightly gripping the sword hilt, loosened, and his demeanor shifted to one of complete surrender. Churen was momentarily stunned. Wait, no, that's not right. I said you let your guard down, not that you lost. Aren't you supposed to deny it? Insist you haven't lost, and then we keep fighting? What's going on? Why aren't you following the script? While Churen looked on in bewilderment, Li Yunxian gave a wry smile and said, Your strength, Ji, is truly remarkably so much so that I didn't even realize the figure on the arena was just a clone. If this had been a fight to the death, I'd already be a corpse by now. With that, Li Yunxian laughed bitterly, waved his hand in defeat, and slowly walked to the edge of the arena. I've lost. Li Yunxian decisively said a single word, then leapt off the stage and left the arena. Churen stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. He couldn't make sense of it. Wasn't Li Yunxian here to drain his abilities? Why would he surrender before the battle even began? Churen controlled his body, slowly descending from midair until his feet landed steadily on the surface of the arena. He turned to look at the lightning-formed clone at his side. With a gentle wave of his hand, the clone instantly dissolved into flickering sparks, vanishing into the air. This was a new ability he had recently mastered, creating a lightning clone identical to himself. While the clone currently had no combat capabilities and was more of an empty shell, it was still a significant breakthrough. What was even more exciting was that during his practice of energy reshaping, Churen had unexpectedly discovered that he could use his mental power to guide his abilities, allowing him to achieve levitation. This was the secret behind his ability to hover in midair even at the glimmering realm. Initially, Churen had only intended to test if his lightning clone could deceive Li Yunxian. In his plan, regardless of whether the trick worked or not, Li Yunxian would surely engage him in a full-blown battle. However, Li Yunxian's abrupt surrender completely disrupted his expectations. It was entirely at odds with the bold words Li Yunxian had proclaimed before stepping onto the stage, leaving Churen thoroughly perplexed. As Li Yunxian stepped off the arena, his gaze locked onto Jing Qinxin and her group. Feeling his eyes on them, Jing Qinxin and the others instinctively took a half-step back. Li Yunxian noticed their reaction but didn't press aggressively. Instead, he spoke calmly. I've known for a while that you were trying to use me as a pawn, but I have no intention of making things difficult for you. Jing Qinxin's pupils contracted sharply as she stared at Li Yunxian in shock. Li Yunxian walked unhurriedly back to his seat and sat down. Then he added, because I willingly chose to be that pawn. His gaze swept over Jing Qinxin and her group one by one, his tone steady and deliberate. I overheard everything you discussed last night in the restaurant. Whether it was about exhausting Churen's energy or mine, I was fully aware of your plans. Today's tag team battle only made your strategy more streamlined and efficient, even allowing you to use me as a weapon against Churen. But I don't mind because even if you hadn't staged this act, I would have still chosen to go first. One of the students with fire-based abilities took another cautious step back, her voice trembling as she asked, "So, not only did you not expose us, but you also went along with our plan to climb higher and fulfill your own agenda?" Li Yunxian nodded lightly, shifting his gaze to Ji Churen on the stage. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips. Because Ji already saw through your plan from the start. During your initial dispute, he had already figured it out. On the arena, Ji Churen was completely dumbfounded. Huh, did I see through them? Li Yunxian turned back to the fire ability student and continued explaining. From the moment you first spoke up to argue against Ji Churen had already seen through you. Since I knew you were acting, I observed Ji closely during your performance. I saw with my own eyes the moment he furrowed his brow, then broke into a small smile. And what does that mean? It's the expression of someone who has seen through everything. Li Yunxuan's words were firm and powerful. He stood straight with an air of absolute confidence, as if he had everything under control. His resolute expression and unwavering tone made Ji Churen fall into deep thought. Did he really see through me? Ji Churen recalled his reaction at the time, frowning because something felt off about the fire element user, and smiling because he couldn't hold back after hearing Jing Qinxin's remark about exhausting oneself. Was that really seeing through? Regardless of the details, though, he had indeed uncovered their plan. Below the platform, Jing Qinxin and her group were completely stunned. They all turned to Ji Churen with disbelief written all over their faces. Jing Qinxin's lips trembled as she murmured in a voice barely audible. So, he saw through us from the very beginning? Looking at Ji Churen, standing so composed on the stage, even with a faint, uncontrollable smile at the corner of his lips, Jing Qinxin finally understood she had lost, and she had lost from the very start. Their plan was as transparent as glass before Ji Churen, leaving nothing hidden. What was even more shocking was that Ji Churen could have delivered a decisive blow when Li Yunxian was momentarily distracted by the clone's interference, but he chose not to. What did that mean? It meant that Ji Churen was so confident he didn't even need to rely on a sneak attack to win. At the same time, he was silently telling Jing Qinxin and her team, "Your plan is utterly insignificant in my eyes. Only someone like this deserves to be the top student in the Natural Element Academy." Jing Qinxin thought to herself. At this moment, it wasn't just her students from other disciplines were also convinced. Their gazes toward Ji Churen were filled with both admiration and fear. Chun Ming scanned Jing Qinxin and her group below the stage and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Ji Churen?" Jing Qinxin raised her head to meet Chun Ming's gaze, a wry smile appearing on her face. "Teacher Chun, we won't challenge Ji Churen anymore." She suddenly pointed at Li Yunxian. "We challenge Li Yunxian." "Wait, what?" Li Yunxian raised his hand abruptly, his face full of shock. "What did you just say?" Jing Qinxin gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a faint smile playing on her lips. "I said, we challenge you." Li Yunxian froze, pointing at himself with wide eyes. "Me? Yes." Jing Qinxin nodded. "Since we already know we can't beat Ji Churen, we can't aim for first place anymore. The best we can do is go for second." "So you're changing your target for the endurance battle to me?" Li Yunxian asked in disbelief. "Yes." Jing Qinxin confirmed with another nod. Li Yunxian pointed at Jing Qinxin, opening his mouth as if to argue, but in the end, all his words condensed into one sentence. "In that case, you'd better be ready for defeat." "We've been prepared for defeat since last night," Jing Qinxin said calmly. Then, she turned to the fire element student behind her and gave a slight nod. The fire element student understood and looked up at Chun Ming. "Teacher Chun, I challenge Li Yunxian." No need for further announcements. Li Yunxian leapt onto the stage, raising his sword in his left hand and pointing it toward the group below. His voice rang out loud and clear. "Come at me one by one. Even if it's a battle of attrition, I want back down." From the stands, Dean Wing nodded in satisfaction, his eyes glimmering with approval. "Good, not bad. Yunxian has finally grown up. A swordsman should possess a fearless heart to forge ahead. That heart is called the heart of the sword." On the arena stage, Li Yunxian stood tall, his sword in hand pointing directly at the crowd below, his momentum unstoppable. His voice boomed like thunder. "Next." At that moment, he was like an unsheathed blade, sharp and unstoppable. Across from him, the fire element ability user stood in shock, instinctively touching his neck, which had turned completely into steel. He had been struck at the throat with a single sword stroke. If not for Chun Ming's timely intervention to protect the vital area, the consequences would have been disastrous. As Li Yunxuan's shout echoed, the gazes of all the members below the platform simultaneously fell on Jing Qinxin. Jing Qinxin didn't hesitate and immediately turned to the wind element ability user. Feeling the weight of her gaze, the wind element student swallowed nervously but still mustered his courage to step onto the stage. Seeing this, the fire element student gritted his teeth and leapt off the platform. The moment he landed, his eyes inadvertently met those of Ji Churen, who was sitting leisurely on the thunder throne. Ji Churen, noticing the glance, gave a faint smile and nodded slightly. Awkwardness surged within the fire element student, and he quickly averted his gaze. Churen, uninterested in him further, shifted his attention back to the new duel unfolding on the stage. On the platform, the wind element student clearly adopted the tactical advice from Jing Qinxin, engaging Li Yunxian in a battle of attrition. As a metal element ability user, speed was not Li Yunxuan's strength. Currently, his only guaranteed one-strike victory technique was sword draw slash, his most practiced skill since it didn't require the support of his ability to train. Other techniques, however, relied heavily on his ability, making sword draw slash his only truly lethal move. The wind element student exploited this weakness with precision. Using his ability to hover in the air, he engaged Li Yunxian in a back-and-forth battle, constantly launching small wind blades to harass him. Though these blades inflicted minimal damage individually, their cumulative effect could exhaust even Li Yunxian. What was more troublesome was that the wind element student remained airborne, making it nearly impossible for Li Yunxian to land an effective attack, highlighting the current limitation of his abilities. However, the continuous flight and relentless wind blade attacks came at a cost for the wind element student. Before long, his energy was depleted, forcing him to return to the ground. As the wind element student collapsed onto the stage, exhausted, Li Yunxian approached him step by step, his face still carrying a hint of anger. Slowly, he drew his longsword, the tip of the blade stopping just a centimeter from his opponent's face. The wind element student's face turned pale. With a bitter smile, he murmured, barely audible, "I concede." Hearing this, Li Yunxian sheathed his sword and turned his gaze to the crowd below, his voice cold as ice. Next. 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 On the arena, Li Yunxian stood tall and confident, his long sword pointing directly at the last challenger below Jing Qinxin. Under the sunlight, the blade gleamed with a cold, sharp light, reflecting his resolute expression. By now, all the other challengers had fallen to his sword. Only Jing Qinxin had yet to face him. Li Yunxuan's gaze was piercing as he locked eyes with Jing Qinxin. Although he maintained the demeanor of a victor, a closer look revealed his pale complexion and slightly labored breathing. The relentless high-intensity battles and frequent use of his abilities weighed on him like an invisible burden, rapidly depleting his stamina and energy reserves. He was like a bowstring stretched to its limit. "You're exhausted," Jing Qinxin remarked calmly from below the arena, her delicate fingers gently brushing aside a strand of her hair. Li Yunxuan's brows furrowed, his voice cold and unyielding like iron. "So what? Even if my powers are drained, I can still defeat you with my sword." Jing Qinxin lifted her bangs slightly, a sweet yet enigmatic smile gracing her lips. "Are you angry because I outmaneuvered you?" Indeed, Jing Qinxin had meticulously planned against Li Yunxuan, witting him to exhaust Churen's strength from the start, then orchestrating a group effort to wear him down further. Every step she took today, though seemingly casual, was carefully calculated to target him. However, this wasn't her original intention. Her initial goal was Churen. But Churen's overwhelming strength left her with no choice but to shift her focus to Li Yunxian. Li Yunxian didn't answer her question and instead cut straight to the point. "Are you going to fight or not?" "Stop talking like some old." He abruptly stopped himself, then repeated, "Are you going to fight or not?" Jing Qinxin noticed his slip and couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes curving with amusement. "You're quite entertaining," she said with a light laugh. "But after all I've done, wouldn't it be a waste not to fight? So, wait." Just as Jing Qinxin was about to declare her challenge, Churen's voice rang out, cutting her off. Both Li Yunxian on the arena and Jing Qinxin below turned their heads in unison, looking at him in confusion. The surrounding students and spectators also shifted their attention to Churen. Churen slowly stood up from the thunder battle chair, his gaze sweeping between Jing Qinxin and Li Yunxian before finally looking up at Chun Meng, who was hovering in the air. A faint smile played on his lips. "Teacher Chun, according to the rules, I can also choose someone to challenge, right?" Chun Meng visibly paused for a moment before bursting into a laugh. "Huh. So you finally called me." He suddenly caught himself, cleared his throat, and resumed a serious demeanor. "Ahem. Yes, according to the rules, you can indeed challenge someone." Hearing Churen's question and Chun Meng's response, a flicker of caution flashed across Jing Qinxin's face, as if she had realized something. She quickly opened her mouth to speak, but it was already too late. "In that case, I challenge Jing Qinxin." Churen's voice rang out clearly across the arena. "I challenge." Jing Qinxin's words were cut off halfway, and she was too late. Her face turned anxious as she looked at Churen, her eyes filled with unease. Churen glanced at her and grinned. "A battle of attrition? That's my favorite." Li Yunxian froze on the arena, his expression full of confusion, as if he couldn't understand why Churen had chosen to intervene at this moment. Noticing Li Yunxuan's gaze, Churen turned and smiled. "What are you staring at? Get down." Li Yunxian snapped back to reality, nodded, and leapt lightly off the arena. Standing before Churen, he gave a slight bow. "Thank you." Churen waved dismissively, his tone casual. No need to thank me. After all, you're one of the few people I actually respect. With a powerful push from his legs, Churen leaped onto the arena. Standing tall, his presence surged like a tidal wave, exuding a commanding and undeniable aura. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd, as if everything around him was under his control. Fixing his eyes on Jing Qinshin below, he spoke in a deep and resonant voice, "Get on the stage." Jing Qinshin clenched her teeth, her body trembling slightly. She had been so close to victory. Li Yunxian was just one step away. She had firmly secured her place in second, but Churen's sudden interference had thrown everything into chaos. Plans meticulously crafted now seemed meaningless in the face of this unpredictable powerhouse. Her fists tightened as frustration and helplessness churned within her. Was all her effort truly so insignificant in the face of absolute strength? Her thoughts were in turmoil, but in the end, she made her decision. She stepped onto the stage. Despite her shattered plans, despite the formidable opponent before her, she refused to give up so easily. As an Esper, her creed was simple: never retreat. With steady steps, she ascended the platform, taking a deep breath. A spark of determination lit up her eyes. She looked calmly at Churen, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Let's begin." Churen appeared unhurried. With his left hand casually resting behind his back and his right hand slightly extended, he replied softly, "Let's begin." The atmosphere instantly grew tense, as if time itself had come to a halt. Jing Qinshin and Churen stood motionless on the stage, neither making a move. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds passed. The audience below held their breath, captivated by the standoff. Churen's expression remained calm and unchanged, as though none of this was of any significance to him. Jing Qinshin, however, felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her limbs grew numb as an invisible, oppressive force bore down on her, making it hard to breathe. Just by standing there, Churen's sheer presence was enough to paralyze her, suffocating like a storm from the heavens. Anxiety churned within her. Jing Qinshin bit down hard, thinking to herself, "I can't let this pressure crush me. If I don't act now, my resolve will shatter." Her eyes flashed with determination as she decisively made her move. If Churen was as strong as he seemed, surely he carried the pride of a true powerhouse. And true powerhouses always granted weaker opponents a chance to strike first. This was her memento: unleash her strongest attack, a fully charged strike. Clasping her hands together, she whispered, "Condense." In an instant, the air around her began to coalesce into tiny, shimmering droplets, like miniature diamonds reflecting the light. The droplets swiftly gathered in her hands, forming a translucent orb of water. The orb pulsed with an almost tangible power, like the calm before a storm. Though her movements were not quick, every second carried her unwavering determination and strength. But then, Churen tilted his head slightly, murmuring to himself, "Such a long charge-up time, I'd better seize the opportunity." He raised his right hand gently, and a flicker of blue electricity appeared, crackling at his fingertips. The electric current surged, bursting forth like lightning, instantly forming a terrifying bolt of thunder. The air grew heavy with the scent of ozone as Churen's entire being radiated an overwhelming energy. It was as if the very space around him trembled under his control. Jing Qinshin's face paled at the sight. A mix of fury and despair welled up within her. She had assumed Churen would follow conventional tactics and allow her a chance to attack. But he was completely unpredictable. His overwhelming presence left her gasping for air. Unable to hold back, she shouted, "You're already this strong, can't you at least take one of my attacks?" Churen froze, momentarily taken aback. A trace of surprise flickered across his face as he thought to himself, "Is she serious? What does she think this is, a casual game?" Churen remained silent, merely curling his finger and flicking it. In an instant, a lightning bolt, no larger than a fingertip, shot toward Jing Qinshin. The lightning, sharp as an arrow and charged with violent energy, streaked through the air in a dazzling blue flash, moving so fast, it was almost impossible to track. Chen Meng had already prepared for this, raising his hand slightly, ready to turn Jing Qinshin into steel if she failed to evade. However, Jing Qinshin reacted swiftly, abandoning her plan to continue gathering energy. She flung the partially formed water sphere in her hand with force. The sphere arced through the air and collided head-on with Churen's lightning. "This lightning should be neutralized by my water sphere," Jing Qinshin thought, but in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. To her astonishment, her carefully charged water sphere not only failed to cancel out Churen's casually released lightning, but it was instantly corroded and assimilated by it. In the blink of an eye, where the lightning struck the water sphere, electric light spread across its surface. The internal structure of the sphere was fundamentally altered, transforming it into a glowing, volatile water-electric orb. It abruptly changed direction and hurtled straight toward Jing Qinshin at alarming speed. "Not good." Jing Qinshin's expression changed as she swiftly swung her right hand downward. A surge of water burst from her palm, crashing heavily against the arena floor. The powerful recoil force propelled her body backward. The water electric orb narrowly grazed her shoulder and smashed into the arena behind her. Snap! Boom! The sound of the water sphere shattering and the thunderous explosion of lightning erupted simultaneously. Accompanied by the crackling of electricity, the surface of the arena was instantly scorched black, with residual sparks dancing and flickering. Jing Qianxin panted heavily, cold sweat streaming down her face as she turned to look at the scorched section of the arena. Her mind was reeling. What kind of lightning is this? It can directly assimilate my powers. Even my most concentrated attack was effortlessly consumed. She had always known there was a gap in strength between herself and Churen, but she hadn't realized the disparity was this immensely so vast that victory seemed utterly unattainable. Gritting her teeth, she refocused her gaze on Churen standing across from her. Churen's expression remained calm, as if the previous strike had been nothing more than a casual gesture. He raised his right hand, curling his fingers slightly in a beckoning motion, signaling her to continue her attack. Jing Qianxin did not attack immediately. Instead, she took a deep breath and asked, "Do you dare to take my strongest strike?" Hearing this, Churen's face revealed a peculiar expression, as if he were looking at someone completely clueless. Jing Qianxin could already read the answer in his expression, but she refused to give up this last chance. "Are you so strong that you don't even dare to take a single blow from someone else?" Jing Qianxin raised her voice. "I'll only use one strike. If I can't hurt you, I'll admit defeat." Her words were deliberate. Strong opponents in dramas often allowed weaker ones to unleash their strongest attack, treating it as mere entertainment. She hoped to exploit this mindset and deliver a decisive blow when Churen let his guard down. However, Churen did not play by the usual rules. He gave Jing Qianxin an odd look and replied, "Are you out of your mind? Why should I take your strike? Why don't you take mine instead?" Huh? Jing Qianxin was completely dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Churen spread his hands, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I'm the one in control here. I won't make things too hard for you. You take one strike from me. If you can withstand it, then you win." Jing Qianxin wanted to say something more, but Churen cut her off directly. "What's with the hesitation? Are you trying to negotiate with me? Remember, you only have one chance to make a choice." Churen extended a slender finger, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "This is your only chance, and it's only because we're classmates. If you refuse, then I'll have no choice but to attack." From the audience, Li Yunxuan's eyes lit up as he watched, silently marveling at how incredibly cool Churen looked on stage. To be able to pull this off, forcing others to take his move instead of the other way around. What a power move. He mentally noted it down, thinking, "I've got to use this trick myself someday." On the stage, Jing Qianxin bit her lip hard, fully aware that she had no way out. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her back and shouted with determination, "Fine, they'll take your move, but you better keep your word. If I can withstand it without Teacher Chen stepping in, then I win." Her voice rang out loud and clear, as if she needed the volume to muster all her courage. Hearing this, Churen's lips curved into a mysterious smile. "All right, then you better be ready to handle it." Above the arena, Chen Meng, who was overseeing the match, suddenly felt a sense of unease. His brows furrowed as he muttered, "No way. This brat isn't planning to." Huh? Churen let out a light exhale, his body slightly crouched. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning crackled to life within him, illuminating the entire stage with flashes of electric light. Oh crap! Li Yunxian instantly recognized the preparatory movement. After all, he had watched Churen's high school entrance exam footage no less than 10 times. Realizing what technique Churen was about to unleash, he immediately grabbed his sword and bolted away from the stage without a second thought, his feet moving as if they were spring-loaded. He wasn't the only one. The other contestants in the top 8 also tried to activate their abilities to flee, only to find that their powers were still drained. Left with no choice, they abandoned the idea of using their abilities and simply ran as fast as they could, even faster than during training. Meanwhile, the students closest to the stage began to panic, shoving each other as they scrambled to retreat, terrified of being caught up in the impending storm. This is Jing Qianxin stared at the alto familiar movements, completely stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Churen would actually use this technique. In the sky, Chen Ming was so shocked he nearly fell out of the air. "What the hell? Are you trying to destroy this place?" He glanced at Jing Qianxin, who was still frozen in place, and shouted anxiously, "Surrender already. Just give up." As the lightning energy within Churen surged to its peak, Chen Ming couldn't hold back anymore and yelled, "Hey, are you still going to fight?" At that moment, Jing Qianxin finally snapped out of her daze. Her eyes burned with determination as she clenched her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead. Her voice was hoarse but resolute as she shouted, "An ability user never retreats. You idiot." Chen Ming was completely dumbfounded. cursing Jing Kingson's stubbornness in his mind. That phrase is only for when there's no way out. If you can run, then make a tactical retreat. How can someone be so reckless? Back in the day, I tactically dodged Li Yi for 3 whole days and still wore him out. Can't you just swallow your pride and admit defeat? Damn it. In desperation, Chen Ming could wait no longer. He quickly extended his hands toward Jing Qinshin, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Iron fortification!" Huh. On the stage, Churen suddenly thrust his hands forward, and countless bolts of lightning converged into one. Thunder roared as lightning surged forth in a massive wave. In an instant, a gigantic sphere of lightning materialized on the stage, crackling wildly with electricity. The air rippled with shock waves, and the sheer intensity of its energy seemed as though it could consume everything in its path. Jing Qin gritted her teeth tightly, staring wide-eyed as the sphere of thunder exploded right before her eyes. One thought consumed her mind. Am I going to die? Boom. The raging thunderstorm swept across the entire arena in an instant. Accompanied by ear-piercing crackling sounds, the ground trembled violently. Waves of terrifying energy rippled outward, forcing the students in the stands to rise and retreat in alarm. In the front row, Han Shun furrowed his brows, quickly calculating the range of the energy's spread, only to be interrupted by Zhuge Shu beside him. It won't reach us. Zhuge Shu gently waved his feathered fan, a confident smile playing on his lips. Based on my calculations, Junior JIS attack won't affect this area. You can rest assured, Han. With me here, there's no need to trouble yourself with calculations. He paused, then added with a faint grin, or are you doubting my abilities? Han Shin shot him a cold glance, but said nothing in response. At that moment, Dean Wei, seated in the stands, stroked his chin thoughtfully. With a wave of his right hand, he murmured, "Let's block it, just in case." In an instant, a vivid green wind barrier materialized out of thin air, tightly enclosing the entire arena. The violent energy fluctuations vanished in a heartbeat, and the wind wall brought an unparalleled sense of security to everyone present. Boom! Churen's thunder sphere collided fiercely with the wind wall. The thunder seemed to meet its nemesis, its power rapidly diminishing as countless streaks of lightning were absorbed and neutralized by the barrier, eventually fading into nothingness. Dean Wei has stepped in. That's Dean Weiss wind barrier for you. It's so reassuring just to see it. Of course, Dean Wei is the idol of all wind element ability users. The audience's anxiety evaporated instantly. After all, no matter how powerful Churen was, there was no way he could break through Dean Weiss' defenses. If he could, he wouldn't be studying at the academy, but fighting on the battlefield of the myriad races instead. Han Shun turned to Zhuge Shu, his gaze probing. Did you predict this outcome as well? Zhuge Shu's hand paused ever so slightly in mid-wave of his fan, but he quickly resumed his usual demeanor, narrowing his eyes. To be honest, someone of Dean Weiss' caliber is still beyond my current ability to predict. Han Shin ignored him and refocused his attention on the arena. The thunder sphere persisted for a full 8 seconds before completely dissipating, revealing the devastation it had left behind. The ground of the arena was entirely scorched, resembling a barren wasteland struck by lightning. Thanks to the durable materials of the arena, it wasn't reduced to rubble. On the charred surface, faint remnants of lightning flickered, like countless tiny thunder snakes slithering across the ground. Thick smoke slowly rose, and the pungent smell of burning filled the air above the arena. Churen stood tall and proud, completely unharmed, not even a single drop of sweat trickling down his face. He looked like a war god descending upon the battlefield. As the power of the thunder sphere dissipated, his gaze locked onto the emerald green wind wall surrounding the area. Whose ability is this? To completely shield against my thunder? He muttered to himself, studying the wind wall closely. A wind ability, perhaps? His eyes shifted to the opposite side of the arena, where a metallic humanoid figure lay motionless on the ground. It was Jing Qinshin. Her entire body was covered in a smooth layer of steel, gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Remarkably, her surface showed no trace of damage, as if Churen's attack had left her entirely unscathed. Boom! A loud thud echoed as Chun Ming landed on the stage, fuming with anger. What the hell? Are you two both this stubborn? He first pointed at Churen. You? Using such a big move in a sparring match. Then he turned to the motionless Jing Qinshin. And you? Knowing you couldn't take it but still insisted on doing so. Finally, he waved his hand in frustration. The two of you are as extreme as they come. Churen spread his hands helplessly, as if to plead his innocence. Chen Ming ignored him and quickly strode toward Jing Qinshin. At that moment, the steel covering Jing Qinshin's body began to fade. She stared blankly at the sky, muttering, "Is this heaven?" "It's a code." Chen Ming stood before her, urgently demanding, "Why are you so stubborn? You knew you couldn't handle it. So why did you insist on taking the hit?" Though her expression remained dazed, Jing Qinshin reflexively responded, "An ability user never retreats." Her words rendered Chun Ming momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth but eventually softened his tone. You need to understand, this is just a small sparring match, not the battlefield of the 10,000 races war. There's no need to endure such risks. An ability user never retreats, Jing Qinshin repeated mechanically. Chen Ming's brows furrowed deeply, and his voice rose sharply. That phrase is about fighting to the death when there's no other choice. Are you telling me you'd refuse to retreat, even in guerrilla warfare? Or in tactical coordination? Jing Qinshin finally regained some clarity. She slowly sat up, her bright eyes locking onto Chen Ming as she enunciated each word firmly. An ability user never retreats. Hearing this, Chen Ming fell silent. He looked at Jing Qinshin, his gaze filled with both admiration and worry. He admired her for having a much higher sense of awareness than most people. But he was worried because her awareness was far too high, so high that it had become extreme. Ability users never retreat was indeed a long-standing declaration of humanity, but there was a time and place for everything. If one had the opportunity to retreat and regroup to fight another day, they absolutely should not fight to the bitter end. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. If everyone were as extreme as Jing Qinshin, humanity might have already perished. Adapting to the situation was also a form of tactical wisdom. Chen Ming had already made up his mind, had to correct Jing Qinshin's extreme mindset. Otherwise, she would struggle to grasp the essence of future tactical lessons. He could already imagine the scene of her engaging enemies to the death during guerrilla warfare, absolutely unacceptable. He needed to find a special ability user skilled in psychology to help adjust her thinking. For now, though, the priority was to conclude the Natural Element Academy competition. Chen Ming glanced at Jing Qinshin once more, meeting her incredibly earnest gaze for a brief moment. He let out a soft sigh and then turned to face the audience, announcing loudly, "I hereby declare the first-year competition of the Natural Element Academy concluded. The champion is Churen." As soon as the words left his mouth, the audience erupted into chatter. "It's over. Churen really is the champion of the Natural Element Academy. Obviously, he's in rank. The last rank was that one from the Imperial capital. He completely dominated all the top talents of his year. Wow, looking at it this way, isn't our year a bit too intense? Having an rank like Churen isn't in others, even in rank. I don't know about that. I'll just focus on training as hard as I can. I can't compare to monsters like Churen, but I can definitely outmatch those alien scum. Exactly. Train hard. Kill the alien races." In the front row of the audience, Zhuge Shu squinted slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He asked, "Han, do you think Ji will join your club? He doesn't even use guns." Han Shun crossed his arms, his tone calm. "Rules are dead, but people are alive. For someone like him, I'd invite him even if he doesn't use guns. Besides, there's no rule saying a student can only study one type of weapon. What if Ji wants to learn how to use a gun as well? In that case, I can only wish you the best, Han," Zhuge Shu said with a slight bow of his hands, his enigmatic smile still lingering. Han Xin ignored Zhuge Shu after that. He knew the man's personality far too well. No matter what he was thinking, his expression was always the same calm, smiling demeanor. At this moment, no one could guess what schemes might be brewing in Zhuge Shu's mind. Meanwhile, in the middle of the audience, a beautiful girl in a flowing white dress was gazing intently at Ji Churen on the stage. Her eyes sparkled with a unique light, as if she were contemplating some important decision. Suddenly, a shorter girl, barely over 5 feet tall, and with a face still chubby with baby fat, leaned in beside her and whispered conspiratorially, "What's up, Miss Sue? Have you taken a liking to this junior?" Before the girl in the white dress could speak, the chubby-cheeked girl with baby fat quickly chimed in, laughing, "But it makes sense, right? After all, the handsome junior with class ability, who also happens to be the top scorer in the martial arts entrance exam, has such a bright future ahead. Honestly, you, Miss Sue, are a great match for him." She giggled as she spoke, her round cheeks puffing up slightly, making her look especially adorable. The girl in the white dress, referred to as Miss Sue, rolled her eyes at the chubby-cheeked girl and lightly tapped her shoulder in mock annoyance. "Stop saying nonsense. I'm just thinking about something," she said. "Thinking about when you'll get together?" The chubby-cheeked girl suddenly leaned in, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity and her expression brimming with gossip. Mingming, stop teasing me." The girl in the white dress blushed, hurriedly pushing the chubby-cheeked girl away. Her slender fingers trembled slightly as her cheeks turned rosy. Seeing her blush, the chubby-cheeked girl's curiosity only grew stronger, and a mischievous smile spread across her face. As the two girls playfully bantered, the surrounding boys were utterly captivated, their eyes fixed on the scene. Even though the girls were seated among other female students, it didn't stop the boys from appreciating this visual feast from across the room. "This match is worth watching, absolutely worth watching," one boy muttered under his breath, his gaze glued to the two girls. Naturally, a few curious freshmen couldn't resist asking the seniors about the two captivating girls. "Hey senior, who are they? They're stunning," one freshman whispered. "Rookie, you don't know, do you?" The senior raised an eyebrow smugly. Those two are the top beauties of our year. The one in the white dress sitting on the left is Su Yinxi, and the one on the right is Yu Mingming. They're both from the support department and are class ability users. Impressive, right? Honestly, I can't imagine which lucky guy will end up with them. The senior explained in detail, a hint of regret in his tone. Oh, I know this. I know this. Another freshman, excitedly raising his hand, interjected. Senior, I'm Huang Mao. Let me explain. You could be Rainbow Mao and it still wouldn't matter. The senior cut him off mercilessly. Because Su Yinxi has already caught the attention of a senior from the third year. And he's made it clear anyone who dares to make a move on Su Yinxi will find themselves invited to the sparring ring. Is that senior really strong? The freshman asked curiously. Of course. The senior rolled his eyes. That senior's name is Su Yinha. He's already reached the lower Lingxi realm. His combat ability surpasses even some fourth-year students. He's one of the star players on our university's team. Wait, is he Su Yinxi's brother? Their names are so similar. The freshman speculated, furrowing his brows. We thought so at first too. The senior said, shaking his head. But come on, what kind of brother pursues his own sister? And the sister looks totally annoyed by him. So, I think it's just a coincidence. I guess I don't stand a chance. The freshman sighed dejectedly. After the match ended, the awards ceremony followed. Sichuan University presented badges to the winners from the Natural Ability Department and the top 8 contestants. These badges not only represented their personal strength and recognition, but also determined the amount of points they could earn. The higher the ranking, the more points they would receive. Of course, rankings could change. If a student believed they had the strength, they could challenge a higher-ranked student. If they succeeded, their rankings would switch, though their points would remain unchanged. However, if they failed, they would have to pay points to the winner. At Sichuan University, money was practically useless. The only currency that mattered was points. Everything from daily necessities to combat techniques and weapons could only be exchanged with points. Each student could only be challenged 3 times a month. That's right, there was no limit to how many challenges a student could initiate, but they could only be challenged up to 3 times per month. On the platform, Churen, Li Yunxian, and Jing Qinxin stood side by side, drawing the attention of the entire crowd. Dean Wei, accompanied by a teacher holding a tray covered with red cloth, approached them at a measured pace. The audience's eyes were fixed on the trio, filled with admiration and longing. Among the spectators, Shihong, who sat with clenched fists, his eyes brimming with unwillingness. He admitted that he couldn't defeat Churen, but he didn't believe he would lose to Li Yunxian or Jing Qinxin. He thought it was merely bad luck. If fate had been on his side, he too could have stood on that platform and become the center of attention. That badge, a symbol of honor, was something he had always dreamed of. Taking a deep breath, he silently vowed to himself. Through training and challenges, one day, he would return to this stage. Dean Wei stopped in front of Jing Qinxin, his gaze warm as he smiled at her. Jing Qinxin's expression grew serious as she met his eyes, and the atmosphere momentarily froze. Well done. A water manipulator must have a heart as steadfast as flowing water, Dean Wei said with a nod, his tone filled with admiration. Keep up the good work. A glimmer of pride flashed in Jing Qinxin's eyes. She nodded firmly. Yes. Dean Wei turned and picked up one of the badges from the tray, carefully unwrapping the cloth. The badge was bronze in color, shield-shaped to represent protection. At its center was a striking red 5-point star, symbolizing the nation. Each sharp point of the star represented invincible strength. Inside the star, a golden number, 3, stood out prominently, encircled by silver olive branches that symbolized peace and wisdom, as well as the unity of strength and harmony. The back of the badge depicted a deep night sky dotted with stars, representing hope and dreams. The bronze wave patterns along the edges symbolized the ripples of supernatural energy and the relentless pursuit of progress. Jing Qinxin lowered her head, gazing at the badge with a mix of pride and determination in her eyes. Keep striving, Dean Wei said softly. She nodded resolutely, her gaze unwavering. Next, Dean Wei approached Li Yunxian. Li Yunxian immediately straightened his posture, his expression serious, ready for the moment. Well done. A sword wielder must press forward with unwavering resolve, Dean Wei remarked with approval. The blade of a sword can slay enemies, but its sheath can protect the people. As a sword wielder, you must remember your ultimate ideal is to defend your homeland with that sword. Understood, Li Yunxian responded, his voice deep and firm, his eyes gleaming with determination. Dean Wei held his gaze for a moment, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Keep up the good work. Li Yunxian gave a heavy nod, his resolve unshakable. Dean Wei then took another badge from the tray. This one was entirely silver, identical in shape to Jing Qinxin's badge, but differing in color. The golden number 2 inside the 5-point star distinguished it. The badge was pinned to Li Yunxian's chest as Dean Wei moved on to the final individual Churen, the prodigy who had achieved a perfect martial arts score in a century, and class ability user, and the pride of the Elemental Academy. Stopping in front of Churen, Dean Weiss' smile remained unchanged. Churen, too, stayed focused, his gaze sharp. The atmosphere grew even heavier with anticipation. As a wielder of lightning, your heart must be brimming with boundless ambition. Dean Weiss' voice was deep and powerful. Fear no enemy, face no danger with hesitation, and never shy away from combat. Keep an unyielding determination to forge ahead. Churen's eyes reflected courage and fearlessness. His fingers tightened slightly, as if ready to face any challenge head-on. Dean Wei smiled faintly, nodding in satisfaction. Keep striving. Churen's gaze was as firm as steel. He then lowered his head to accept the badge that symbolized the highest honor. This badge was entirely gold, retaining the same shield shape. The golden number 1 within the 5-point star shone brilliantly. Dean Wei gently patted Churen on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I look forward to the moment you become the best in the world. A confident smile spread across Churen's face as he nodded firmly. All right. Dean Wei smiled once more and patted his shoulder again before carefully pulling out a golden badge from his Kawada symbol of the strongest in the nature faculty. His movements were solemn as he slowly lifted the badge. While it bore a resemblance to the previous 2 badges, one distinct detail set it apart. The placement of the 5-point star had shifted, and the olive branch design had been replaced by a ring of sharp black thorns, symbolizing challenge and adversity. These black thorns not only represented trials and hardships, but also carried a profound message. The greater the glory, the heavier the burden. To bear the name of the elite is to undertake the actions of the elite and shoulder the challenges of the elite. Moreover, the black thorns hinted at another layer of meaning. Once the wearer overcame these obstacles, they would be greeted by boundless golden brilliance, signifying that the badge holder must withstand pressure and keep moving forward. Dean Wei carefully pinned the badge onto Churen's black battle robe. The striking contrast between the golden badge and the black robe instantly amplified Churen's imposing presence. Do your best. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to my office, Dean Wei reminded him one last time. Churen nodded deeply, indicating his understanding. Seeing this, Dean Wei closed his eyes briefly in acknowledgement before turning to face the audience. In a powerful voice, he declared, I hereby announce the conclusion of the Nature Faculty Freshman Competition. As soon as the words left his mouth, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, lasting for over 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. Once the applause ceased entirely, Dean Wei gestured with a wave of his hand and turned to Churen and his 2 companions, speaking kindly. Go on, children. With that, Dean Wei left the platform, and Churen and the others followed suit. After the competition, the students were given a 3-day break before formal classes and training began. During this time, they were free to explore the campus visiting clubs, seeking out potential teammates, or simply enjoying the grounds. However, they were strictly forbidden from leaving the school premises. The student roster had been made public, and leaving without authorization could expose them to the dangers of the Chi Run, a threat that required careful vigilance. As Churen stepped off the platform and onto the field, he quickly noticed a crowd of people watching him from a distance. However, they seemed hesitant to approach, their gazes occasionally darting to his right. This piqued Churen's curiosity. Who could command such apprehension from this group? Turning his head slightly, he saw 2 figures approaching from his right. One was tall and imposing, exuding sharp intensity, dressed in a red robe adorned with intricate patterns. On his back was a long, rod-like object wrapped in black cloth strips, its contents a mystery. His expression was cold, displaying indifference to everything around him. The other figure wore a light blue battle robe, his eyes narrowed in a perpetual smile. He held a feathered fan, which he waved gently as he walked with an unhurried, composed stride. Churen watched as the 2 drew closer, his brow furrowing slightly. The cold, stoic man didn't seem particularly remarkable, but the one with the narrowed eyes gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. A chill ran down his spine as he thought to himself, why does he feel so unsettling? It's common knowledge that people with squinted eyes are often seen as cunning and unpredictable, so it's best not to mess with them. This thought flashed through Churen's mind, and he had a sudden idea. What if I became a squinty-eyed person too? Without hesitation, he squinted his eyes. However, the result was far from what he had imagined. His vision immediately turned blurry, and the once bright scenery became dim and unclear. To make matters worse, forcing himself to maintain the squinting expression caused his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Forget it. Looks like I'm not cut out to be squinty-eyed, Churen muttered to himself. Not far away, Zhuge Shu noticed Churen's unusual behavior. Watching his junior suddenly squinting and blinking non-stop, he became suspicious. Why is this junior acting so strangely all of a sudden, he thought. Curious, Zhuge Shu instinctively squinted his own eyes and began calculating with his left hand. To his amazement, his deductions this time were unusually smooth, not only easier than usual, but also far more accurate when it came to predicting a person's actions. Normally, calculating matters was already challenging, but deducing people was even harder. Yet now, regarding Churen, The insights flowed effortlessly. Based on my calculations, he's about to walk over and talk to us, Zhuge Shu said with a confident smile, lightly fanning himself with his feather fan as he waited for his prediction to come true. However, things took an unexpected turn. Churen didn't come over. Instead, he turned around and was about to leave. This completely baffled Zhuge Shu. He quickly recalculated again and again, but the outcome consistently indicated that Churen should have approached for a conversation. While Zhuge Shu stood there, dumbfounded, Han Shun had already jogged after Churen. Seeing a combination of a cold face and squinty eyes chasing him while seemingly calculating something with his fingers, Churen was so startled that he bolted. Anyone would find this suspicious. Churen thought as he ran. I've got to get out of here, no way I'm sticking around. And so, a chase scene unfolded in the courtyard of the Natural Sciences Institute. Churen sprinting with all his might, Han Shun close on his heels, while Zhuge Shu remained rooted in place, consumed by self-doubt. The surrounding classmates exchanged bewildered glances and whispered to one another. Did he just take off like that? Isn't Han Shun known for only recruiting top-notch talent? Churen practices martial arts, doesn't he? Well, geniuses are always a bit eccentric. Among the crowd, Su Yanxi and Yu Mingming had also witnessed the entire spectacle. Miss Su, looks like you won't be meeting that handsome junior today, Yu Mingming teased. You'd better stop, or he'll get mad. Su Yanxi shot her a glare. Quit joking, let's go. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Yu Mingming to chuckle and follow her. Meanwhile, the chase in the courtyard continued. Churen ran as fast as he could, with Han Shun relentlessly pursuing him. Neither of them used their abilities. It was purely a contest of physical strength as they chased each other. However, it was clear that even without using his powers, Churen was faster than Han Shun. After all, the speed of a lightning ability user was no joke. Churen easily took the lead, with Han Shun close on his heels. The two figures darted through the campus, attracting the attention of curious onlookers. What's going on? If I'm not mistaken, isn't that Han Shun? One student squinted, pointing at the figure trailing behind. Who's the one running ahead? Did he provoke Han Shun? Another student asked curiously. Wait a second, why does the guy in front look a bit like Churen? Someone remarked, recognizing the figure in the lead. Oh my gosh, it's not just a resemblance, that is Churen. A wave of exclamations rippled through the crowd as the realization dawned. Let's go, let's follow them and see what's happening. Driven by curiosity, a large group of students surged forward like sharks smelling blood in the water. Some even activated their abilities to keep up, eager to witness the outcome of this chase. After all, the idea of a top-scoring martial arts entrance exam champion being pursued by a peerless talent from the same school and year was simply too intriguing to ignore. The students from the journalism club had their eyes lit up, already brainstorming headlines. Shocking. Martial arts champion chased by senior, is it moral decay or human nature's downfall? Stay tuned for real-time updates from Sichuan Chongqing Ability University News. The chase continued into the Natural Sciences Department. Churen could have easily left Han Shun far behind by activating his ability, but he wasn't in a hurry. The bespectacled figure hadn't caught up, so it likely wasn't anything urgent. He was curious to see what Han Shun was after. Slowing his pace, Churen eventually came to a stop and turned around to face the panting Han Shun. What exactly do you want? Churen asked bluntly. Seeing Churen stop, Han Shun also came to a halt a short distance away. After catching his breath, he replied, Relax, G. I mean no harm. I just wanted to talk to you. Talk. Churen blinked in confusion before suddenly realizing something. Oh, I get it. Sorry, senior, but I'm not interested in signing up for a campus card. Han Shun, just about to step forward, stumbled slightly and nearly fell. A campus card? Seriously? Come on, man. He wiped imaginary sweat off his forehead and said helplessly, I'm not here to sell campus cards. Driving school, then? Churen guessed again. I'm not. Han Shun started, but was quickly interrupted. Oh, I know. Swimming, fitness, training, right? Senior, I'm really not signing up for anything, Churen said with a knowing look. You. Han Shun was at a loss for words, eventually sighing and muttering a single digit under his breath. 6. Haha, just kidding, senior. Churen laughed heartily, his gaze sweeping over the growing crowd of onlookers. If you really want to talk, shouldn't we find a quieter place? I'm not a fan of being surrounded while discussing things. Talking too loudly might attract unwanted attention, you know. Han Shun tilted his head slightly and finally noticed the circle of students gathering around them. With a nod, he said, All right, let's find a quiet spot. How about the tea room? A restaurant? That sounds great. Senior, how did you know I'm hungry? Let's go, let's go. I trust your taste. Churen interrupted with a grin, patting Han Shun on the shoulder. At that moment, Han Shun finally understood. Churen just wanted a free meal. In the serene campus of the School of Natural Sciences, inside an elegantly decorated high-end restaurant, Churen and Han Shun were seated in a private dining room. A uniformed waiter entered, carrying a menu. His eyes briefly flickered with recognition upon seeing Han Shan, and he instinctively handed the menu to him first. Han Shan gently waved his hand and gestured toward Ji Churen across the table. Let him order. The purpose of this meal was to persuade Ji Churen to join his club, so letting him choose the dishes seemed fitting. Taking the menu, Ji Churen offered a polite smile. Don't worry, senior. I can't eat that much. Han Shan nodded impassively, thinking to himself that this junior seemed quite tactful. But in the next moment, Ji Churen opened the menu and casually pointed at it. He'll have the blood beef bile soup and the night owl urine tea. Han Shan froze, his brows furrowing slightly. This junior sure had an unusual taste. Just as he felt relieved that the restaurant only had 2 such bold dishes, Ji Churen closed the menu and announced with a relaxed expression. Except for those 2. He'll take one of everything else. What? Han Shan's eyes widened in shock, as if he could hear the sound of his wallet shattering. The waiter was equally stunned by the audacious order. He cautiously confirmed. Are you sure, sir? Of course. Ji Churen beamed brightly. Senior is treating today. Money is no issue. The waiter instinctively glanced at Han Shan, who suppressed the pain in his heart and nodded with difficulty. The waiter quickly crossed off the 2 extreme dishes and jotted down everything else. Still, he hesitated and asked one last time for confirmation. Are you absolutely sure? Junior. Han Shan's voice trembled. Didn't you say you couldn't eat much? Ji Churen replied with a straight face. Senior, the portions here aren't that big. Han Shan screamed internally, what the heck? You ordered the entire menu and call that not much? In the end, he could only weakly wave his hand at the waiter and mutter. Just serve as he said. As the waiter left the room, Han Shan's heart ached. Most of his points had been spent on cultivation resources, leaving him with very little. A thought crossed his mind. He'll need to challenge Zhuge Shu to a duel and scrape some points off him. That guy is loaded. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Zhuge Shu, who was searching for the 2, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Rubbing his nose, he muttered to himself. Who's talking about me? He paused mid-step, calculated something on his fingers, and his eyes widened in realization. Han Shan, you sly fox. Acting all righteous, but secretly plotting against me? I can't believe this. Back in the private dining room, the waiter had begun serving one exquisite dish after another, each more tempting than the last. Looking at the array of exquisite dishes, Ji Churen couldn't help but let tears of joy stream from his mouth again. On the dining table, the beautifully prepared dishes, both visually and aromatically appealing, were laid out in a row, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Han Shan stood to the side, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he unconsciously swallowed hard. Oh my gosh, this smells incredible. Han Shan couldn't help but recall the days when he lived frugally for the sake of cultivation. Those course meals were truly a thing of the past. But with Zhuge Shu's points as a guarantee, indulging once in a while didn't seem entirely unreasonable. The waiter placed the final dish on the table, and the entire round table was now brimming with food. Can we eat now? Ji Churen asked impatiently. Probably, yeah, Han Shan replied, licking his lips. Then let's eat. Eat. Just as the 2 were about to pick up their chopsticks, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. Zhuge Shu burst in, panting heavily, followed by an apologetic waiter who bowed repeatedly. I'm so sorry, I couldn't stop him. If this has disrupted your meal, we'll provide compensation. He'll call security right away. Wait. No need for that. Han Shan quickly stopped the waiter before he could call security. We know him. You can go back to your work. Though still puzzled, the waiter left, and the matter of compensation was dropped. Zhuge, how did you find this place? Han Shan turned to ask. Zhuge Shu's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Thanks to you. If someone hadn't been trying to exploit my points, I wouldn't have tracked this place down. Your ability can even calculate that? Today's calculations went unusually smoothly, Zhuge Shu said as he shoved Han Shan aside, sat down, and immediately grabbed a pair of chopsticks to dig in. After all, since it was his points being spent, he wasn't going to hold back. Wait, we haven't even started. Han Shan began to protest, but then he noticed the small mountain of bones piling up in front of Ji Churen. It turned out that while they were talking, Ji Churen had already started eating, even faster than Zhuge Shu. What the heck? You 2 are ruthless. Han Shan cursed under his breath, rushing back to his seat to start devouring the food. If he didn't hurry, there wouldn't even be soup left for him. For a while, the room was filled only with the clatter of chopsticks against plates and the sound of enthusiastic eating. As the saying goes, good food is not to be wasted. After more than 10 minutes, the 3 of them had devoured the entire table of dishes. Ji Churen slumped back into his chair, gently rubbing his now rounded belly. With his eyes half closed, he sighed contentedly. So satisfying. Zhuge Shu, equally full, patted his stomach with a satisfied smile on his face. That was absolutely delicious. Han Shan was no exception, with traces of oil still lingering at the corners of his mouth. His gaze wandered back and forth between the dining table and Zhuge Shu, a calculating glint flickering in his eyes. All right, Han, stop plotting against me, Zhuge Shu said calmly without even lifting his head, as if he had already seen through Han Chen's thoughts. I've already paid the points. This one's on me. With that, he pushed himself up from his chair and walked straight out. Churen froze, blinking in surprise. This guy doesn't seem to match my impression of him. Aren't squinty-eyed guys supposed to be scheming? Han Chun was also stunned, watching Zhuge Shu's retreating back with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Am I really that shameless? I was planning to freeload off Zhuge Shu's points, even though it was supposed to be my treat. His points were hard-earned too. Excuse me, could one of you settle the bill? A server suddenly walked over, addressing Churen and Han Chen. Both of them were dumbfounded, staring at each other in confusion. Han Chen pointed toward the door, his voice filled with disbelief. Wait, didn't that guy just pay? No, he didn't. The server replied with a puzzled look. He said you two would cover it, and that he needed to head to the dueling arena. What? Dueling arena? Han Chen shot up from his seat, his eyes wide with shock. Yes, the dueling arena, the server reiterated. Unbelievable. Han Chen bolted toward the exit, but stopped abruptly after a few steps, realizing something was off. He quickly turned back, pulled out his student card, and handed it to the server. Speaking at lightning speed, he said, use this card. After swiping, give it back to that guy and tell him to return it to me. Without waiting for a response, he dashed out again. Churen watched the scene unfold and suddenly had a realization. From the looks of it, Han Chen just got played by Zhuge Shu? Damn it. I knew it, squinty-eyed people are always schemers. The server, still in shock, muttered. What's with everyone today? They're all acting so strange. She took the card and swiped it on the reader before turning to Churen. Excuse me, do you know the password for this card? Churen, who was picking his teeth, froze. What? The password? What's the password? Password? Yes. Every student card has a password. Didn't that guy tell you? Damn it. That senior tricked me. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Han Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks and smacked his forehead. Oh no. I think I forgot to give Churen the password. Just as he was about to turn back, his wristband let out a soft ding. Han Chen raised his left hand in confusion, and with a single thought, a holographic screen resembling a phone interface popped up from the wristband. Opening the notification, he read the new message. Dear student Han Chen, your student card was charged 18,780 points at 19 hours 23 minutes and 43 seconds. Remaining balance, 130 points. This is a payment notification? Han Chen froze, his brows furrowing. Wait, how does Churen know the password to my student card? Could it be? Unbelievable. Han Chen suddenly understood, his expression shifting through a range of emotions. Wow, Senior Zhuge, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I'd be stuck here washing dishes and working off the debt today. Outside the restaurant, Churen looked at Zhuge Shu with a face full of gratitude. Zhuge Shu, on the other hand, simply smiled with his eyes narrowed. Waving the feather fan in his hand confidently, he exuded an air of complete composure. It's all right. We're all classmates. We should help each other, Zhuge Shu said with a gentle smile, picking up Han Chen's card lightly. I'll return this card to Han for you. Thank you so much, Senior Zhuge, Churen said gratefully, nodding. Moments ago, when he was at a loss, Zhuge Shu had shown up just in time, not only revealing the password for Han Chen's student card, but also resolving his pressing issue. In that instant, Churen's impression of this squinty-eyed senior changed entirely, and he couldn't help but admire him. By the way, have you given any thought to what I mentioned earlier? Zhuge Shu turned to ask. Churen replied earnestly. I'm sorry, Senior Zhuge. I don't plan to join any clubs for now. But I promise, if I ever decide to join one, I'll come to you first. In that case, I won't push you, Zhuge Shu said with a smile, handing over a piece of paper with a number written on it. This is my ring number. A few days after the freshman tournament ends, you'll receive your communication wristband. Add me as a friend then, so it'll be easier to reach me if you need anything. Churen carefully tucked away the paper. After exchanging the phrase, Iwu Long Chong, a customary farewell, the two parted ways outside the cafeteria. Instead of heading straight back to his dorm, Zhuge Shu wandered around the natural department's courtyard. He took in the sights, occasionally stopping to examine intriguing objects. The natural department's courtyard is indeed different from our spiritual department, he remarked to himself while sending a message to Han Chen via his wristband. At that moment, Han Chen had already arrived at the cafeteria, only to find it empty. As he hesitated about where to search next, his wristband vibrated with a notification. Squinty eyes, I have your card. If you want it back, change the nickname. Universe's invincible first master Han. No way. Squinty eyes. This last 130 points could still buy something. Universe's invincible first master Han. Stop. I'll change it. What nickname do you want? Squinty eyes. The one and only Master Zhuge. Universe's invincible first master Han. Absolutely not. The one and only Master Zhuge. This grade battle robe looks pretty nice. Universe's invincible first master Han. Fine. Changed it. And so, poor Han Chen ultimately surrendered to Zhuge Shu's coercion and temptation. After the commotion subsided, Zhuge Shu finally informed Han Shun of his location. Han Shun, in turn, arrived at Zhuge Shu's spot within 2.5 minutes. From a distance, Han Shun spotted Zhuge Shu standing in a corner of the campus. With a few quick strides, he reached Zhuge Shu, his face filled with urgency. "Zhuge, my student card." Han Shun extended his hand, palm up, his gaze fixed intently on Zhuge Shu. Zhuge Shu smiled faintly, retrieved the student card from his pocket, and handed it over. Han Shun snatched the card almost instantly, tucking it into his inner pocket like a precious treasure and patting it to ensure its safety. Watching Han Shun's reaction, Zhuge Shu chuckled helplessly. "Seriously, why would you mess with a junior like that?" Han Shun raised his head and shot Zhuge Shu an annoyed look, a trace of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. "It's not like you didn't mess with me first. I didn't even have time to react because of you." Zhuge Shu shook his head, unwilling to continue this pointless argument. All right. Honestly, with behavior like this, where's the dignity of a senior?" "Dignity? What's the point of that?" Han Shun retorted bluntly, crossing his arms. Zhuge Shu squinted slightly, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. "So that cold and indifferent demeanor you put on in front of others, is that your second personality?" The question rendered Han Shun speechless. His lips moved, but no words came out. "You're just reserved with a touch of flair," Zhuge Shu teased, lightly tapping his arm with his fingers. He had met Han Shun during their first year, during the university-wide competition. That day, as the top student from the psychic department, Zhuge Shu was paired with Han Shun, the top student from the strengthening department. From that moment, the wheels of fate began to turn. At first glance, Han Shun came across as aloof and cool, with formidable strength. His strengthening abilities made him a powerhouse in combat. Zhuge Shu initially thought Han Shun was an icy and domineering person, but as time went on, he realized he had been mistaken. Han Shun's coldness and dominance were all an act. In truth, Han Shun was simply reserved with a playful side. Han Shun's mouth twitched slightly, unsure of how to respond. He opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed in resignation. Sigh. Zhuge Shu seemed to understand the reason for Han Shun's sigh. He pulled out a folding fan from his pocket and began to fan himself gently, smiling as he said, "All right, no need to sigh. I've already asked G about it for you." "You asked him?" Han Shun's head shot up, his eyes lighting up with surprise. He quickly pressed for details. "What did he say?" Zhuge Shu shrugged and closed the fan. "He said he doesn't have plans to join any clubs for now. He also mentioned that if he ever changes his mind, he'll let me know first." "Really?" Han Shun murmured to himself, his gaze wandering as if deep in thought. After a moment, he looked up and said, "Then he'll just have to wait." Zhuge Shu reopened the fan, gently waving it as he asked curiously, "Why not say hesitation means rejection like you usually do?" "Ahem." Han Shun cleared his throat, his expression turning resolute. "He's different." Meanwhile, Churen had just arrived outside his private dormitory when he noticed a box faintly glowing white placed in front of the door. Standing beside it was Chun Meng, who was busy typing a message on his communicator. "Old Chun," Churen called out as he approached. Hearing his name, Chun Meng glanced at Churen with a casual side eye and replied in an utterly emotionless tone, "Oh, you're back? Take your stuff." Scratching his head, Churen was momentarily puzzled by Chun Meng's demeanor. He asked in confusion, "Did you awaken a second personality or something?" "Password." Chun Meng suddenly raised his voice, his expression turning stern. Now that's the vibe." Churen chuckled, watching Chun Meng's reaction with amusement. Chun Meng let out a helpless sigh, his serious expression crumbling in an instant. "I swear, you're impossible. All the effort I put into maintaining my image, and you ruin it in seconds." "Wait, old Chun, what's the point of cultivating some kind of image?" Churen asked, his face filled with genuine confusion as he stared at Chun Meng, completely baffled by his behavior. Churen stood still, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of confusion. "You don't know a thing." Chun Meng snapped impatiently. "Don't you think that crossing your arms, staying silent, and calmly watching your opponent looks super cool?" As he spoke, he immediately struck the pose, crossing his arms over his chest and putting on a serious expression, as if he were some kind of reclusive master. However, in Churen's eyes, the pose was anything but cool. Instead, it looked somewhat menacing, mainly because the prominent muscle on Chun Meng's face was far too noticeable and didn't align with the concept of cool at all. Besides, given Chun Meng's age, he was well past the stage for such antics. Churen shook his head discreetly, but chose not to dampen his friend's enthusiasm. Instead, he replied gently, "As long as you like it." His attention soon shifted to the white box in his hands. He bent slightly to pick it up, examined it briefly, and asked, "Old Chun, what's in here?" Dropping the pretentious pose, Chun Meng fiddled with his communication wristband as he replied, "Your Essentials communication wristband, student ID, class assignment list, and some daily clothing. I picked out the clothes myself. My taste is impeccable." "Is that so?" Churen said, holding the box. "I'll take a look when I get back." With that, he headed toward the dormitory. All right, you go ahead and get settled, Chen Ming said, his eyes glued to the virtual screen projected from his wristband, his fingers tapping rapidly. He'll come find you after I finish this. Make sure not to lock the door. Ji Churen glanced at Chen Ming with curiosity, wondering who he was so engrossed in talking to. Unfortunately, without the owner's permission, others couldn't see the content displayed on someone else's wristband. Shaking his head, Ji Churen carried the box into his single dorm room. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the strengthening department was lively as well. In the department's central plaza stood a massive training facility. Since the freshmen's points hadn't been distributed yet, there were no queues inside the facility, but this didn't dampen the students' enthusiasm for exploring. The training facility was divided into 9 floors, with each floor featuring 7 spaces the size of a football field. Even more astonishing, every training room was imbued with special spatial abilities by space ability users, allowing each room to contain an independent space as large as a football field. The facility was equipped with everything one might need, whether for combat skill training, weapon training, or cultivation practice. At that moment, a large group of students gathered at the reception area of the training facility, intently examining the pricing information displayed on the virtual screens mounted on the walls. In front of the electronic screen outside the training rooms, a crowd of freshmen had gathered. They stared at the prices displayed on the screen, their faces filled with discontent. 2,000 points a month? That's way too expensive, one freshman said, frowning. We only get 3,000 points from the school each month. Yeah, if we rent a training room, we won't have enough left for combat skills, weapons, or battle robes, another freshman chimed in. As the freshmen continued to complain noisily, a few second-year students finally stepped forward. One of them, a tall and imposing figure, spoke with a serious tone. You've got it wrong. The monthly point allocation was determined right after the freshman competition. If you think it's not enough, you either challenge others to move up or take on tasks from the school's official website. There are plenty of ways to earn points here, but there's no such thing as getting something for nothing. If you want to grow stronger, you'll have to fight for it yourself. The senior's firm words silenced the freshmen instantly. They all understood that every word he said was true. At that moment, a girl in a white dress walked over gracefully. She turned to a nearby girl and asked softly, "What's going on up there?" The girl, caught off guard, hesitated for a moment before answering. The freshmen were complaining about the training rooms being too expensive, and a second-year senior just gave them a lecture. I see. Thank you. The girl in the white dress replied with a slight smile. No need to thank me. It's my honor to help such a beautiful young lady, the other girl said with a grin. The girl in the white dress made her way to the front desk. Her presence immediately drew everyone's attention, but she seemed accustomed to such stares. Without a hint of discomfort, she calmly said to the receptionist, "Please contact Su Yinha for me." The receptionist swiftly checked the holographic screen and made the call. A few seconds later, a tired male voice came through. What is it? Su, someone's here to see you. The receptionist said, glancing at the girl in the white dress. Su Yinshi, the girl provided her name. Yinshi, the voice on the other end paused noticeably. Let her in. The receptionist ended the call and offered a professional smile. Su is in room 9430. After thanking her, Su Yinshi turned and left, leaving behind a group of awestruck freshmen. Senior, who is that girl? She's stunning. Yeah, seeing her feels like falling in love for the first time. The second-year students, overhearing this, immediately dashed their hopes with a dose of reality. That's Su Yinshi, from the support division. But don't even think about it, is already officially taken. Her boyfriend is the very person the receptionist just contacted, Su Yinha. Anyone who wants to pursue Su Yinshi must first get past Su Yinha. Su Yinha is a senior in his 3rd year, incredibly strong, and one of the main powerhouses of our school. Honestly, you guys shouldn't even bother trying. The freshmen froze at these words, exchanging puzzled glances. After a brief pause, one sharp-eyed student raised their hand and asked with a hint of confusion in their voice, Wait, senior, Su Yinshi and Su Yanadont, their names sound like they're siblings? The second-year senior shrugged, a faint grin tugging at the corners of his mouth, as though recalling something amusing. We thought the same at first, but when Su Yinha openly declared he was pursuing Su Yinshi, well, we quickly changed our minds. After all, what kind of brother would chase after his own sister? The senior suddenly furrowed his brows. What puzzles me, though, is that Su Yinshi always seemed to dislike Su Yinha. So why is she suddenly looking for him today? Strange. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, Su Yinshi stepped out of the elevator, her steps light as she approached the door of training room 9430. The door was ajar, as though someone had opened it in advance. Without giving it much thought, she gently pushed it open and walked inside. The moment she entered, she was greeted by the sight of Su Yinha, shirtless and wielding a long halberd. In the spacious center of the training room, Su Yinha stood bare-chested, his defined muscles glistening with sweat under the lights. He wore only a simple pair of white trousers, and his hands gripped a pitch-black halberd with ease. The weapon appeared heavy, yet in Su Yinha's hands, it moved as though weightless, slicing through the air with fluid grace. The dark halberd traced elegant arcs in the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of it cutting through the atmosphere, resonating throughout the room. As if sensing Su Yang's presence, Su Yinha stopped after delivering one final thrust. Thud! He planted the butt of the halberd firmly into the ground with his right hand, producing a deep, resonant thud that hinted at the weapon's immense weight. You're here. Su Yinha turned around, his gaze landing on Su Yinchi. His voice carried a calmness that suggested he wasn't surprised by her arrival. Su Yinchi nodded lightly without saying a word. So, what brings you here today? Su Yinha carefully set the halberd aside on a nearby weapon rack and dusted his hands. Did someone bother you again? Do you need me to take care of it? Give me a break. Su Yinchi rolled her eyes at him, her tone tinged with exasperation. Ever since you made that public declaration, no one's dared to bother me anymore. Heh. Su Yinha chuckled smugly. See? That move of mine worked, didn't it? It scared off all those clueless pests. Su Yinchi shot him another glare, her voice rising slightly in frustration. But you could have just told everyone you're my actual brother to achieve the same result. It's not the same, Su Yinha replied, his tone unusually serious. If I say I'm pursuing you, those clueless pests will have to think twice about whether they can measure up to me. Rivals in love naturally tend to compare themselves to each other, at least a little. But if I told you I was your biological brother, things would be different, Su Yinha said with a slight smile, his tone tinged with a hint of mischief. Upon hearing this, Su Yinchi frowned and asked, How so? If I claimed to be your brother, the situation would get more complicated, Su Yinha replied nonchalantly. Those guys might stop seeing me as a competitor. Instead, they'd start viewing me as your brother-in-law Tope. That way, they wouldn't compete against me anymore, but instead consider me part of their plan to pursue you. He smiled slyly and continued. So tell me, would you rather pursue a girl with an impressive brother or a girl surrounded by outstanding suitors? Su Yinchi froze for a moment, pondering his words carefully. After some thought, she realized that pursuing a girl with an exceptional brother might indeed be easier. After all, a brother wouldn't count as a competitor and, in some cases, might even act as an ally. Exactly. That's why being one of your suitors is the best way to make all those unrealistic troubles disappear. Su Yinha concluded with a satisfied grin. Fine. Su Yinchi replied helplessly, nodding slightly as though she had been convinced. Glad you understand, Su Yinha said with a pleased nod before shifting the topic. So, why did you come to see me today? Su Yinchi fell silent for a moment, her gaze growing more serious. She looked up at Su Yinha and said slowly, Brother, I think I've found someone who can enter the secret realm with me. But, I'm still not entirely sure. The smile on Su Yanni's face froze. Hearing her words, his expression turned serious, his tone growing heavier. Tell me more. Inside the private dormitory of the Natural Studies Department, Churen was carefully inspecting the white box he had just received. Aside from the essentials provided by the academy, the box contained clothing sent by Chen Ming. He picked up a small, elegantly packaged box from inside. Opening it gently, he found a light blue communication wristband and a uniquely designed student card bearing the Chuan emblem. Churen glanced at the wristband before cautiously putting it on his left wrist. As soon as he wore it, a faint light emerged from the wristband, projecting a dim, glowing screen. Watching the display, Churen couldn't help but marvel. This is pretty incredible. I never thought the world I live in would have technology like this. He snapped out of his thoughts and focused on the content gradually appearing on the screen. Several lines of text came into view. Student name, student ID, department was additional information required? Muttering softly to himself, Churen extended his right hand and tapped a few times on the screen, entering his details step by step. Student name, Churen. Student ID, 4684-070-3001. Department, Natural Studies. After confirming his input, the wristband emitted a faint glow, and a small spinning circle appeared on the screen loading. Fortunately, the process didn't take long. After about 2 seconds, the circle vanished, replaced by a simple welcome message. Welcome, student Churen, to the communication wristband. Once the welcome message disappeared, the interface on the screen became remarkably straightforward. Apart from communication software, a student card store, the school forum, and an information section, there was hardly anything else. Churen curiously opened a few software applications and immediately felt a sense of familiarity. A communication app, it seemed somewhat similar to the green chat bubble from his previous life, though its features were clearly more advanced. The student card shop resembled the bank card stores of his past, but here, it offered much more than just daily necessities. Students could purchase weapons, battle robes, and combat skills practically like online shopping. As for the school forum and information system, there wasn't much to comment on. Those who had used them would understand. But something seemed to be missing. Churen muttered under his breath. Isn't there supposed to be a fruit-themed app or something? As soon as he said it, he realized how far his thoughts had wandered. Clearing his throat, he quickly dismissed those unnecessary ideas and proceeded to bind his student card. He picked up the card and aligned it with his communication wristband. With a gentle tap, a faint buzzing sound followed, and the card was successfully linked. From now on, he could make payments directly through the wristband. If the wristband can handle payments, why did Senior Han give me a bank card the other day? Churen wondered aloud, puzzled. Was it just to show off? He shook his head slightly, deciding not to dwell on it further. He tapped on the student card shop icon on the screen, and his gaze instinctively landed on his points balance. 100,000, 100,000 points. That was the monthly reward for being ranked first in the nature department. The top student in each department received the same amount every month, while the first-place student across the entire school year received a staggering 200,000 points monthly. The rewards were incredibly generous. In comparison, other students received only 3,000 points per month, and the second place in each department earned 70,000, still a massive gap from the top spot. Churen couldn't help but sigh. One step behind, always behind. One bit weaker, always weaker. Talent is such an unpredictable thing. While this world certainly had its fair share of geniuses, Churen smiled faintly and shifted his focus to the system screen. Template progress, 23.18. The template had broken through the 20 mark, and he could feel subtle changes in the thunder energy within him. Though the exact effects would require further testing, he could sense a powerful force brewing inside. He closed the system interface, and, after a brief moment of thought, turned his attention to the figure in his mind tirelessly practicing combat techniques and martial arts. Geniuses? They were just ordinary geniuses. How could they compare to someone like him, driven by relentless effort? Even geniuses needed to sleep, eat, and take breaks, didn't they? No matter how hard they trained, their bodies would still need rest. If they had to rest, how could they possibly keep up with him? He was always training, always improving. Talent might define the starting point, but effort determined how far one could go. He was determined to carve out a path that no one before him had walked, nor anyone after him could surpass. By then, geniuses would be nothing more than stepping stones on his journey. Work harder. Push further. Keep going. Little guy, train harder for me. Bang! The door was suddenly flung open, and Chun Meng's hearty laughter immediately filled the room. Ha ha. Kid, did you try on the clothes I picked out for you? How are they? Do they look good? Chun Meng stepped into the room with a wide grin, but his smile froze the moment he took in the scene inside. You didn't wear them? His expression shifted from surprise to confusion. Churen sighed helplessly. Old Chun, you're getting forgetful. Of course, I need to bind my wristband and student card first. I'll wear the clothes later when I have time. Right, that makes sense. Chun Meng awkwardly scratched the back of his head, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. I was just curious to see how those clothes would look on you. Churen suddenly seemed to realize something, his eyes widening. Wait a second. Were all those clothes ones you've worn before? Impossible. Chun Meng immediately waved his hands in denial, his face full of alarm. They're all brand new. It's just that. Just what? Churen pressed. Chun Meng hesitated before admitting. It's just that all of them were bought based on the clothes I wear. Churen felt like he'd been struck by lightning, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He quickly replayed Chun Meng's usual outfits in his head-tight combat joggers on the bottom, a snug tank top paired with a black jacket on top. The overall look could only be described as abstract, with absolutely zero aesthetic appeal. This is bad. This is really bad. Churen lamented internally. Nervously, he approached the white box and, with trembling fingers, pulled out a piece of clothing. To his surprise, the garment actually looked quite decent. Hey, wait a minute. This actually looks pretty good, Churen muttered, examining the clothes in his hands. He turned to Chun Meng with a puzzled look. But, old Chun, this doesn't match your current style at all. Chun Meng's eyes softened with a hint of nostalgia. This used to be my style. Without hesitation, Churen removed his battle-worn gear, revealing a fitted white tactical undershirt underneath. He swung the white trench coat Chun Meng had bought over his shoulders. The result was unexpectedly stunning. The white trench coat transformed Churen's sharp, warrior-like demeanor into that of a refined, gentlemanly nobleman, exuding an air of effortless charm. Churen walked over to the mirror, turning to admire himself. His delight was written all over his face. Old Chun, you really weren't kidding. Your taste isn't bad at all. Ha ha ha. Chun Meng burst into laughter, puffing out his chest with pride. I told you my taste is top-notch. Churen pointed at Chun Meng's current, abstract, outfit, his confusion growing. But why are you dressed like that now? Chun Meng's laughter came to an abrupt halt. His mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. Well, it's a long story. Then tell me the whole story, Churen prodded. Chun Meng's lips twitched, as if he was about to share something from his past, but he quickly snapped out of it, his expression hardening. Grown-up matters are none of your business, kid. Beep, beep, beep. Chun Meng's communication wristband suddenly chimed. He raised his arm, summoning a light screen to check the message. After reading it, his expression turned serious. I brought you everything you need for today. Use your points wisely. Don't go spending recklessly. Once they're gone, The only way to earn more is through the arena or missions, Ming advised. Take care of yourself, kid. I'm heading out. Without another word, he left Churen's private dormitory in a hurry, his footsteps brisk. Churen scratched his head, his curiosity growing. Who on earth could summon Ming away so suddenly? Could it be? He trailed off, shaking his head. No, prying into others' personal matters isn't right. But following them directly. Now that's practical. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Churen sprang into action. Churen took a few steps outside, only to find that Ming's figure had completely vanished without a trace. What the? Did old Chun just use his ability to blast off and fly away? He glanced around, growing even more curious about the mysterious person who had messaged Ming. But since Chun was already gone, he couldn't be bothered to look for him. He turned back inside, muttering to himself, sleep, sleep. I'll check out the training room tomorrow. The next morning, the training grounds of the nature department were already bustling with noise. Crowds of freshmen were lined up in long queues, waiting to rent training rooms. Although formal classes wouldn't start until the day after tomorrow, these new students clearly had no intention of resting. The moment they received their points, they eagerly flocked to the training grounds. This relentless drive to compete even earned some approving nods from the instructors. After all, the harder the younger generation worked, the more confidence humanity would have in its fight against the myriad races, beasts, and demons. Passing sophomores and juniors were stunned by the sight. Wow, aren't they supposed to be resting? Why are they all here training? Why else? They've got Churen breathing down their necks. Exactly. And don't forget, there's also that S-level genius from the Imperial capital. The pressure on these freshmen must be insane. This is the first time we've had both S-level and S-level students in the same year. Well, as long as it's all for the sake of humanity, that's what matters. The training rooms were spacious and could be rented jointly, which most students opted for as the more economical choice. Of course, some preferred solitude and were willing to spend extra points for a private room. When Churen stepped into the training grounds, he was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes and double-checked the date on his communication wristband. September 15th, a confirmed rest day. Yet, the long line of people in front of him even included Jiang Fengmao. Seriously, everyone's a tryhard. Churen muttered under his breath. Ignoring the ling of people, he walked straight ahead. Churen didn't need to line up because he had already reserved a training room in advance. This wasn't his own doing, but rather the arrangement of Ming. Even before the college entrance exams, Churen had set foot on the campus of Chuanyu University of Supernatural Abilities, and Ming had secured an exclusive training room for him not just for a day or two, but for an entire 4 years. This meant that throughout his university years, Churen could use his private training space anytime without spending a single point. For the next 4 years, this training room would be his personal domain. This was the privilege of a prodigy. True fairness doesn't exist in this world. Resources always flow toward those with exceptional talent. For ordinary people to obtain resources, there's only one way: fight for them. Fight without holding back. With calm and steady steps, Churen walked toward the elevator, drawing the attention of the freshmen waiting in line. It wasn't just the freshmen. Even the sophomores couldn't help but glance his way. This wasn't surprising. Churen's reputation had already extended far beyond the campus. As the first perfect score top scorer in a century, his prestige and visibility had reached astonishing levels. Of course, such fame came with immense pressure. People often say that expectations and disappointment are proportional. The higher the expectations, the deeper the disappointment and despair. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. But was Churen afraid of this? Clearly not. Why was he so confident? Because he had an advantage. As the saying goes, no matter which way the wind blows, it's all the same when it's in my hands. In the crowd, Jiang Fengmao immediately spotted Churen. Unbothered by the gazes around him, he raised his arm high and waved enthusiastically, shouting, "Jige! Over here, over here!" Hearing the call, Churen slightly tilted his head, a faint smile playing on his lips as he responded softly, "Fatty." Jiang Fengmao grinned and said, "Jige, are you here to rent a training room too? Come take my spot. I'll go to the back of the line." As he spoke, he had already stepped aside to make room for Churen, preparing to move to the end of the queue himself. The freckled boy standing next to him quickly grabbed Jiang Fengmao's sleeve and said, "Jianga, how about I let Jige take my spot? I'm not in a rush." "No way." Jiang Fengmao immediately put on a stern face and said firmly, "Since I've taken you in as my little brother, I won't let you suffer. Besides, I'm the one giving my spot to Jige. Why should you go to the back? Just stay where you are." The freckled boy's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Jianga, you're too good to me." Jiang Fengmao waved his hand dismissively, smiling broadly. It's nothing. Then, turning to Churen, he warmly invited, "Come on, Jige, I'm offering willingly." Churen smiled and shook his head. "No need. You stay in line. My training room has already been reserved." With that, he waved briefly and continued toward the elevator. His words left Jiang Fengmao, the freckled boy, and the others nearby momentarily stunned. Curious murmurs rippled through the crowd. But weren't the points just distributed today? When did Churen rent a training room? Was it yesterday? No, that can't be. You were here yesterday and didn't see him. No way. This guy must have some perks. The training room Chen Ming arranged for Churen was on the 9th floor, room 9001. That's right, Churen's training room was the very first room on the 9th floor, located in the intersection. After stepping out of the elevator, he headed straight for his exclusive training room. Upon arriving at room 9001, Churen lifted his gaze slightly, focusing on the iris scanner next to the door. With a crisp beep, the door to the training room promptly slid open. He gently pushed the door and stepped inside. The setup of the training room was truly impressive. The first thing that caught his eye was rows of neatly arranged mechanical dummies and an assortment of level combat weapons. While these items couldn't be taken out of the room, they were freely available for training purposes. The room was also divided into sections, including a massage area, a lounge, a restroom, and an entertainment space, practically a compact apartment. The design aimed to ensure students could fully immerse themselves in their training. What stood out the most was the brand new virtual combat room. This state-of-the-art feature had just passed its testing phase and was currently being installed exclusively in the top 5 academies. It was developed by a groundbreaking special ability user renowned for their contributions to the field of virtual objects. This virtual combat room, a culmination of years of research, could simulate all kinds of exotic beasts through virtual imagery, providing users with realistic combat training. Churen adjusted his battle robe and gear before heading straight toward the virtual combat room. Since the training room was already linked to his personal information, there was no need for additional registration to access the facility. As he pushed open the door, the sight before him left him slightly in awe. The room exuded a futuristic vibe, with walls and floors adorned with glowing, intricate technological patterns. Not bad, this feels pretty cool. I wonder if they'll eventually add mechas, he murmured to himself. If they do, well, props to the scientists, keep it up. At the center of the room stood a sleek, black and gold circular platform, its surface emanating a soft white glow. Resting quietly in the center of the glow was a pair of high-tech headphones. Headphones. Churen picked them up, examining them curiously, and guessed that they might be the tool for connecting to the virtual combat scenarios. As he scanned the room, his eyes landed on a blue, white, and black rest pod placed on the right side. Its surface was etched with delicate patterns, and the pulsating blue lights added an extra layer of sci-fi charm. Is this a virtual pod? Churen was utterly puzzled, feeling like a country bumpkin stepping into a grand palace, equal parts amazed and bewildered. What amused him most was the fact that none of the equipment came with an instruction manual. Churen glanced left and right, but couldn't find the manual anywhere. He sighed, picked up the sleek, futuristic headphones on the table, and decided to see if he could directly access the virtual pod. The moment he put on the headphones, a mechanical voice spoke in his ear. Welcome to the virtual combat room feature. I am your virtual combat assistant, and you may give me a name. Next, I will send you the user guide. Please check it carefully. So the manual was in the headphones all along. Churen's mouth twitched as he rubbed his forehead in frustration. His earlier fruitless search suddenly made him feel like a fool. As his thoughts shifted, the headphones activated, transforming in an instant. A small light screen emerged from the headphones and hovered in front of his left eye like a high-tech monocle. The user guide was clearly displayed on the screen. This virtual product is designed to provide exceptional training grounds and opportunities for those with special abilities. All data for virtual beasts, demons, and creatures of all races are sourced from the official database. Actual values may vary in reality, so please do not rely on them entirely. A disclaimer? Churen muttered softly. I guess they're worried someone might take the virtual beast's strength too seriously and try fighting real ones in the wild. Continuing to read, he found the usage instructions refreshingly straightforward. Enter the virtual pod and follow the instructions to wear the equipment properly. Be sure to wear the designated headphones, as they are essential for communicating with the assistant. So simple and unpretentious. Churen closed the light screen and reached out to open the virtual pod. With a soft click, the virtual pod slowly opened. The interior was spacious enough to fit 3 people comfortably. The most striking feature was the presence of 5 thick mechanical cables, for ending in magnet-like suction pads, and the central one equipped with a device resembling a breathing mask. Churen stepped into the pod, and a new set of instructions immediately appeared before his eyes. After reading through them, he understood the setup. The 4 suction pads were meant to secure his limbs, while the mask was to be worn on his face. Although the manual didn't go into detail, he assumed these devices were designed to simulate physical movement. Following the instructions, he properly equipped everything and lay down. In his mind, he silently commanded, "Enter virtual combat." In an instant, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his vision blurred. When everything came into focus again, he found himself in an unfamiliar Spacian expanse of endless blue, resembling the starting interface of a game. Apart from the endless expanse of technological blue, there was nothing else in sight. Churen looked around, then raised his hand and gently stretched his legs. Interesting. Suddenly, he extended his right hand and lightly punched his own chest. Thud! A dull sound echoed in his ears, accompanied by a jolt and a sharp pain. It felt so real. Churen froze for a moment, struggling to believe what he was experiencing. A powerful sensation surged in his here that truly seemed to have entered another world. Could this be a second transmigration? He chuckled at himself wryly, shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts. Overthinking wouldn't help. It was better to focus on the glowing panel in front of him. On the glowing panel, 5 titles were displayed prominently. Master classes, combat simulation, weapon testing, skill testing, and multiplayer combat pending. Churen studied the 5 sections carefully, forming a rough idea in his mind. Master classes likely referred to a virtual combat system that included powerful techniques and training methods for students to learn. Indeed, mastering combat skills often required guidance from a teacher, but Churen believed he could learn faster on his own. After all, having a good teacher wouldn't necessarily make his self-study less effective. Still, he couldn't help but be curious. Would these systems offer cultivation methods? Typically, cultivation techniques were introduced during the first class of the school year by university professors. The most common one was the ability body refinement method, a technique distributed by the top-ranking expert a century ago. It had widespread coverage, with nearly all students practicing it. The method was widely accessible and suitable for the majority. While other techniques existed, they were either harder to master or less effective than the ability body refinement method. Moreover, even the top-ranking expert, who had reached the World King realm, practiced this technique, which was why it was universally adopted in universities across the nation. Figures like Chen Meng, Xiao Ting, and Li Yi also trained using this method. Of course, it was possible to practice multiple techniques. After all, some unique methods offered distinctive advantages. Churen himself had a special technique, energy reshaping, taught to him by Li Yi. This method was not just a combat skill, but also enhanced mental strength. Although Churen hadn't fully trained in cultivation techniques yet, he had already reached the subordinate glimmer realm through his mastery of combat skills. Indeed, only through relentless effort and training can I surpass others and rise above the rest, Churen murmured softly, a confident smile spreading across his face. Without hesitation, he chose the combat simulation option, intending to test the current level of his skills. As soon as he made his selection, the glowing panel began to ripple lightly and then change. A cascade of starlight danced across the screen before it dissolved into tiny specks, vanishing into the air. The surrounding space grew blurry, and before Churen could process what was happening, his surroundings had completely transformed. The endless blue was suddenly replaced by a vast grassland. Fresh air filled his lungs, and warm sunlight bathed his body. A gentle breeze brushed against him, and Churen could almost hear the faint fluttering of butterflies dancing over the grass. Every sense seemed to awaken, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, as though he had truly stepped into a brand new world. Churen looked around in awe, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. The realism of this virtual world far exceeded his expectations, with every detail vividly lifelike, making him wonder if the system's developer might also be a time traveler. This isn't a complete world yet, he murmured to himself, but this virtual scene is just too exhilarating. As a man of the new era, Churen couldn't hide his excitement at experiencing such an incredibly realistic virtual environment for the first time. He scanned his surroundings, searching for the testing machine. Does the tester wish to begin testing? A voice from the assistant suddenly chimed in his ear. Yes, go Dan, let's start the test, Churen replied casually, giving the assistant a nickname on the spot. After a brief pause, the assistant responded, the mechanical mannequin has been deployed. About 10 meters away, a mechanical mannequin materialized out of thin air. Unlike real-world mechanical mannequins, this virtual version was constructed from countless flickering blue data cubes, exuding a distinctly sci-fi vibe. Without hesitation, Churen began contemplating which combat technique to test. Let's start with Meteor Storm, he muttered. Approaching the mannequin, he prepared to assume the starting stance, but suddenly froze. Wait a second, I should be able to control a thunder explosion now. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Gather the thunder energy into a ball and detonate it. Buddha's Wrath Thunder? Alright, let's go with that. Churen swiftly retreated to a distance of 50 meters. With a single thought, his body erupted with dazzling lightning. Using his mind to guide his movements, he soared into the air, beginning to channel the scattered thunderbolts into his right hand. Amid the crackling thunder, a ball of lightning began to form in his hand, growing rapidly from the size of a fist to that of a millstone. At this moment, Churen resembled a god of thunder, surrounded by arcs of electricity, holding a massive ball of lightning, his eyes gleaming with electric sparks. Meteor Storm, go, he called out softly. With a wave of his right hand, the lightning ball shot forward, homing in on the mechanical mannequin with pinpoint accuracy. The lightning ball clung tightly to the mannequin, causing it to tremble continuously. The virtual data cubes on its surface flowed rapidly, as if performing some kind of calculation. It's not over yet, Churen said with a confident smirk. Now explode. With his mental command, the lightning ball detonated with a deafening roar, transforming into a ferocious thunderstorm that engulfed the entire mechanical mannequin in an instant. A massive sphere of lightning suddenly swelled, devouring everything in its path and spreading wildly in all directions. Fierce winds roared as lightning flashed, and the greenery of the grassland swayed violently under the shockwave of the explosion. That overwhelming and terrifying force instantly blanketed the area, spreading far and wide. Churen hovered in midair, raising his hand slightly to shield himself from the turbulent waves unleashed by the lightning sphere's detonation. The thunder roared, and time seemed to freeze. After a full 10 seconds, the towering sphere of lightning gradually dissipated, fading into the distant sky and revealing the battle scars left on the ground. Churen stared intently in the direction of the mechanical puppet. At this moment, within a 30-meter radius around the mechanical puppet, the grasslands had completely vanished. In their place was a charred expanse of earth, where residual lightning continued to flicker unpredictably, carrying a sharp, electrifying presence. The power of the stellar storm was utterly terrifying. Churen took a deep breath, unable to hide the shock on his face. He had only casually tested this power, but its sheer strength far exceeded his expectations. What surprised him even more was that this destructive force hadn't consumed even a trace of his energy. For others, unleashing such an attack would likely leave them unconscious, but Churen hadn't expended any mana at all. It was as if he were playing with cheat codes. Sure enough, hard work is the only path to true strength. Churen muttered to himself. Flying over to the mechanical puppet, he wanted to check the data on his combat skill. The puppet still stood on the scorched earth, its virtual blocks spinning continuously as if performing some kind of calculation. About 8 seconds later, the puppet finally provided feedback. Strength, lower microglow realm. Combat skill, stellar storm offensive. Power, equivalent to a full-powered, energy overdrawing strike from a lower primal energy realm. Proficiency, subtle. Overall rating, SSS. Churen clenched his fists, murmuring to himself, a full-powered, energy overdrawing strike from the lower primal energy realm. The primal energy realm was a critical stage for ability users, allowing them to construct an energy pool within their bodies, significantly boosting their energy reserves to 3 times that of the microglow realm. Overdrawing all of a primal energy realm's reserves for a single strike would result in unimaginable power. Yet, Churen, still at the microglow realm, was capable of producing such devastation. It was simply unbelievable. What was even more astonishing was that Churen felt no energy depletion at all. This meant he could not only fight against multiple lower primal energy realm opponents, but also engage in combat indefinitely without any restrictions. He had essentially become a combat monster. The most shocking aspect, however, was that his stellar storm skill had already reached the subtle level of proficiency. If he advanced further, breaking through to the unified level of mastery, his combat strength would leap even higher. This immensely powerful skill was practically a game-breaking ability. Cheat mode or not, hard work is still the key. He couldn't help but laugh. Phew. Churen let out a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement. The power of the Yuan energy realm? Nothing more than tease. It was clear he still had a long way to go. He didn't even qualify to enter the battlefield of the myriad races. If he wanted to break through his current limits, he would have to work even harder. He glanced at the motionless mechanical automaton standing nearby, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could the mechanical automaton test the effects of energy reshaping? After all, the essence of energy reshaping, as taught by Li Yi, was to create clones and enhance mental strength. The strength of the clones was directly tied to the proficiency of the controller. So, could the automaton serve as a test for this ability? Well, might as well give it a try. Churen took a small step back and focused his mind. Crackle thunder roared as a clone formed entirely of lightning emerged beside him. The figure, initially vague and chaotic, gradually took shape amidst the wild arcs of electricity, eventually becoming an exact duplicate of himself, vivid and lifelike. He regarded his clone with satisfaction and couldn't help but murmur, "Hey, I've got to admit, this clone really captures my best features." A faint smile crossed his face. Taking another step back, he began to mentally command the clone. The clone moved in perfect synchronization with his thoughts. Churen turned toward the mechanical automaton and raised his right hand, forming a hollow fist. Instantly, thunder erupted again, and countless arcs of lightning converged into his hand, forming a brilliant spear of pure lightning in his palm. Gripping the spear tightly, he hurled it with all his strength. The spear roared through the air, lightning streaking across the sky with a deafening crack. It left a dazzling trail of electric light as it shot straight toward the automaton. In an instant, The lightning spear struck the automaton with a thunderous impact. The collision caused the automaton to tremble violently, its modular components spinning erratically, as if some core mechanism had been hit. With a slight wave of his hand, Churen dismissed the lightning clone. Almost immediately, a wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by an intense headache. When the clone didn't attack, Churen barely felt any discomfort. But the moment it engaged in combat, the pain in his head surged like a tidal wave. What was going on? Was his mental strength still too weak to sustain the clone during an attack? But if the clone couldn't fight, what was the point of this technique? Shaking his head, Churen forced himself to endure the discomfort and approach the automaton. However, just as he took a step forward, a sharp bout of dizziness overwhelmed him. Unable to hold on any longer, his vision went black, and he collapsed in front of the automaton. Pain. His head throbbed intensely. He didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually, Churen groggily opened his eyes. The sharp, stabbing headache lingered, and his body felt utterly drained. Slowly sitting up, he took a moment to regulate his breathing before finally managing to stand, albeit unsteadily. Looking around, the unfamiliar scene puzzled him. This wasn't his usual training ground. Instead, he stood on the border of a charred wasteland and a grassy field, as if he had entered some unfamiliar virtual combat scenario. Am I still in the virtual combat simulation? Churen muttered to himself, turning to look at the mechanical automaton. What he saw next left him stunned. The automaton's display screen was flashing with data. Strength, lower microlight realm. Combat technique, energy reshaping mental type. Power, lower spirit soul realm, full strength attack with mental energy exhaustion. Proficiency, mastery. Overall evaluation, unknown. Churen rubbed his eyes, then lightly tapped his head to make sure he wasn't imagining things. Looking again, the data on the screen remained clear and unchanged. He couldn't help but murmur, how is this possible? It's only my first attempt, and I've already reached this level? What? A desperate strike from a lower-level soul-binding realm. Churen's mouth dropped open in disbelief. His doppelganger's attack was it targeting the spirit? All this time, he had assumed his doppelganger's attacks were simple physical strikes. But now, it seemed he had been completely wrong. His energy reforge ability, it wasn't just some useless skill. It was actually his ultimate trump card. A single strike capable of piercing through a lower-level soul-binding realm. What kind of concept was this? In the Lingxi realm, abilities are honed to an incredibly precise level, allowing users to fully unleash their potential. But above the Lingxi realm is the soul-binding realm, where abilities begin to merge with the soul, enabling the release of spiritual attacks. These attacks can cause dizziness, paralysis, or even long periods of mental disorientation. On the battlefield, even a brief moment of distraction could be fatal. Some spiritual ability users, with their immense mental power, can even shatter an enemy's consciousness with a single blow. In other words, with a sufficiently overwhelming spiritual power, one could theoretically kill with just a glance. And now, Churen, with his mere Twilight Realm strength, had managed to kill a lower-level soul-binding realm opponent using spiritual power. What kind of phenomenon was this? Could it be because I'm a transmigrator? Is that why my spiritual power is significantly stronger than others? Churen murmured to himself, still feeling as though this was all a dream. At first, he thought he should remain humble, considering he was only in the Twilight Realm. After all, arrogance could easily make him a target for resentment. The tallest tree in the forest is always the first to be felled, as the saying goes. But now, to hell with humility. Respecting others is just another way of holding myself back. From now on, it'll be unapologetically brazen. In private, we can be friends, but on the battlefield or in a competition arena, we are enemies. And against enemies, I will play to win and play it loud. The upcoming school-wide competition, things were about to get interesting. Finally, Churen decided to test out his last combat technique, Thunder Slash. He recalled Xiao Ting's Thunder Slash off ferocious, razor-sharp lightning strike unleashed from a distance, with devastating power. However, Churen had noticed a glaring flaw in the technique. It was too easy to dodge. Was there any way to make Thunder Slash more powerful and precise? Yes, there was. Churen instantly came up with a flawless solution. The main reason Thunder Slash lacked accuracy was the distance. But what if I used Thunder Slash at point-blank range? How would my opponent react? If I unleash a point-blank Thunder Slash right in front of their face, wouldn't they be obliterated on the spot? If I shoved a Starfall Storm directly into their mouth, wouldn't they explode again and again? The thought alone sparked a revelation in Churen's mind, unlocking a new level of understanding and mastery. Indeed, close-range combat was the ultimate strategy. A gun might be fast beyond 7 steps, but within 7 steps, it's both fast and precise. The closer the distance, the greater the impact. Close quarters strikes, face-to-face ultimate test, that was the true path to dominance. That was the law of victory. After understanding the correct way to use Raikiri, Churen decided to give it a try. He first asked his assistant, Gooden, Can this mechanical puppet move? The next second, Gooden's voice responded, it can move, but it cannot attack. Would the user like to activate movement mode? If so, please select the movement level for the mechanical puppet. Churen murmured, if I can really choose freely, I'd like to try the Realm King level to see just how fast it is. But I can only choose a movement level 1 major realm higher than my own, right? So, the highest I can select is the lower Yuan energy realm? Churen asked in slight surprise. That is correct, Gooden replied simply and directly. Churen fell into a brief contemplation, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Clearly, this limitation was designed by the creator to encourage students to progress steadily and avoid blindly aiming for overly ambitious goals. The path of cultivation is like walking. You can't achieve everything in one step. Rushing recklessly might lead to failure instead of success. In that case, they'll choose movement mode and set the level to the lower Yuan energy realm, Churen decided firmly. Understood, Gooden replied. As soon as Gooden finished speaking, the mechanical puppet in front of Churen began to flicker. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared like a flash of lightning, moving so fast that Churen was left searching frantically for its whereabouts. Half a second later, he finally caught sight of the puppet. It was darting across the grassland with incredible speed, almost as if it were teleporting. Each flicker left a trail of blue light on the ground, its speed utterly astonishing. Is this lightning-based? Churen muttered to himself. Yes, in movement mode, the ability is randomly selected. Congratulations, student, you've gotten the lightning element. Gooden's voice echoed again. Churen immediately broke into a smile, licking his lips as his eyes locked onto the rapidly moving puppet. Lightning, huh? Perfect. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion of lightning erupted from Churen's body. Thunderbolts weaved into a crackling web around him, and his eyes shone with electric light, exuding an intimidating power. He gazed at the puppet, his mind made up. He intended to personally experience the difference between using Raikiri at close range and from a distance. Focusing his energy, Churen raised both hands, causing lightning to violently converge between his palms. The blue arcs of electricity crackled loudly, as though ready to burst at any moment. Raikiri, he shouted, extending his hands outward. A thunderous slash, formed from countless bolts of lightning, shot toward the mechanical puppet. Churen poured all his strength into this strike, calculating the puppet's landing spot in his mind to ensure the Raikiri would hit its mark. However, the result left him bitterly disappointed. Although the puppet landed exactly where Churen had anticipated, it used its lower Yuan energy realm ability to narrowly evade the deadly strike. The lightning slash struck the surrounding ground instead, scattering grass and debris everywhere, but its power was greatly diminished. Seeing this, Churen shook his head and muttered to himself, as expected, close range is the way to go. As Churen finished speaking, a flash of lightning flickered in his eyes, and the thunder surrounding him suddenly erupted in a frenzy. In the next moment, his entire body transformed into a blinding blue streak of electricity, hurtling toward the mechanical automaton. As he sped across the grassland, the air currents he stirred caused the blades of grass to bend away on both sides, as if making way for him. The mechanical automaton immediately retreated upon seeing this, but its movements were clearly panicked. Churen's lips curled into a faint smile as he thought to himself, the lightning ability simulated by this automaton is probably only at an A level. How could it possibly compare to my S-level ability? Especially now that my S-level power has evolved to stand at the pinnacle of its class. Before long, it'll ascend to S-level, and by then, my strength will be even more terrifying. On the grassland, the two figures, one in pursuit and the other fleeing, moved in a relentless chase. The gap between Churen and the mechanical automaton rapidly narrowed. The automaton, seemingly realizing it couldn't escape with speed alone, suddenly switched tactics and began zigzagging in a shaped pattern, dodging left and right. You think you're the only one who can zigzag? Churen sneered, his movements as fast as lightning, perfectly predicting the automaton's evasive trajectory. Finally, after an intense chase, Churen closed in on the automaton. Seeing his target within arm's reach, he grinned, his hands already crackling with dazzling lightning. Raikiri, he called out softly. With a sudden motion, he spread his hands wide. The blade of lightning he had gathered didn't even need to be launched. It detonated directly upon the automaton's face in a devastating, close-range burst. In an instant, the entire grassland was engulfed in a blinding blue flash, and the terrifying crackling of electricity echoed through the air. The mechanical automaton convulsed violently as if struck by real lightning, its entire body trembling uncontrollably. Electric arcs and wisps of smoke erupted from its frame, mimicking the agonized spasms of a human struck by Churen's Raikiri. After unleashing his attack, Churen quickly leapt back 10 meters, calmly observing the automaton's reaction. He thought to himself, if this were a real opponent, I could follow up with a Starfall Storm right now. A real enemy, paralyzed by the lightning, would be almost completely immobilized. A follow-up strike would guarantee their demise. Even if they somehow survived, they'd be left in shambles. The mechanical automaton trembled for about 10 seconds before gradually calming down. Small cubes within its body began to rotate and float, running complex calculations. 2.5 seconds later, the results of Churen's attack were displayed. Power level, lower microlight tier. Combat technique, Raikiri, offensive type. Power output, equivalent to a full-force attack at mid-energon tier. Proficiency, skilled. Overall rating, SSS. Mid-energon tier power. Churen murmured to himself. So, I had to go Allen with a point-blank attack just to match a mid-energon tier strike. If anyone had heard Churen's thoughts at that moment, they would have called him a monster. After all, the mechanical automaton's calculations were based on the assumption of a full-force, overdrawn ability. For most ability users, the power of a single strike often wouldn't even match their own tier. Take, for example, an ordinary upper-tier Glimmer Realm ability user. The power of their strike is limited and can only be on par with a lower-tier or mid-tier Glimmer Realm user's full-force, overdrawn strike. This is because the mechanical puppet's evaluation standard is based on the full-force burst of overdrawn abilities. For an average ability user to unleash an attack that matches their level, they must push their abilities to the limit. But Churen, a casual Starfall Storm from him is already equivalent to the overdrawn strike of a lower-tier Primordial Energy Realm user, while a single Thunder Slash rivals the power of a mid-tier Primordial Energy Realm user's overdrawn strike. The most shocking part is that even after performing such powerful moves, Churen shows no signs of fatigue, as if these incredible techniques are nothing more than routine attacks for him. His basic attacks are equivalent to others' full-force strikes. His combat prowess is simply terrifying. The only thing that might cause Churen some slight exhaustion would probably be energy reshaping. However, this technique can unleash a strike equivalent to the overdrawn power of a lower-tier Soul Dominion Realm user, making it a life-saving trump card. At this point, Churen has essentially become a true war machine. Despite all this, Churen remains unsatisfied. He murmured to himself, "The attacks are still too weak. I need to keep getting stronger." He glanced at the little figure in his mind, tirelessly practicing, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He nodded gently, saying, "Little one, keep up the hard work. The two of us are really strong. We're quite amazing." Churen looked at his fist, lightly clenching and unclenching it as he pondered. "For now, my strength should be enough to dominate the upcoming school tournament, right?" He quickly organized the timeline in his mind. 2 months from now, around November 10th, the school-wide competition would officially begin. The competition is divided into 2 groups. The freshman group, whose main purpose is to select key members and students for the elite training camp, with contestants and opponents all being first-year students. And the Republic group, which consists of second-year and third-year students, aimed at selecting the core members for the Republic team to prepare for the national competition. Fourth-year students, meanwhile, have already left campus to carry out missions across the country. Notably, the freshman group can also participate in the national competition, with opponents being other first-year students. The Republic group, however, faces a much tougher challenge, competing not only against second and third-year students, but potentially even against fourth-year students who remain on campus, making the competition exceptionally fierce. The current goal is to secure first place in the freshman group during the school-wide competition, then join the elite training camp and crush the geniuses from other schools, Churen muttered to himself. After that, I'll see if I can join the Republic group and challenge the second and third years from other schools. He continued to ponder. I wonder if the ability body refinement technique will have a significant effect on me. I'll find out when school starts the day after tomorrow. After speaking, Churen instinctively asked, "By the way, Gooden, what time is it now?" September 17th, 8:59 a.m. September 17th, huh? That means there's still time. I can run a few more tests. Churen suddenly froze. Wait, hold on. Gooden, what date did you say? September 17th, 9 a.m. What the? Churen was completely dumbfounded. I've been unconscious for this long, but why don't I feel hungry or thirsty at all? The system notification for the virtual product had just sounded. First-time users can enjoy a 7-day free energy supply, sufficient for normal usage. For additional energy, you can purchase with points. A 7-day supply costs only 3,000 points, while a monthly package is 10,000 points. Churen, however, couldn't spare a moment to respond to the notification. His mind was preoccupied with one thing. Today was the crucial day for learning the ability strengthening technique. The class was scheduled for 8:30, and he was already half an hour late. If he didn't hurry, he'd miss it entirely. He leapt out of the virtual combat pod in a flash, astonished to find that he neither felt hungry nor thirsty, not even the slightest bit tired. This virtual combat mode really is something, he muttered under his breath before dashing out of the training room at full speed. But as he opened the training room door, he was caught off guard by the sight of Chun Ming, standing right outside. "Old Chun," Churen exclaimed, quickly halting in his tracks, startled. Hey, you little rascal, you finally decided to come out. Chunming said with a snort, clearly annoyed. Tell me, you little freak, what were you doing in there? You even managed to forget the first day of the semester. Churen scratched his head awkwardly. I was testing the power of my combat techniques. I may have gotten a little carried away. Humph. Chunming looked him up and down. And how did it turn out? Not great, Churen sighed. The Starfall Storm technique barely reached the power of a lower-tier primordial energy realm attack, and the Thunder Slash only managed mid-tier primordial energy realm power. Cough, cough, cough. Chunming choked on his own saliva, his eyes widening like saucers. What did you just say? What level of power? He grabbed Churen's arm tightly. Lower-tier primordial energy realm and mid-tier primordial energy realm. Churen calmly repeated. You freak. How is that barely anything? Chunming yelled. You're at the lower microglow realm, and you can already unleash attacks on par with primordial energy realm overdraft techniques. This is outright cheating. Unbelievable. This goes way beyond extraordinary. Chunming took a few deep breaths, regretting that he hadn't brought some heart medication with him. At this rate, he felt his worldview was bound to be completely shattered by Churen. This wasn't the world of geniuses anymore, this was the realm of monsters. Chunming took a full half a day to recover from his shock. He looked at Churen, his lips slightly parted, but no words came out. Seeing this, Churen chuckled softly and changed the subject on his own. Old Chun, what are you doing here? Don't you have classes to teach? Hey, you brat. Chunming straightened his back, no longer dwelling on the earlier incident. I'm the director of teaching, remember? Do you think I need to personally teach the basic techniques? Hearing this, Churen immediately turned to leave. Then wait here for a bit. He'll go to class first. Chunming grabbed him by the collar and said in exasperation, Are you out of your mind? I'm already here. What class do you think you're going to? It dawned on Churen, and his eyes lit up. So, old Chun, you're here specifically to teach me the techniques? Chunming let go of Churen's collar and nodded. That's right. Your homeroom teacher noticed you weren't in class and came straight to notify me. As he spoke, he shot Churen a glare. You little freak. Do you even know how important you are right now? Your homeroom teacher isn't even planning to teach the techniques ahead of schedule. The entire class is waiting for you alone. This. Churen scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Can't they just start the class without me? Start my foot. Chunming's tiger-like eyes widened. Did you forget what I told you before? Geniuses get special treatment. Right now, you're a bona fide genius. It's not just your class waiting for you. If the entire school had to compete one day, and you weren't there, the whole school would wait for you. Churen froze, stunned. He hadn't realized had become so important without even noticing. But thinking about it, it made sense. Reaching the glimmering realm right at the start of school, and possessing such extraordinary energy reserves were indeed reasons for the school to treat him this way. It seemed the system's cheat was as overpowered as ever. So, from now on, pay attention to your timing in important situations. Chunming emphasized, especially on the battlefield. Some fights can come down to milliseconds zone misstep, and it could cost lives. I understand. Churen nodded firmly. This time, being late wasn't intentional, but it was indeed his oversight. His ability, energy reshaping, was too overpowered, draining all the mental energy in his head in one go. He realized he'd need to plan its usage more carefully in the future. Summoning a regular clone was manageable, but if he wanted the clone to attack, he'd have to prepare well in advance. All right, you little brat. Chunming patted Churen's shoulder. Let's head to the training room. I've already spoken with your homeroom teacher. They've started class, so you don't need to go. I'll teach you myself. With your talent, you'll probably master these techniques after seeing them once. No need to waste time. Churen nodded and followed Chunming back into the training room. This training room would be his exclusive space for practice over the next few years, already equipped with all the necessary tools for cultivation. The sofa and other furnishings were undoubtedly well prepared. After casually finding a spot to sit, Chunming pulled a brand new booklet out of his pocket. The cover bore 5 bold and ancient-looking characters that stood out prominently: Ability Refinement Technique. This was a cultivation method developed by the chief, specifically designed for the general population of ability users. Its core purpose was to allow the energy from abilities to permeate the entire body during cultivation, ensuring that physical attributes match the intensity of the abilities. This provided an edge in facing more challenging battles. Churen took the booklet, ran his fingers lightly over the cover, and then opened it to read carefully. As he delved deeper into the content, the little figure in his mind began to stir. To Churen's astonishment, this time was entirely different from before. The little figure in his mind had split into two. The figure on the left remained the same, cycling through various combat techniques in its usual manner. One round of Starfall Storm, followed by Lightning Slash, then Energy Reshaping, repeating endlessly, giving equal attention to all. Meanwhile, the new figure on the right stood still, seemingly waiting for Churen to finish reading the Ability Refinement Technique. Overwhelmed by shock, Churen quickly read through the entire booklet. The moment the last word entered his mind, the figure on the right began to move. It sat cross-legged, faint lightning flickering around it, fully immersed in cultivation. What was even more astonishing was that Churen could distinctly feel his ability energy beginning to flow autonomously, as if guided by some unseen force. This meant he was unconsciously cultivating. Damn, Churen exclaimed involuntarily, his expression frozen in shock. What's wrong? Ming, thinking something was amiss, immediately sprang to his feet, looking anxious. Churen opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, his face a picture of disbelief. Seeing this, Ming grew even more alarmed. He grabbed Churen by the arms and urgently asked, "Hey, what's going on? Don't scare me like this." The moment the two made contact, an unusual energy wave passed into Ming's hands, leaving him momentarily stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he focused intently, sensing the changes within Churen. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, Ming's expression shifted from concern to astonishment, blurting out, "You can freaking cultivate on your own." Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the surge of energy coursing through Churen's body. Such fluctuations in power typically only occurred during cultivation, yet here Churen stood, motionless, staring back at him with equal astonishment. This can't be," Ming muttered, his gaze scanning Churen from head to toe as though he were observing some unknown entity. A series of outrageous possibilities flashed through his mind. Was this boy the reincarnation of a legendary emperor, the chosen one of destiny? Or could he actually be one of those protagonists from a novel, transported here with some kind of system? Ming shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to snap out of it. No, I'm overthinking. If there really were protagonists like those in stories, we wouldn't still be struggling against the threat of foreign invasion. Even so, the talent displayed by the young man before him was nothing short of extraordinary. Unbelievable. This is beyond genius. Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration, his face brimming with excitement. With proper guidance, this boy could undoubtedly become a key force in the fight against the myriad clans. He might even emerge as the pillar of humanity's future. You little prodigy, you're incredible. Ming couldn't help but give a thumbs up, his expression filled with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Churen was gradually calming down, beginning to process the abilities he had just acquired: an upgradable energy template system, tireless and self-replicating cultivation avatars, and a seemingly infinite energy reserve. Were these gifts from the system, or were they innate talents he possessed all along? Doesn't matter the remind now either way. A smile tugged at Churen's lips. Unlike others who had to choose between cultivating combat techniques or energy arts, he could train in both simultaneously, and without pause, for 24 hours straight. Isn't this basically becoming a god on autopilot? He thought excitedly. Hard work really is the key. Look, even the avatars have split into two. Next goal, make it 3. Ming's excitement gradually gave way to a more serious demeanor. Churen was far too unique. Something like this hadn't been seen in centuries. A talent like his needed to be protected at all costs. While standing out could indeed be dangerous, with the right safeguards in place, this tree could grow tall and strong. A dead genius was worth nothing, but a living one could achieve greatness beyond imagination. This kid, he absolutely has the potential of a realm king, Ming declared with conviction. Without hesitation, he strode toward the door. You little prodigy, stay put here. I'll be back. And remember, don't leave the cultivation chamber until I return. Churen seemed to sense the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. Understood. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ming had already disappeared out the door, leaving Churen alone in the chamber. After leaving the cultivation chamber, Ming was still unsettled. Turning around with a resolute expression, he channeled his special ability directly into the chamber door, instantly reinforcing it to become impenetrable. The door transformed into an invincible iron barrier, impervious to anyone whose abilities were inferior to his. As for the surrounding walls, there was no cause for concern. The cultivation chamber existed in a separate dimension, with walls disconnected from the outside world. This chamber had been created by a powerful individual with extraordinary abilities, a figure known as the King of Survival. Even as the myriad races of Blue Star faced an existential invasion, this individual could remain unharmed, his abilities surpassing the bounds of ordinary imagination. Ming acted swiftly and decisively, descending the building in mere moments. He bypassed both the elevator and the stairs, opting instead to leap directly down. As his feet hit the ground, he launched himself into the air, speeding toward the office of the Dean of the Natural Sciences Institute. In less than a minute, he arrived outside the Dean's office. In his urgency, Ming forgot to knock. With a loud crash, his body instantly hardened into steel, and he smashed through the office door. Dean Wei, who had been working at his desk, was startled by the sudden commotion. He instinctively raised his right hand, ready to counterattack, but stopped upon recognizing Ming. "Chen, what on earth are you doing?" Dean Wei frowned, his face full of confusion. "Dean, This is urgent. Chen Ming's voice was sharp and urgent as it reached the dean's ears. Dean Wei's frown deepened, as if he had already guessed something. His expression shifted abruptly, becoming grave. Is this about G? Chen Ming nodded, his tone even more anxious. Yes, someone has made a move. Dean Wei's anger erupted immediately. Who dares to target one of our students? Is it the local rogues, or those foreign scum? At a time when we're facing an invasion, they still have the audacity to stir up internal conflict. No. Chen Ming quickly clarified. Dean Wei, Ji Churen isn't hurt, and the foreigners haven't acted. Didn't we already sign the joint agreement to resist the invaders? They wouldn't risk breaking it now. Then why are you here in such a rush? What exactly are you trying to tell me? The confusion in Dean Wei's eyes remained. Chen Ming took a deep breath and began recounting everything he had witnessed that day, including Ji Churen's extraordinary talent. The more Chen Ming spoke, the more astonished Dean Wei's expression became. Enscrayed innate ability, the comprehension to master combat techniques after a single attempt, immense reserves of special energy, and a physique capable of continuous self-cultivation. Chen Ming paused, fully grasping the extent of Ji Churen's potential. Any one of these traits alone would be enough to make someone a top figure in the world of special abilities. But now, all of these traits are concentrated in one person. This isn't just a prodigy, this is a legend among legends, a chosen one. He's practically a superhuman among superhumans. Dean Weiss' eyes glimmered with shock and amazement. He realized, with profound clarity, that Ji Churen might very well be destined to change everything. It could be said that what Ji Churen has demonstrated so far is something that no one has been capable of achieving in hundreds of years, except for the S-level abilities. S-level ability users have indeed appeared over the centuries, and not in small numbers. In fact, an S-level ability user emerged just 3 years ago. However, Ji Churen's other capabilities are unprecedented. While there have been ability users with extraordinary comprehension, none have ever mastered combat techniques in a single attempt. There have been prodigies with an abundant reserve of energy, yet none could unleash dozens or even hundreds of S-level combat techniques without exhaustion. And while there have been exceptional talents with rapid cultivation speeds, the concept of automatic cultivation was utterly unheard of. Ji Churen's body seems to embody the abilities of all geniuses, surpassing even the limits of their potential. This is truly the chosen one, destined by fate. Dean Wei, though shocked, quickly retrieved a pitch-black bracelet from a drawer. Its surface was as dark as ink, but upon closer inspection, one could see tiny star-like glimmers, as if the vastness of outer space had been condensed into this small object. Surprisingly, after his initial urgency, Dean Wei suddenly froze upon holding the bracelet. He stared at it intently, his gaze flickering with indecision, his thoughts unfathomable. The bracelet rested quietly in his palm, emanating a mysterious black glow reminiscent of the starry sky. Sigh. Finally, Dean Wei let out a heavy sigh. He raised the black bracelet and initiated a special communication. Meanwhile, far away on the distant battlefield of the myriad races, within a vast and resplendent galaxy, the scene was entirely different. Here, countless planets floated in the silent, dark expanse of the universe, radiating brilliance with an eerie undertone. What was astonishing was that the planets in this galaxy were only of two colors, pure white and pitch black, devoid of any other hues. At first glance, they appeared chaotically scattered, but when observed from outside the galaxy, one would see that they formed an enormous Tai Chi pattern. This was the Tai Chi starfield, the frontline battlefield where humanity resisted invasions from certain extraterrestrial races. It was created by Zhou Min, a powerful user of unique abilities, who, with his exceptional mastery of formations, transformed the entire galaxy into a colossal array, resulting in the Tai Chi starfield we see today. On one of the pitch-black planets in the Tai Chi starfield, the environment was extremely harsh. The skies were dark and lifeless, with violent hurricanes raging incessantly, and torrential black rain pouring down. With no sunlight and temperatures plummeting to perilous levels, the planet was uninhabitable for ordinary humans and even posed a deadly challenge for lower-level ability users. Yet, on the surface of this perilous planet, a member of humanity sat cross-legged, motionless. His eyes were tightly shut, and mysterious runes and waves of energy flickered continuously around him. Thud, thud. His heartbeat echoed across the pitch-black surface of the planet, the sound impossibly loud. It was deafening, as if it could resonate through every corner of the entire world. Just then, the black wristband on the man's left hand began to flicker, emitting a faint black light. On the dark surface of this planet, the glow was nearly imperceptible, blending seamlessly into its surroundings. If not for the man's extraordinarily keen senses, this subtle change could have easily been drowned out by the thunderous rhythm of his pulse. Noticing the anomaly, the man's heartbeat gradually steadied. His tightly closed eyes, shut for what seemed like an eternity, slowly opened. With a hint of surprise, he glanced at the wristband. A thought crossed his mind, and the communication link was instantly activated. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star, Deanway stared at his own black wristband, lost in prolonged silence. On the other end of the line, there was equal stillness. Beside him, Chun Ming was pacing anxiously, repeatedly opening his mouth to speak, but stopping himself knew better than to provoke the elderly man in front of him. Finally, a deep, powerful voice broke through from the other side of the connection. Old Wei. Hearing this voice, both familiar and distant, Dean Wei let out a long, heavy sigh, as though releasing a monumental weight from his shoulders. His voice was hoarse and filled with emotion, like that of someone approaching the end of their days. Old Zhou. The line went silent again for 7 or 8 seconds before the strong voice returned. Still no success? The heaven and earth realm, Dean Wei said, his tone suddenly lighter. Yes, this vast world, it seems there's no place for me in it after all. Old Wei, don't try to talk me out of it, Old Zhou. You know as well as I do. My potential, it's completely exhausted. Once again, silence settled over the communication. Time, indeed, was an insurmountable chasm. Even those awakened with time-related special abilities could not escape its confines in the end. Without entering the heaven and earth realm, one could never truly harmonize with the flow of the universe and would ultimately succumb within its bounds. On the pitch-black planet in the Taiji starfield, the man who could train undisturbed in such a harrowing environment now wore an expression of profound sorrow. His lips moved faintly, as if trying to form words, but nothing came out. At that moment, any attempt to speak felt utterly meaningless. In the end, the entire space was consumed by the deafening silence. On the distant planet, the man let out a heavy sigh, a trace of helplessness and sentiment flashing in his eyes. Time in the end, it cannot outlast itself. He paused, seemingly lost in thought, then said, Old Wei, why don't you try again? I still have 2 energy crystals from the immortals. If you're willing, I can have someone send them to you. Even if the chances are slim, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, we should give it a shot. On Blue Star, Deanway remained silent for a long while. Upon hearing about the energy crystals, his gaze deepened. After 7 seconds, he finally spoke in a low voice. Old Zhou, do you think these energy crystals can be comprehended by a low-level ability user? The voice on the other end of the line hesitated for a moment, seemingly puzzled by the question, before firmly rebutting. How could that be possible? Forget low-level ability users, even those at the Dharma aspect realm might not be able to comprehend them. The world, the heavens, and the earth, each person's understanding is different. Only those who truly grasp the meaning of the universe and understand their own existence can step into the realm of communion with the heavens and earth, entering the heavenly realm. And you yourself have yet to comprehend your own existence. How could you expect an ability user to grasp such things? Do you really think? Suddenly, the man on the distant planet fell silent. It seemed he had realized something, and he cautiously asked, Old Wei, tell me, what kind of prodigy has appeared? What kind of genius could prompt you to ask such a question? S level? Or perhaps the legendary SS level? Dean Wei let out a bitter chuckle, his voice tinged with resignation. It's level. What? S-level? The man's voice instantly rose, filled with astonishment. You're asking such a question for just S-level? Old Wei, have you lost your mind? Dean Weiss's tone remained calm, yet his words carried an undeniable conviction. What if I told you this level is a hybrid of nature and lightning abilities, with an immense energy reserve that allows him to release abilities continuously for several days without exhaustion? Moreover, shortly after the academic year began, he has already reached the lower microlight realm, demonstrating extraordinary talent. Most importantly, his comprehension is unparalleled. He can master combat techniques perfectly after a single attempt. He also has a natural constitution for cultivation. And let me add, he's the first perfect scoring top scholar in a century. That perfect score isn't just symbolic, it means he nearly hit the theoretical maximum score in the examination. He completed the test in just 6 to 7 hours. If there were no score limit, his result could have reached 37,440 points. Now, tell me, with such talent, am I really losing my mind? The man on the other end was completely stunned, his mind in turmoil. An S-level lightning ability user achieving such astonishing results in the college entrance exam, could it be that he single-handedly wiped out an entire beast tide? Had he been away from Blue Star for so long that had lost all connection to it? He even began to doubt whether such talent could truly belong to a human. Even among the strongest demon god clans of the myriad races, there might not be such terrifying potential. He couldn't help but question Churen's identity, but he quickly dismissed the thought. If someone with such talent existed, how could the myriad races possibly send him as a spy? They would guard him as their most precious treasure. Furthermore, such a genius was clearly human. The man's face betrayed his excitement, his eyes gleaming faintly with light. He hurriedly commanded into his wristband, Old Wei, protect that prodigino, the chosen one, immediately. I'm setting out to return right now. I know what you're about to say, don't worry. I'll bring back an ally, someone who's incredibly skilled at hiding and protecting. He's practically the perfect candidate for a shadow guardian. 3 days. No, 2.5 days. Wait, scratch that one day. I'll be back at the academy in one day. Until then, you must keep a close eye on him. Dean Wei smiled slightly. He was recruited by Chun Ming with 3 beast crystals and some other perks. What? You guys hit the jackpot. Give Chun Ming a raise immediately. Wait for me, I'm leaving right now. The man sounded unusually excited and anxious. Dean Wei was momentarily stunned but quickly asked, Old Joe, how's the situation on the front lines? Don't worry, Old Wei. The front lines are under control. You all just stay put and wait. The man's tone was firm, and with a sharp click, the black wristband ended the communication. Clearly, he could barely contain his urgency. Dean Wei shook his head with a helpless smile. Still the same impatient personality, truly a headache. Meanwhile, on a terrifying planet in the Taiji starfield, the man had no time to continue his cultivation. He stood up abruptly and immediately contacted MOU through his black wristband. Get to planet 778 immediately. The voice coming from the wristband was unusually hurried. The man waited anxiously, his excitement nearly overflowing. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he murmured softly, Alive. Humanity has hope again. Although he hadn't met the individual yet, from Dean Wei's description alone, he was already certain that this new generation was no ordinary person. The potential of the Chosen One was limitless. Reaching the Realm King stage was merely the starting point for him. The man had no doubt so long as this prodigy survived, his talent would inevitably lead him beyond the Realm King stage. Now, his sole focus was to fully support this newcomer, as described by Old Wei. What thrilled him even more was the possibility that Enshrank ability might not even match this kind of talent. Enshrank ability shouldn't define the limits of the Chosen One. Could it be that his ability hadn't fully awakened yet? There had been rare cases of incomplete ability awakenings in the past, though extremely uncommon. They weren't entirely impossible. The man speculated, recalling prior experiences. Such cases might only occur once in a decade, but based on big data projections, the time might have come. The new generation mentioned by Dean Wei was very likely one of those rare individuals with an incompletely awakened constitution. If someone is already classified as S-level without fully awakening, what would they become after a complete awakening? S-level? SS level? The man murmured unconsciously under his breath, his expression growing increasingly excited, with a glimmer of tension in his eyes. At that moment, the pitch-black ground suddenly began to writhe violently. The air seemed to distort for a brief moment, and with a chilling aura, a man clad in a black battle robe and wearing a terrifying black mask appeared beside him. Commander Zhou, Moyu reporting. Hearing the voice, the man spun around abruptly and asked urgently, Moyu, do you still have that fish heart from the Swordfish clan? Moyu froze slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He had never expected Zhou Min, who was usually calm and composed, to appear so panicked. What on earth had happened? Though he was puzzled, he responded without hesitation. Commander Zhou, the fish heart is still with me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min's face lit up with unconcealed joy and excitement. Good. That's good. Since the fish heart is intact, we can test if the one Wei mentioned is truly an unawakened ability user. The fish heart, a treasured artifact of the Swordfish clan, possessed the unique ability to detect and stimulate latent powers in unawakened individuals. Its discovery was almost theatrical in nature. The Swordfish clan, in an attempt to suppress a prodigious human warrior, had deployed their highest level forces. That battle was won for the Ajisa clash so fierce that it seemed to shroud the skies and shatter the stars. But in the end, even the most gifted individual is still just one person, and no genius could withstand the full might of the Swordfish clan. Yet, in the depths of despair, a miracle quietly unfolded. During a near-fatal blow, the human warrior managed to defeat a powerful Swordfish clan member and discovered that the fish heart possessed an irresistible pull on him. Previously dormant, his ability fluctuations surged violently the moment he touched the fish heart. Instinctively, he swallowed it. In that instant, an earth-shattering transformation occurred. After consuming the fish heart, the warrior, who had only possessed A-level abilities, suddenly awakened and became an S-level ability user. The power of this awakening far exceeded his expectations. With his newfound S-level abilities and profound understanding of his powers, he managed to break through the Swordfish clan's encirclement. He immediately reported this astonishing discovery. To verify the authenticity of this miracle, humanity quickly launched a campaign to annihilate the Swordfish clan. Somehow, news of this reached the other races, triggering a universal hunt. Consequently, the Swordfish clan was forced to withdraw from the battlefield of the myriad races, becoming the first species to be completely eradicated in that arena. Whether there were any survivors left remains unknown. However, humanity reached a definitive conclusion: the fish hearts of the Swordfish clan did indeed have the ability to detect and stimulate latent abilities in unawakened individuals. This discovery allowed humanity to cultivate more top-tier ability users, a stroke of luck born from an unexpected miracle. Over time, the fish hearts of the Swordfish clan have gradually been depleted, and the remaining ones are now rare treasures. This is not due to the actions of humanity. Wind ability users among humans are exceedingly rare, even more so than class ability users. The true culprit behind the sharp decline in fish hearts is the Ten Devourers clan. To humans, fish hearts are the key to awakening those with latent abilities. However, to the Ten Devourers clan, these fish hearts are a powerful resource for enhancing strength and physique. Whenever a fish heart is discovered, the Ten Devourers clan fights fiercely to seize and consume it, showing no mercy. The name, Battlefield of the Myriad Clans, does not refer to an alliance, but rather to a chaotic battleground in the starry expanse, where countless races engage in relentless conflict over resources and survival. This place operates under the law of the Dark Forest, where every race struggles for its own survival space. Humanity, having grown stronger with powerful domain lords among its ranks, now stands as a force no race dares to confront heathen. Should any race choose to go all out against humanity, others would inevitably swoop in to reap the benefits. No race is willing to become the sacrificial pawn. They all aim to be the fishermen reaping the rewards. This delicate balance has granted humanity precious time to breathe and grow, serving as the key to its survival thus far. Even so, humanity continues to face endless battles and crises, never daring to let its guard down. Relying on the caution of other races to secure survival is not a sustainable solution. Only by mastering true power can humanity take control of its own destiny. Thus, nurturing the new generation and bolstering frontline defenses are equally indispensable. Although fish hearts of the Swordfish clan have become exceedingly rare, Mou still possesses Oni trophy he obtained after assassinating a high-ranking combatant of the evil Tiger clan. Mou, come back to Blue Star with me. There's an important task I need you to take on, Zhou Min commanded with a grave expression. Though Mou was puzzled, he nodded without hesitation. Understood. We leave now. Zhou Min waved his right hand, and the space beside him immediately distorted and warped. The surrounding planets began to accelerate their rotation, as if responding to some invisible command. From an external perspective, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The Taiji starfield began to move. The star system, composed of countless celestial bodies, slowly rotated within the silent darkness of the universe, radiating dazzling and magnificent brilliance. In the training room of the Blue Star Sichuan Chongqing University of Supernatural Abilities, Churen lounged lazily on a massage chair, letting its vibrations ease the tension in his muscles. His mind, however, was unusually active, analyzing Chunming's peculiar behavior moments ago. With years of experience reading novels, Churen was almost certain that Chunming was reporting his situation to their superiors. This wasn't surprising after all. The talent and abilities Churen had displayed were unprecedented in the history of superpowered individuals. Even when compared to the most exceptional prodigies of past generations, their achievements at his age paled in comparison to Churen's. Not even Li Yi, who had once dominated his peers and bested the defensively unparalleled Chunming, had reached more than the upper perception realm at this age. In a duel of equals, Churen was confident he could take down Li Yi in an instant. Feels like I've been overpowered by some cheat codes, Churen thought to himself with a hint of self-mockery, while also strategizing for the future. His immediate priority was to figure out how many high-ranking officials were aware of his talents and whether any spies were hidden among them. For now, all he could do was trust Chunming's judgment. At that moment, Churen suddenly felt a violent surge of energy within him. A cool wave of power swept through his body, followed by an overwhelming sense of strength. He raised his hands to examine them carefully, murmuring to himself, "Did I just break through?" After careful sensing, he confirmed that he had indeed advanced to the mid-tier glimmer realm. Nodding in satisfaction, Churen acknowledged that while his body was enjoying the massage, his mind had been continuously cultivating. This affirmed his belief consistent effort in cultivation would inevitably lead to breakthroughs. Just as he adjusted to a more comfortable position to continue resting, the door to the training room clicked open. Through the monitor in the lounge, he saw Chunming entering with Director Wei. Churen immediately got up and stepped out of the lounge. Before he could steady himself, Chunming strode forward and grabbed both his hands, his face twisted into a strange mix of ferocity and flattery. "Ah, Churen, have you rested well? Do you need more time to relax?" This bizarre expression made Churen uneasy. He quickly pulled his hands away. "Old Chun, calm down. You're scaring me a bit." Chunming, however, didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, he slung an arm around Churen's shoulders, grinning as he said, "Churen, aren't we brothers? Aren't we more than just teacher and student?" Churen looked at Chunming in surprise and asked, puzzled, "Teacher-student relationship?" Chunming's expression shifted slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he seemed to come to a decision. Forcing a smile, he said in a casual tone, "How could we be considered in a teacher-student relationship? We're brothers. From now on, I'll call you brother, and you call me brother, and we'll each handle our own matters." "Old Chun, what's going on with you?" Churen still felt something was off. Chen Ming's reaction gave him an ominous feeling. Chen Ming didn't seem to care about Ji Churen's doubts. A mischievous grin appeared on his face as he teased. Churen, there's something I need to ask you for a favor with. Ji Churen glanced at Chen Ming, then at Director Wei, who stood silently nearby with an excited expression. A sense of unease suddenly welled up inside him. You see, we're brothers now, right? And brothers help each other out in times of need, Chen Ming said, his words carrying a hint of subtle expectation. Ji Churen's expression shifted slightly. He finally understood what Chen Ming was getting at, and a wave of helplessness rose in his heart. As expected, Chen Ming's request was exactly what he had anticipated. Churen, when you become strong enough, could you help me teach that kid Li a lesson? Just once. If I could see him get beaten up, I'd be satisfied. Chen Ming's tone carried a trace of undisguised emotion. Ji Churen immediately felt a headache coming on, shaking his head inwardly. As he thought, Chen Ming's fixation was all about seeing Li Yi suffer. It was clear that even after all these years, the harm Li Yi had caused Chen Ming still lingered, to the point where they were practically nemesis. Ji Churen's mouth twitched as he faced a mix of emotions, unsure how to respond to this sudden request. All right, Xiao Ming, don't make things difficult for Ji. Director Wei interjected at the right moment, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Seeing this, Chen Ming finally let go of Ji Churen, his expression no longer as insistent. Director Wei stepped forward, his demeanor turning serious, and said to Ji Churen, Ji, let's go to the lounge and have a proper talk. Ji Churen nodded and followed Director Wei into the lounge, where they sat down again. The three of them each found a seat, with Chen Ming sitting next to Ji Churen, while Director Wei took the seat across from them. At this moment, Director Wei's expression was stern, making the atmosphere unusually heavy. Sensing the shift, Ji Churen straightened up slightly, feeling as though he had returned to his childhood, being called in for an unknown talk with a teacher in class, a nervous and tense feeling. Chen Ming also noticed the change in mood, putting away his earlier frivolity and adopting a more serious attitude. Finally, Director Wei broke the silence. Ji Churen instinctively sat up straighter, his gaze focused. Director Wei's tone grew stricter. We've heard about you. Your talent is extraordinary, unprecedented even. Your potential has exceeded our expectations. One could say it's almost unparalleled in history. For your future, we are willing to promise you that whatever you need, we will do our utmost to provide. He paused for a moment, his tone growing heavier. However, before that, I have a few questions I must ask you. I need to be sure that every word you say is from the heart. Director Wei's gaze was sharp, piercing straight into Ji Churen. Ji Churen's expression instantly became resolute, his eyes unwavering. Director Wei, please ask. Director Wei nodded slightly, taking a deep breath. Raising his head, he asked the first question in a steady tone. Ji, are you loyal to humanity? Ji Churen froze for a moment, lowering his head slightly in thought. Just as he was about to respond with of course, he noticed Director Wei's expression change dramatically. Director Wei's body stiffened noticeably, his eyes narrowing as if trying to confirm something. After a moment of confirmation, his face turned from pale to purple, and he suddenly jumped up from his seat, pointing a trembling finger at Ji Churen. No, the wind tells me you're hiding something. Only half of what you said is true. This sudden accusation startled Chen Ming, who immediately stood as well. What? He glanced back and forth between Ji Churen, disbelief written all over his face. Ji Churen hadn't expected things to take such a turn. He paused for a moment, looking slightly resigned. Director Wei locked eyes with him. Ji, I need you to speak your true thoughts. My true thoughts. Ji Churen murmured softly, then let out a long sigh. All right, I'll tell you the truth. He lifted his head, his gaze firm as he stared at the two men. I am loyal to humanity, but not to everyone. When it comes to the survival of our race, I will not back down. But if someone provokes me, I won't show mercy. His voice grew more resolute. I want a life that's selfish, I know. I will only protect those I cherish, those I respect, and those I choose to protect. As for everyone else, it will depend on the situation. If someone uses strangers to threaten me, I'm sorry, but I won't compromise. And as for protecting scum or degenerates, not only will I refuse to protect them, but I might even personally eliminate them. Ji Churen's tone became even firmer. But Director Wei, old Chun, rest assured him, always a part of humanity. And I will become the sixth pillar of our people. His frankness left the two elders stunned. Chen Ming instinctively glanced at Director Wei, who muttered to himself. The wind says, this is the truth. Noticing their reactions, Ji Churen smiled faintly, a hint of helplessness in his expression. That's just how I feel. But I can assure you this, I despise all invaders, all those who covet our homeland. If I get the chance, I will destroy them without hesitation. This declaration shifted the expressions of Director Wei and Chen Ming from anger and frustration to bewilderment. Director Wei opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Was Ji Churen selfish? It was undeniably human nature. Was he overly ambitious? His talent certainly justified it. Was he lacking in morality? He was simply unapologetically honest. The two elders exchanged glances and, in the end, fell into a contemplative silence. Chunming glanced at Ji Churen, then shifted his gaze to Director Wei before asking. Director Wei, Xiao Bainu, Ji Churen what he just said, is it true? Director Wei gave a slight nod, but his brows furrowed as he fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Noticing this, Chunming immediately turned to Ji Churen with a hint of provocation in his tone. Kid, you've got guts. He even gave Ji Churen a thumbs up. Since you have such ambitions, you'd better work hard. To become the sixth pillar of humanity, you'll need to at least reach the Realm King level. Without that kind of strength, how can you shoulder such a responsibility? If you've got this kind of ambition, then make sure your strength matches it. With that, he gave Ji Churen a firm pat on the shoulder. Ji Churen smiled faintly and nodded. Here, the five pillars were the only support for humanity. Without their protection, Blue Star would have long been devastated by war. However, Director Wei suddenly frowned and shook his head. No, something's still not right. There's another thing you said earlier that was a lie. Tell me, do you truly want to become the sixth pillar of humanity? Director Wei's stern gaze sent a chill down Ji Churen's spine. Director, you can tell that was a lie too? Ji Churen let out a helpless chuckle. That was just me being modest. Finally, he sighed and admitted. All right, I'll tell you the truth, I don't want to be the sixth pillar of humanity. He paused, locking eyes with Director Wei, and said firmly, enunciating every word. I want to become the strongest of humanity. Director Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, a sudden breeze swept through the training room, the air gently swirling around them. Now that's right. Director Wei finally exhaled, muttering to himself. He took a deep breath, as if trying to calm the excitement stirring within him. If it had been anyone else claiming to want to become the strongest of humanity, Director Wei might not have taken them seriously. But Ji Churen's talent genuinely sparked his anticipation. Ji Churen's potential far exceeded that of the current leader, standing out as truly extraordinary. The strongest of humanity, now that's something to look forward to. Director Wei murmured softly. The battlefield of myriad races. As the Taiji starfield rotated, a distant and unknown starfield not far from it began to stir with unrest. Deep within this mysterious starfield, a fiery red planet radiated suffocating heat. The planet's surface was covered in active lava flows and boiling magma, slowly streaming across the cracked, hardened red terrain like searing blood. The intense heat distorted the surrounding space, reducing any ordinary life form to ashes upon contact. What made the scene even more bizarre was the thick gray substance shrouding the planet, reducing visibility to less than half a meter. Countless volcanoes dotted the surface, erupting molten lava incessantly, their deafening roars reverberating through the air. The entire planet resembled a living hell, terrifying to behold. Yet, within this extreme and hostile environment stood clusters of peculiar structures. These buildings appeared haphazardly constructed, as if formed by randomly piled red rocks. Their irregular and chaotic shapes exuded a strong sense of discord. At this moment, inside the largest and most peculiar of these structures, several strange creatures were seated around an uneven red rock table. One of them, a three-turtle being with a blood-red body and a grotesquely distorted face, had 7 writhing, revolting tumors protruding from its back. It roared in a grating, alien voice. Damn it! What is that old fool Zhou up to? Why has the Taiji starfield started moving? Does he want war? Each time it spoke, the tumors on its back squirmed in unison, evoking a visceral sense of discomfort. Beside it, another bizarre creature with 7 writhing growths responded calmly. Fan, calm yourself. We haven't received news from the front lines yet. What if Zhou Min doesn't intend to start a war? The creature called Fan erupted in fury, pointing a deformed limb at the other's twisted head. Yan, you're always like this. There's no room for chance in war. Another creature at the table interjected. Humph. If you ask me, we should just charge into the Taiji starfield directly. It's just one formation if we mobilize all our forces. How could we fail to conquer a measly Taiji starfield? But before the voice had fully echoed, yet another creature immediately countered. You're too reckless. The Taiji starfield is just one domain of the human race. Do you really think a single starfield is worth deploying our entire race? Don't forget there's more than one race watching us closely. The creature called glared furiously, its tumors writhing violently. Saying, you're getting more cowardly by the day. If we can't even take one starfield, then how could we possibly? Enough. Suddenly, a deeper and more commanding voice interrupted from the head of the irregular table. The speaker, a creature with 8 writhing tumors on its back, glared sternly. War is not about acting on impulse. Your recklessness could doom our undying clan. The Taiji starfield must be taken, but now is not the time. As for why Zhou Min activated the Taiji starfield, we need to wait for intelligence from the front lines before making any decisions. After the strange creature spoke, evil visibly clenched its fearsome teeth, its grotesque face revealing undisguised dissatisfaction. Despite its displeasure, Evil couldn't argue with the other party, as the being before it was one of the rare high-level forces among the undead wrath. Loth couldn't help but ask the crucial question, what if Zhou really intends to start a war? Wrath didn't respond immediately. Instead, it turned its gaze towards the top of the table, where a throne made of countless red rocks stood, currently unoccupied. After a moment of silence, Wrath's ferocious expression twisted into something even more horrifying. If Zhou truly wants war, then we fight. Wrath's voice grated like metal scraping against metal. Of course, we cannot attack first. If there's to be a fight, it must be after Zhou leaves the Taiji starfield. It paused, its tone dripping with disdain. But I doubt that old turtle would dare venture out so easily. Wrath continued. Once Zhou leaves the protective shell of the Taiji starfield, he won't pose a threat. Loth pressed on. But what if Zhou never leaves the Taiji starfield? He's been stalling us for 10 years already. I know. Wrath suddenly erupted, letting out a deafening roar. It clenched its massive, blood-red arms tightly, its eerie eyes brimming with hatred and fury. We wait. We wait until King emerges. When King comes out, Zhou will meet his end. He must die? Only him. As Wrath spoke, its body turned an even darker shade of crimson, and an overwhelming aura spread uncontrollably in all directions, making the already distorted space even more nightmarish. The next day, on Blue Star, inside the training room of the Sichuan Chongqing University of Abilities, Principal Wei, Churen, and Churen had a long discussion that lasted through the night. By the end of it, Churen finally understood the path his future would take and the challenges he was about to face. First was the matter of resources. From now on, the resources available to Churen would increase exponentially. Principal Wei promised that the academy would do everything in its power to provide whatever he needed. Next was the support network. From this point forward, Churen was no longer fighting alone. He now had the entire Sichuan Chongqing University of Abilities backing him. Anyone who wanted to harm him would have to consider the academy's stance. Most importantly, any problem Churen couldn't solve would be handled by Principal Wei. If Principal Wei couldn't solve it, then Dean Zhou would. And if Zhou couldn't resolve it, the chief would step in. Due to the close relationship between Principal Wei and Zhou and the deep bond between Zhou and the chief, in a way, Churen now had the chief's power standing behind him. This meant that no family on Blue Star could use their influence to suppress him anymore. If anyone dared to try, the Sichuan Chongqing University of Abilities would retaliate without hesitation. After hearing all this, Churen was momentarily stunned and blurted out. So basically, I'm the crown prince now? Hey you brat. Chunming chuckled awkwardly and scolded him. If you can't make a good analogy, don't make one at all. Churen grinned sheepishly but didn't argue. Principal Wei, watching the exchange with a warm smile, remained silent. Suddenly, a vibrating sound came from Principal Wei's black wristband. Dean Wei raised his hand slightly, glancing at the black wristband on his arm. The caller ID displayed Zhou. He answered immediately. A mechanical prompt echoed in the lounge, followed by an urgent voice. Old Wei, where are you right now? Dean Wei paused in surprise. Didn't you say you'd need a day? It's only been half a day, and you're back already? Where are you? I'll come pick you up. 10 years without a word from you. And now you remember to come pick me up? Zhou voice carried a teasing tone. No need to trouble yourself. Just tell me the location, and I'll head over. Besides, I can't stay away from the front lines for too long. We need to settle this quickly. Dean Wei didn't bother with pleasantries and responded directly. The Elemental Training Hall, room 9001. Got it. Zhou replied succinctly and immediately ended the call. A brief silence fell over the lounge. Churen glanced at Dean Wei with a questioning look. Dean Wei seemed to read his thoughts and explained. The person who just contacted me is our school principal, Zhou. He's also one of the 6 generals of Longyuan Nation. Churen nodded thoughtfully. As one of the 5 major nations on Blue Star, Longyuan Nation's hierarchy of 1 sovereign, 6 generals, and 12 kings was widely recognized. The 1 sovereign referred to a world realm powerhouse, the leader of Longyuan Nation and one of the 5 pillars of humanity. The 6 generals were powerhouses at the heaven and earth realm, like Zhou. The 12 kings were elite warriors who had reached the peak of the Dharma aspect realm. These individuals formed the backbone of humanity's resistance against the myriad races. While Churen was lost in thought, the space in the lounge began to distort, rippling with strange fluctuations. Although he knew the training room was a secret space crafted by spatial ability users, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to locate, let alone force their way in, the calm expressions of Dean Wei and Chunming reassured him slightly. It seemed Principal Zhou had arrived. The spatial distortion grew more intense, and a figure radiating a faint, oppressive aura gradually emerged. A man clad in a cyan battle robe stepped forward, mysterious runes faintly visible on his attire. His whole presence exuded an enigmatic and commanding air. It was none other than Zhou. As he appeared, the spatial distortions vanished instantly. Zhou Min's gaze locked onto Ji Churen the moment he arrived. Without a word, he took 2 steps forward and appeared in front of Ji Churen in an instant. The sudden movement caught Ji Churen off guard, and he instinctively tried to step back. Relax, stay calm, Zhou Min said, placing his right hand firmly on Ji Churen's shoulder. His voice was deep and steady. Ji Churen was about to speak, but to his shock, he suddenly realized he had completely lost control of his body, as though an invisible force had rooted him in place. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhou Min. So this is the power of the Tian-D realm? Ji Churen thought to himself. He doesn't even need to release any pressure, just a single hand is enough to render me immobile. The feeling of being utterly overpowered made him deeply uncomfortable. He despised this helpless state where his life and fate were out of his control. In the end, I'm just too weak, he admitted to himself bitterly. Meanwhile, Zhou Min, who was probing the energy fluctuations within Ji Churen, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes, his expression a mix of astonishment and delight. It's true. This isn't just talent, this is monstrous, Zhou Min exclaimed excitedly. He could clearly sense the continuous growth of energy within Ji Churen. Such a phenomenon should only occur during deliberate cultivation, yet Ji Churen's body was cultivating on its own, entirely unconsciously. This meant that as long as he was alive, his strength would keep increasing without any effort on his part. Recalling Dean Weiss's earlier remarks and observing Ji Churen's extraordinary aptitude for mastering combat techniques, Zhou Min was almost certain this young man would never face any bottlenecks in his growth. He's not just a prodigy, he's practically a superhuman. No, even stronger than a superhuman. Zhou Min began pacing in circles, punching the air in excitement, as though he had just discovered a priceless treasure. Watching this, Dean Wei shook his head with a wry smile. Humph, still as excitable and lacking composure as ever, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Zhou Min grabbed Ji Churen by the arms, his face brimming with joy. Tell me, what's your name? Ji Churen, the young man replied softly. Ji Churen, Ji Churen. Zhou Min repeated the name over and over, clapping his hands in excitement. What a great name! What a great name! Ji Churen was utterly baffled by this strange display. Even Dean Wei couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking, this guy hasn't changed at all. He doesn't even know how to properly compliment someone. Just saying the name is great without explaining why so immature. But Zhou Min only grew more exhilarated, laughing loudly as he shouted, this is the future. This is the damn future. Ji Churen quietly leaned toward Chun Meng and whispered, Old Chun, is our principal always like this? Scratching his head, Chun Meng looked just as puzzled. I don't know, this is only my 3rd time meeting the principal. Zhou Min spent quite some time in excitement before finally regaining his composure. Given his extensive experience, it was rare for him to be shocked or thrilled by ordinary matters. Yet, Ji Churen's extraordinary nature filled him with a hint of fear. Such talent, such potential, such a terrifying ceiling. In his mind, Zhou Min even painted a scenario. If a genius like this emerged among an enemy race, he would go to any lengths to eliminate them, even at the cost of his own life. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhou Min tried to suppress the uncontrollable smile creeping up his face. He attempted to maintain a stern expression, but the conflicting emotions only made him appear more unreliable. Ji Churen observed this scene, and a random thought suddenly popped into his head. Why is your head so pointy? Fortunately, Zhou Min eventually pulled himself together and spoke with a serious tone. Ji Churen, I need to apologize to you in advance, but this is a matter of great importance, and I can't afford to be careless. Ji Churen immediately straightened his posture and nodded solemnly. He had already prepared himself mentally for Zhou Min to investigate his identity. After all, given that Zhou Min didn't know him well, suspecting him of being a spy was perfectly reasonable. I have Enscrade control-type combat technique, Zhou Min continued. Enscrade detection, Ji Churen instinctively responded, but then he froze. Wait, Enscrade combat technique? You're not going to investigate me? Ji Churen was completely dumbfounded. He had expected Zhou Min to conduct a thorough identity check, yet instead, the man was offering him Enscrade combat technique right off the bat. What a good person. Truly worthy of being our esteemed principal, one of the 6 generals of Long Yuan. Absolutely top-notch. Incredible. Ji Churen couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. Combat techniques were not something anyone would ever have too many of. While some might complain about being overwhelmed by techniques they couldn't fully master, Ji Churen, as a genuinely hard-working genius, welcomed them with open arms. Zhou Min ignored Ji Churen's obvious excitement and casually retrieved an ancient-looking combat technique manual, glowing with countless white runes, from his black wristband. He gave the book a slight shake and explained, this technique is called heaven-binding chains. It allows an ability user to gather their powers into multiple chains with exceptionally strong control capabilities. Those bound by these chains will find it extremely difficult to break free. Moreover, heaven-binding chains absorbs the enemy's abilities and channels them back to the user. In other words, this technique enables sustained combat for ability users. And the most unique aspect of this combat technique is that it can form an array. An array? Churen blinked in surprise. Exactly, Zhou Min affirmed with a nod. An array. Once you've mastered heaven-binding chains, you'll be able to comprehend the array hidden within it. As for the power of the heaven-binding chains array, it's hard for me to put into words. You'll understand once you reach that level. With that, Zhou Min extended the ancient combat technique manual toward Churen. Without hesitation, Churen accepted the valuable book. I've heard that you have the talent to grasp a combat technique after just one reading, Zhou Min remarked with interest. Perfect opportunity for me to witness it firsthand today. Churen remained silent, his focus entirely on the ancient combat technique manual in his hands. His eyes moved intently over the yellowed pages, his fingers lightly brushing against each line of text. As he read, the miniature figure in his mental space, which had been tirelessly practicing, suddenly froze, entering a standby state. This was his unique ability. Whenever he learned a new combat technique, the figure in his consciousness would stop all movements, fully preparing to absorb the new skill. Standing nearby, Zhou Min, Principal Wei, and Chun Ming watched the scene with unwavering attention. The quiet of the lounge was broken only by the soft rustling of pages as Churen flipped through the book. Old Wei, can he really master a combat technique just by reading it once? Zhou Min asked in a hushed voice. Principal Wei hesitated, nodding slightly before shaking his head. I've only heard Xiao Ming mention it, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes yet. Before Zhou Min could press further, Chun Ming eagerly chimed in. Principal, I've seen it firsthand. My rank offensive combat technique, Starfall Storm. This kid mastered it after just one read. You know how long it took me to learn that back in the day? From his martial arts exam video, you can already tell he wields Starfall Storm with impressive proficiency. Even Xiao Ting's lightning cut, he picked it up after a single glance. Zhou Min fell silent. To be honest, he hadn't watched Churen's martial arts exam video, but from Chun Ming's account, he was beginning to grasp the boy's extraordinary aptitude. Quietly, he started to entertain a bold thought. If Churen could truly master the strength technique he had handed over after just one reading, he wouldn't hesitate to shamelessly find a way to take this genius as his apprentice. A few minutes later, Churen finally closed the combat technique manual. Well, did you get it? Chun Ming asked eagerly, barely holding back from addressing him with a more affectionate nickname. Both Zhou Min and Principal Wei fixed their expectant gazes on Churen. Meeting their eyes one by one, Churen's face broke into a confident smile. I didn't disappoint. I've grasped the basics. You actually mastered it. Zhou Min couldn't help but step forward, his tone filled with disbelief. Churen smiled and nodded, slowly raising his right hand. In an instant, violent lightning crackled in his palm, erupting with a sharp, crackling roar. As lightning crackled in Churen's hand, 3 chains woven from countless bolts of thunder suddenly surged forth from the air, like the claws of a ferocious beast, swiftly lunging toward Zhou Min. Zhou Min's pupils contracted sharply, yet his body remained motionless. His eyes, filled with shock, were fixed on the oncoming chains of lightning. The air was alive with electricity as the 3 chains gleamed with a bluish-purple glow, intertwining and sparking with arcs of energy, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. As they approached Zhou Min, the air rippled with transparent waves, as though ready to erupt at any moment. Then, just as the lightning chains collided with the ripples, they abruptly halted. It was as if some invisible force had blocked their path, preventing them from advancing even an inch further. Churen raised an eyebrow slightly at the sight. He loosened his right hand just a fraction, gradually retracting his power. With a muffled explosion, the 3 chains of thunder disintegrated instantly in midair, leaving only faint remnants of residual electricity flickering on the ground below. Zhou Min's eyes were filled with disbelief. He stared wide-eyed, remaining silent for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment, "You've really mastered it?" His voice was low and filled with awe, his heartbeat quickening. This was a scene he had only heard described by others before, but witnessing it firsthand was a completely different experience. No matter how mentally prepared he thought he was, seeing Churen master and strength combat technique in an instant left him utterly stunned. And strength combat technique, mastered in such a short amount of time, this kind of talent was almost unimaginable. Even someone born with innate abilities couldn't possibly progress this rapidly. Zhou Min swallowed hard, his throat moving involuntarily as an unprecedented excitement surged within him. A genius. A true genius, he murmured to himself, unable to contain his amazement. Taking a deep breath, he tried to steady his racing heart. He knew there was something even more important to confirm next. If this could be proven, it would be beyond comprehension, defying all logic. Zhou Min took another deep breath, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement as he fixed his gaze on Churen. His voice trembled as he asked, let me ask you, have you ever felt dissatisfied with your abilities?" Churen paused, frowning slightly. Dissatisfied? SS-level abilities, why would I be dissatisfied? I'm quite content, he replied, nodding with a hint of confusion. Zhou Min realized he hadn't expressed himself clearly and quickly rephrased. What I mean is, have you ever felt like your abilities are being held back? As though only part of your power has been unlocked, while the rest remains sealed away. As soon as Zhou Min said this, Chen Ming and Dean Wei both widened their eyes in shock, as if struck by an overwhelming revelation. The sheer impact of Zhou Min's words left them momentarily speechless. Principal, are you saying? Chen Ming began hesitantly, his voice tinged with disbelief and astonishment. Zhou Min nodded, his eyes still burning with excitement. Exactly. I can hardly believe it myself, a talent of strength potential with such capabilities. Such talent is like placing a blooming flower in a pile of manure. The moment those words left his mouth, Zhou Min realized how inappropriate they sounded. He hurriedly turned to Churen, explaining. Of course, I don't mean you. Ji are the manure. You're the flower. The strength ability is the manure. Churen's mouth twitched, and he forced a somewhat awkward smile. Thank you, Principal. Chen Ming's throat bobbed as he swallowed, momentarily at a loss for words. A mix of emotions surged within him. If in strength talent was compared to manure, then what did that make his own rank ability something not even worth mentioning? Dean Weiss's expression grew serious, her breathing becoming heavier. She muttered under her breath. Indeed, with such talent, how could it merely be strength? To match such potential, it would have to be at least SS level. Zhou Min's gaze burned even brighter, his tone resolute. Exactly. Even SS level talent might not do justice to this kind of potential. After doing the math, on average, an incomplete awakening constitution appears once every 10 years, and it's already been 20 years since the last one. Surely, it's due this year, right? Dean Weiss's eyes flickered with anticipation, unable to suppress his excitement. Student G, he said, fixing his gaze on the young man before him. Do you feel it? Churen met Dean Wei's expectant eyes and weighed his thoughts. Ever since he gained the template system, he had decided not to hide anything. After all, if the heavens had granted him such talent, why not make full use of it, turning it into strength and resources? Besides, his system, apart from providing template abilities, seemed more like an empty shell. It didn't actively offer cultivation resources like other systems. It was more akin to a free-range growth system. Yes, Dean Wei, Churen admitted calmly. I do feel it. It wasn't very apparent when I first awakened, but as my level increased, my abilities have continuously evolved. If I were to compare, the strength of my abilities now completely surpasses what they were at the initial awakening stage. As soon as these words left his mouth, a collective gasp filled the room. Though they were in another space, it seemed even this moment couldn't contribute to global warming. It matches. Everything matches, Zhou Min exclaimed excitedly, unable to contain himself. His right hand swiftly brushed his black wristband, pulling out a peculiar object. It was a rhythmically pulsating organ, deep blue in color. Its shape resembled a banana but was more curved, and it was slightly smaller than an adult's palm. Its surface was covered with a dense network of fine blue blood vessels, intertwining like a web and exuding an eerie aura. A selfish heart. Dean Wei immediately recognized the item, exclaiming in shock. Chen Ming's eyes widened as well, his mind racing. Such a rare treasure in the hands of the principal, could it be? No, it must be for a righteous cause. At that moment, Churen suddenly felt a strange restlessness within him. The sound that others heard as a steady rhythm was entirely different in his ears. The sound of a normal heartbeat, steady and rhythmic, became irresistibly alluring to Churen. With each thump-thump, he could feel a restless stir within him, as if his latent powers were awakening. A voice echoed relentlessly in his mind. Eat it. Eat it. What was once a nauseating sight, the heart of a sailfish clan member, now shimmered in his eyes with an inexplicable allure. Churen's Adam's apple bobbed, and he couldn't stop the saliva pooling in his mouth. You feel it, don't you? Zhou Min, ever perceptive, noticed his unusual reaction and asked excitedly. Yeah, Churen admitted with a nod. Not only can I feel it, but I also have this overwhelming urge to swallow it immediately. That's incredible. Amazing, Zhou Min exclaimed, practically jumping with excitement. This was exactly the reaction he'd been hoping for. For someone with a dormant constitution like Churen, the heart of the Sailfish clan was supposed to be irresistibly compelling. While ordinary people would recoil from it in disgust, for someone with latent potential like Churen, the allure was almost primal, transcending instinct. It was the call of his abilities being awakened, the resonance of his genes responding. Without hesitation, Zhou Min handed the heart to Churen. He opened his mouth, but before he could bite into it, the heart suddenly transformed into a streak of light, slipping straight down his throat. The unexpected turn of events startled Zhou Min. He immediately checked on Churen, concerned something might have gone wrong. But instead of any adverse reaction, Churen's energy surged rapidly. It was unmistakable. This was the unmistakable sign of an ability awakening. Yet, what was that streak of light? A psychic ability? No, Zhou Min would have sensed that. The truth was far simpler. Everything stemmed from the system within Churen. The heart hadn't activated his ability as it was enhancing the system itself. The system's progress bar had skyrocketed to an astonishing 52.69. As the progress surged, Churen's powers became increasingly volatile, almost uncontrollable. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of powerful lightning erupted from within him. Crackle boom. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from Churen's body, the azure electric arcs wreaking havoc within the training chamber. Each flash seemed as if it could tear through the very fabric of space. This energy fluctuation. S-rank. Zhou Min exclaimed in shock, his pupils contracting sharply. Dean Wei's mouth hung open, utterly speechless with astonishment. Beside him, Chen Ming was completely dumbfounded. A storm of emotions surging within him. This wasn't just the return of a prodigy. They had found someone capable of reshaping the future itself. Those who had claimed the ability crystal was wasted would surely be eating their words now. What about an S-rank from Chu? Unlimited energy release? Automatic cultivation? Mastering combat techniques in a single attempt? Keep dreaming. Chen Ming trembled with excitement. Those arrogant folks in the imperial capital and that pretentious old hag, just wait until the national competition. They'll be in for a show. The lightning surging from Churen's body grew even more violent. The energy ripples it emitted deeply unsettling. Zhou Min reacted swiftly, crossing his right index and middle fingers as he murmured, "Rise." In an instant, every teacup and ornament in the training room levitated, moving eerily through the air as if seeking their optimal positions. Suddenly, the objects froze in place, emitting a faint white glow. Boom! One by one, white barriers materialized, tightly encapsulating the area around Churen, forming a flawless formation. The raging lightning could only crash against the surface of the barriers, unable to breach this impenetrable defense. Dean Wei observed the scene, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Once, old Zhou had been nothing but a novice in formations, someone he had to protect. Now, Zhou had grown into a master of formations for the human race, while he, the former Wind's Chosen, had become a relic of the past. Fate was indeed capricious. At this moment, Dean Wei's gaze toward Churen turned more solemn than ever. As time passed, the lightning within Churen gradually subsided. When he regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was the white barriers surrounding him and the levitating teacups. This is a formation? Churen murmured to himself, stunned. Constructing a formation with ordinary objects, what kind of profound mastery did this require? That's right, it's a formation in my ability, Zhou Min explained with a smile. Principal, this is your ability? Churen asked in disbelief. Exactly, Zhou Min puffed out his chest proudly. I possess an strength special ability called All Things Are Formations. Anything in this world can serve as a medium for my formations. Even a planet, if I wished. Hearing this, Churen drew in a sharp breath, his brows furrowing deeply. His shock wasn't due to Zhou Min's ability to use a planet as a medium to form an array, but rather because Zhou Min wasn't actually a spatial type ability user. This completely contradicted his earlier judgment. If Zhou Min isn't a spatial type ability user, then where did the initial spatial fluctuations come from? Churen's alarm bells began to ring. Was it the array? Or could it be? An even more startling possibility surfaced in his mind. There was someone else in this space. Churen immediately became vigilant, scanning the cultivation chamber sharply, his gaze cutting through every corner like a blade. Yet, apart from their small group, the room appeared perfectly normal. Could someone be hiding within the space itself? Churen's instincts told him that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Inside the cultivation chamber, Mou, concealed within his self-created spatial domain, noticed Churen's wary stance. He paused briefly, muttering to himself, has he already deduced the existence of a spatial type ability user? Mou's interest in Churen grew stronger by the day. Firstly, it was because of Churen's unprecedented talent just moments ago, within his hidden space. Mou had not only heard about it, but also witnessed it firsthand. Such talent was something he had never encountered throughout history. What was even more terrifying was that Churen hadn't even fully awakened his physique yet. Secondly, it was Churen's alarmingly sharp intuition. At this moment, Mou had already begun to understand his future mission to protect Churen as he grew. A genius with such unparalleled talent would undoubtedly face countless dangers, and no one else's protective methods could be as seamless as his. I'm not just exceptional at assassination, I'm equally unmatched at protection. Mou silently affirmed his own abilities. Meanwhile, Zhou Min noticed Churen's unusual behavior, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. As if being an ancien millennium talent wasn't enough, even his intuition is this sharp, he thought to himself, realizing Churen had already sensed something amiss. However, he decided not to reveal anything. For now, it was better if Churen remained unaware of Mou's existence. How are you feeling now? Zhou Min deliberately changed the subject. Churen knew Zhou Min was trying to divert his attention, but he chose not to expose him. By this point, He was almost certain that another spatial ability user was present. After all, forming an array required a medium, even for a spatial teleportation array. Yet when Zhou Min appeared, there was no visible medium in the room. The spatial distortion could only mean one thing: there was indeed a spatial ability user here. "I'm feeling pretty good," Churen replied calmly. Since Zhou Min didn't want to address the matter, he wouldn't press further. However, he added with a subtle shift in tone, "But something still feels off." Zhou Min froze for a moment. "Oh, what do you mean?" Churen glanced sideways, slowly clenching his fist, and said something that left everyone stunned. "I feel like my ability hasn't been fully unleashed yet. Principal, do you have more of those hearts from earlier?" He decided not to hold back any longer and revealed his talent outright. Since Zhou Min possessed items capable of boosting his template system, he wanted to see if he could obtain more and accelerate the acquisition of his second template, his second ability. "What did you just say?" Zhou Min was completely taken aback, grabbing Churen by the shoulders as his voice rose in shock. "You're saying you feel like your ability hasn't fully awakened yet?" Churen nodded firmly. This revelation left not only Zhou Min, but also Dean Wei and Chen Ming utterly dumbfounded. They exchanged looks, their eyes filled with disbelief. "An S-level ability, and it's not fully awakened? Then does that mean?" Zhou Min's voice trembled. "My God! SS level!" The three of them exclaimed in unison, their shock echoing through the room. At this moment, astonishment was evident in the eyes of Zhou Min and the others. Churen's performance was simply too extraordinary, beyond anything they could have imagined. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Min's hesitation faded away entirely. "I have a question for you," Zhou Min said in a deep voice, his gaze becoming unusually serious. "Is there an apprenticeship bonus?" Churen asked casually, skipping the formalities. Zhou Min was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, nodding eagerly with a hint of urgency in his tone. "Yes." He bowed deeply and solemnly declared, "Master, please accept my disciple's salute." Churen's heart stirred, but he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked down at the scene before him, clarity gradually forming in his mind. A teacher who was one of the 6 generals surely had access to countless valuable resources. These alone were enough to make the offer enticing. Moreover, since he was not yet well known, having a teacher and gaining access to those resources would undoubtedly provide great support for his cultivation. "Good, good, good." Zhou Min laughed heartily, his excitement evident. His eyes were resolute as he looked at Churen and said seriously, "I haven't found the heart of the flagfish yet, but I will do my best to locate it for you. As for me, I can't stay much longer. Once I finish setting things in order, I must return to the battlefield of the myriad races. But before I leave, I have a gift for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Min removed the black ring from his middle finger without hesitation and handed it to Churen. "Inside this ring, I've prepared resources for you. They should be sufficient to support your upcoming cultivation." Churen took the ring and extended his spiritual sense into it. Instantly, he was shocked. There were weapons, armor, combat techniques, and an array of cultivation resources. There were even items emitting a strange, eerie red glow that sent shivers down his spine. You can find detailed explanations for these resources on the official database. Use them cautiously and make sure to consult the relevant information. Some items are beyond your current level of comprehension, Zhou Min warned in a stern tone, emphasizing each word. "Remember, don't rush. Steady and diligent cultivation is the most important thing." Churen nodded solemnly. "Understood." Zhou Min finally exhaled in relief and turned to Principal Wei, who clearly understood his intentions. With a slight nod, Principal Wei assured him, "Go without worry. As long as I'm here, he'll be fine." Zhou Min nodded lightly, and with a slight movement, his figure began to retreat. In the next instant, the power of spatial distortion swept through, causing the air in the training room to ripple. Zhou Min's figure gradually vanished into the twisting space until it disappeared completely. The training room slowly returned to calmness, as if nothing had happened. Principal Wei gazed at the spot where Zhou Min had stood moments ago and let out a soft sigh. Then, he turned to Churen and extended his hand, the black bracelet on his wrist flashing faintly. Churen immediately understood and extended his hand to tap his own bracelet against Principal Wei's. Both bracelets vibrated slightly, signifying that they had added each other as contacts. "If you encounter any issues, contact me anytime. Whether it's within the school or beyond, I'll help you resolve it," Principal Wei said with a calm yet unwavering confidence. Churen smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Wei Lao." Principal Wei raised an eyebrow and replied casually, "Just call me Wei Lao from now on. No need for titles." Churen couldn't help but chuckle, then glanced at Chen Ming standing nearby. Chen Ming's mouth twitched as he gave a helpless smile. It seemed he would no longer hear Churen call him Teacher Chun in the future. With a resigned sigh, Chen Ming waved his hand. "Fine, call me whatever you want." Churen and Principal Wei exchanged a brief glance and burst into laughter simultaneously. "Ha! He!" In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The new students of Chuanyu University had thrown themselves into intense training over the past few days. Tomorrow marked the highly anticipated day of the university-wide freshman competition, the pivotal moment to determine the top freshman. While most believed that the first-place spot was already secured, the battle for second place was proving to be just as fierce. After all, the points for second place were not to be underestimated. If first place was out of reach, second was still worth striving for. While others were still buried in lessons and training relentlessly, Churen finally emerged from the training room. Over the past 2 months, he had spent nearly all his time in the training chamber. The virtual room was simply too comfortable, making it hard to leave. When most people entered the virtual room, they had to choose between training their abilities or honing their combat skills. But Churen was different, didn't need to choose. His unique training method allowed him to progress automatically. In just 2 months, he had not only broken through to the peak of the Glimmer realm, but also significantly improved his combat skills. If it weren't for Chun Ming reminding him that the competition was about to start, Churen might have continued his closed-door training. As he stepped out of the training chamber, Churen looked no different than before. The virtual capsule system automatically adjusted the user's physical state and even tidied up their appearance, ensuring they were always in peak condition. So no matter how he looked going in, he always came out looking the same. Churen returned to his private dorm. Qin Ming was already lounging on the sofa, casually devouring skewers of grilled meat. Churen sat down on the other side, biting into a skewer of grilled kidney. Hey, old Chun, I still don't fully understand the rules for tomorrow's competition, Churen said, chewing as he spoke. The rules? Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, his mouth full of grilled meat. What's there to understand? You freshmen form your own teams, then draw lots to face off against each other. The teams with the highest points get evaluated by the teachers, and ultimately, the top freshman is decided. He paused briefly before continuing. That's how the freshman competition works. You need to find teammates good be from the support class, beast taming class, or special abilities class, whatever you want. Teams can have up to 6 members, or just 1. In the end, the team with the highest scores from the teachers and dean gets the title of top freshman. Churen nodded, processing the information. So even support class students can secure the top spot by accumulating enough points? Exactly. In battles, support class ability users are pretty crucial. They can heal injuries, restore abilities, and even provide other unique advantages, Chun Ming said, still munching on his grilled meat, clearly indifferent to the rules. Churen suddenly paused mid-bite. Team up. He frowned slightly. Yeah, why? Chun Ming glanced at him casually. I need teammates. Churen asked with a hint of confusion. You're thinking about finding teammates? Chun Ming looked at him with mild surprise. Churen shrugged helplessly and didn't say much more, continuing to eat his grilled meat. By now, he no longer relied on teammates. He was confident that he could handle any challenge on his own. After all, he was already the strongest. The next day, the central area of Chuanyu University's 6 major departments was packed with people. The atmosphere was tense yet electrifying. Apart from the freshmen, sophomores and juniors were also present at the event. Some seniors from the 4th year even returned to campus just to witness this year's grand freshman competition. Although the freshman competitions in previous years were already quite popular, nothing compared to the buzz this year. After all, Sichuan Chongqing Supernatural University had welcomed a prodigy this year. Fiasco. The crowd's really something. A man wearing sunglasses stood at the edge of the gathering, scanning the packed venue as he muttered to himself. Can't be helped, Senior Ma. Junior G's popularity is off the charts. Zhang Hongji, standing beside him, shrugged with a hint of helplessness in his tone. True. Senior Ma nodded in agreement. After all, he's in rank. On the other side of the audience stands, Han Chen and Zhuge Shu found a spot to sit. Han Chen's face was cold and stern, his sharp gaze making those around him feel an invisible pressure. Unconsciously, they shifted further away. He still hasn't contacted you? Han Chen's tone was calm, but there was a subtle trace of concern hidden within. Han Chen's aura is as icy as ever. Well, it's no surprise. He single-handedly secured the top spot among last year's freshmen with that spear of his. It's normal for a genius to be a bit aloof, murmured some students nearby. Zhuge Shu lightly fanned himself, squinting as he replied, No, not a word. In fact, ever since he entered the training chamber, he hasn't come out. I see. Han Chen responded coldly, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Zhuge Shu let out a sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. He was certain that Han Chen was already deeply affected inwardly, but simply refused to show it. At the center of the 6 academies was a floating island suspended in midair, while the audience stands, including where Han Chen and Zhuge Shu sat, were composed of small floating land masses, resembling steps in the sky. Indeed, the heart of the 6 academies was in the air. Churen and the other freshmen now stood atop the floating island, awaiting the start of the competition. When Churen returned to his class, numerous curious gazes fell upon him. They hadn't seen him for over a month ever since the departmental competition ended. He had vanished, not even attending the first lesson on cultivation techniques. His classmates were brimming with curiosity, but hesitated to approach him due to his unique status. While they wavered, Jiang Fengmao had already made his move. The moment he saw Ji Churen, Jiang's eyes lit up, and he launched himself forward. "Jige!" he shouted, spreading his arms wide and charging toward Ji Churen like a human cannonball. Seeing the increasingly plump Jiang Fengmao, Ji Churen involuntarily shivered. He quickly sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the enthusiastic tackle. Jiang Fengmao missed his target and plummeted straight toward the ground. Ji Churen expected to hear a loud thud, but what he saw next left him astonished. The ground where Jiang Fengmao landed magically caved in, behaving like a massive trampoline. The earth first dipped, then rebounded forcefully, launching Jiang Fengmao back into the air. Flailing his arms and legs, Jiang Fengmao struggled to regain his balance midair before landing heavily. His legs trembled as he barely managed to steady himself. "Ouch, Jige, why'd you dodge?" Jiang Fengmao complained, rubbing his sore shoulder. Ji Churen's lips curled into a smirk as he looked Jiang Fengmao up and down, teasing, "Fatty, what kind of combat technique is that? Pretty impressive." Hearing this, Jiang Fengmao's expression instantly turned smug. Puffing out his chest, he declared, "This combat technique of mine is top-notch. What you just saw was nothing when I really get serious." Before Jiang Fengmao could finish, a voice from the side exposed him mercilessly. "Don't listen to his bragging. Fatty couldn't master in a rank combat technique, so he settled for a rank 1. He's only just started learning it." Honghu mercilessly exposed Jiang Fengmao's tricks, instantly leaving Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment as a visible red hue spread across his cheeks. In that moment, Jiang Fengmao silently cursed Honghu in his heart. "Come on, bro, what are you saying? I chose to learn level combat skills not because I couldn't handle a level 1s, but because level skills are just more practical." Despite his frantic attempts to explain himself, Jiang completely ignored the amused expressions of the surrounding classmates. Even Ji Churen had to fight back laughter, almost bursting out. Without a doubt, Jiang Fengmao was a natural entertainer, always bringing comedic value wherever he went. Just as the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, Li Yunxian suddenly approached Ji Churen and asked, "Churen, have you found a team yet?" At that moment, Li Yunxian was dressed in a golden battle robe, with a long sword slung diagonally at his waist. His commanding presence was even more striking than on the first day of school, exuding an innate sense of charisma and confidence. His question echoed the curiosity of everyone around. After all, if Ji Churen joined their team, it would almost certainly guarantee a spot in the top 10. The competition was scored based on points, and while securing first place was important, a low score could still prevent a high ranking. To achieve a strong ranking, the key was contributing to the team, and contributions could only be made if the team itself was powerful. A weak team, on the other hand, stood no chance. There wouldn't even be room for error. "Yeah, Jige, do you have a team yet?" Jiang Fengmao chimed in with a grin, rubbing his hands together and wearing a mischievous expression. "If not, you can join ours. We only have 5 people right now." As he spoke, Jiang Fengmao gestured toward Honghu and Li Yunxian, proudly adding, "Our team includes me, Li Yunxian, Honghu, plus a strength type and a support type member. The last spot is perfect for you. With the 4 of US natural types, we'll sweep the entire school." Jiang Fengmao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and both Li Yunxian and Honghu shared the same eager look, their gazes fixed intently on Ji Churen, waiting for his confirmation. They had long been planning to invite Ji Churen to join their team, but hadn't been able to find him until now. At this moment, they decided not to wait any longer. The 5-member team was already formed, and the final spot was reserved exclusively for Ji Churen. "No one else in the class, or even those who came from outside to join us, can take this spot," Li Yunxian had once declared. Ji Churen was the only teammate they truly wanted. They had turned down countless other requests without hesitation, fully aware that Ji Churen's inclusion would bring unparalleled strength to their team. However, as the group eagerly awaited his response, Ji Churen smiled faintly and calmly said, "I already have a team." The words left Li Yunxian and the others momentarily stunned. Even the other classmates were caught off guard. Everyone knew that Li Yunxian and his group had rejected multiple invitations from others just to save a spot for Ji Churen. Many had assumed that he would naturally join their team, given that they were classmates from the same department, and that Ji Churen had even helped Li Yunxian during the previous academy competition. But who could have guessed that Ji Churen would ultimately choose another team? Li Yunxian stood frozen, his expression complicated as he looked at Ji Churen, unsure of what to say. In truth, they had indeed reserved a spot for him, but all their plans had been made unilaterally, without consulting Ji Churen. In simpler terms, what they were doing could be described as indulging in their own sentimentality. Given that, they naturally wouldn't place the blame on Ji Churen. Li Yunxian sighed softly, his gaze tinged with a hint of regret. "Churen, can you tell me which team you joined? Who are your teammates, and which departments are they from?" Ji Churen raised an eyebrow, his tone calm. "If you're asking about a team, then it's my team. As for teammates," he paused, There aren't any. It's just me. What? Shi Honghu's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice incredulous. You're planning to participate in the freshman competition alone? That's right. Churen nodded, his expression composed. I intend to compete on my own. Shi Honghu was completely stunned, stammering. You? You must be crazy. Even if you're incredibly strong, entering the freshman competition alone is just too arrogant. Arrogant. Churen tilted his head slightly, his expression puzzled. This is just the beginning. If this counts as arrogance, then when I truly become arrogant, you might just jump out of your skin. Shi Honghu gritted his teeth, ready to retort, but Li Yunxian raised a hand to stop him. Let it go, Honghu. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. We can't force them. Shi Honghu's arm trembled slightly. He wanted to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. Indeed, apart from matters of life and death, everyone should have the freedom to choose their own path. At that moment, Churen's eyes fell on a badge, and he suddenly realized something was off. This badge had clearly been hanging on Jing Qinxin's chest more than a month ago. He scanned the surroundings. Logically, Jing Qinxin should be in the same class as him, but she was nowhere to be seen, not in his class or any other. Participation in the freshman competition was mandatory, so there was no way Jing Qinxin would miss it without a reason. Could she have died? No. If that were the case, the atmosphere in their class wouldn't be so normal. It seemed she must have a special reason. Suddenly, a figure appeared in midair above the small island, as if by teleportation. The students on the island were engrossed in conversations and didn't notice, but the senior students in the audience did. The teacher's here. The competition is about to start. Yeah, I can't wait to see which team can beat Churen. Unlikely. Churen's teammates are so lucky they might win without lifting a finger. In the audience, Hanshin fixed his gaze on Churen standing on the island, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if he had noticed something. Zhuge, Hanshin called out. What is it? Zhuge Shu asked with a playful smile, fanning himself lightly. Care to make a bet? A bet on what? On how many teammates Churen has. Bet on how many teammates there are. Zhuge Shu paused for a moment, raising an eyebrow slightly in surprise. Chun, why would you want to bet on that? Instinct, Hanshin replied without hesitation, his tone firm. Zhuge Shu narrowed his eyes, beginning to calculate carefully in his mind. He knew that a typical team usually consisted of 6 people, so logically, Churen's team should have 5 teammates. But Hanshin's direct proposal to bet made him a bit perplexed. Could Hanshin have some insider information? Zhuge Shu's thoughts raced. None? A cold sneer formed in his mind as he began to calculate seriously. Did he really think my ability was just for show? Zhuge Shu extended his left hand, his fingers slightly curved, and silently started calculating. Activating his ability, he quickly arrived at an answer. 2. Including Churen, there are 3 people in total. Zhuge Shu smiled confidently. Chun, what's your answer? None, Hanshin said without hesitation, his tone even firmer. None. Zhuge Shu froze for a moment, clearly not expecting such an answer. How did you come to that conclusion? Instinct, Hanshin replied succinctly. The intuition of the strong. Hearing this, Zhuge Shu narrowed his eyes. Though his expression remained calm, his mind was in turmoil. His calculations seemed to have gone awry. Above the island, the figure of the teacher suddenly appeared in everyone's view. Churen had already sensed the presence approaching and looked up sharply at the sky. His gaze met the teacher's in midair. Seeing Churen detect his presence almost instantly, the teacher was slightly taken aback and murmured softly, as expected of its class. Such sharp reflexes. After their eyes met, the teacher turned slightly and opened his mouth. Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed across the entire island. Silence. The sound was deafening, momentarily stunning all the students on the island. Some of the more sensitive students even muttered a few complaints under their breath. However, the sheer authority in the voice quickly silenced everyone, and all eyes turned upward to the teacher in the sky. The freshman competition is about to begin, the teacher announced. Please gather with your teammates and head to the registration area. Register your team and receive your number. The competition will start in 30 minutes. Now, begin your preparations. Before the words fully settled, the teacher's figure vanished again, leaving only a slight breeze in his wake and an island full of students buzzing with chatter. Churen stroked his chin thoughtfully, silently calculating. If he unleashed his full power, he figured he could also vanish instantly like that teacher just did. Though he would leave behind traces of lightning in the air, there was no way anyone could catch him unless their strength far surpassed his own. As the teacher's announcement sank in, the surrounding students dispersed, heading in different directions to find their teammates. Li Yunxian and the others hurried toward the enhancement and support divisions, while Churen walked straight to the registration area. He had no teammates, so naturally, there was no need for him to search among the other divisions. In the audience stands, Hanshin's gaze was locked firmly on Churen, a strange excitement surging within him. Zhuge Shu was no exception, squinting as he fixed his gaze on Churen. In the audience below, countless pairs of eyes were locked onto the young man on stage. In one corner of the floating spectator seats, a striking figure stood out. Su Yanhe, clad in a sharp battle robe, sat side by side with Su Yinshi, who was dressed in an elegant white gown. Their appearance immediately stirred murmurs among the surrounding audience. Though the two bore a striking resemblance, their relationship was shrouded in mystery, especially since Su Yanhe had previously declared his intention to pursue Su Yinshi romantically, a notion that starkly contradicted the idea of them being siblings. Is he the shrank freshman you mentioned? Su Yanhe asked in a low, steady voice, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Churen in the arena. Su Yinshi gave a slight nod. Yes, he's incredibly strong. I believe he can ensure my safe return from the secret realm. She turned to her brother and asked, don't you trust his abilities, brother? Su Yanhe's expression grew even more serious as he slowly shook his head. No, it's not about whether he can protect you. He took a deep breath. I'm wondering, after you enter the secret realm together, those cultivation resources, will you really be able to secure them? You mean? Su Yinshi hesitated. He might seize my resources? No, it's more serious than that, Su Yanhe explained gravely. You've never been inside a secret realm, so you don't understand. The most valuable things in there aren't the resources, it's the inheritances. These legacies left by predecessors choose their bearers, which means someone will inevitably be passed over. He met his sister's eyes directly. Your talent is indeed outstanding, but if you go with him. Su Yanhe's gaze shifted back to Churen, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. What unsettles me even more is that I can't discern his cultivation level. There are only two possibilities. Either his level surpasses mine, or he possesses an exceptionally rare artifact that conceals his power. To have acquired something so valuable just 2 months after enrolling. Su Yinshi immediately grasped her brother's implication. You're suggesting? Exactly, Su Yanhe confirmed with a solemn nod. Either the academy is investing heavily in him, or he comes from a family with immense power and influence. Whichever it is, one thing is clear: this person is far from as simple as he appears. On the small island, Churen paid no attention to the curious gazes directed his way and walked straight toward the registration desk. Along the way, several people mustered the courage to approach him, asking if he needed a team, but without exception, he declined them all. Churen had already decided to compete alone. During this time, he noticed a few bizarre-looking exotic beasts, and in one corner, he even saw a nocturnal tiger peacefully sleeping beside a student. Clearly, these individuals were students from the beast taming division. This year, the number of beast taming students wasn't particularly high. Most students who awakened their beast taming abilities opted to attend Beijing Military Academy. After all, that institution boasted a grand stage for exotic beasts, offering far more opportunities. At the grand stage for exotic beasts, it's not about money, but courage. This phrase had practically become Beijing Military Academy's slogan for recruitment. Without any hesitation, Churen arrived at the registration desk. As he wasn't looking for teammates, he was among the first to arrive. He approached the registration counter and addressed the teacher in charge. Teacher, I'm here to register. The registration teacher gave Churen a quick once-over and replied with a cheerful smile. Registration requires your entire team to be present. My team is already complete, Churen responded calmly. The teacher froze for a moment, then stood up and peered over Churen's shoulder. Seeing no one, he glanced upward at the sky, confirming it was empty, before scanning the surroundings. The ground showed no signs of anything unusual either. Clearly perplexed, the teacher suddenly chuckled, as if realizing something. Ah, so you've got an invisible teammate, G. Impressive. Could you ask this teammate to deactivate their ability for a moment? Churen frowned slightly, giving the teacher a strange look. Teacher, I am the only one in my team. The teacher was stunned, his smile stiffening instantly. For a moment, he even forgot to maintain his professional demeanor. Instinctively, he released his spiritual energy, attempting to sense his surroundings. To his shock, he couldn't detect anything at all. The area around Churen was eerily quiet. There wasn't even the faintest trace of energy fluctuation that should have been present. If Churen weren't standing right in front of him, the teacher wouldn't have been able to locate him through sensing alone. This discovery caused the teacher's expression to change dramatically, his gaze shifting from astonishment to wariness. Internally, he thought, how is this possible? I'm a soul master, yet I can't sense even a hint of energy from this student. What does this mean? The only explanation is that Churen's level is higher than mine. Impossible. That leaves only one possibility. Churen is concealing something. Swallowing hard, the teacher's eyes betrayed an increasing sense of awe. This student was far from ordinary. His background must be extraordinary. The teacher had a vague feeling that a genius like this couldn't be an isolated case. He must have strong backing. Though apprehension was now brewing in his heart, the teacher instinctively offered a reminder. Participating solo is allowed, but be cautious. Don't reveal your abilities too early. Have you decided to compete alone in a one-person team? Churen nodded firmly, his gaze unwavering. Yes, I've decided. The registration teacher gave a brief response and recorded his team information. After completing the registration, the teacher picked up a number card from the desk and handed it to him, speaking seriously. Remember your number and head to the waiting area to prepare. Soon, the draw will determine your opponent and the venue. Churen gave a slight nod and glanced at the number card as he took it. On it was the bold character 1. He tightened his grip on the card and said calmly, "Thank you." With that, he turned and walked toward the waiting area. After only a few steps, Churen suddenly felt something unusual nearby. He turned his head and found himself brushing past someone peculiar. How strange was this person? Even Churen couldn't help but stop and glance back. The man was extremely tall, nearly 2.3 meters, with sunken cheeks and a chaotic battle robe of mismatched colors. He looked so frail that he resembled a bamboo pole, standing there as if he might topple over at any moment. It made one wonder if he had suffered from years of malnutrition. His head was lowered, eyes fixated on the ground, avoiding everyone around him, exuding an air of isolation. This distinctive figure caught Churen's attention for a moment, prompting him to silently speculate. This guy seems to have some confidence. I wonder how strong he really is and if he can withstand a few hits from me. After giving him a brief look, Churen didn't linger and continued toward the waiting area. Upon entering, Churen scanned his surroundings. The area could also be called the battle arena. Around it were spectator seats, and in the center stood a massive platform. The material of the platform was unique, seemingly composed of various colors of reinforced steel that intertwined into a pattern, the emblem of Chuan Yu University of Special Abilities. Churen examined the platform briefly before casually finding a spot to sit and quietly waiting for the freshman tournament to begin. The rules of the freshman tournament differed from the departmental competitions. Instead of the traditional onion matches, the first round was a three-way battle, 1v1v1. That's right. The competition began with 3 teams fighting simultaneously, and only the victorious team would advance to the next round. This meant Churen's first match would pit him against 2 teams, a total of 12 opponents. Yet he felt no concern about the chaos of the battle. Even against so many enemies, he was confident he could sweep through them all with a single elbow strike. As time passed, more teams entered the arena. To Churen's surprise, the bamboo pole guy, who had registered after him, turned out to be the very last person to enter. Curiosity flickered in his mind, but it was fleeting, and he quickly dismissed the thought. Once all the freshmen had registered, the teacher who had previously appeared in midair reappeared, floating above the arena. This time, without hesitation, he loudly announced, "The freshman tournament officially begins now. Shall you proceed with the group assignments?" Suddenly, a clear mechanical female voice echoed from above, breaking the silence on the stage. Churen looked up and noticed a white spherical object floating in the air above the platform. As the voice sounded, the sphere began to transform. Its outer shell slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black lens inside, resembling a mechanical eye gazing down at the crowd. The lens flickered briefly, and a massive light screen instantly unfolded above the stage, immediately capturing the attention of all participants and spectators. On the screen, countless data-filled windows appeared, with numbers rapidly changing as if a high-tech lottery system was in operation. Churen squinted his eyes, scanning the shifting numbers for his own. Meanwhile, in the audience, Han-chun and the others craned their necks, also searching for Churen's number. After all, most of them were there to watch him compete. Suddenly, all the numbers froze. Churen quickly spotted his number in the top left corner of one of the windows, alongside 2 additional numbers, 2 and 30. Number 2 and 30? Churen murmured to himself, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the lanky man who was also staring at the screen from a distance. Although it was unclear why that man had entered the preparation area last, based on the registration sequence, as the second person to arrive at the sign-up desk, the lanky man was likely number 2. As for number 30, Churen had no idea who that might be for now. Everyone, please quickly locate your own number and identify your opponent's number. The teacher's voice rang out loudly from above. Next, we will proceed with the order draw. As soon as the announcement ended, the light screen in the sky began spinning rapidly. A few seconds later, it stopped, and the arrangement of the windows was completely shuffled. Churen's number had moved from the top left corner to the middle, with the label 13 above it. Number 13? Churen muttered softly, a faint smile curving his lips. Looks like I can sit back and watch the show for a while. Being number 13 meant his group would be the 13th to take the stage. The teacher in the sky scanned the numbers on the screen and then announced loudly, "Will numbers 4, 7, and 11 please come to the stage?" 4, 7, and 11 for the first match. Churen murmured, his eyes quickly sweeping across the preparation area to see which contestants corresponded to these numbers. Soon, a group of about 10 people stood up and headed toward the stage. Churen's eyes lit up. Among them were Li Yunxian and his companions. He chuckled softly to himself. Didn't expect them to be in the first match. I wonder which numbers they are. Looks like we're up first. Guess our luck isn't too bad after all, Jiang Fengmao said with a grin, hefting his heavy warhammer over his shoulder as he followed Li Yunxian toward the stage. Behind them, Hong, who carried his long blade, his face still holding that signature prideful expression. Since this is our first battle, let's make it a spectacular one, Li Yunxian said, a confident smile playing on his lips as he turned his gaze to the man beside him, clad in a silver robe. The silver-robed man, Li Hong, seemed to have already anticipated his thoughts. With a cold, stoic expression, he nodded firmly and replied succinctly, understood. His aloof demeanor was something Li Yunxian had long grown used to. Li Yunxian then shifted his focus to the only girl in their team. She immediately caught on and nodded emphatically. I'll keep a close eye on your conditions. Hey, don't worry, sis. Jiang Fengmao suddenly leapt in front of her, wearing a mischievous grin. Your big bro here will be your solid backup. Startled by his antics, the girl quickly stepped back and hid behind Li Yunxian. Seeing this, Hong grabbed Jiang Fengmao by the collar and yanked him back. Cut it out, you annoying fatty. Mind your own business, poser. Jiang Fengmao retorted, breaking free from Hong's grip. The two instantly launched into their usual bickering. Annoying fatty, poser, annoying fatty, poser, Li Yunxian sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. These two were at it again. As they stepped onto the platform, the eyes of the other two teams turned toward them. The team on the left stood out with two exotic beasts behind Thema jet black shadow cat and a green-faced monkey with sharp fangs. This indicated that at least two of their members were beast tamers. Meanwhile, the team on the right had no visible beasts, but that didn't mean they lacked beast tamers either. What's the plan? Jiang Fengmao asked, his playful demeanor replaced with seriousness. After a brief pause, Li Yunxian responded, we'll take care of the left side first. They have two beast tamers, and we can't let them gain an advantage. He turned to Li Hong. Li Hong, can you hold off the team on the right? The three of us will handle the others quickly. Li Hong remained expressionless, but gave a cold nod of agreement. Can he handle it? Hong asked with a frown. Trust him. He's strong. Li Yunxian replied with a smile. Hong said no more and focused his attention on the team to their left. The opposing team, noticing their intent, immediately heightened their guard, with their two beasts intently watching Li Yunxuan's group. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. In the sky, the teacher's sharp gaze swept over the three teams, who stood ready for action. After confirming that all teams were prepared, he bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. First match. Begin. As soon as the command was given, Li Yunxian acted decisively. With a resounding go that echoed through the arena, he, along with Hong and Jiang Fengmao, unleashed their abilities in an instant, charging like arrows toward the left flank. The left team had anticipated this. Two beast-taming students quickly retreated while issuing commands. Green-faced monkey, attack. Shadow cat, block them. Before the words had fully left their mouths, the two battle beasts had already dashed forward like gusts of wind to intercept the oncoming trio. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the left team took their positions too, guarding the beast tamers, while the other two advanced directly toward Li Yunxuan's group. The battlefield quickly split into distinct skirmishes, with Li Yunxuan's team launching an aggressive offense. Only Li Hong and a female teammate were left to guard the rear. Observing this apparent weakness, Team 11 on the right immediately shifted their focus to the seemingly vulnerable defense. I thought they were supposed to be tough. Their teamwork is a mess, leaving just two people behind. A burly man sneered. Who knows? Added a boy with a wild explosion of hair, smirking mockingly. As six opponents closed in, Li Hong remained calm, merely shifting his stance slightly. His left hand gripped his sword, while his right hand rested on the hilt. Suddenly, his entire demeanor transformed, exuding a sharp and formidable aura. Wait! One of Team 11's members, a man wearing a yellow robe, abruptly halted. The rest of his team also stopped in their tracks. What's wrong? Asked the team's lone female member, puzzled. Locking eyes with Li Hong, the yellow-robed man spoke gravely. Something feels off. He's showing no fear and is even preparing to fight. What's there to fear? It's 6 against 1. That girl on their side is obviously support and poses no real threat. The wild-haired boy scoffed dismissively. No, the yellow-robed man said in a low voice. I have a bad feeling about this. They might not be as uncoordinated as they seem. On the other side, seeing that the opposing team had stopped advancing, Li Hong frowned slightly. After glancing at Li Yunxuan's group, who were gaining the upper hand in their clash, he made his decision. If you're not coming, he murmured impassively, then I'll come to you. With that, still gripping his sword, he began to walk steadily toward Team 11. He's actually coming toward us, the wild-haired boy stammered in disbelief. Facing all 6 of us, and he's advancing instead of retreating? Who does he think he is? The man with the afro hairstyle had a look of humiliated rage on his face, his eyes flashing with hostility. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, not even Churen would dare treat them like this. Captain, are we fighting or not? The afro-haired man suddenly turned his head toward the man in the yellow robe, his voice filled with urgency. He's alone, and he's already provoking us like this. Are we really going to back down? The man in the yellow robe clenched his jaw tightly, his brows furrowed in deep thought. By nature, he was cautious, especially when he noticed the calm and unflustered expression on Li Heng's face. His instincts told him it might be a trap, but after careful consideration, there didn't seem to be any ambush. For Li Heng to approach 6 of them alone, he must be extremely confident in his own strength. But the man in the yellow robe calculated in his mind. There are 6 of us here. No matter how strong you are, there's no way you can take all 6 of us at once. You're not Churen. With that thought, the man in the yellow robe no longer hesitated. He shouted decisively, "Attack! I've been waiting for this." The afro-haired man grinned savagely, launching himself toward Li Heng like an arrow. The others followed closely behind, forming an encirclement around him. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on Li Yunxuan's side as well. The green-faced monkey and shadow cat darted toward Li Yunxian and his team like 2 streaks of black lightning. Faced with the incoming assault, Li Yunxian did not retreat, but instead chose to strike first. Gripping his longsword tightly in his right hand, he let out a sharp cry, "Sword slash." In an instant, a flash of sword light cut through the air, a sharp wave of energy aimed directly at the green-faced monkey. However, what happened next was shocking. The sword light passed straight through the green-faced monkey's body, as if it were nothing more than a phantom. "Watch out!" Shi Honghu suddenly shouted, flames bursting from his hands as he aimed an attack at the shadow cat in front of him. He intended to drive it back so he could assist Li Yunxian, but the shadow cat was incredibly agile. Meow! The shadow cat's eyes gleamed fiercely as it twisted its body midair, deftly dodging Shi Honghu's attack and pouncing toward him instead. Shi Honghu's heart skipped a beat, and his body instantly radiated intense heat. In the next moment, roaring flames erupted from his body. Boom! The rising flames formed a barrier, forcing the shadow cat to retreat. To avoid the scorching heat, the shadow cat kicked off Shi Honghu's arm midair, attempting to leap to the side. Trying to escape? Shi Honghu reacted swiftly, grabbing the shadow cat's tail in one quick motion. The searing heat and sudden pain caused the shadow cat to let out a blood-curdling screech. Meow! From the rear of Squad 7, the shadow cat's owner immediately cried out in panic, "Shadow cat! Heh! Finally caught you!" With his body engulfed in flames, Shi Honghu grinned wickedly, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Seeing the shadow cat's frightened expression, he triumphantly shouted, "Enhance! Enhance! Enhance!" However, before he could finish his words, a hurried incantation reached his ears. Before Shi Honghu could react, a sharp pain exploded across his face, followed by a loud, crisp thud. Ugh! Shi Honghu felt as if a heavy hammer had smashed into his face, the intense pain instantly spreading throughout his body. He lost his balance entirely and was sent flying sideways like a kite with a broken string. The violent impact caused him to loosen his grip, allowing the shadow cat to break free from his grasp. As soon as it escaped control, the shadow cat began rolling frantically on the ground, its body engulfed in flames. It desperately tried to extinguish the fire by writhing and twisting. Meanwhile, the reinforcement-type boy who had struck the blow was now frantically slapping his burning right fist, muttering through gritted teeth, "Thank goodness I made it in time." Elsewhere, the sharp claws of the green-faced monkey were closing in on Li Yunxian, about to strike. In the nick of time, a sturdy earth wall suddenly rose behind Li Yunxian, solidly blocking the attack. "Trying to ambush us?" A voice rang out, followed by a figure leaping out from the earth wall. "Leave it to me, Mao Yi is the real professional here." Jiang Fengmao made a sudden appearance. His rotund figure stood out as he raised a massive warhammer high above his head, his waist bent low. From a distance, he resembled a round, plump moon, albeit a very chubby one. Caught off guard, the green-faced monkey's expression flickered with a trace of fear. But before it could react, Jiang Fengmao's warhammer came crashing down like a meteor. However, to everyone's surprise, the hammer passed straight through the green-faced monkey's body without any resistance, smashing into the arena floor with a deafening crash. Boom! What the whose ability is this? Some kind of mirage power? Jiang Fengmao cursed loudly, his moment of triumph instantly turning into a comical display of frustration. His carefully prepared strike had hit nothing but air. In the distance, a boy raised his hands, casually wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips. The twist in the fight had been his doing. His ability was an grade special type mirage. Not only could he create illusions of himself, but he could also project them onto others, concealing their true forms nearby. Li Yunxian had also noticed the anomaly by now. His gaze locked onto the boy responsible for the mirages, and he charged forward with his sword. The mirage boy's expression changed, and without hesitation, he turned and bolted, muttering, "He's coming at me with a sword. What? Am I supposed to just stand here and die?" But little did he know, Li Yunxuan's charge was only a feint. Just as everyone thought he was targeting the mirage boy, Li Yunxian abruptly changed direction, heading straight for a group of 4 standing at the rear of the arena, the Beastmaster-type ability users. The 2 ability users guarding the group immediately tensed, shifting into defensive stances in preparation for battle. Meanwhile, with the Mirage Boys' retreat momentarily relieving the pressure on the battlefield, Jiang Fengmao seized another opportunity. He hefted his warhammer and lunged at the green-faced monkey once more. This time, the monkey chose not to dodge, but to confront him head-on. Moving with incredible speed, the green-faced monkey closed the gap in an instant, its claws slashing out with deadly precision. Yet Jiang Fengmao remained utterly still, slowly raising his warhammer as though charging up energy or perhaps luring his opponent in. A hint of human-like mockery flashed in the green-faced monkey's eyes, as if to say Jiang Fengmao was practically handing it an opening. Without hesitation, it lunged forward with full force. But just as its claws were about to land, an unexpected sight froze it in its tracks. A thick, earthen armor had silently formed over Jiang Fengmao's body, as if conjured from thin air, encasing him entirely. Its attacks all landed on the armor. Jiang Fengmao raised his warhammer high, a smug smile playing on his lips as he thought to himself, finally fell for it. However, the blue-faced monkey's expression suddenly changed, a deep sense of danger welling up in its chest. But it was already too late to react before it could move. All chances of escape vanished in an instant. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Fengmao decisively swung his warhammer down with all his might. Boom! The heavy impact echoed across the battlefield, shaking the heavens. The blue-faced monkey's body trembled violently, as if struck by an immense force, leaving it barely able to stand. Clang! Jiang Fengmao let out a startled cry, almost losing his grip on the warhammer. Despite putting all his strength into the strike, it felt as though he had hit solid steel, leaving no visible effect. His expression shifted as he looked down and realized what had happened. Chen Meng had intervened. The blue-faced monkey's skin had completely transformed into steel, resembling an impenetrable suit of armor, mirroring Chen Meng's unique ability. Jiang Fengmao glanced toward the sky, where Chen Meng gave him a cold nod. Without hesitation, he hefted his warhammer and sprinted toward Li Yunchuan's position, ready to provide support. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Churen's gaze quietly locked onto Chen Meng's figure, his eyes briefly flickering toward Dean Wei, who stood nearby. It seemed they had all arrived. He murmured softly, his eyes never leaving the scene. Shi Honghu lay sprawled on the ground in a defeated posture, his body forming a large X, as if completely broken. Not far away, a man was desperately slapping at the flames engulfing his right hand. As he frantically waved his arm, the shadow cat at his feet writhed and rolled, trying in vain to extinguish the blazing fire. Initially, the man paid no mind, but when the flames refused to die out, panic set in. Impossible, he shouted in alarm, continuing to flail his arm in an attempt to put out the fire. Yet the flames not only persisted but grew even fiercer, as if driven by some mysterious force, burning relentlessly. Damn it! What's going on? He cried, his voice tinged with unmistakable fear. The fire only intensified, spreading to his left hand as well. The shadow cat beneath him was completely consumed by the flames, its frantic struggles proving futile. Hee hee. Suddenly, a chilling, eerie laugh echoed from the ground. It was Shi Honghu. The man turned his head, his eyes widening in terror. Shi Honghu was slowly rising to his feet, his entire body engulfed in flames. His right palm glowed with a crimson light, like the fires of hell itself. Blazing continuation, the man gasped in disbelief. Looks like you know a thing or two about my powers, Shi Honghu sneered, raising his flaming right hand high into the air, the fire roaring fiercely. So what if it's blazing continuation? Your ability will run out eventually, the man said firmly, a trace of smugness flashing in his eyes. Shi Honghu's lips curled into a sinister smile. You're right, my ability does have its limits, he admitted, pausing to fix the man with a piercing gaze. His tone turned icy, and he added with a smirk, but do you know what my true ability is called? The man's heart sank as dread crept over him. In the next moment, he heard Shi Honghu laugh maniacally, his voice filled with malice. It's called Explosive Inferno. Ha ha ha, now burn. In that instant, the flames erupted in a terrifying explosion, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The fire spread rapidly, consuming everything in its path. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed across the arena, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Beads of cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the mirror man, his eyes filled with panic. He whipped his head around toward the source of the explosion, shouting anxiously, Da Zhuang, Xiaoli, are you guys okay? Before he could react further, Jiang Fengmao's figure appeared before him like a lightning bolt. The giant hammer in Zhang's hand was raised high and came crashing down toward the mirror man. The mirror man's face turned ashen, his heart in chaos. Realizing the dire situation, he abandoned all thoughts of Da Zhuang's fate and hastily activated his ability, instantly transforming his body into a mirror-like state. Bang! Jiang Fengmao's warhammer mercilessly passed through the mirror man's body and smashed into the hard ground with a thunderous roar. Unfazed, Jiang Fengmao remained expressionless as he lifted the hammer once more and turned to face the mirror man, now collapsed on the ground. The mirror man was pale as a ghost, his lips bloodless, his eyes brimming with uncontainable terror. He stared at Jiang Fengmao in shock, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Fengmao, carrying his warhammer with ease, strolled toward him, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Hey, Lao Lu, out of power for your little mirror trick? Care to try it one more time for me? As the warhammer descended slowly, Jiang Fengmao drew closer, his tone dripping with disdain. Give up, or I'll have to get serious. The mirror man gritted his teeth, his face growing even paler. His hands clenched tightly as he struggled to summon his ability, but his body remained unresponsive. His power was utterly depleted, leaving him with no sliver of hope to cling to. Finally, with the last ounce of strength he could muster, the mirror man weakly muttered, "I surrender." As the words left his lips, it was as if all life had been drained from him, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the arena floor. Jiang Fengmao cast a cold glance at him, sneering before lifting his warhammer again and dashing toward Li Yunxuan's direction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Explosive Hair stared at the thick smoke in the distance, his face filled with shock. Damn it! What the hell was that explosion? The smoke was so dense that it was impossible to see what had happened. Explosive Hair's expression darkened. Forget about that for now. Let's take care of him first. This guy's too much trouble. The furious and towering strong man let out a roar, raising his massive blade as he charged straight at Li Hong. Calm and composed, Li Hong sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the attack. Clutching his longsword tightly, he murmured under his breath, "One strike." Resonance. Before the words even faded, Li Hong unsheathed his sword in a flash, and its resonant hum echoed through the air. Clang. The strike was swift and decisive. The sword's hum rang out like a clear and piercing bell. The strong man had no time to react as a flash of white light streaked past his vision, and he instantly lost consciousness. A crisp clang resounded. Li Hong had already disappeared from his sight. The strong man froze, touching his neck with trembling hands. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against a hardened surface. He muttered under his breath, "Steel? Steel transformation?" His body shuddered, his face blank with disbelief. I lost." His legs gave out beneath him, and he fell to his knees with a heavy thud, as though his soul had been completely drained. Behind him, Li Hong stood calmly, sheathing his sword. His cold gaze swept over Explosive Hair's group, showing no interest in the defeated strong man. Taken down, in an instant? Explosive Hair's jaw dropped, his face etched with disbelief. He couldn't fathom how the strong man had been defeated in the blink of an eye. He hadn't even seen how Li Hong made his move. Li Hong gave a faint smile, his icy eyes scanning the remaining enemies. In a low voice, he said, "Now, it's your turn." Li Hong spoke to the 5 people in a chillingly calm tone, his face devoid of any emotion. What kind of joke is this? The man with the afro immediately turned red with anger upon hearing this, shouting furiously, You're just one person. Huh, looks like I didn't come too late." Still 5 of them left. Jiang Fengmao's voice suddenly emerged from the thick smoke. The group with the afro whipped their heads around, only to see 3 figures gradually emerging from the haze, their golden, red, and brown outlines becoming clearer with each step. Li Yunxian appeared first, his golden robe billowing in the wind. His left hand gripped his sword tightly, and every step exuded the sharp, commanding presence of someone at the peak of the spiritual perception realm. Following him was Shi Honghu, engulfed in roaring flames, resembling a walking fireball. His barely visible features radiated ferocity, also demonstrating the strength of someone at the peak of the same realm. The last to emerge was Jiang Fengmao, carrying a massive warhammer and wearing his signature mischievous grin, making no effort to conceal his upper spiritual perception realm power. "Sorry, there are 4 of us," Li Yunxian said with a faint smile, glancing at the group of 5 led by the afro-haired man. The waiting area erupted in astonishment. "Oh my god, is this team really that strong? Just 3 of them wiped out an entire squad, and the other squad got held off by 1 person. Yeah, especially that guy in the golden robe. He took out 4 people from the left team with a single strike." Indeed, moments ago, Li Yunxian had defeated 2 reinforcement-type fighters from Team 7 with just 2 sword strikes. The remaining 2 Beast Tamer fighters, after witnessing their green-faced monkey fall to Jiang Fengmao and their shadow cat perish in Shi Honghu's explosion, had no choice but to surrender. Team 7 had 3 members surrender and 3 killed, failing to inflict any meaningful damage on Li Yunxuan's team. On the stage, the boy in the yellow robe turned pale, staring at Li Yunxian and the others as if facing a deadly threat. Trembling, he stammered, 2 at the peak, 1 at the upper level. How is this possible? He bit his lip hard. Being a mid-level spiritual perception realm cultivator, he had no chance against a peak-level opponent and couldn't even guarantee a win in an unknown fight against Jiang Fengmao. 2. You might want to double-check that. A voice suddenly rang out, filled with subtle significance. Suddenly, Jiang Fengmao's playful voice rang out, like a horn of provocation, instantly drawing the gazes of the group, including the man with the explosive hairstyle, toward him. Jiang Fengmao grinned confidently, his eyes sweeping over the crowd with an air of self-assurance. Our team doesn't just have two at the peak of the spiritual perception realm, he declared. Then, with a subtle tilt of his head and a nudge toward Li Hong, he added in a low voice, he's also at the peak. What? A boy from Team 11 blurted out in shock, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. His exclamation was almost involuntary, and his face betrayed his astonishment. The surrounding gazes quickly shifted to Li Hong, and the atmosphere grew tense. Sensing the attention on him, Li Hong's expression remained calm. He no longer concealed his level and instead released his energy lightly. Within moments, as his aura rippled outward, the overwhelming presence of someone at the peak of the spiritual perception realm erupted like a forceful storm, sweeping through the area with an intense pressure. The boy in the yellow robe turned pale instantly. Only one thought consumed his mind: this was the end. 3 at the peak of the spiritual perception realm, plus 1 at the upper level. His team didn't stand a chance. And that wasn't even considering the others' abilities, which were almost all offensively oriented and unstoppable. As he glanced at Li Hong's team, the yellow-robed boy knew with certainty that his own team's defeat was inevitable. He cast a helpless glance at his teammates, fully aware that there was no salvaging the situation. Finally, with a bitter smile, he raised his hand and dejectedly announced, "We surrender." Team 11 surrenders. Team 4 advances. The teacher's voice rang out clearly across the arena, officially declaring Li Yunxuan's team as the victors. The crowd immediately erupted into a flurry of discussions. Wow, they're so strong. Winning like that, it was a total crush. Yeah, 3 at the peak and 1 at the upper level of the spiritual perception realm. What a powerhouse lineup. Honestly, I'm more wary of that girl. She might look like a support type, but what if she turns out to be a hidden powerhouse too? One student chimed in skeptically. Nah, man, you're overthinking it. I know her, she's definitely a support type, only at the mid-level of the spiritual perception realm. Why she joined Li Yunxuan's team, though, I have no idea. But still, I wouldn't mind tagging along to pick up some easy points. Seriously? Another student exclaimed, suddenly intrigued. Now that you mention it, that does sound pretty enviable. Standing on the sidelines, Churen watched the departing group, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I didn't expect Li Hong to break through to the peak of the spiritual perception realm so quickly. That was unexpected. But as for that girl, what's her role here? Could it really just be to tag along for the points? His gaze lingered on the girl in Li Yunxuan's team, his curiosity growing. From start to finish, she hadn't moved a single step, standing there like a decorative figure. Why would Li Yunxian include someone like her on his team? Could she be his girlfriend? Churen speculated, but he couldn't make sense of it. In the end, he could only sigh and mutter to himself. Everyone has their own reasons. It's not for me to question. The competition quickly resumed, but the following matches were relatively uneventful. Most participants were at the mid-level of the spiritual perception realm, with only a handful at the upper level. However, the most notable match came during the 9th round. A contestant wielding a long staff immediately caught everyone's attention. Though the weapon seemed unremarkable, his aura was exceptionally powerful. Churen couldn't yet discern the nature of his abilities, as the contestant charged at his opponent with incredible speed, wielding the staff with dazzling precision right at the start of the match. What surprised everyone even more was his team composition, a group of 1 girl and 4 boys. The woman who entered the battlefield looked exactly like the one from Li Yunxuan's team. She stood there motionless, seemingly in a daze. Churen squinted his eyes, sharply noticing that while the girl appeared absent-minded, she was actually unleashing some kind of ability. Behind her, 4 male teammates stood firm, each holding a longbow, arrows nocked, their gazes sharp and steady. For archers, this lineup was truly unexpected. On the battlefield, a man wielding a long staff charged into the enemy ranks with unstoppable momentum, his weapon sweeping through as if the opposition didn't exist. Meanwhile, the 4 archers stood solidly in the rear, letting loose arrows with incredible precision. The sound of bowstrings vibrating was followed by arrows piercing through the air. Churen couldn't help but marvel at their accuracy. Every single shot hit its mark without fail. Since the competition began, he hadn't seen a single arrow miss. These 4 archers must be enhancement-type ability users, Churen speculated internally, his gaze shifting to the motionless girl. And that girl is likely a support type, boosting her teammates. That would explain why the man with the staff fought so fiercely, ignoring all attacks and retaliating with overwhelming force. Each swing of his staff carried a gust of fierce energy, exuding an intimidating aura. I really need to study more, Churen muttered to himself with a helpless sigh, rubbing his forehead. Otherwise, I'll never figure out what kind of abilities others have. His lack of knowledge in this area was undoubtedly a weakness. But what could he do? The fall asleep as soon as I open a book debuff seemed to follow him even after crossing over to this world. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, it was Churen's turn to compete. From above, the teacher's loud voice echoed across the venue. Number 1, number 2, number 30. Step onto the stage. Finally, it's my turn. If I waited any longer, I'd probably freeze up. Churen stretched lazily as he stood up. As he got to his feet, a sea of gazes instantly turned toward him. Churen's reputation was too prominent. Nearly every student in the school knew him, especially the freshmen. After all, the videos of his stunning performance during the martial arts entrance exams were still circulating online. By now, he was used to the attention. What initially felt uncomfortable had become something he could completely ignore. Disregarding the countless eyes on him, Churen stretched his body once more and activated his ability. Crackle! A flash of lightning lit up the waiting area, and before anyone could react, Churen's figure had vanished. What the? Where did he go? He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where are you looking? Look at the stage. Churen's already up there. The crowd hurriedly shifted their gaze to the arena. Sure enough, Churen was already standing firmly on the stage, surrounded by faint crackling sparks of residual lightning. So fast. The students were dumbfounded. They knew lightning-type ability users were known for their speed, but Churen's swiftness was beyond comprehension. It was as if he teleported. Even the teacher in the sky couldn't help but exclaim, "That's speed. Incredible." As Churen took his place on the stage, a small team in the waiting area that had just stood up froze in their tracks. Is that our opponent? A boy in a floral robe muttered under his breath, his eyes filled with uncertainty. It's not just seems like. That's Churen. The boy with a mushroom-shaped haircut standing next to him blurted out, his voice tinged with anxiety. How did we get so unlucky? Facing Churen in the first match? Seriously, what kind of matchmaking system is this? I don't get it either, a long-haired girl murmured with a frown. She turned to her companion, a girl dressed in a striking black and white battle robe adorned with an intricate black crane design. The robe was both elegant and unique. Sister Crane, what should we do now? The long-haired girl asked softly. The girl addressed as Sister Crane furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze sweeping over the other contestants in the waiting area. It only took a glance for her to notice a peculiar figure. Among the seated competitors, one person stood out literally, as he was the only one standing. His tall, lanky frame was almost unnaturally thin, like a bamboo pole, giving off an odd impression. That's bamboo pole guy, Sister Crane thought to herself, her eyes following his every move. On the stage, Churen had also noticed the bamboo pole guy. His gaze involuntarily settled on the frail figure. The lanky boy kept his head down, his back hunched, as if trying to shrink into the background and avoid attention. He moved cautiously through the waiting area, each step deliberate, as though afraid of getting in anyone's way. Suddenly, he raised his head and cast a fleeting glance toward the stage before quickly lowering it again, continuing his slow walk toward the platform. Churen's mind stirred, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Could he have autism, he mused, then added to himself, or maybe it's social anxiety. That would explain why he was the last to enter the waiting area. He probably hates being stared at. In the waiting area, Sister Crane's eyes remained fixed on bamboo pole guy, her mind turning over possibilities. She knew better than to underestimate someone based on their appearance. Moreover, the fact that he was competing alone, without any teammates, spoke volumes about his capabilities. Anyone who could participate solo in such a fierce competition had to be formidable. After all, even top-tier talents like Li Yunxian and his team had opted to form groups, underscoring the high stakes of this year's event. Sister Crane quickly made up her mind. She turned to her teammates and said in a firm tone, "Once we're on stage, stay in the back and let Churen and that guy fight it out first. If he's confident enough to compete alone, he must have the skills to back it up." The long-haired girl glanced at bamboo pole guy's odd behavior, still hesitant. She asked in a low voice, "Sister Crane, are you sure about him?" "Don't let his appearance fool you," Sister Crane interrupted, her gaze steady. "Doesn't your ability to sense energy already tell you as much?" The long-haired girl froze for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words. Finally, she nodded and replied, "Understood, Sister Crane." Sister Crane gave a slight nod and waved her hand decisively. "Let's head up." "Got it." Her teammates responded in unison, moving toward the stage. Meanwhile, on the platform, Churen's gaze remained locked on Sister Crane's Team 30. The lineup for Team 30 consisted of 4 women and 2 men, with their abilities yet to be revealed. As for Team 2, only the tall and lanky man was participating solo. Churen observed this lone contender with a mix of curiosity and doubt. To compete alone clearly indicated an immense confidence in his own strength, yet his hunched posture seemed to betray a hint of timidity. This contradictory demeanor left Churen deep in thought. Could it be that social anxiety had prevented him from forming a team? The possibility made the corner of Churen's mouth twitch, leaving him momentarily speechless. Match 13. Begin, the teacher in the sky suddenly declared. As the signal for the match rang out, the other 2 teams sprang into action. The 6 members of Team 30, led by Sister He, quickly retreated to the edge of the arena, clearly aiming to avoid direct confrontation and leave Churen to face the lanky man. Meanwhile, the lanky man nervously stepped back as well, seemingly hoping Churen would engage with Sister He's team instead. This bizarre scene left Churen in a dilemma. Both teams were deliberately avoiding him. As someone prone to indecision, the lack of an aggressive move from either side only made his predicament worse. He stood in place, glancing around in confusion. The audience erupted into laughter. This is the power of reputation. No wonder some people just hear the name and want to run away. Backing down before the fight even starts so embarrassing is that. Ever heard of tactical retreat? You brute. Who are you calling a brute? I, Fat Tiger, dare you to say that again. Meanwhile, Han Shen wore a faint, amused smile, as if he had come across something entertaining. Beside him, Zhuge Shu looked visibly distressed, clearly upset about losing points in a bet. Zhuge, how about another wager? Han Shen suddenly suggested. No. Zhuge Shu refused without hesitation. Come on, no way. The great special type calculation ability user is scared to bet against me. A mere enhancement type. Han Shen teased mockingly. Seeing Zhuge Shu grit his teeth in frustration, Han Shen felt a surge of satisfaction. He knew Zhuge Shu couldn't predict Churen's future, meaning this bet would rely entirely on intuition. And since Churen's unpredictable behavior was so similar to his own, Han Shen was confident the odds were in his favor. Just as Han Shen was about to push further, Zhuge Shu's expression suddenly shifted. He now looked calm and unconcerned, even fanning himself leisurely with a feathered fan. You're not betting anymore? Han Shen asked, puzzled. That's right. I'm not, Zhuge Shu replied. Why not? Because I've already figured out exactly what you're thinking. This response left Han Shen completely speechless. Han Shen froze, momentarily at a loss for words. How could he have forgotten about this? Zhuge Shu couldn't calculate Churen's moves, but he could definitely figure Han Shen out. It's over. The grand plan for points is ruined, Han Shen lamented inwardly. On the stage, Churen stood at the center, glancing around before scratching his head. His voice rang out clearly across the arena. Hey, none of you are coming up? Sister He, hearing Churen's challenge, smiled slightly and gave a graceful nod in response. That's right, G, our abilities are limited, so we've decided to step back for now. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to a tall, skinny boy nearby. She pointed a delicate finger at him. That student is also competing alone. He looks like someone with exceptional strength. I imagine his goal from the start was to challenge you, G. So, we thought we'd leave the stage for you two to show us what a top-tier battle looks like. Churen's mouth twitched at her words, thinking to himself, come on, just say you want to sit this one out and watch. Do you have to come up with such an elaborate excuse? Meanwhile, the tall, skinny boy dubbed Bamboo Pole suddenly raised his head. His gaunt face was filled with unease, as if he wanted to say something in his defense. However, when he opened his mouth, it was as though an invisible force stopped him, leaving him unable to utter a single word. In the end, he simply bit his lip lightly, lowered his head again, and hunched his shoulders slightly, as if he'd been through this scenario countless times before, as if any explanation was futile. Churen keenly observed the boy's series of actions, his brow furrowing. He raised his voice and called out, hey man, is that really what you're thinking? Are you really here just to take me on? By now, Churen was convinced that the tall, skinny boy wasn't targeting him at all. It was far more likely that the boy had chosen to compete alone because he lacked the courage to find teammates. Hearing Churen's question, the boy raised his head again, his eyes briefly flashing with a desire to explain. But the moment his gaze met Churen's, that light extinguished in an instant. Once more, he chose to retreat, lowering his head and remaining silent. You have so little confidence in yourself? Churen suddenly shouted, his voice echoing across the stage. You don't even dare to respond? The boy kept his head down, his body visibly trembling. After a moment, he slowly raised his right hand. Churen thought the boy was finally about to argue back, but what happened next completely caught him off guard. I concede. The boy's voice was hoarse and faint, barely audible, yet it was clear enough for everyone on the stage to hear. What the heck? Sister He was stunned. She had never expected the boy to simply give up. Even the teacher overseeing the match from above seemed taken aback. After a brief pause, he confirmed, Number 2, are you sure you want to forfeit? The boy's lowered head moved almost imperceptibly, as if nodding. Yes. His response was barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Seeing this, the teacher didn't press further and announced loudly, Number 2 forfeits. As the teacher's words fell, the boy slowly turned around, hunched his back, and walked off the stage. Countless puzzled gazes bore into him like arrows, but the boy seemed accustomed to such scrutiny. His body trembled slightly as he descended the stage, step by step. Churen watched the boy's retreating figure, a strange heaviness settling over him. He couldn't explain why, but there was something about the boy that felt eerily familiar, as if they'd crossed paths before. Unable to pinpoint where or when, Churen decided he would have to wait until after the competition to ask him in private. Since the thin man had already conceded, Churen chose not to say more. He turned his head towards Jie's team, and their gazes met in midair. Just as Jie was about to speak, Churen's right hand had already gathered a terrifyingly powerful lightning energy ball. Jie's pupils contracted sharply. Without time to think, she instinctively shouted, "Summon the spirit beasts." However, before she could finish her sentence, Churen transformed into a dazzling blue lightning bolt, appearing in front of her team in an instant. Without hesitation, he hurled the ball of lightning directly into the center of their group. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a massive lightning sphere rose from the edge of the arena, rapidly expanding. Its sheer power far surpassed Churen's performance during his college entrance exams. The spectators and participants in the waiting area were left in stunned silence. None dared to claim they could survive such an attack. But this was only the beginning. Churen once again became a streak of lightning, flashing to the center of the arena. Both his hands erupted with countless bolts of electricity as he began to unleash the strength combat technique, Thunder Slash, taught to him by Qiaoting. A series of over a dozen thunderous slashes rained down upon the lightning sphere, each strike sharp enough to tear through the air. From the teacher's viewing area on Sky Island, Chunming watched, utterly shocked. This kid's lost his mind. One lightning ball was already overkill, and now he's adding all these thunder slashes? Even my steel form wouldn't hold up against this, he muttered to himself, realizing with frustration that he'd have to extend the duration of his steel form. What should have been an easy job was now turning into overtime. After releasing more than 10 thunder slashes, Churen finally ceased his attack. He shook his hands lightly, dispersing the residual electricity, and stared at the fading lightning sphere in the distance. Muttering to himself, he said, "That should be enough? Or maybe I should add a few more, just to be safe?" Seeing Churen's arms begin to spark with electricity again, Chen Ming could no longer sit still. Snatching the announcer's microphone, he shouted with all his might, "The match is over. Churen wins." Chen Ming's voice quickly echoed throughout the arena. Churen, who was about to unleash his Thunder Slash technique, froze mid-gesture. Since the outcome had already been decided, there was no need for him to continue. Confirming his victory, Churen willed his body into a flash of lightning, instantly returning to the waiting area and taking his seat. Around him, his classmates stared in shock and admiration, whispering about the brilliant fight they had just witnessed. On the floating island, Ming saw Churen withdraw his attack in time and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Good thing he stopped, otherwise, I'd have to work overtime. But man, this little monster is ruthless. Haha, it seems this student is quite a cautious individual. A cheerful voice suddenly came from behind Ming. Ming's body stiffened, and he quickly turned around. The speaker was a middle-aged woman with striking features, clearly a beauty in her youth. What stood out most was a streak of white in her jet-black hair, giving her an air of ethereal grace. "He see you, you're not having any other ideas, are you?" Ming frowned slightly, his tone wary. "Other ideas? What ideas?" He see you looked at him in surprise. "Are you worried I'd do something inappropriate to Churen?" "Please, Ming, I have a daughter, you know. That girl on the stage earlier, that's your daughter, right?" Ming continued. "You're not thinking of escalating this, are you?" "Oh, so that's what you're worried about." He see you chuckled mockingly, casting Ming a strange look. "After all these years, you still don't know my character? My daughter losing to Churen was simply a matter of skill. Why would I take it out on him? If I had to deal with everyone who crossed my daughter, I'd be exhausted. Besides," her expression turned serious, "I care more about the survival of our race than personal feelings. Churen's talent is exceptional. For that reason alone, I could never harm him. Not only that, I'd even protect him." From the high seat, Dean Wei slowly withdrew his gaze from Ming, and he see you. "No such thoughts, no thoughts at all. That's for the best. Saves me the trouble of stepping in myself." The dean closed his eyes slightly, resting as he paid no further attention to the other matches on the stage. To him, Churen was the only student in the school worth focusing on now. Though the other students had their own merits, none could compare to Churen in importance. "Ha ha, as expected of Sister He's magnanimous." Chun Ming's expression instantly shifted from serious to playful, faster than a flick of a switch. "I was just rambling earlier, don't take it seriously, okay?" He see you rolled her eyes, utterly exasperated by his attitude. "Humph, so in your eyes, I'm just that petty? If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have lent you my windowing eagle." Ming scratched his head and quickly grinned apologetically. "Come on, Sister He, I was wrong. How about I treat you to a meal afterward?" "No need." He see you waved her hand dismissively. "I wouldn't dare trouble you. After all, you Ming are quite the big shot." "Ah, Sister He, don't tease me like that. If one meal isn't enough, he'll treat you to two." Ming was feeling overwhelmed, silently regretting his earlier decision. If only he had kept his mouth shut. As the group conversed, the members of Team 30 were gradually carried off the field for treatment. Once the treatment was complete, the entire team fell into a heavy silence. "He Shue, did we really lose just like that?" A girl with her hair tied in a bun stared blankly ahead, her voice tinged with disbelief. The one addressed as He Shui was He Shui, the daughter of He Saruo. At this moment, she sat in the waiting area, dazed and consumed by self-doubt. She had carefully selected this team, 5 Beast Tamer students working alongside 1 psychic student. Each member possessed impressive combat skills. With proper coordination, their team could effectively fight as though they had the advantage of 11 against 6. Her own beast companion was particularly formidable, having reached the peak of the spirit perception realm. This level of beast had a significant advantage. It could remain concealed within her clothing, ready to launch a deadly surprise attack at any moment. Among the freshmen, almost no one could withstand such a sudden assault from a peak spirit perception realm beast. Even someone like Li Yunxian would struggle in such a scenario. Originally, she had planned to engage Churen in casual conversation, waiting for him to lower his guard before unleashing her beast in a surprise attack. Against an opponent like Churen, this was the most reliable strategy. However, Churen completely disrupted her plan before she even had a chance to speak. He teleported directly in front of her and launched an attack. The sudden turn of events left her no time to summon her beast, and the psychic ability user on her team couldn't even react in time. Despite all their meticulous preparation, they were defeated by Churen's lightning-fast offensive. How unlucky can we be, running into Churen in the very first round? He Shui slumped in the waiting area, her face filled with despair, her entire demeanor drained of energy. Meanwhile, the subsequent matches continued with great intensity, but Churen found them utterly dull. Watching these mid-tier spirit perception realm contestants fight was boring for him, even considered jumping onto the stage and shouting, "Why don't all of you come at me together?" However, Chen Meng's earlier advice stopped him. Such behavior could interfere with the selection of the second-place winner. From what Churen knew, most of the freshmen this year were aiming for second place. No one even dared to dream about first. Left with no other choice, Churen followed the tournament schedule step by step. By the time evening came, he was finally ready to head back to the Academy of Nature for dinner, only to find his path blocked by 2 individuals. Long time no see. How have you been? Zhuge Shu held a feather fan in his hand, the corners of his lips curling into a faint, enigmatic smile as his gaze locked onto Churen. Beside him, Han Xin stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his stern face radiating seriousness. The two positioned themselves on either side of effectively blocking his path, their stance suggesting a deliberate confrontation. Churen glanced at them in mild surprise. "Senior Zhuge, Senior Han, what brings you here?" "We're here to watch the competition, of course," Zhuge Shu replied, fanning himself leisurely, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. "But you really gave me quite a shock. Such terrifying combat skills at such a young age, truly remarkable." "Oh, it's nothing, really," replied cheerfully, his tone modest. Han Xin nodded approvingly at this. "Good. Staying humbly a fine trait in a junior. Just average, really. Third in the world," added, his grin undiminished. Han Xin staggered slightly at this remark, his carefully maintained cool demeanor crumbling instantly. Pointing at he raised his voice several notches. "You call that humble?" "Not in the slightest." "Humility?" Tilted his head, feigning confusion. "Can humility fill your stomach?" Han Xin's lips twitched, his brows furrowing as he struggled to respond. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. "By the way, seniors," said, rubbing his hands together and flashing an innocent smile. "Isn't it a bit odd for us to be chatting here in the middle of the road? How about we find a restaurant and talk over a meal?" Zhuge Shu abruptly closed his fan and tilted his head upward at a dramatic 45-degree angle. "I foresee rain tonight," he declared solemnly. "I should head back to my dorm to gather my laundry. Farewell." With that, he turned and attempted to slip away. Han Xin, remembering the painful experience of their last meal together, immediately teared up at the thought. "Sorry, I need to help Zhuge with his laundry." "My treat," called out just in time. Before his words fully registered, the 2 seniors reappeared in front of him as if by teleportation. Zhuge Shu reopened his fan, fanning himself slowly. "Ah, my abilities must be acting up today. I miscalculated. The weather tonight is supposed to be clear after all." "Zhuge, what's going on with you?" Han Xin chimed in immediately. "You can't even get a simple thing like that right? Are you regressing?" My apologies, Zhuge Shu replied with a cheerful grin, though his expression betrayed not the slightest hint of remorse. Watching the 2 seniors, found them increasingly unreliable, especially Zhuge Shu's contradictory statements. "Clear skies at night?" That sounded like his left brain was arguing with his right. Eventually, the 3 of them arrived at the old dining hall of the Natural Sciences Department and chose a familiar private room. The waiter who entered turned out to be the same one from last time. Recognizing them, he asked knowingly, "The same as before?" "Yes, just like last time," confirmed with a nod. The waiter gave an okay gesture before leaving the room, leaving the 3 of them to sit across from each other. "Who would have thought I'd live to see the day when a junior treats me to a meal?" Zhuge Shu said, fanning himself as his smile deepened. Han Shen frowned slightly, deep in thought, his expression focused. At that moment, Churen, wearing a relaxed smile, spoke up. Haha, it's just a small matter, a meal at most. But Senior Zhuge, I have a question I'd like to ask you all. What question? Zhuge Shu asked with a faint smile, leaning forward slightly. Go ahead and ask. If I know the answer, I'll tell you. Suddenly, Zhuge Shu squinted his eyes and cast a meaningful glance at Han Shen before turning back to Churen. With a teasing tone, he said, Did you know? Your senior Han Shen even knows which girls in the academy are the prettiest. Oh, Churen's eyes lit up, his face immediately showing an expression of delight. Senior Han Shen really knows? Of course, Zhuge Shu replied without hesitation, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Back in his freshman year, your senior Han Shen secretly investigated it. He used to walk around other departments with a stern face every day, which led to people in almost every department wanting to challenge him. Back then, everyone thought he was going around picking fights. But only I know the truth was actually checking out the pretty girls in those departments. Zhuge Shu. Han Shen shot to his feet, his face instantly flushed red. His eyes widened as he shouted, Shut up! Zhuge Shu remained unfazed. Instead, he smiled at Han Shen and then quickly moved over to Churen's side. Leaning in close, he whispered into Churen's ear with a conspiratorial tone. He even ranked the prettiest girls. Really? Churen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he slapped his thigh. That's seriously lively. Zhuge Shu. I'm going to kill you. Han Shen roared, leaping from his seat with clenched fists and charging toward Zhuge Shu. Ah, evening, gun, TSK TSK, Zhuge Shu suddenly said in a calm, cryptic tone, raising his head slightly. Strangely, those seemingly random words stopped Han Shen in his tracks, as if he'd been frozen in place. He stood there, teeth clenched, his face beet red, glaring at Zhuge Shu. His trembling finger pointed at him as if steam were about to rise from his head. You win. Han Shen growled through gritted teeth before collapsing back into his seat in defeat. The scene left Churen utterly dumbfounded. He blinked, thinking to himself, it seems Senior Zhuge has some leverage over Senior Han Shen. Ah, those squinty eyes are too cunning. All right, just kidding, Zhuge Shu said with a cheeky smile as he returned to his seat, folding his hands on the table. Adopting a more serious tone, he continued. So, gee, what is it you wanted to ask us? Click, the door to the private dining room opened, and a server entered, pushing a cart. Your dishes are here. The server swiftly set the dishes on the table and quietly exited, closing the door behind them. Let's eat and chat, Churen said, picking up his chopsticks and gesturing toward the table full of dishes, inviting everyone to dig in. Zhuge Shu and Han Shen didn't hold back, immediately grabbing their chopsticks and diving into the meal. Between bites, Churen finally voiced the question he had been holding on to. Senior Zhuge, I wanted to ask, what are the requirements for joining the Republican group? Join the Republic group? Zhuge Shu's chopsticks paused slightly in midair, his movements halting for a brief moment. He gently placed the chopsticks back on the edge of his bowl, lifted his head, and a faint glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Why are you thinking about joining the Republic group as a freshman? His voice was calm and unhurried, but carried an undeniable tone of curiosity. Churen also set down his chopsticks, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he met Zhuge Shu's gaze directly. Because I want to fight strong opponents. Zhuge Shu narrowed his eyes, his smile deepening. Come on, tell me the truth, Churen froze for a moment, then let out an awkward chuckle, his right hand instinctively scratching the back of his head. All right, I didn't think I could fool you, Zhuge. Honestly, he leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. I'm just bored. I wanted to see what the upperclassmen from other academies were capable of, so I thought I'd ask if I could join the Republic group. Are you saying there's no one in your year who interests you anymore? Zhuge Shu raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a peculiar edge. Not really. Churen replied matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather. After all, I'm already at the peak of the radiant light realm. What? Zhuge Shu exclaimed, his usual half-closed eyes widening to the size of saucers. Even Han Shen, who had been quietly focused on his meal, stopped mid-bite. The food fell from his chopsticks back into his bowl unnoticed as he stared at Churen in utter disbelief. Peak radiant light realm, as a freshman. Is this guy even human? Zhuge Shu muttered to himself, his voice filled with incredulity. To put this into perspective, even Heath champion of the previous year's freshman tournament had only reached the peak of the perceptive sense realm at Churen's current stage. Historically, the participants in the freshman tournaments were typically at the perceptive sense realm, with only a handful reaching its peak. Those few had all fallen to Zhuge Shu in the end. Han Shen had always prided himself on being unbeatable among peers of the same level. He had assumed that Churen was similar, just another peerless talent within his tier. But now, it was clear that Churen wasn't merely peerless. He was on an entirely different plane of existence. Zhuge Shu and Han Shen exchanged a glance, their eyes both brimming with shock. Han Shen set his chopsticks down, his expression turning serious. He leaned forward slightly, locking eyes with Churen. Ji, have you really thought this through? Churen tilted his head, puzzled. Thought what through? Joining the Republic group? Isn't it just about being prepared? You need to know, Shen said, his voice low and deliberate. The opponents in the Republic group aren't just sophomores. You'll be facing juniors and even seniors. Some of them are in the resonance realm, and there's no shortage of them. Are you sure you're ready for that? Shen's sharp gaze bore into Churen, as if trying to pierce through any facade and discern his true resolve. Resonance realm? Churen pondered silently. Could someone at the resonance realm withstand a dozen of his thundercuts? At his current peak radiant light realm, the power of his thundercut had already reached the level of an overdrawn strike from a low-tier resonance realm practitioner. The destructive force of such an overdrawn strike was self-evident. Even a lower-tier resonance realm opponent would struggle to endure a barrage of thundercuts. With that in mind, what did he have to fear? I'm ready, Churen said firmly, his tone equally resolute. Words alone don't count. Shen's voice was cold, his battle intent intensifying. If you want to prove your resolve, then you need to fight. A battle is the truest test of determination. A battle? Churen frowned slightly. With whom? Shen slowly stood up, towering over Churen. His sharp eyes burned with fighting spirit. With me. With you, Shen? Churen murmured from his seat, a thoughtful glint flickering in his eyes. Haha, Junior G, while you're strong, Chen isn't weak either, Zhuge said with a playful smile, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. After all, Chen was the top freshman of our year. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll probably be the top freshman of yours. First versus first, it's only natural. Exactly, Shen nodded coldly, a trace of confidence flickering in his eyes. If you think it's unfair, Junior G, I can suppress my level to match yours. Even at the peak of the microglow stage, it's fine by me. Wait, that's not what I meant. Churen quickly waved his hands, clarifying in a slightly puzzled and questioning tone. Senior Shen, what's your current level? Peak energy core stage. Shen's face lit up with a proud smile, his confidence in his level evident. After all, reaching the peak energy core stage at his age was rare. Especially for a sophomore to achieve such a level, it was almost unheard of. Even many juniors remained at the upper energy core, or peak microglow stage. Shen's breakthrough at such a young age was indeed remarkable. Peak energy core stage, huh? Churen murmured softly, then smiled faintly. In that case, Senior Shen, there's no need for you to suppress your level. Shen raised an eyebrow, looking slightly puzzled. Are you really this confident? Churen nodded calmly, his expression composed. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Well, since you insist, I'll grant your wish, Shen replied without further ado, agreeing directly. Thank you, Senior Shen, Churen said with a smile, then picked up his chopsticks and resumed eating. Meanwhile, Zhuge had already started devouring the food on the table, his speed rivaling that of any dedicated foodie. Seeing this, Shen couldn't maintain his cool demeanor any longer. He sat down, grabbed his chopsticks, and began eating heartily. Within seconds, the room fell into silence, filled only with the clinking of chopsticks against bowls and plates, and the occasional sound of hurried chewing. None of them spoke again, as every second was dedicated to enjoying as much of the meal as possible. Once they were full, the three wasted no time and set off for the combat department's training grounds. As the only department among the 6 major faculties equipped with private arenas, the combat department had an almost obsessive passion for battle. The arenas were specifically designed to allow students to spar with friends without outside interference. Being a student of the combat department, Shen was thoroughly familiar with the environment. He led Churen and Zhuge through the registration process, chose an arena, and headed there without delay. As they made their way to the private arena upstairs, Churen looked slightly surprised, finding everything unusually familiar. Noticing this, Zhuge couldn't help but chuckle. Chen's a battle fanatic. He's always dragging people into training sessions, so there's no need to be surprised. This is standard procedure. But you might want to learn from Chen. His combat experience is extensive. At that moment, Zhuge seemed like a warm and patient older brother, carefully explaining everything to Churen. After hearing those words, Churen had already made up his mind. Senior Shen was highly experienced in combat, making this an excellent opportunity to improve his own practical skills. If the results were promising, perhaps he could even develop Shen into a regular sparring partner. The group arrived at a private arena room. Shen held his wristband up to the scanner outside the door, and with a soft ding, the door slid open. Inside, a space the size of a football field came into view. On either side of the entrance, various weapons and mechanical dummies were neatly arranged. Churen glanced upward and noticed a pitch-black sphere suspended from the ceiling. That's a protective orb, Zhuge explained with a smile. It integrates abilities like scanning, analysis, iron body, and healing. It's a protective tool developed by the school's faculty with advanced technology. If you sustain damage beyond what you can bear, the orb will automatically activate and heal you. He paused briefly. But it's quite expensive. One costs 20,000 points, and you have to refill it yourself after use. That's why many students would rather endure the damage than use it. But don't worry, Junior G, the cost of the protective orb will be covered by Chun this time. Churen nodded slightly. Clearly, Senior Zhuge still harbored doubts about him, which was understandable. Defeating an opponent across a minor level was already considered impressive, let alone overcoming a full major level difference. Get ready, Han Chen said coldly. He grabbed a long spear from the weapon rack by the door and strode steadily toward the center of the arena. Churen scanned his surroundings, then picked up a pair of gloves and slipped them on. Afterward, he reached for a long spear of his own. You know how to use a spear? Han Chen asked in surprise. Churen didn't reply. Instead, he casually twirled the spear with one hand, forming a graceful arc. A little, he said modestly. This wasn't a spurothermic decision, but stemmed from his unique physique. During prior training, he had discovered an almost instinctive mastery of various weapons, as though it was something innate. This led Churen to practice various conventional weapons during his earlier training sessions. However, he dedicated the most time to just 3 types: gauntlets, spears, and swords. After all, gauntlets for powerful strikes, spears for killing enemies, and swords because they're undeniably cool. Since he had the talent, why not train a bit more? Han Chen's brows furrowed as his sharp gaze locked onto Churen. While an outsider might see only the spectacle, an expert recognizes the subtleties. As a seasoned spearman, Han Chen keenly picked up on Churen's unusual composure, something that could only come from extensive spear training. He definitely knows how to use a spear. This realization sent Han Chen's pulse racing, a surge of excitement coursing through him like electricity. A spearman, huh? He should absolutely join my club. We're in dire need of talent like this. Han Chen had made up his mind. After defeating Churen, he would extend an invitation immediately. If Churen joined his club, Han Chen was even willing to personally train him every day. At the center of the arena, Churen strode forward with his spear, calm and steady, until he stood face-to-face with Han Chen. Their gazes met in midair, and though silent, it felt as though invisible sparks crackled around them. Outside the ring, Zhuge Shu lightly fanned himself, sitting cross-legged in a safe spot, watching the scene unfold with a calm demeanor. Han Chen, exuding an imposing aura and gripping his spear tightly, declared in a resonant voice, "Please, show me your skill." Churen, holding his spear with his right hand, the tip resting on the ground, radiated sharp confidence. "Please do the same." Bang! In an instant, Han Chen launched the first attack. He made no attempt to conceal his strength, unleashing the power of his peak Yuan energy realm like a tidal wave, pressing down on Churen. This was the advantage of a higher-level practitioner using sheer pressure from their cultivation realm to suppress the opponent's capabilities. The overwhelming force of Han Chen's cultivation swept toward Churen, whose body momentarily froze. What? I'm actually being suppressed. Churen was taken aback. Although his combat ability far exceeded his own cultivation level, he was still, in essence, at the peak of the micro-radiance realm. Facing an opponent with a higher cultivation level, the suppression was unavoidable. He had experienced this same feeling the first time he encountered Zhou Min. Damn it, that's so underhanded. But there was no time to dwell on it, and Chun was already closing in fast. With a cold, steely expression, Han Chun thrust his spear forward like a venomous snake. Churen reacted swiftly, flicking his spear upward, leaving a dark trail in the air. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding rang out as Churen successfully deflected Han Chen's attack. Immediately afterward, thunder began to crackle around Churen, lightning flashing as he gripped his spear tightly. With a fluid spin, he unleashed a sweeping strike imbued with the power of lightning, the crackling energy crackling through the air as it surged toward Han Chen. Han Chen hadn't expected Churen to retaliate so fiercely despite being under realm suppression. He quickly planted the butt of his spear firmly into the ground with a resounding thud, gripping it with both hands one high, one low, ready to withstand Churen's electrified strike. At that exact moment, Han Chen suddenly noticed something unexpected. Churen, standing opposite him, was smiling. In an instant, Han Chen felt a sudden sense of foreboding. The next moment, Churen, who had been dominating the battlefield, unexpectedly released his tightly gripped spear, letting it fly out of his hand. He quickly withdrew his right fist, channeling his energy. In the blink of an eye, countless bolts of lightning converged like a torrential storm, coalescing into a thunderous fist on Churen's right hand. Han Chen's pupils contracted sharply as he realized he had no time to react. He had intended to retrieve the spear planted in the ground, but the opportunity had already passed. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, followed by an explosion of lightning as fierce as a thunderstorm, surging toward Han Chen. Churen's thunder-infused fist struck Han Chen's chest without mercy. In that instant, a cascade of lightning poured down, the blinding flashes and deafening thunder intertwining. Han Shen's body was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a massive hammer. As he flew back, he instinctively slammed his spear into the ground, the sharp screech of friction reverberating around him, barely stabilizing his posture. Even so, Han Shen was forced back dozens of meters before he finally managed to stop. His chest throbbed with intense pain, accompanied by a burning and numbing sensation that made it difficult to breathe. He quickly brushed off the residual lightning from his chest and looked up at Churen. Churen had already withdrawn his fist and stood motionless, locking eyes with Han Shen. Han Shen straightened his posture, twirling his spear deftly, his voice low and steady. "Why did you stop?" Churen remained silent, continuing to meet Han Shen's gaze with icy, unwavering eyes. Han Shen frowned slightly, sensing something amiss, and spoke in a deeper tone. "You should know that arrogance in battle can lead to defeat. Why didn't you press your attack after driving me back?" Still, Churen said nothing, standing motionless and staring back at Han Shen. A sense of unease grew within Han Shen as he furrowed his brows. Something felt off. Could it be something outside the battlefield? At that moment, Zhuge Shu abruptly opened his eyes, staring intently at the scene with a grave expression. He muttered under his breath, "The clone technique." Han Shen's heart began to race violently, as if an immense danger was closing in. Suddenly, the faint sound of lightning crackled in his ears, jolting him with alarm. "Behind me." Without hesitation, he unleashed all his strength, his aura surging like a raging storm, causing the air around him to feel heavy and still. His demeanor transformed instantly, exuding an overwhelming, commanding presence. Han Shen spun around in a flash, relying on his instincts, and thrust his spear fiercely toward Churen behind him. However, Churen hadn't anticipated Han Shen's reaction to be so swift. Even so, he showed no intention of retreating. Twisting his body with lightning speed, he narrowly avoided the tip of Han Shen's spear grazing past him. Without missing a beat, Churen's right hand swung forcefully toward Han Shen's face. Bang! A sharp, resounding impact echoed as Churen's palm struck Han Shen's face, triggering a ball of lightning the size of a hand. The lightning sphere exploded instantly, engulfing Han Shen's face in searing light as electrical currents coursed through his entire body. Once again, Han Shen was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This was the deadly combat technique taught to Churen by Chun Ming Falling Star Storm. Nowadays, Churen has developed more techniques for using Meteor Storm. He no longer confines himself to simply charging and unleashing a powerful burst. Instead, he can now release Meteor Storm at the moment his elbow strikes his opponent, causing the thunderous force to explode directly on their body. Although the power of such uncharged explosions is limited, Churen compensates for this shortcoming with his extremely high attack frequency. Each individual hit may feel insignificant, but his astonishing attack speed makes up for it. After knocking Han Shen into the air, Churen immediately stepped forward, his movement as swift as lightning, closing the distance between them in an instant. His fists rained down like a storm, launching a relentless barrage at Han Shen. Han Shen, quick to react, twirled his spear with dazzling silver light, blocking every one of Churen's strikes. Each time Churen's fists collided with Han Shen's spear, a burst of blinding lightning erupted. Churen had already mastered the technique of imbuing each strike with Meteor Storm. Every punch came with an explosion, and the resulting shockwaves and paralyzing effects of the thunder should have gradually slowed Han Shen's movements. This was the inherent advantage of lightning abilities. However, to Churen's surprise, Han Shen showed no signs of paralysis at all, as if the lightning had no effect on him. A seasoned combatant, Han Shen quickly adapted to Churen's attack rhythm after deflecting several punches, skillfully defending while biding his time to counterattack. Finally, a glint of sharp determination flashed in Han Shen's eyes as he seized the perfect opportunity to strike back. Humph! Han Shen let out a cold snort and suddenly stomped the ground with his right leg, instantly creating distance between himself and Churen. In one fluid motion, he spun his body and swept the butt of his spear toward Churen. In that fleeting moment, a ferocious dragon-shaped phantom coalesced at the spear's tail, its massive maw wide open as it lunged toward Churen. The unexpected maneuver caught Churen off guard, leaving him no choice but to endure Han Shen's sweeping strike. Churen let out a muffled groan as his body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He tumbled across the ground several times before finally coming to a halt. Han Shen retracted his spear and quickly glanced toward the protective sphere hovering in the sky it hadn't activated. This meant that his strike hadn't delivered a fatal blow to Churen. "How is this possible?" Han Shen exclaimed in shock. "How did you manage to withstand that?" Outside the arena, Zhuge Shu suddenly stood up, his eyes wide as he stared intently at the battlefield. Everyone knew that the move Han Shen had just used was no ordinary spear sweep. It was his most powerful battle technique, Tail Dragon. This skill unleashed a devastating sweep with the spear's tail, capable of bypassing defenses to strike directly at the opponent's core. Even a stronger opponent would suffer severe injuries if their physical resilience wasn't formidable enough. In previous tests, Tail Dragon had demonstrated the power of a desperate, high-level Lingxi realm attack. Yet, Churen, a peak-level Glimmer realm fighter, had taken a full-force blow from a Lingxi realm's overexertion attack without suffering fatal damage. How could Zhuge Shu not be utterly astounded? On the battlefield, Han Chun had abandoned any thought of pressing his advantage. All he wanted now was to understand how Churen had managed such a feat. Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch. Churen groaned repeatedly from where he lay on the ground, clutching his chest. He felt as though his chest had been struck heat in by a truck, the pain unbearable. Han Chun stared at Churen in shock, his tone filled with disbelief. Your physical body can't possibly have the strength of the Lingxi realm. Churen clutched his chest, the pain cutting through him like a blade. He staggered to his feet, his expression tinged with agony, and muttered under his breath. Painful, so painful. I should have known better than to engage in close combat with you. His physical strength was only at the microglow realm, and going up against Han Chun, whose power was at the Yuan energy realm, was indeed too much to handle. If not for that defensive combat technique, Churen knew he would have already lost. His face twisted into a grimace, a mix of astonishment and discomfort. I really didn't expect your strike to hurt this much. He took a sharp breath, his eyes narrowing as he turned to Han Chun. Aren't you going to keep attacking? No. Han Chun shook his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Right now, I just want to know how you managed to do it. Churen steadied his breathing, still rubbing his chest as he forced himself to recover. If you're not going to press on, then once I'm back to full strength, I won't hold back this time. Han Chun raised an eyebrow. Not hold back? You weren't going all out before. Suddenly, he recalled the technique Churen had used in the arena, and realization dawned on him. Wait, that thunder slash you used earlier. Could that be your trump card? Churen paused, then chuckled lightly and shrugged. If that was my trump card, it's only at the microglow realm level. How could it possibly reach the power of the Lingxi realm? His eyes gleamed as he added. Even with my thunder slash, there's no way I could unleash it repeatedly at Lingxi level power like him in some kind of action movie. Han Chen's expression grew serious. After a moment of silence, he made up his mind. No, since you're saying that, I won't pursue this further. Tell me, how did you do it? Churen hesitated briefly, realizing he had no way out. With a faint smile, he said, since you're so insistent, I'll tell you. He bent slightly, focusing his energy, and began to gather his power. In an instant, lightning surged wildly around him. Suddenly, a suit of armor formed entirely of lightning enveloped Churen's body, crackling with intense energy, as if he were completely encased in thunderous light. Han Chen's eyes widened as he exclaimed, that's Professor Chun Meng's wall of protection. Churen looked at him in surprise. You know about it? Han Chen nodded, still in shock. Of course I do. I saw Professor Chun Meng use it once during a fight against a Fashion realm demon. Back then, Professor Chun Meng used the wall of protection to withstand all of the demon's attacks. But didn't Professor Chun Meng mention that this technique massively drains the user's energy? He himself could only use it a few times. Churen froze, his mind racing back to that scene, murmuring to himself, massive energy consumption? Did old Chen really say that? He strained to recall, but couldn't find any memory of it. All he remembered was that after teaching him the move, Professor Chun Meng had quietly left, seemingly to get a drink. Churen scratched his head, looking slightly puzzled. No one told me this would consume so much of my ability, he said. Well, maybe I'm a bit special. My barrier of protection can probably be used more times than usual. He thought back and added, when I first learned it, I think I managed to use it about 10 times in a row. Hearing this, Han Chen's grip on his spear tightened unconsciously. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his expression grew increasingly serious. Churen's energy reserves were far beyond his expectations. Barrier of protection not only withstood a full-force strike from a lower-level Lingxi realm expert, but could also be activated multiple times. This meant that, in terms of defense alone, Churen was now capable of directly withstanding an attack from a Lingxi realm combatant. Is he even human? Han Chen took a deep breath, filled with regret. If he had known this earlier, he would have pressed the advantage when he had the chance. But it was too late now, and there was no taking back his words. Adjusting his grip on the spear, he said, let me know when you're ready. I won't take advantage of you. I'm already ready. Churen replied calmly, his chest no longer feeling discomfort and his condition fully restored. Good. Han Chen nodded in acknowledgement. With a light tap of his spear, he prepared to strike. Here I come, eat my peak, he shouted, instantly entering his optimal state and charging toward Churen at full speed. Churen, however, remained composed. In an instant, his body erupted with dazzling electric light, and before Han Chen could react, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and reappeared 100 meters away. Han Chen quickly halted his charge, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. From afar, Churen called out with a playful grin. Hey, Senior Han Shun, do you remember what type most lightning ability users typically are? Han Shun froze, trying to recall. Most lightning ability users. He muttered to himself before his pupils suddenly contracted. He finally remembered lightning ability users were generally long-range attackers. And Churen was now standing 100 meters away. Haha. So, Senior Han Shun, you do remember. Churen chuckled. When facing someone stronger than me, my only option is to keep my distance. After all, adaptability is a valuable virtue, right? Before his words had fully settled, Churen's hands were already brimming with crackling lightning. With a mischievous smile, he swung his arms, sending dozens of lightning strikes hurtling toward Han Shun like arrows. As the oncoming lightning strikes closed in, Han Shun's heart churned with shock and disbelief. Only by experiencing the attacks firsthand did he grasp their terrifying power. All of these dozen or so lightning strikes carried the force of the Lingxi realm. Is he even human? Han Shun was confident he could withstand a few attacks from someone at the Lingxi realm, but facing dozens of such attacks simultaneously made even him feel a chill of dread. What shocked him even more was Churen, an anomaly despite only being at the micro-light realm. Possessed combat strength comparable to that of the Lingxi realm. Such an occurrence was unheard of, even amongst class ability users. On the battlefield, dozens of thunderous strikes carrying destructive lightning energy tore through the air, hurtling toward Han Shun with blinding speed. The violent shockwaves lifted his battle robe and disheveled his hair. Han Shun's expression turned grim, his entire body tense, as his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Peak form, he roared, swiftly turning as his spear swept out. Tail dragon. With his motion, a majestic dragon materialized out of thin air, colliding head-on with the first lightning strike. A deafening explosion echoed as a terrifying shockwave rippled across the arena. Even Zhuge Shu, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Although Han Shun managed to block the first attack, the paralyzing effect of the lightning element left his hands numb. Peak form, he bellowed again, forcibly dispelling the paralysis and regaining his optimal state. However, his complexion had already turned pale, his lips devoid of color clearly. He was no longer in peak condition. And this was only after fending off a single strike. More attacks were still coming his way. The incoming lightning strikes seemed meticulously calculated, forming an impenetrable web of attacks that left Han Shun with no room to evade. With no path of escape, he chose to confront the onslaught head-on. Bring it on, he shouted, unleashing his full power amidst the howling winds. Tail dragon. This time, an even larger and more imposing dragon coiled around him, radiating a suffocating aura of dominance. The massive dragon roared as it charged toward the incoming barrage of lightning strikes. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the entire private arena, with violent shockwaves rippling outward. Zhuge Shu raised his hand to shield himself, though his heart was in turmoil. Churen's power far exceeded his expectations. It was well known that there was a qualitative difference between the Yuan energy realm and the Lingxi realm. Reaching the Lingxi realm signified perfect control over one's abilities, being able to manipulate them freely and compress them into devastating bursts of energy. Typically, a single Lingxi realm expert could rival 5 Yuan energy realm ability users. Though Han Shun was extraordinarily gifted, even he could only practice a combat technique to near Lingxi realm level while at the peak of the Yuan energy realm. Yet Churen had crossed the Yuan energy realm while still at the pinnacle of the micro-light realm, demonstrating both offensive and defensive capabilities on par with the Lingxi realm. Such a phenomenon was beyond the conventional understanding of class ability users. Zhuge Shu was starting to question his understanding of life at this moment. Whoosh. After the storm passed, Churen stood still, his gaze sweeping over the remnants of lightning scattered in the distance, the spear lying to the side, and Han Shun, motionless on the ground. He fell into deep thought, glancing up at the protective orb hovering above him. It hadn't been triggered, which meant that Han Shun had indeed endured his combined tenfold thunder strike. My single thunder strike now is already a desperate attack at the peak of the Lingxi realm. Churen thought in shock. Han Shun actually withstood 10 combined strikes. Senior Han Shun is truly incredible, Churen murmured softly. He remained still, refraining from striking again. After all, it was just a friendly match. There was no need to go for a finishing blow. If this had been an official competition or a real battle, his fatal thunder strike would have already been unleashed. Peak state. Han Shun, lying on the ground, stammered the words weakly. But this time, his body failed to return to its peak condition and instead began to weaken rapidly. Off the field, Zhuge Shu gasped in alarm. This is bad. Chen's abilities have been exhausted. With that, he immediately rushed onto the field. The next moment, Han Shun let out a cry of pain. The protective orb in the sky seemed to activate, quickly flying above Han Shun and releasing a faint green mist. As the mist spread, Han Shun's screams gradually ceased, and his breathing became steady. Churen, now utterly confused, turned to Zhuge Shu and asked in surprise, Senior Zhuge, what did you mean just now? Has Senior Han Chen been using his ability all along? What? Zhuge Shu was completely taken aback, staring in disbelief. You didn't know Chen was using his ability? Ji Churen scratched his head awkwardly and replied in a soft voice, no. How did you even pass your cultural studies exams? Zhuge Shu exclaimed, his eyes wide. Or did you just skip those classes altogether? Ji Churen smiled sheepishly again and nodded in embarrassment. Yeah. Zhuge Shu was momentarily at a loss for words. He shook his head. I see now heaven is indeed fair. It opens one window for Ji Churen while closing another. Such strong combat skills, but at the cost of cultural knowledge. He sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Looks like I'll have to tutor you in cultural studies. Otherwise, you'll never even recognize your opponent's abilities or powers in future battles. Let me explain. Yes, Chen was using his ability just now, Zhuge Shu continued. Do you remember the word peak that Chen kept shouting? Ji Churen nodded. I remember. That's Chen's ability, Zhuge Shu explained further. Chen's ability is an grade enhancement type ability called peak. It allows him to instantly restore his body to its peak condition. As long as his ability is active, he can remain in peak state. Zhuge Shu elaborated. However, Chen hasn't yet mastered the intricate control of his ability, which is his current limitation. Right now, whenever Chen is affected by any negative status, he must use his ability again to eliminate it. That's why, when your lightning paralyzed him, he had to reactivate his ability. Ji Churen froze as he recalled the battle earlier. Every time his lightning-based ability struck Han Chen would cry out, peak. It dawned on him Han Chen was activating his ability. No wonder his attacks never paralyzed Han Chen. His body remained resilient and unaffected. But this also meant Han Chen's energy consumption was extraordinarily high. Zhuge Shu continued. If Chen can refine his control over his ability, he'll be able to completely negate all negative statuses. Once activated, he can stay in peak condition indefinitely. Ji Churen's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but exclaim, what an incredible ability. No matter the situation, he can return to his strongest state. In battle, he could even turn the tide and claim victory. Yes, but it comes at a price. A faint smirk tugged at Zhuge Shu's lips as he gestured toward Han Chen, who was now collapsed on the ground. His tone carried a hint of satisfaction. The moment his ability wears off or his energy is depleted, all the damage he sustained during the fight comes back to him in an instant. Just imagining it is exhilarating. Ji Churen shivered involuntarily, a chill running down his spine. He thought to himself, is Senior Zhuge a little twisted? Instinctively, he took 2 steps back. Yet, curiosity began to creep into his thoughts. He wondered, what kind of ability does Senior Zhuge have? Could it be something like a Senior Zhuge? Ji Churen swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, what's your ability? Me? Zhuge Shu squinted, a sly grin spreading across his face. I have an A-rank psychic ability called calculation. I can predict future outcomes. Really? Ji Churen's eyes widened in excitement. Can you predict what kind of person he'll become in the future? Zhuge Shu's expression stiffened slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Ji Churen immediately caught on, his face falling into a resigned pout. Sigh, looks like even Senior Zhuge can't figure me out. Who said that? Zhuge Shu coughed twice, forcing an explanation. My current level of mastery isn't strong enough. I can only calculate possible outcomes in the short term. Is that so? Ji Churen raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with skepticism. Then can you predict what I'm about to do next? Predict? Zhuge Shu retorted indignantly. It's called calculating. And don't underestimate Mimi ability is no small thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuge Shu began calculating, his fingers moving rapidly. However, as the seconds ticked by, beads of sweat started forming on his forehead. His brows furrowed deeply, and his expression grew more perplexed. I can't calculate it. Why can't I calculate it? His heart raced with anxiety. In the past, no matter who he faced or how powerful the opponent, he could always predict a general outline of their future. Even if his calculations weren't entirely precise, he could at least sense some clues. But today, standing before Ji Churen, he couldn't discern anything at all. It was as if Ji Churen didn't belong to this world. Is Ji Churen dead? The thought flashed unbidden through Zhuge Shu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Ji Churen was standing right in front of him, alive and well. Even when dealing with demons or spies from other races, Zhuge Shu could sense something and calculate fragments of their futures. Yet Ji Churen completely eluded his predictions. Taking a deep breath, Zhuge Shu could only conclude, Ji Churen's constitution was truly beyond comprehension. After all, even someone at the microglow realm, which rivals the strength of the spirit insight realm, has appeared, so it's quite normal for me to not be able to calculate it. Ji Churen squinted his eyes, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips as his gaze fixed intently on Zhuge Shu. That squinting expression made Zhuge Shu feel a headache coming on, and he muttered inwardly. So this is how annoying squinty eyes can be. Left with no choice, Zhuge Shu opted for the simplest method of divination. He cleared his throat and, pretending to be full of confidence, said, "You're about to go eat, aren't you?" Churen was momentarily taken aback, his face showing a trace of an odd expression. Seeing this, Shu immediately adopted a mysterious and profound demeanor. In reality, Churen was internally scoffing. "Figured out I'm going to eat? But I'm not even hungry right now. I was planning to go home and sleep." However, seeing Shu's confident face, he decided to remain silent so as not to hurt the senior's pride. After all, he had already dealt a blow to one senior today. With that in mind, Churen turned his attention to Han Shun. By now, Han Shun had gotten up from the floor but was still staring at the ground, his face full of disillusionment. Shu noticed and, gracefully fanning himself, walked over to Han Shun and asked with concern, "Shun, are you all right?" Han Shun remained silent in response to Shu's inquiry. Shu furrowed his brows slightly, pinched his fingers as if calculating something, and then furrowed his brows even deeper. Turning to Churen, he said, "Junior G, your strength has already reached the standard for joining the Republic group, but if you really want to join, you'll need to discuss it with Dean Wei. After all, he's the one in charge of us expeditioners." Churen understood, realizing that Shu was trying to send him away so he could talk to Han Shun privately. He nodded and said, "Got it, Senior Zhuge. I'll go find Dean Wei now." "Go ahead," Shu replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. "I'll be off." "Then, Senior Zhuge, Senior Han Shun," Churen said, turning to leave. As Churen's figure disappeared from the private arena, Shu's lips curved into a subtle smile. He thought to himself, "This junior may not be academically brilliant, but his emotional intelligence is quite decent." Once Churen was completely gone, Shu finally looked down at Han Shun and asked softly, "Chun, are you okay?" "Zhuge, I lost." Han Shun trembled all over, his voice choked with emotion. Shu sighed gently, crouched down, and patted Han Shun's shoulder, offering comfort. "Chun, victory and defeat are common in the art of war. A single loss doesn't define you. Happy New Year, everyone." However, Han Shun still kept his head down, his voice choked as he said, "I'm a whole realm higher than him. I'm the top of the enhancement division. I'm the #1 freshman." Suddenly, Han Shun raised his head and let out a near-roaring cry of anger. At that moment, Shu was stunned. Han Shun's face was already covered in tears, large droplets rolling down and soaking his collar. Shu had never seen Han Shun like this before. In his impression, Han Shun, though somewhat reserved, was always the confident and imposing warrior in the arena. Never like this tear-streaked, like a defeated stray dog, stripped of all his pride. Shu sat down slowly, his voice softening. "You are indeed the top freshman of our year. You did defeat every opponent who challenged you. You are a genius." He paused, meeting Han Shun's eyes directly. "But have you ever thought that Churen is the same?" Han Shun froze, looking at Shu in shock. Shu smiled faintly. "Do you remember Churen's entrance exam score?" "To remember," Han Shun stammered, choking on his words. "A perfect score." "Exactly, a perfect score," Shu nodded. "And as far as I recall, the last perfect score was over a century ago. Moreover, Churen's perfect score was different, earned it during a minor beast tide. And let's not forget, Churen possesses an class ability." He locked eyes with Han Shun. "So, tell me, isn't he a genius too?" Han Shun remained silent for a moment before nodding numbly. "Chun, let me be honest with you," Shu said, standing up and glancing at the 2 spears lying scattered on the ground. "If it were me, forget about enduring his thunder slash. I probably couldn't even withstand Churen's starfall storm. You know as well as I do that Churen's thunder slash has already reached the level of the Lingxi realm." He turned to face Han Shun, his voice deliberate and firm. "You endured multiple Lingxi-level attacks while only being at the peak of the Yuan energy realm. Isn't that impressive enough? Churen is incomparable. He's fundamentally different from ordinary people." Shu grasped Han Shun's shoulders, his eyes filled with a mix of awe and sincerity. "Do you realize? I can't even calculate him. I can't make sense of him at all. It's as if he doesn't truly belong in this world. Chun, Churen is extraordinary, so extraordinary that even I have to tread carefully around him. Losing to someone like him, there's no reason for you to feel defeated." His voice grew resolute. "Remember this, Chun, you have no obligation to prove yourself to anyone. You are who you are, and just by standing there, you are already the best." Han Shun was stunned, staring at Shu in disbelief. He felt as if a light had suddenly illuminated his heart. Yes, why had he been so concerned about others' opinions? Why had he forced himself to act cold and aloof, just to appear exceptional in their eyes? A thought began to crystallize within him. He didn't need to prove anything to anyone. His existence alone was enough to define his worth. "My existence alone makes me the best. I am Han Shun. I am the indomitable Han Shun." Crack. In that instant, an invisible, intangible barrier shattered completely. Outside, Churen was walking toward Dean Wei's office. As he walked, he silently prayed for Han Shun. Hopefully, Senior Han Shun wouldn't be too discouraged. After all, His own strength was the result of relentless effort. Effort leads to progress. Hopefully, Senior Han Chun can pull himself together, work harder, and strive to become stronger. Churen once again checked the cultivation progress of his little avatar. As expected, the wisdom of the ancients holds true. Reflect on oneself thrice daily. Churen made it a habit to examine himself 3 times a day to ensure he was putting in consistent effort. He lightly ran his finger across the cultivation progress bar and nodded in satisfaction. Then, glancing at the time, he stood up, adjusted his collar, and headed towards Dean Wei's office. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed through the hallway. Standing outside Dean Wei's office, Churen knocked 3 times with practiced ease. Shortly after, a calm and steady voice came from inside. Come in. Click. The faint yet distinct sound of the door lock turning. Churen gently pushed the office door open, and it creaked as it swung ajar. Inside, Dean Wei was bent over his desk, absorbed in work. Hearing the sound, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze falling on the doorway. Churen darted into the office with a quick, agile stride. Hee, Dean Wei, long time no see. Churen grinned, revealing a neat row of teeth as he casually made his way to the sofa and sat down, exuding a relaxed and natural demeanor. Upon recognizing Churen, the slight sternness on Dean Wei's face softened instantly. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes eased into a kind smile. Ah, it's you, Xiao Ji, Dean Wei said as he rose from his chair. With steady steps, he walked over to the sofa and sat down beside Churen. What brings you here today? Are you facing any trouble? Tell me, and I'll help you sort it out. His voice was warm yet firm, and the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. For Dean Wei, at this stage, Churen's matters always took top priority. Churen's concerns were his concerns. Well, I wouldn't say it's trouble exactly, Churen replied with an awkward chuckle, instinctively rubbing the tip of his nose. It's just, Dean Wei, I want to join the Republic Division. The Republic Division? Dean Wei was momentarily taken aback. He straightened up slightly, his brows furrowing lightly. Why the sudden interest? Isn't the freshman division good enough? Dean Wei. To be honest, it's mainly because I find the freshman division a bit dull, Churen admitted, scratching the back of his head with a hint of excitement in his eyes. I want to see how strong the senior students from other academies are. It'll be a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. Hearing this, Dean Wei's lips curved into a subtle smile. Dull, huh? You really are something else. However, his expression quickly turned serious. But let me remind you, battles are no trivial matter. You must always maintain respect and caution towards combat and warfare. Understood. I understand, Churen replied, his smile fading as his expression grew earnest and resolute. When it comes to invaders like demons or the myriad races, I will never let my guard down. That's good to hear. Dean Wei nodded slightly and adjusted his posture. His gaze shifted to the desk as he fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Churen was momentarily puzzled, unsure of what Dean Wei's reaction meant. He sat quietly on the sofa, waiting for the dean's next move. Dean Wei, Churen asked with a hint of confusion. Is there something difficult about this? No. Dean Wei shook his head, his gaze profound. I believe in your ability to hold your ground in the Republican group. As for joining the Republican group, it's just a matter of my word. However, I've been contemplating a possibility lately. A possibility? Churen raised an eyebrow. What kind of possibility? Turning his head, Dean Wei looked at Churen with a meaningful expression. Xiao Ji, let me ask you this, would you like to join both the first-year group and the Republican group at the same time? Churen froze for a moment. Then his expression shifted. Join both the first-year group and the Republican group at the same time? He adjusted his posture, rubbed his nose, and asked in confusion. But aren't the first-year group and the Republican group competing at the same time? My current level of duplication isn't proficient enough. Dean Wei chuckled at this, his laughter carrying a hint of mystery, leaving Churen momentarily puzzled. He distinctly remembered that the first-year group and the Republican group competed simultaneously, yet Dean Wei's words implied the possibility of altering the schedule. Ha ha! Dean Wei laughed, placing a hand on Churen's shoulder with a kindly expression. You're right, the first-year group and the Republican group do compete at the same time. But what if I could separate the competitions of these two groups? What? Churen was stunned. It had long been a standard rule for the first-year group and the Republican group to compete simultaneously, and no one had questioned it in years. Yet now, Dean Wei's words suggested there might be something deeper at play. Could Dean Wei really change such a long-standing rule? Seeing Churen's reaction, Dean Wei's smile deepened. Just tell Mado you want to join both groups at once. Churen hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Dean Wei interrupted him. The rewards will remain the same. Churen's eyes lit up, and his heart stirred. He immediately replied, I do. Dean Wei couldn't help but laugh out loud, lightly tapping Churen on the head. You little rascal, do you even need these rewards? Just tell me what you want. If it's within my ability to give, I'll make it happen. Only then did Churen realize he didn't seem to lack any cultivation resources. After all, the ring Zhou Min had given him still contained plenty of unused materials. Scratching his head awkwardly, he chuckled. Sorry, I didn't think it through. You, Dean Wei said with a shake of his head, pointing at Ji Churen. You're such a little money grubber. Ji Churen laughed sheepishly and said no more. Dean Wei waved his hand dismissively. All right, off you go. Leave the rest to this old man. Ji Churen stood up gratefully and said, Thank you very much, Dean Wei. It's nothing. Dean Wei replied with a smile, waving him off. Ji Churen nodded to him before turning to leave the office. Dean Wei washed his back with the same warm smile, gently closing the door behind him. The atmosphere in the office seemed to grow a little more serene. Dean Wei slowly stood, walked over to his desk, and picked up his teacup. He blew lightly on the surface to cool it before taking a small sip. Setting the cup down, he gazed out of the window and murmured to himself, a new era, new reform sit might not be so bad. With his hands clasped behind his back, he turned towards the door and continued muttering under his breath, I hope this old man's decisions still hold some value. After leaving Director Wei's office, Ji Churen didn't immediately return to his dormitory. His mind was preoccupied with the tall, skinny guy. The thought surfaced almost instinctively. However, as soon as he looked up, he realized that the sky had already sunk into a deep, inky darkness, and the lights around the academy seemed cold and desolate. Searching for someone at night felt inappropriate. It could easily lead to misunderstandings or disturb others. Frowning slightly, he dismissed the idea and turned toward his dormitory. His cultivation practice had been delayed for far too long. Now, it was time to settle down and consolidate his strength. More specifically, he needed to focus on cultivating his minor techniques. Even though these practices seemed insignificant, they would eventually become a crucial part of building his power. After a quick wash, Ji Churen lay down on his large, comfortable bed. The mattress was soft and warm, and as soon as his body sank into it, it felt as though he was being pulled into another world. Yet, his mind remained sharp and alert as he swiftly analyzed the events of the recent freshman competition. At the moment, there were only two teams that truly piqued his interest. One was the team led by Li Yunxian, and the other was the group consisting of the tall, skinny guy wielding a long staff and 4 archers. Among the numerous freshmen, these two teams stood out and managed to leave an impression on him. Even so, there were still a few unanswered questions in his mind. For instance, where had Jing Qinxin, the mysterious and exceptionally skilled girl, disappeared to? And what about the wind element girl who had silently neutralized the force of his elbow strike during the competition? Both of them seemed to have vanished without a trace. In the Natural Elements Academy, there were already few noteworthy female students, and the male students were equally unremarkable. Among the female participants who had left any impression on Ji Churen, there were only these two. He didn't even know the name of one of them, only had a vague memory of her face, which had left a subtle yet unusual impression during their match. Just over a month of seclusion, and so much has happened outside. Ji Churen sighed softly, setting his lingering questions aside. He knew that the most important task at hand now was sleep. The next morning, the island hosting the freshman competition was already bustling at dawn. The freshmen who had advanced through the first round arrived early at the preparation area, each radiating a focused and determined energy as they awaited the second round of battles. Surrounding the floating islands, spectators gathered in droves. Senior students filled the stands, and even several instructors made their way to the viewing area, clearly eager to witness the potential of this year's freshmen. Meanwhile, those who had been eliminated in the first round were relocated to another floating island to watch the matches from a distance, still able to admire the competition's intensity. Among the spectators, Hishui had just arrived on the island and immediately began scanning the crowd. She was searching for the tall, skinny guy. Since the day their match ended, her mind had been weighed down with questions she had no one to ask. Why had he chosen to compete alone? Why had he suddenly forfeited midway through? What was he hiding? But after a long search, after sweeping her gaze over every corner of the island, she still couldn't find that tall, lanky figure. Shui, are you looking for someone? Asked Yao Li, one of her teammates and the unlucky girl who had taken the full brunt of Ji Churen's thunderball during the match. It's nothing, Hishui replied with a shake of her head, though her eyes continued to scan the audience. It's just strange. Why isn't that tall, skinny guy here? The tall, skinny guy? Yao Li blinked in surprise before recalling the mysterious contestant who had voluntarily withdrawn from their match. But as soon as she thought of him, a flash of searing white lightning surged through her memory, a merciless strike that still sent chills down her spine whenever she remembered it. She shuddered involuntarily, quickly pushing the memory away. No, she couldn't dwell on it. If she kept thinking about it, she'd probably end up dreaming about being struck by lightning. That kind of thunder. I never want to experience it again, Yao Li murmured under her breath. At the highest point of the competition grounds, on a small island, Chen Ming, Hisaruo, and other faculty leaders had already taken their seats, ready to watch the match. As Chen Ming settled into his chair, he habitually glanced at Dean Weiss's reserved seat, only to find it empty. Huh, why isn't Dean Wei here yet? Chen Ming frowned. He's usually early for Churen's matches. Maybe he got held up by something. Su Chong, sitting beside him, replied casually. Dean Wei is a busy man. Missing a freshman competition isn't that big of a deal. A regular freshman competition wouldn't matter, Chen Ming immediately retorted. But this year is different. Churen is competing. Dean Wei knows how exceptional Churen is. Unless there's a major crisis on the front lines, he'd drop everything to be here. With that, he raised his communicator. I'd better give him a call and check. Meanwhile, in a heavily guarded and imposing building in the imperial capital, an intense argument was unfolding. Wei Chun, do you even know what you're doing? An elderly man with white hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, slammed his hand on the conference table, his eyes blazing with anger. This rule has been in place for decades. How can you just change it on a whim? He pointed a trembling finger at the other three elderly men in the room. Ask them if they agree. Wei Chun sat calmly in his chair, unhurriedly sipping his hot tea, his expression composed. The other three elders were deep in thought. After a moment, a white-bearded elder was the first to speak. Wei Chun, this rule has been in effect for over a decade. Making such a sudden change is indeed inappropriate. That's right, old Wei, another elder in a white robe echoed. This isn't something to be taken lightly. Wei Chun's gaze shifted to the last elder, who had remained silent. Under the urging glances of the others, the man finally clenched his teeth and said, Old Wei, I also think it's better to maintain the status quo. Only then did Wei Chun slowly set down his teacup. The man in the Zhongshan suit resumed his seat, his tone firm. Wei Chun, all four of us are against this reform. This matter is far more complicated than you think. Adjusting his long robe, Wei Chun's lips curved into a slight smile. So, are you saying you want some sort of benefit from me? Wei Chun, the man in the Zhongshan suit turned pale with anger. How can you say such a thing? When have I ever asked you for any benefit? Heh. Wei Chun chuckled meaningfully. When you ask. Wei Chun kept his eyes closed, his tone as calm as ever, but the aura emanating from him shifted dramatically, like a storm brewing. He slightly opened the corner of his eye and spoke in a low voice. From your words and tone, it seems like all of you are trying to extract benefits from me. His voice grew colder. When, exactly, did you start thinking that I, Wei Chun, was negotiating with you? Boom. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted from Wei Chun's body, filling the conference room with a deafening roar. The air seemed to churn and tear apart. The expressions of the four elders turned grim as they quickly stood up, activating their own abilities to counter the ferocious wind. Wei Chun, don't get too arrogant. One of the elders, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, shouted furiously. His body glowed with a golden light as he raised his hands to resist the onslaught of the wind. His angry voice was almost ear-shattering. You're just at the Dharma aspect realm. Heh. Wei Chun suddenly chuckled, his voice light and mocking, as if utterly dismissive of the threat before him. What are you laughing at? The elder in the Zhongshan suit roared, his voice filled with anger and humiliation. Yin Chu. Oh Yin Chu, Wei Chun said, slowly opening his eyes. His smile widened, filled with disdain. It seems you're only getting worse with age. The violent wind intensified, shaking the windows of the conference room with a loud clatter. The four elders pushed their abilities to the limit, trying desperately to hold back the overwhelming force. Yin Chu's face grew darker, his heart filled with shock. Though they were all at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm, why did the gap between them feel so vast? When was it that you started believing you could defeat me? Wei Chun's voice was icy and piercing. As soon as the words left his mouth, the wind suddenly erupted with even greater ferocity, slicing through the air like sharp blades and tearing open countless jagged cracks. Boom. The wind, sharp as knives, slashed toward Yin Chu, shredding his clothes and drawing blood. Several shallow wounds appeared on his body. Even within the Dharma aspect realm, there are differences, Wei Chun stated coldly. Whoosh whoosh. What followed were four agonized screams as the four elders lost their balance and were thrown heavily to the ground, their falls resounding with an alarming impact. Hearing their cries, Wei Chun finally ceased his ability. The howling winds abruptly stopped. The conference room was left in ruins, with scattered furniture and papers strewn across the floor. The four elders lay curled up against the walls, their bodies covered in wounds. The wind's residual energy lingered in their injuries, preventing them from healing quickly. Wei Chun's cold gaze swept over them, his expression as indifferent as ever. He reached out calmly, picking up the teacup that remained untouched on the table. He tapped the rim lightly and nodded slightly. The tea's cold. Placing the cup back down, he moved with graceful composure, as if the entire storm had nothing to do with him. Yin Chu slumped to the ground, feeling as though countless sharp blades had torn through his body. His battle armor, once a symbol of his strength, was now shredded and riddled with holes from the wind blades. Deep, jagged wounds crisscrossed his body, crimson blood pouring from them and staining the ground beneath him. Gasping in disbelief, he struggled to comprehend the situation. After all, he was a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Wei Chun's wrist communicator began to vibrate violently. With a graceful motion, he set down his teacup and calmly answered the call, his expression unchanging. Dean Wei, where are you right now? Chen Ming's gruff voice immediately came through. Wei Chun's tone remained gentle. Out handling something. Is it important? Came the questioning voice from the other side. Wei Chun glanced at the group of people who were barely managing to stand upright and replied softly, not particularly. They'll head back now. With that, he ended the call, picked up his teacup once more, and took a slow, measured sip. He remained as composed as a steady sailboat amidst raging waves. Setting the cup back down, his expression was so calm it bordered on indifference. Without sparing the group another glance, he spoke in a detached tone. I've delivered my message. The rest is up to you. Standing up, he lightly dusted off his robes, as though brushing away some unseen misfortune. With this simple gesture completed, he turned to leave. Why? We're both at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm. Why are you so much stronger? Yin Chu could no longer hold back his fury. Staggering to his feet, he roared in frustration. From his youth to now, he had never once triumphed over Wei Chun. Even now, when both had reached the same pinnacle, he remained utterly powerless against him. Wei Chun paused mid-step and glanced back at Yin Chu. In the calmest of tones, he delivered the most commanding of statements. Even within the Dharma aspect realm, there are levels of difference. Yin Chu, you're still the same, as always unchanged. As his words fell, emerald green winds surged under Wei Chun's feet, spiraling upward to envelop him in a vortex. A gust of wind swept through the room, and when it subsided, Wei Chun was gone. In the disheveled conference room, the four elderly figures exchanged silent, uneasy glances. At Sichuan Chongqing Academy of Supernatural Abilities, Chen Ming slowly lowered his left hand, seated in his chair. Beside him, Su Chong leaned in with curiosity etched across his face. So what's the deal? What's Dean Wei up to? No idea. He just said it wasn't anything too important, Chen Ming replied, shaking his head, though his brows furrowed in thought. But if it's not important, why would he miss this? Well, the competition hasn't started yet, right? Maybe he really did get caught up in something, Su Chong said, clearing his throat and trying to sound serious. Chen Ming scratched his head, puzzled. Hey, what could possibly be more important than? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Su Chong suddenly burst into exaggerated coughing fits. Chen Ming froze, his body stiffening as a suspicion crept into his mind. Quickly, he changed his tone. Ahem, you're right, Chong. You've got a point. After all, Dean Wei has a lot on his plate. It's normal for someone of his stature to be busy, huh? He patted Su Chong on the shoulder with a hearty laugh, though his thoughts remained unsettled. Su Chong noticed Chen Ming relaxing his shoulders slightly and letting out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Chen Ming patted Su Chong on the shoulder while cautiously glancing back, his eyes locking onto a familiar figure. Ha! Chen Ming suddenly sprang up from his seat, laughing heartily. Dean Wei, when did you get back? You should have given us a heads up. We were just singing your praises. Dean Wei's lips curled into a faint smile as he calmly said, the wind told me you were lying. Chen Ming's smile froze instantly, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Oh no, I forgot about the Dean's ability, he thought to himself. All right, sit down, Dean Wei said with a light wave of his hand, his tone devoid of reproach. The competition is about to begin. Chen Ming nodded repeatedly, acting as compliant as a startled chick. Beside him, Su Chong had his back turned, his face turning red as he struggled to suppress his laughter. On the field, the AI assistant, Xiao Yu, quickly grouped the students in the waiting area. Churen soon learned that his opponents would be Team 15, the very team he'd been keeping an eye on, composed of 4 archers. Upon hearing this, a subtle, meaningful smile crept across Churen's face. Meanwhile, on Team 15's side, a man dressed in a black battle robe and carrying a black staff adorned with gold and silver patterns glanced at the screen to confirm their opponent's number. He spoke in a deep voice, Team 1, it's Churen. So we're facing him this early? A woman in a brightly colored battle robe standing next to him furrowed her brows. I thought we'd encounter Team 4 first. But since it's come to this, we have no choice but to fight. Sun Xingyu, we'll need you to hold Churen off when the time comes. Sun Xingyu's man with the staff frowned deeply. I understand, but I'm worried he might just ignore me and go straight for you all. Don't worry, Brother Sunday. Our close combat skills aren't too shabby either. A young man in white robes chimed in with a grin. Sun Xingyu fell silent for a moment before replying in a stern tone. Are you seriously saying that in front of Churen? Have you forgotten what kind of weapon he uses? The young man's smile froze instantly. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Brother Sunday. I got distracted and ended up cracking a bad joke. All right, everyone, get ready, the girl suddenly said. Stay sharp during the match later. Got it, Sister C. 4 of the boys responded in unison, while the man carrying a long staff simply nodded silently. Under the sky, the teacher scanned the crowd and, seeing that the groups were set, announced loudly. Numbers 1 and 15, please come to the stage. Let's go. The girl called Sister C was the first to rise, striding confidently toward the center of the field. Sun Xingyu followed closely, flexing his wrists as he walked alongside her. The four boys holding longbows fell into step behind them, forming a wall-like formation. In the waiting area, Li Yunxian watched Sun Xingyu and his group's retreating figures, his expression serious. They're up. I wonder if they can withstand Churen's offensive. Are you particularly interested in them? Shi Honghu asked curiously while polishing his long blade. Li Yunxian nodded slightly. Because their team includes the second and third ranks in the strengthening division. What? Zhang Fengmao suddenly leaned in. The second and third ranks in the strengthening division are in their team? Why aren't they wearing their badges? Badges are optional, Li Yunxian explained. Like Chu Renhut doesn't wear his. I don't like wearing mine around, either. Zhang Fengmao nodded in satisfaction, then glanced slyly at the third-place badge hanging on Shi Honghu's chest and smirked. Keeping a low profile is the way to gown like some people who flaunt it everywhere they go. You fat idiot. Who are you talking about? Shi Honghu's temper flared as he clenched his fists. Whoever gets mad must be who I'm talking about. Zhang Fengmao replied smugly, spreading his hands. Just as Shi Honghu was about to lash out, the girl beside him quickly grabbed his arm. Don't stoop to his level. Calm down. For her sake, Shi Honghu reluctantly suppressed his anger. Zhang Fengmao, undeterred, rubbed his chin as he studied the competitors on the field. That guy with the long staff looks like the second rank. As for the third rank, it could be that girl or one of the four guys. Fatty, are you dumb? Shi Honghu said, veins popping on his forehead. Isn't Li Heng the first rank in the strengthening division? He's literally sitting next to you, just ask him. Oh right. Zhang Fengmao exclaimed, then paused as realization hit. Wait, no? Who are you calling fat? You. Ugh, not worth arguing with you. Zhang Fengmao turned to Li Heng, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Li Heng, tell Muho's the second and third rank in your division? Li Heng's face remained expressionless, his tone flat. Cla is second, Sun Xingyu is third. Zhang Fengmao scratched his head awkwardly, his hand hovering uncertainly. Well, can you describe their features? Just saying a name, I wouldn't recognize them. The second girl, the third one carrying a staff, Li Heng added with a blank expression. What? Zhang Fengmao was momentarily confused. Instinctively, he placed his left hand on Li Heng's leg and pointed at a girl on the field with his right hand. She's the second? What's her ability? Li Heng's forehead twitched, and he slapped Zhang Fengmao's hand away, closing his eyes to ignore him. Zhang Fengmao awkwardly withdrew his hand, momentarily speechless. He silently vowed to himself that he was definitely not gay. What just happened was purely accidental. Watching this scene, Li Yunxuan's mouth twitched as he rubbed his forehead helplessly. Alright, let me explain. That girl is Cla. On the other side of the arena, seeing Cla and her team step onto the platform, Churen hesitated no longer. Under everyone's gaze, his figure transformed into a dazzling streak of lightning, flashing instantly from the waiting area to the stage, standing face-to-face with Cla and her team. Cla's expression turned serious, her heart filled with surprise. So fast. Is this the power of a lightning-type ability user? Sun Xingyu tightened his grip on his long staff, his eyes fixed intently on Churen, his expression more serious than ever. Speed-type ability users were his most feared opponents. With his current level of cultivation, he couldn't match them. Even though there were 4 archers supporting him from behind, if Churen managed to take them out in an instant, the situation would become extremely dangerous. At this moment, Churen, standing alone, felt like an entire team by himself. The pressure he exerted on Sun Xingyu and the others far exceeded that of any 6-person team. This was the power of a top-ranked prodigy. Are you ready? A booming voice from above the teachers echoed across the arena. The participants on the field all nodded in agreement. All right, the match begins now. As the teacher's words fell, Team 15 sprang into action. Sun Xingyu swung his black gold staff and charged at Churen, shouting, Churen, face me. Meanwhile, Cla led the 4 archers to retreat quickly. Though it appeared as if they were distancing themselves from the battlefield, they were actually repositioning to find the perfect angles for their shots. Churen, fully aware of their tactics, knew they aimed to wear him down with sneak attacks. Most people in his position might try to bypass Sun Xingyu and go straight for the archers. But Churen had a defensive skill, barrier of protection, which made him impervious to such tricks. In fact, his barrier of protection was so reliable that he kept it active even while sleeping. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.